Tell me this AI voice is okay, yeah, change this voice. Chapter 95 Loot the Shock Fruit. Declare the world. Shanks wasn't a good person either. Anyway, killing Ace and beating up Luffy was enough to make Shanks hate him. At this time, Shanks might want to kill him. Although Shanks, red hair, is a pacifist among the pirate emperors, a pirate who can ascend the throne of the pirate emperors is not a simple character. Which one of them didn't kill tens of thousands of people? The number of people who were directly or indirectly killed was uncountable. At this time, Ling Bai smiled at Shanks, and Shanks's face was obviously not good. Ling Bai had just talked about Roger, which offended Shanks. Even if Shanks could hold back his anger at this time, he was angry. Since your purpose has been achieved, there is no need to make trouble here anymore. Shanks said in a deep voice. He came here to end the war. Initially, he wanted to save Whitebeard and Ace, but the red-haired man and the others were a step too late. It was too late. Shanks also saw Ace lying on the ground. There was no sign of life. Yes, I'm almost gone. I don't know if Naval Headquarters will let me go. Ling Bai landed on the ground and laughed. Impossible. Just stay here for the day. The one who spoke was Akainu. Although Whitebeard and Ace were dead, and I had achieved my goal in the Naval Headquarters, he still couldn't allow a monster who could kill Whitebeard to leave the Naval Headquarters. What's more, his crew was a group of powerful criminals from Impel Down. Akainu, if you want to continue fighting, I'm willing to accompany you. Shanks held his sword and faced Akainu, Beckman, and the others in a fighting posture. Shanks, don't think I'm afraid of you. Akainu's anger was ignited, and his fist was about to hit Akainu, but Sengoku stopped the impulsive Akainu in time. Sakazuki, don't be impulsive. Sengoku put his right hand on Akainu's shoulder and reminded him, it's not good for us to continue fighting, Whitebeard and Ace are dead. Yes. Crane also reminded him. Many of the surrounding marine soldiers were either injured or crippled. Not many of them still had the will to fight. Sengoku and 273 could see the fear and disgust on their faces. There were also many dead marine soldiers lying on the ground. He didn't know how many marines' family members would be torn apart. This was the cruelty of war. Akainu held back his anger and finally suppressed his impulsiveness. Humph. Ling Bai was too arrogant. Seeing that Akainu had stopped, the red-haired man also put down his sword and looked at Ling Bai. Give me face, you should leave here. Akainu said. Haha, red hair, I won't give you any face. Don't think too highly of yourself. Ling Bai laughed, the legendary man who had the fruit. Akainu. Of Akainu, and Akainu. Akainu wanted to say a few more words, but in the end, he didn't say anything. A new pirate force is rising, and it's a powerful pirate group. Bullet is also there? I don't know what will happen to this world. Akainu said slowly to himself. On the other side, Ling Bai also wanted to leave, and the next step was to enter the new world, establish his position, and take over all the territories of the Whitebeard pirates. Anyway, it's impossible for the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates to hold Whitebeard's territory, and even if Ling Bai doesn't take Whitebeard's territory, the battle for Whitebeard's territory in New World will be ignited by the day after tomorrow. At that time, even Auntie will make a move because she wants the Fishman Island. In New World, in addition to the Pirate Emperor, there are other powerful pirate forces and other dark forces. Brothers, get ready. Ling Bai was about to fly over, but at this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared. Whitebeard died, and the Paramecia shock fruit is about to be reborn. You have the following choices. Choice 1, seize the shock fruit with the help of the system. Reward, Devil Fruit Side Effect Elimination Card, one-time use, Devil Fruit's rebirth range is limited, 10 meters, that is, after the ability user dies, their Devil Fruit ability can be reborn within this range. Choice 2, leave the Naval Headquarters directly. Reward, Logia Maramara Fruit. A virtual screen also appeared in front of Ling Bai. It's actually looting the shock fruit. To be honest, if it's looting the Maramara fruit, Ling Bai won't have much interest. Although the ability of the Maramara fruit is very powerful, the shock fruit is more powerful, and the degree of its power is much more than that of the Maramara fruit. A real man should use the shock fruit, one punch is enough to set off a tsunami. In this world, it's estimated that no one doesn't want the shock fruit, right? Ling Bai laughed in his heart. Ling Bai didn't hesitate to choose the first choice. After Ling Bai made his choice, the system prompt appeared. The system said that it would help Ling Bai loot the shock fruit, which meant that Ling Bai could use both his hands on Whitebeard, as long as there was a contact area. Ling Bai didn't waste any time. He immediately flew up and covered Whitebeard's stomach with his hands. What is he trying to do? Red-haired redhead was puzzled, and the corner of Ling Bai's mouth curled into a strange smile. That BD, what is he trying to do now? Sengoku and the others also felt uneasy. It couldn't be helped, the strange smile on Ling Bai's face was too unsettling, especially when he was a relatively powerful existence. Bullet and the others also didn't understand what Ling Bai was trying to do. Why do I have a bad feeling? It seems like what's going to happen next will be very scary, but I'm also very anxious. Doflamingo said. Moria, me too, hehe. At this moment, everyone was looking at Ling Bai. No one knew what he was going to do. At this moment, Ling Bai's body was also surrounded by a red halo. This posture made Ling Bai look very mysterious. The halo was transmitted into Whitebeard's body and then covered his entire body. It was as though it was connecting the two of them to each other. However, no one could see that at this moment, the power of the shock fruit in Whitebeard's body was being transmitted to Ling Bai's body. This power was invisible. Naturally, no one could see it. Shock fruit plunder progress, 100%. Plunder complete. 3 minutes later, Ling Bai heard the system's notification. At the same time, Ling Bai withdrew his hand. At this moment, there was a strong and violent power in Ling Bai's body. The strength of the devil fruit also depended on the strength of the ability user. In the original work, Blackbeard was able to exert a powerful force when he had just obtained the shock fruit ability. This was because he was already very strong. Even if he couldn't exert Whitebeard's terrifying ability, it was still terrifying enough. Ling Bai was also very strong. Therefore, when the power of the shock fruit appeared in his body, it was already very strong. Ling Bai felt that he could destroy many buildings in Marineford with a casual punch. What did he do? Everyone was puzzled, including the people who were watching the live broadcast in Sabayati Archipelago. Ling Bai placed his hands on Whitebeard's stomach. After a minute, Ling Bai's expression became happier. What was going on? He seemed to have obtained something important. However, no one would have thought that Ling Bai would plunder the shock fruit. Mission successful. Obtained Devil Fruit Elimination Card, one-time use. Obtained Devil Fruit's ability to regenerate. Remove the side effects of the shock fruit. Ling Bai said telepathically. The side effects were naturally the sea stone that could not come into contact with seawater. If there was a backlash, it would be because the shock fruit's power was too violent. This should not be considered a side effect. This kind of ability was only suitable for a strong man. Remove the side effects of the shock fruit, sea stone restraint, seawater curse. It was done. At this moment, Ling Bai's face was full of confidence. No one knew what he was doing just now. His confident smile made people feel even more confused and uneasy. At this moment, Ling Bai clenched his right fist and made the gesture of Whitebeard activating the power of the rosy glow fruit. After that, everyone was shocked, and it was even to the extent that they felt intense unease and terror. Impossible. Sengoku immediately shook his head in denial. Of course, he wasn't the only one who denied it. However, at this moment, Ling Bai's right fist struck out and a transparent shockwave appeared. Everyone, feel this power. Ling Bai shouted with an expectant look on his face. Captain, aren't you a little too strong? Hey, who can tell me how he did it? Didn't you say to use fruits? What's going on now? Ling Bai's crew members were also confused. Evil Tyrant and the others had learned that when Ling Bai first entered Impel Down, they had used fruits to steal the devil fruit. Bullet laughed. What a crazy guy. While everyone in Marine was still in shock and fear, Ling Bai threw a punch at the destroyed naval headquarters on the right. Kaka. At that moment, the familiar atmosphere was torn apart, accompanied by the sound of glass shattering. Boom. The sound of a building collapsing was heard. A large area of buildings collapsed again. This scene was witnessed by everyone and was even broadcasted to Sabayati Archipelago. How is this possible? One of the Marines was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. Is the shock fruit's deterrence still there? Another Marine was also paralyzed on the ground. How could this devil fruit ability, which shouldn't have appeared, appear on him? What's wrong with this world? Tell me this is a nightmare. I can't take it anymore. One by one, the Marines felt a strong sense of fear. To them, the shock fruit was an existence similar to Whitebeard. Countless people prayed that the shock fruit would disappear completely after Whitebeard's death because its power was too terrifying. It could destroy the world and bring the world to its end. However, at this moment, the power appeared again. Everyone was scared, and some people even peed their pants. The civilians of Sabayati Archipelago and even some of the pirates sat on the ground one by one. They couldn't believe that Ling Bai used the power of the shock fruit, and some of them even collapsed on the spot. The shock fruit was the power of a real demon. In the past few decades, the world was shrouded in the shadow of the shock fruit. No one was not afraid of Whitebeard, and no one was not afraid of the shock fruit. In Marineford Square, everyone's eyes were on Ling Bai. Haha. From now on, let me bear this power. I will make its reputation truly resound in every corner of the sea. Its reputation will be countless times greater than Whitebeard's. Ling Bai announced loudly. New world, Whitebeard's territory, I will take over. Whoever disagrees, come. Ling Bai knew that his words would make the headlines of the news and spread to the whole world. This was Ling Bai's will. He wanted to tell the whole world that he wanted all of Whitebeard's territory. Who would dare to compete with him for territory? Come if you have the guts. Chapter 96. Ling Bai's words will undoubtedly offend the entire New World. Whitebeard died in battle, and the territory he left behind was unimaginable. New World was originally the territory of the 4 emperors, and Whitebeard had the largest territory. Even the Fishman Island was Whitebeard's territory. In the Fishman Island, there was a dreamlike world, where the most beautiful mermaids lived, and countless treasures were hidden. It was a place where countless pirates rushed to, and it was also a deep-sea island that the big pirates tried to get. After Whitebeard died, the Fishman Island will also become the object of the game of the big shots. Now, Ling Bai actually said that he wanted to take over all of Whitebeard's territory, that is, to rule all the sea and islands that Whitebeard controlled before. Is he crazy? But he has guts. Is he not afraid of being attacked by the group and directly killed? The pirates of Sabayati Archipelago were boiling, some were disdainful of Ling Bai, some were angry, and some were afraid. Kid, that BD actually said that he wants all of Whitebeard's territory. Kid's ally Appa said, obviously he was also very angry. Not long ago, he was beaten up by Ling Bai in Sabayati Archipelago. It can be said that the memory was still fresh, and now his body seems to be faintly aching. Drake shook his head and denied, impossible, Whitebeard's territory, even the other pirate emperors can't swallow all of it. New World is not just a few pirate emperors. Kira said, who knows, it's hard to say. Kid was silent, and after Drake and the others discussed for a few minutes, Kid spoke. Pack up, we will enter New World tomorrow. Enter New World. Yes. Otherwise, stay in the first half of the Grand Line. Lao Zi is going to be the Pirate King. Who cares about the pirate emperors, we will defeat them all. At this time, there was a sea of people in Sabayati Archipelago. The reporters frantically recorded the key points of various wars, and soon, these key points will be compiled into major news and quickly spread to the world. As for today's most important news, Whitebeard died in battle. Roger's son was killed. Looted shock fruit. Shanks's naval headquarters. It seems that these are all headline-level news. It was simply too explosive. However, the pirates in the naval headquarters and the marine executives were still confronting each other. New World, I will not tolerate your impudence. The red-haired man said in a low voice. His heart was filled with anger and unease. Ling Bai had obtained the power of the shock fruit in front of everyone. None of the people present could remain calm. Impossible. On the other side, Sengoku roared. How could he allow Ling Bai to take over Whitebeard's territory? Wouldn't he become the next pirate emperor? Such a thing was simply impossible. Does he have the ability? Even if he has that kind of power, it doesn't mean he is Whitebeard. Aokiji said. That's not the main point now, but why does he have the shock fruit ability? Crane reminded solemnly. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of Ling Bai using Whitebeard's ability. That familiar posture, the familiar tearing of the atmosphere, and the familiar vibrations. What was going on? Just by coming into contact with Whitebeard, he gained the power to destroy the world. Why was that? He was already an ability user. How could he have another ability of the devil fruit? The whole world knew, the whole history knew, that it was impossible for a person to have two abilities of the devil fruit. Because no matter how strong the human body was, it was impossible to accept the existence of two devils. This was the consensus of the world and even history. Because someone had already tried it, people believed it without a doubt. Yes. Why does he have the shock fruit? How did the shock fruit end up in his hands? Isn't he already an ability user? Countless thoughts emerged in Sengoku's mind. Sengoku was frightened, and there was an unimaginable fear in his heart. Plunder the devil fruit. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Moreover, it was a powerful monster like Ling Bai. Even if Whitebeard was killed by him, even if Akainu suffered a loss at his hands, now that Ling Bai had this kind of power, it would be terrible. Now, entering the new world was no longer the main point. The main point was that his power had increased. When he entered the new world, the possibility of him becoming the new pirate emperor would be greater. That was the most terrifying part. Looking at the confident Ling Bai and the uneasy marine at this time, there were others besides Sengoku. Only Kizaru was able to remain calm because he was too lazy. Everyone else felt that something bad was about to happen. The naval headquarters building was already destroyed, but now, Ling Bai had used the ability of the original Whitebeard, which now belonged to Ling Bai, the power of the shock fruit. I like your expressions. Shock, fear, uneasiness, fear, hatred. Ling Bai flew over and smiled at Sengoku and Shanks, red hair. At this time, none of them were in a good mood. This trip not only killed Whitebeard and Ace, but also the Whitebeard pirates. There was only a group of Whitebeard's remnants left. In the end, Ling Bai unexpectedly obtained the shock fruit, and it came with a special reward. The range of the devil fruit ability was limited. In other words, Ling Bai could use the fruit to plunder in the future. Even if he used the fruit, there was a higher probability of success. It could be said that it was 100% successful. Because of the restriction, the devil fruit could only be reborn within a radius of 10 meters. Pirate, don't be arrogant. At this time, Garp, who was behind Sengoku, said coldly. He was stopped by Crane. Obviously, if the fight continued, Marine would suffer a big loss. Haha, so what? Ling Bai raised his right hand towards Sengoku and the others. A transparent vibration wave covered his fist. With this punch, the ground here will be cracked by me, but nothing will happen to me. As for you Marine, I don't know. Ling Bai's tone was relaxed, but it was full of threat. Most of the Marine present were angry. That's scary. This old man feels threatened. Kizaru's face was full of surprise. He was as calm as an old dog. It could be said that he was the calmest Marine present. Pirate, I hope you get killed by those monsters in the new world. At this time, Momonosuke, who was behind the crane, shouted angrily. Ling Bai had taken a lot of advantage of her, which made her angry. Be careful. The crane also reminded Ling Bai, in the new world, there are more than just the pirate emperors. The so-called pirate emperors are the combination of strength and power, that is, they have the combat power at the peak of the pirate's power and also have a huge power. Ling Bai certainly knew that in the original work, Luffy was almost killed by Kaido, but he had the Straw Hat Pirates fleet, which was said to have more than 5,000 people, so he was called the Fifth Emperor. With the strength of Bullet, if he had enough power, he could be called the Pirate Emperor. And in the new world, there were many people with the strength of Bullet. Even the Red Earl was released. The crane's reminder meant that Ling Bai should pay attention and not be too arrogant in the new world. It would be bad if he got killed. At this time, naval headquarters couldn't keep Ling Bai and the others. There was no way, the sacrifice was too big. In addition to Ling Bai and the others, even Shanks, Red Hair, came. The Marine Corps was almost collectively weary of war. Those present were mostly cannon fodder, the so-called 100,000 elites of the Marine Corps. But if they were to continue fighting, less than 200 of them would survive. War meant survival and elimination. Only the strong and even stronger could survive. Cannon fodder was cannon fodder. The ones who would die would be them. The big shots would only suffer some minor injuries, but there would basically be no problems at all. The cruelty of war is no worse than this. Many of the Marine were just making up the numbers. 0. Flowers. Naval headquarters, this war can be said to be a victory, but also a failure. Although the Whitebeard pirates are now a group of remnants, and many people have died here, another pirate group, the Ling Bai pirates, was a group of vicious pirates. They just took advantage of the chaos in Marineford Square, and none of them were injured. Even the San Juan Wolf has been watching the show like a fool beside Naval Headquarters. In the face of the Whitebeard pirates, Naval Headquarters has already won. Although Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace were not killed by Marine, at least they died. But in the face of the Ling Bai pirates, the fall of an old king, the empty throne is likely to welcome the rise of a new king. Wait for me in the new world, pirate. Akainu glared at Ling Bai, and his eyes were already threatening Ling Bai. As if saying, you are dead. Ling Bai smiled but didn't say anything. After this war, Garp and Sengoku would take the initiative to retreat to the second line, and Akainu, as the new marshal, would move the naval headquarters to the New World's G1 branch, which happened to block the first half of the Grand Line and the New World's passage. Brothers, let's go. Ling Bai waved his hand at Shiryu of the Rain and the others, and the latter responded in kind. The live broadcast is going well. This time, the captain will be able to shock the entire world. The Black Moon Hunter smiled. In the distance, when Sengoku heard the word live broadcast, his face changed on the spot. Because the Black Moon Hunter killed Marine and cut off the Den Den Mushi from Sabayati Archipelago Marine to Marineford, Sengoku can't know that the live broadcast is going on. I don't know what Sengoku will do if he knows. Evil King wondered. Law, what we did, is the impact too bad? Flagon, haha, everyone is just so-so. I'm really looking forward to the new world. I was caught by Marine because I got drunk in the New World Hack Island Tavern. Drunk. Hawkins was surprised and immediately speechless. Then you may be the most aggrieved person in the Impel Down 6th floor. That's true. However, before I was captured, I managed to kill a normal Marine Vice Admiral and 2 Rear Admirals. That wasn't a loss. Van Oka, I'm shocked. At this moment, Ling Bai walked over and looked at Crocodile. To be honest, Crocodile was very strong. Ling Bai really wanted him to become one of his subordinates. Also, Ling Bai wanted Enel to join him. He wondered if he had gone to the moon. This is a bit troublesome. Sigh, Crocodile, he's looking at you. Doflamingo reminded. In fact, Crocodile has been looking at Ling Bai, and behind him are his 2 subordinates. Crocodile, are you interested in joining? Ling Bai invited. Previously, the 2 of them were just colleagues. I can give it a try. Crocodile lit a cigar and came over. His 2 subordinates followed behind him. I'm not a small fry. Crocodile reminded Ling Bai. Ling Bai laughed, you can try to be a captain. Interesting. Doflamingo's face was unruly and had a very provocative smile. Is the new emperor about to rise? With the combination of the crew configuration and your strength level, if you don't replace Whitebeard, it doesn't seem right, right? Your Excellency Ling Bai. Doflamingo also walked over. Before in the world government, they were chatting happily. But in the blink of an eye, Ling Bai was about to reach the top of the world. He manipulated this war, entered the Impel Down 6th floor to recruit, and personally killed Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard in Marineford. Now, he made Red Hair and the naval headquarters bosses collectively suffer. It has to be said that Ling Bai is a ruthless person. He's the world's #1 lunatic. Chapter 97. The world's most ruthless person, and the #1 madman. This was Doflamingo's opinion of Ling Bai. Doflamingo thought that he was also a madman, but compared to Ling Bai, he was nothing. Ling Bai used Fire Fist Ace as a bargaining chip to trade with the world government for a place in the Shishibukai. Back then, Doflamingo robbed the heavenly gold to threaten the world government and became one of the Shishibukai. However, the 5 elders might have taken into account that Doflamingo was once a member of the world aristocracy. Anyway, when it came to madness, he couldn't compare to Ling Bai. Compared to Ling Bai, he was really far behind. I think that we may have a lot of opportunities to cooperate in the future. Before leaving, Doflamingo laughed. His intention was that if Ling Bai succeeds in his promotion and becomes one of the pirate emperors to replace Whitebeard, then cooperating with him would be better than cooperating with Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido of the Beasts, that madman, was too crazy. Moreover, Kaido treated him like an ant and used him, which made Doflamingo very unhappy. Since they were going to make a deal, shouldn't they be on equal footing? If there was anyone to despise, it should be him who despised others. It was time to change partners. He needed a new protection net. At this time, Ling Bai approached Doflamingo and whispered, I want to cooperate with you on the artificial devil fruit. I don't know if there are any other types of artificial devil fruit other than Zoan. When Ling Bai asked, Doflamingo's face instantly changed. He was shocked and in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. How did he know? At this time, Doflamingo's heart was filled with doubts and shock. He couldn't believe it. Kaido of the Beast's artificial devil fruit army was now relying on his cooperation with Guy Usse. And it was absolutely confidential. I'm still researching it. Doflamingo took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face again. I thought you would ask me how I know. There should be an important cooperation coming up. Ling Bai smiled and then bypassed Doflamingo. Behind him, Shiryu of the Rain and the others were full of doubts and followed Ling Bai's footsteps. Doflamingo was still in shock and uneasiness. Is there a mole? Doflamingo knew that his artificial devil fruit experiment was extremely confidential. Now that Ling Bai had found out about it, he knew that Ling Bai was definitely a dangerous person. Despite his harmless appearance, Ling Bai was definitely a dangerous person. This guy is likely to be the next pirate emperor. A few years ago, Shanks ruled New World and became the pirate emperor in one fell swoop. The New World went from the 3 emperors era to the 4 emperors era. And now, another powerful force was about to rise. There must be a mole. Who is it? At that moment, Doflamingo suspected that there was a mole in the Don Quixote family. If there was no mole, then the Beast's pirates must have exposed something. At this moment, Doflamingo was trembling with fear. No matter what, the artificial devil fruit experiment was a taboo experiment. It was still in the confidential stage, otherwise, he would be finished. How did he find out? Endless doubts and uneasiness filled Doflamingo's heart and even his entire body. If there was a mole on his side, and Kaido of the Beasts, that crazy monster, knew about it, he would not have an easy time. Among the 4 emperors, the craziest emperor was Kaido of the Beasts. On the other side, Moria also saw Doflamingo's uneasiness. Moria, who was ridiculed and even ostracized by Doflamingo, also came over. Yo! Doflamingo, what did he say to you? You don't seem to be in the right state. Moria laughed. Nothing. Doflamingo didn't say much, and then he said something that made Moria inexplicable. Moria, cherish the good things that are coming. What did you say? Moria was puzzled, she didn't know what Doflamingo was talking about. What do those bastards want to do? Sengoku was uneasy. As the Marine Marshal, he had too many concerns. Even the naval headquarters knew that Doflamingo was in contact with Kaido of the Beasts. Moreover, this guy had a lot of connections with the dark forces of the New World. However, the Shishibukai system was his protection net, so no one could do anything to him. More importantly, he had the bloodline of the Celestial Dragons. Even if he wasn't a Shishibukai, he couldn't be killed. Once he entered the Impel Down, they would treat him well. The 5 elders still took care of him. Just now, what did Ling Bai say to Doflamingo? And now, it seemed that Crocodile had also joined Ling Bai? As a powerful ability user of Logia, Crocodile would undoubtedly become one of Ling Bai's strongest combatants. Bullet was also on Ling Bai's side. How did they get together? Were they going to cooperate? A series of questions made Sengoku's head explode. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. It was too scary. Damn it. That BD. We've all been used by him. Now, we can only watch him leave. Sengoku wanted to rush over and beat Ling Bai up. But now, he couldn't do anything to him. Now, Red Hair was still here. Red Hair, you can get out of Marineford too. At this moment, Sengoku, who was at the forefront, said coldly to the red-haired man. Sengoku didn't want to fight anymore. Looking around, most of the Marines were tired of fighting, especially the ordinary Marines. As cannon fodder, they didn't even have time to attack the pirates before they were killed by other pirates. Only some of the Marines still wanted to fight. But if they continued to fight, there would only be more terrible casualties and more Marine families would be torn apart. They were just waiting for Sengoku's order. If Sengoku asked them to chase after the defeated Whitebeard pirates, they would immediately rush over. When they encountered Shanks's arrival, all the Marines who were chasing after the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates had to stop. Even Aokiji stopped. No, I still have something important to do. Red Hair sheathed his sword and took a step forward, facing Sengoku and the others. Behind Red Hair were his crew members, Beckman and Usopp, while behind Sengoku were the Marines Admiral, Vice Admiral, and Rear Admiral. There was no doubt that these two terrible lineups were facing each other. They seemed to be confronting each other and could easily be triggered. "What do you want to do?" Akainu shouted angrily. "You'd better get out of Marineford quickly." Sengoku said coldly, "Shanks, don't challenge our bottom line. We're all very angry now." After being provoked by Ling Bai and the others, Sengoku couldn't help but feel annoyed. He could foresee that after today, Ling Bai's news would be all over the world for a long time. Perhaps he would replace Whitebeard and become the new pirate emperor. But he'd better pray that Ling Bai was killed by the monsters of New World. All the Marines were staring at Shanks. Although Shanks's people were few now, Sengoku still couldn't act rashly in the face of naval headquarters. Shanks's identity was too special. If they wanted to touch him, they had to see what the five elders had to say. No, they had to ask Marie Joy's celestial dragons first, the mysterious existence between the flowers in the depths of the city. Shanks's true identity was known to very few people. "I hope I can take away the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace. Let me go back to New World and bury them properly. I won't allow anyone to do anything to their bodies. I hope you can give me some face." Red Hair said seriously. "Impossible. Only by hanging the heads of Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace will we be able to claim victory for Marine." Before Sengoku could say anything, a Rear Admiral spoke up angrily. "That's right." Many Marines shouted in unison. "Both of their heads must be hung up." "Good. You can take them away." Sengoku gestured for everyone to be quiet, then agreed to Red Hair's request. "But, Mr. Sengoku." The Rear Admiral, who had spoken first, quickly spoke. "I am the Marshal, I have the final say." Sengoku tried his best to calm down and said in a low voice. He did not directly scold the Rear Admiral. However, the other party no longer spoke. "The war is over." Sengoku finally shouted, his deep voice echoing throughout the square of Marineford. Following Sengoku's words, the helplessness on the faces of many Marine players finally relaxed, and they heaved a sigh of relief. "It's finally over." "Yes, it's finally over." "Are we victorious?" "It seems like it." "That can't be." Anyone with eyes could see that even though Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace are dead, that monster has left Marineford with a swagger. Even Sengoku and the admirals couldn't do anything to him. "I don't want to participate in this kind of war anymore. It's too scary. We cannon fodders don't even have a place to hide. Just one conqueror's haki from Yahuza and that monster made countless people faint." After Sengoku promised to take away the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace, Red Hair and the others began to get busy. The bodies of Whitebeard and Ace were to be brought back to New World for a proper burial. "Captain, I still couldn't protect your bloodline." Red Hair walked to Ace's body and muttered sadly. "Shanks, how do we deal with that monster Ling Bai? I feel that group of people will not let Marco and the others go, maybe they will kill them all." Beckman said worriedly. "The friendship between the Red Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates is quite good. I'm willing to accompany you." Red Hair's tone was cold. "This world is about to be turbulent because of Ling Bai. He is an evil pirate from Evil 3.0. When Red Hair acted, Akainu was also helpless. He could only glare at Red Hair and didn't say anything. If eyes could kill, Akainu's eyes would be enough to kill Red Hair thousands of times. "Hurry up. Doctors, hurry up, we can't let the casualties continue. Hurry up." At this time, Garp, who was still in grief, directed the Marine doctors to act quickly. He just saw Ling Bai and the others swagger out of Marineford. Garp couldn't do anything about it even if he was angry. The key now is to prevent the casualties of Marine. The post-war work must be done well. Grief and anger can only be put aside. Naval Headquarters has already deployed a large number of doctors for post-war medical work. Now, many Marine are still dying or injured. They must be treated as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will only be more deaths. Out of 100,000 Marine elites, at least 30,000 died this time. The others were injured to varying degrees. Only a few Marine have no injuries. Chapter 98. It's a pity that the war ended just like that. I thought I would be able to see a Marine Admiral die in battle, or at least a Vice Admiral or something. Doflamingo muttered to himself. Although the Naval Headquarters had lost a lot of people, tens of thousands of Marines had perished in the Marineford battlefield, and countless others had sustained injuries. However, none of the top combatants had died in battle. Only Garp and Akainu had sustained injuries. Moreover, their injuries weren't very serious. However, for these two monsters, it was nothing. As for the mainstay Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral, none of the Vice Admirals had died, and only 3 Rear Admirals had died. Therefore, Doflamingo felt that it was a pity. The remnants of Whitebeard's party had also retained their captain's combat strength, but the cannon fodder had also suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, there was a pacifist following behind Doflamingo. This was the town of Marineford, and there were traces of battle everywhere. There were no Marines here. It was now the morning of the second day after the Summit War, and dawn was about to break. According to the deal with the 5 elders, Doflamingo was going to eliminate Gecko Moria. Why did he want to kill Moria? The 5 elders did not say, and Doflamingo did not ask either. As long as the 5 elders gave him enough benefits, it was fine. Moreover, Moria was a fake. His weakness was quite obvious, and that was his fear of seawater. Larva. If Doflamingo wanted to deal with him, it would be a piece of cake. If Ling Bai was here, he would know that Moria was no match for Doflamingo. The current Luffy could defeat him, even though Luffy had cheated, and Doflamingo 01 and 009 had been defeated by Luffy in 4th gear. Moria and Doflamingo were not on the same level. At this moment, Moria was lying on the ground, heavily injured. His body was bleeding from many wounds, and one of them was a joint attack by Doflamingo and the 3 pacifists. Why? Doflamingo, tell me, did Sengoku send you to kill me? Moria was on his last breath. He really did not understand what he had done wrong to be erased. Moreover, he was going to be erased without anyone knowing. How sullen was he now? One must know that he was the man who fought with Kaido of the Beasts for the throne back then. Doflamingo half-squatted on a huge piece of gravel, and the 3 pacifists were behind him. Doflamingo denied Moria's guess, and his face turned red. Sengoku did not have the right to erase any Shishibukai. Who is it? Doflamingo. Moria roared. That is from above, the power. Doflamingo laughed arrogantly, as if everything was under his control. Ah. You guys. Damn it, what I did. Moria finally understood what Doflamingo meant when he told him to cherish the time he had left. The 5 elders were going to kill him. I don't know. Doflamingo to say, Doflamingo, Doflamingo, to say, Doflamingo, to hell, s. There are some things that even I can't control, Moria. Doflamingo shook his head. He was indifferent to life because when he was young, everyone ignored his life and even wanted to burn him to death. Later on, he ignored all life. He had the noblest bloodline in the world. At the same time, in the conference room of the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. At this moment, the 5 elders were here. That brat actually made use of us. Even we did not expect him to start a war. We were actually used. Extremely angry. I have never been played like this in my long history, and the other party is a brat. What should we do? Although Whitebeard is dead, that brat might replace him, and another emperor will rise in the new world. Moreover, that BD Whitebeard actually said that the secret exists. One Piece. His words were no different from what Roger said before he was executed. The great age of pirates might be unpredictable, and we might completely lose control. Now the problem is, what about that brat? He has a group of terrifying people under him, and even if Bullet cannot surrender to him, their relationship will not be bad. At that time, this force is likely to be the only one that can replace Whitebeard. I think, the remnants of Whitebeard's pirates can suppress them, or even defeat them. So don't worry too much. Although many of Whitebeard's pirates have died, they should be able to deal with that monster. That makes sense. But, there is another thing I need to know. How did he get the shock fruit? Moreover, he himself is a fruit user, and now, he has the shock fruit. That means, he has 2 abilities. Is this possible? However, I have to believe that maybe he really is a monster. We must figure out how to plunder the devil fruit. At that time, we don't have to keep some of the criminals who impel us, and we can also take the op fruit. Now there is one more important thing, and that is to get the bounty of that monster and his subordinates out. There are also 3 more terrifying monsters, the heir of the devil Douglas Bullet, the Lonely Red, and the World Destroyer Burndy World. The bounty of these 3 people must be re-evaluated. Old Sword, especially Lonely Red, he wasn't defeated in the past. In the end, it was all thanks to Garp that Kong couldn't do anything to him. So many years have passed. How is his strength? If he is like Garp, it will be troublesome. Garp, that BD, his strength hasn't regressed. Speaking of which, I almost thought that Garp was going to rebel. Otherwise, we would have to get rid of him. His influence is too high. Among the entire marine system and even the world's civilians, his reputation is unparalleled. It's too troublesome. This guy has always been going against us, openly going against all the celestial dragons. In the conference room where the pinnacle of power was located, the 5 elders meeting lasted for about 3 hours. After the meeting, the 5 elders went to the flowers in the depths of Marie Joyce. In this place, the king of the celestial dragons lived. The 5 elders called him Lord Yim. The 5 elders wanted to ask Lord Yim. Whitebeard had already extinguished the light of life that Lord Yim wanted to extinguish, but another light appeared. An uninvited guest, Ling Bai. He even toyed with the 5 elders, used the world government and naval headquarters to achieve his goal. This made Yim quite afraid. The 5 elders were frightened because Yim was furious. Yim wouldn't allow a person like Rox to appear in this world and threaten his rule. In front of Yim, even the 5 elders could only tremble. They were the direct representatives of power, but the real controller of power was Yim, who was behind the scenes. Not many people in the world knew of Yim's existence. Yim lived in the depths of Marie Joyce, a mysterious existence that even the 5 elders feared. He was the master of the Void Throne. At night, the bounty for Ling Bai and his crew came out. Ling Bai, no title, unknown ability, but has the strength of a great swordsman. Double fruit user, has the shock fruit and unknown red flash laser and shockwave. The world's most vicious criminal, a bounty of 2 billion berries. Shiryu of the Rain, a fugitive, a bounty of 1 billion berries. King of Evil, a fugitive, one of the world's most terrifying criminals. Black Moon Hunter, a fugitive, one of the world's most vicious female criminals, a bounty of 630 million berries. Flagon, a fugitive, one of the world's most vicious criminals, a bounty of 520 million berries. Huge Battleship, a San Juan Wolf, one of the world's most vicious criminals, a bounty of 850 million berries. Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, Op Fruit ability user, bounty of 430 million berries. Edward Weevil, Summer, a bounty of 450 million berries. Hawkins, a bounty of 380 million berries. Crocodile, a crocodile's bounty, of 460 million berries. Van Oka, a man with a bounty of 70 million, was seriously underestimated. Yim. There are several big pirates with a bounty of more than 500 million berries. When the new bounty came out, the whole world's scalp tingled. The bounty is 047, which means that the bounty is powerful and terrifying, so countless people are scared. A super terrifying pirate group has appeared. This is definitely a terrifying pirate group that will make the entire Grand Line tremble. The bounty list was conveyed to the whole world at an amazing speed. For a time, the world was shocked. In addition, all the news of the Summit War was conveyed to all parts of the world. For a time, the whole world was full of terrible legends about Ling Bai. In the Summit War, Whitebeard died, and the Whitebeard pirates also existed in name. At this time, the Ling Bai pirates were about to rise. Obviously, they seemed to want to replace the Whitebeard pirates, because Ling Bai publicly announced that he wanted to take over all the territories of the Whitebeard pirates. In other words, he wants to become the new pirate emperor. For a time, the whole world was also surging. The powerful pirate forces and the dark forces of the underground world were all secretly playing games and even fighting on the surface. The super treasures left by Whitebeard were coveted by everyone. Of course, since Ling Bai wants all of them, they will fight first. The new world is also waiting for the arrival of Ling Bai. Before the new era begins, it will be turbulent. As for Ling Bai's so-called super terrifying pirates, how terrifying are they? Try it and you will know. There has never been a shortage of rampant people in the world. Even if their power and strength are not enough, they dare to swallow an elephant. For example, Crocodile once coveted the ancient weapon Pluton and tried to kill Whitebeard, who was far stronger than him. Moria also once fought with the pirate emperor Kaido of the Beasts, and after being defeated, he has been plotting revenge. There have always been people with brain damage. In this world, There is always a shortage of people with some mysterious self-confidence. A new storm is brewing. Chapter 99. With the end of the war, the world has not yet calmed down because this war was unprecedented and it was a war between the Whitebeard pirates and naval headquarters. In the end, Whitebeard died in Marineford. Therefore, this war is also called the Summit War. Of course, this was already expected by Ling Bai, just like the original work. Although this war was launched by the world government to end the Great Age of Pirates, they hoped to kill Whitebeard to severely damage the Great Age of Pirates and even end the entire Great Age of Pirates in the near future. However, hope is always beautiful, but reality is very cruel. The world has always been full of unpredictable and terrible factors. Although Whitebeard died in battle, the consequences were also serious. New World has a huge empty throne. Whitebeard died, and the territory he left behind became a place where countless forces tried to get their hands on, and naval headquarters and the world government could not take over Whitebeard's territory immediately, or they did not have the ability to take over it at all. Although they removed an emperor, they will also face the rise of a new emperor, which is likely to be Ling Bai. Ling Bai, on the other hand, was ready. After the war, everyone in the world was shocked by the various major headlines of the Summit War. Whitebeard died in battle. Pirate King Roger's son Fire Fist Ace was killed. Ling Bai killed Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace. Looted shock fruit. Ling Bai and his terrible pirates. There are nearly 20 major headlines in total, and most of them are related to Ling Bai. But the most shocking thing is that Whitebeard said the real existence of the One Piece before he died. This is undoubtedly the most shocking and explosive news, known as the most terrible and important headline, and even many newspaper owners don't want to publish this news. However, such major news can't be hidden. One sentence is enough to start a new era. There is no other reason, because the person who said this sentence is Whitebeard. He is a living legend of the old era and the man closest to the throne. Therefore, no one doubts Whitebeard's last words. Since the Great Age of Pirates, no one has been to the so-called mysterious raftel, let alone anyone who has obtained the legendary treasure. Many people have even doubted the existence of the so-called One Piece. Is Roger lying? However, when Whitebeard's last words came out, no one doubted the authenticity of the legend anymore. One Piece really exists. As for why Whitebeard said this sentence, Ling Bai estimated that it was Whitebeard's way of retaliating against the world government. Because the world publicly executed his ace, Whitebeard had to retaliate against the world government before he died. Of course, this is just Ling Bai's personal opinion. Whitebeard is an indomitable existence. However, things had already happened. Everything was unavoidable. A new era was bound to begin. The world began to riot. Since the treasure exists, why not become a pirate? Therefore, a new round of the Great Age of Pirates was about to officially begin. At this time, in the first half of the Grand Line, Sabayadi Archipelago. The time is the day after the outbreak of the Summit War. At this time, Sabayadi Archipelago is empty. There are even more pirates in Sabayadi Archipelago than in the original Bay of Sabayadi Archipelago. This group of pirates is preparing to enter the New World. In addition, Sabayadi Archipelago is continuously importing pirates. I heard that the Ling Bai pirates are recruiting crew here. Yes. Speaking of which, Lao Zi is also tempted. Nonsense, who wouldn't be tempted? Now is the time to hold thighs, a new pirate emperor is about to rise. The members who join first will have a higher status in the pirate group in the future. It's exciting to think about it. Crew? They are just recruiting small fries to enter the New World and start a war. That guy wants to take over all the territories of the Whitebeard pirates. Let's not talk about whether the other big forces will take action. Even if they don't, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the monsters of the Ling Bai pirates will inevitably have a battle. So, they are just trying to bribe the small fries to enter the New World and start a war to snatch territory. Hehe, even if you are a small fry in their pirate group, it is better than not having a thigh to hold. Do you think it is better to be cannon fodder in the New World or a small fry under a big boss? It seems to make sense. At this time, the crew recruitment in Sabayadi Archipelago was in full swing. Ling Bai was ready to enter the New World and fight with other pirate forces or dark forces. Of course, if Marine came, Ling Bai would kill them. Therefore, Ling Bai now needed a large number of his own crew to deal with the upcoming war. The recruitment was in full swing, and a large number of pirates responded. In less than half a day, more than 3,000 pirates joined. However, Ling Bai didn't intend to ask for many. After all, compared to recruiting partners here, the crew in the New World was much stronger. The first half of the Grand Line was a motley crew. If they could survive in the New World, they could be called elites. Moreover, entering the undersea passage was a terrible survival elimination. Every day, there were pirate ships sinking into the cold depths of the sea, and countless pirates were buried at the bottom of the sea. Therefore, Ling Bai just chose 300 pirates here to see if they were pleasing to the eye. He didn't want them to be disgusting. There were no good pirates, only bastards, and bastards who were even more of a BD. Heinous, unpardonable, too many to count. This was Ling Bai's view. He thought that he was definitely not a good person. Therefore, the recruitment of partners was in full swing. Even if the naval headquarters knew that Ling Bai was recruiting in Sabayati Archipelago, they couldn't do anything about it. The post-war repair work made them unable to leave. In the end, the world's holy land of Marijois also knew about it. The higher UPS were very angry, but in the end, they didn't say anything. They felt that Ling Bai's group of bastards was going to enter the New World, and he had already offended many people. At that time, there would be a terrible war. Many pirate forces and dark forces would face Ling Bai's pirates. Even the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates would be enough to make Ling Bai's group suffer. The Five Elders' plan was to add fuel to the fire in the New World and play Ling Bai's group to death. The Five Elders were still relatively good at playing tricks. They were at the peak of power, and they were very good at playing tricks. In addition, Rayleigh didn't go back to Sabayati Archipelago because he was worried that Ling Bai would kill him directly. He also asked Shuki to warn the Straw Hat pirates who were still in Sabayati Archipelago not to clash with Ling Bai. Otherwise, no one would be able to save them. Luffy was still in a state of mental breakdown. Rayleigh couldn't let the future of this era be stranded like this. He wanted to help Luffy get out of the dark shadow. For the sake of the Straw Hat, Rayleigh also wanted to help Luffy. The news of Sabayati Archipelago Ling Bai's recruitment also spread throughout the New World the next day. Of course, this was driven by the New World government. They needed to add fuel to the fire and use the evil power of the New World to get rid of the entire Ling Bai pirates in one fell swoop. And New World's pirates and dark forces also made the Five Elders very satisfied. At this time, in the New World's largest pirate island, Augustus Island, which was also the dark island of the New World, the weather here was very unique. Every day, the sky was dark. There was never a trace of sunlight that could shine in, and even the nearby sea had no light. Above the sky, there seemed to be a large number of dark clouds that couldn't dissipate, and lightning flashed from time to time. This was already the norm. Augustus Island was the headquarters of all kinds of dark transactions, the headquarters of the dark world. All kinds of unimaginable connections such as arms sales, war slaves, devil fruit, and so on were carried out here. The naval headquarters and the world government knew that there was such an island here, but no one was willing to send people to take risks here. This was a terrible place that was more troublesome than the pirate emperor. At this moment, many forces were buying arms in large quantities here. In the past 2 days, all kinds of weapons and ammunition were sold like crazy. It has entered a terrible period of shortage. It can be said that it is difficult to find a single bullet. Their goal is to compete for the territory left by the Whitebeard pirates as much as possible during this period of time. In addition, they also want to kill Ling Bai's group. Those bastards, the total bounty on their ship is more than 6 billion berries, which makes people's scalp numb just by looking at the number. No one is not tempted. Therefore, now they have to gather as much power as possible, and then they will destroy Ling Bai in one fell swoop. As for whether they can kill them, it's hard to say, but how can they know without trying? On the surface, the pirate forces are moving, and the dark underground forces are also moving. The territory left by Whitebeard is terrible. In addition, it is worth mentioning that the Beast's pirates and anti-pirates are also moving. Both of them are very interested in Whitebeard's legacy, especially Anti, who has already said in the New World that the Fishman Island must be hers. She has no interest in other islands or even other territories. She only wants the Fishman Island. Who dares to compete with her? Kaido of the Beasts doesn't want to pay attention to her, and they don't want to collide with her. Even the 2 pirate regiments really adhere to the principle of kings don't see kings, and there has been no friction and war for many years. Anti's words, Li Dihao, caused a storm in New World. In New World, There was really no woman more terrifying than Auntie. Her strength also made countless people tremble in fear. As a woman who stood at the top of One Piece, she was a natural king. After decades of fighting, she didn't even have a single injury on her body. It's not that she hasn't collided with the big pirates, but she is not injured. This is really weird. Auntie is a monster, maybe even a monster than Kaido of the Beasts. These two New World madmen, who make countless people's scalps tingle, also moved. Kaido of the Beasts is still angry because he was intercepted by Shanks, Red Hair, but there is something to be happy about. Whitebeard is finally dead. Kaido was unhappy with him on the Rocks pirate ship decades ago. He didn't expect to see Whitebeard die in his lifetime. It's a celebration. That day, the Beasts pirates held a major banquet to celebrate Whitebeard's death. Kaido of the Beasts was also drunk, and in a trance, he returned to the past. At that time, he was still an intern. Now, he is the king of New World. The time is the third day after the Summit War. The world is surging, and the undercurrents are surging. Because of Whitebeard's last words, countless criminals, or people with hard lives became pirates and poured into the Grand Line. The treasure is still attractive, and it is in the legendary final place. Raftel. This era is about to go berserk. Before the rise of the new emperor, it is the most turbulent period of the era change. Chapter 100. Ding. Participating in the Summit War mission is completed. Rewards are issued: dark power, undead summoning, and undead manipulation. A crisp mechanical voice appeared in Ling Bai's mind, making Ling Bai's heart tremble. I have one more ability. Ling Bai smiled and felt that he had become a lot stronger, and he had 2 more cards in his hand. Sabayati Archipelago, Harbor. 3 pirate ships were ready, and the pirate ship in the middle was the largest. It was Ling Bai's pirates. Yesterday's recruitment operation was over, and Ling Bai only wanted 300 people, which was the best of the best. In the future, he could only look for people in New World. After all, New World's pirates were more elite than the first half of Grand Line. Even the ordinary marine who worked in New World were selected from the 4 seas and even the first half of Grand Line. The reason was that New World's pirates were generally powerful, and to deal with the pirate forces, they must use more powerful forces. However, not many people were willing to join Ling Bai's pirates. Even if yesterday's call was answered, with the news of New World, many pirates were more or less afraid. It was said that in New World, many powerful forces were waiting for Ling Bai's arrival. When the time comes, they want to destroy Ling Bai in one fell swoop. There were too many enemies, and they were too strong. Many pirates who originally wanted to join Ling Bai flinched. Ling Bai had offended a lot of people. It was because he announced that he was going to swallow Whitebeard's territory. Who dared to be so arrogant? Kaido of the Beasts didn't say anything. Auntie only wanted the Fishman Island. At this time, the 3 ships were preparing to leave the harbor. Reporting to Admiral, the ship has been completely coated, and everything is ready. This was, a subordinate of Sabayati Archipelago respectfully reported to Ling Bai. Admiral was the name his subordinates called Ling Bai. Ling Bai didn't think much of it. That guy, Golden Lion, seemed to be called Fatian 743 Admiral, which sounded very lively. Good. Ling Bai nodded. It was also time to set off. He had decided to enter the New World today. Otherwise, if he delayed for another day or 2, the people from the naval headquarters might not be able to resist the urge to crusade against them. Captain, our bounties are out. Among them, your bounty is the most terrifying. At this moment, the evil Tyrant King came over with a stack of bounties. They were the bounties for Ling Bai and her crew. How much? Ling Bai was also very curious about his bounty. After all, when he read the original story in his previous life, the bounty of the protagonists also made him feel quite excited. In the world of One Piece, bounty means value. For example, the bounty of Whitebeard and Roger are more than 5 billion berries, which is an absolutely astronomical number. It is worthy of being the top of the pirate world. 2 billion berries, it scared me. This is too strong. This is the first time a bounty has been offered, unlike the few of us who have had bounties for a long time. This is just an increase on the original foundation. Black Moon Hunter said in shock. She was right. Ling Bai's current pirate group, except for Ling Bai, used to have bounties, so now the new bounty is just an increase on the basis of their original bounty. Of course, those small fries are an exception. I didn't have a bounty before. Shiryu of the Rain reminded her. Flagon said drunkenly, Shiryu, you are different. You are simply the executioner of the world. God knows how many people you have killed for the world. Your bounty is also very normal. The first bounty is so high, a whole billion berries. To be honest, I am also very surprised. Shiryu of the Rain was wiping her famous sword. Hawkins, in fact, the most surprised person is probably the captain. Well, I am really surprised. Ling Bai smiled and looked at his bounty of 2 billion berries. Ling Bai was also shocked. Isn't this the bounty configuration of the Pirate Emperor? 2 years later in the original work, Blackbeard, who had become one of the 4 emperors, had a bounty of more than 2.2 billion berries, and now Ling Bai has a bounty of 2 billion berries. It seems that the hot spots above really think highly of him. This made Ling Bai inevitably surprised. Evil Governance King said, speaking of which, there are also bounties for Red Earl, heir of the Evil Ghost, World Destroyer, and others. Red Earl has a bounty of 1.7 billion berries. It is estimated that because Chanyu has no power, his bounty is just like that. After all, he has been in prison for a long time. Bullet has a bounty of 1.6 billion berries. World Destroyer has a bounty of 1.3 billion berries. Among them, Bullet, who was with Ling Bai that day, has already parted with him. When they meet again in New World, he hopes that Chi-Chu will not be killed by the monsters of New World. These 3 bounties had shocked the world because not many people remembered who they were, so they had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, the bounties were so high. We have a total bounty of more than 6 billion berries. If someone can take the heads of all of us, they won't have to worry about it for the rest of their life, even if they break their legs. Black Moon Hunter laughed. Evil Governance King was surprised. When you say that, I want to kill all of you and then get a few billion berries to spend my old age. Haha. Brothers, let's go. Ling Bai also didn't talk nonsense. At this time, as Ling Bai's words came out, Ling Bai also walked towards the 3 pirate ships in the harbor, and Shiryu of the Rain also followed, and the 300 brothers behind also directly followed. Facing the big bosses in front of them, they were usually very arrogant, but at this time, they didn't dare to breathe. The 3 pirate ships have all been coded and are ready to enter the deep sea passage under the red line. Our pirate group, Good Governance King, don't you have a name? After boarding the ship, Hawkins suddenly reminded them. I almost forgot about this important matter. Ling Bai laughed. They didn't have a name now. Let's call it the Ling Bai Pirates. It's just a name, right? The captain of the Rocks Pirates was called Rox D. Zebek. The captain of the Roger Pirates was called Ajdi D. Roger. Therefore, the name of the pirate group was just a name. As long as they were strong enough, they would make people tremble in fear in the future. They would be like gods descending to the mortal world. It doesn't seem like a problem. Let's call it the Ling Bai Pirates. Yes. I have nothing to say about what the captain said. King of Misrule, Pizarro, you don't seem to be convinced. Haha, I thought of a very arrogant name. For example, the Kami Pirates, the Godslayer Pirates, openly opposing the Celestial Dragons. Get lost. But at this time, Ling Bai laughed. It was a strange laugh. I don't know why the captain is laughing. Everyone was puzzled. At this time, the 3 pirate ships had left the port and were about to dive to the bottom of the sea and enter the new world. The plated film had also expanded and wrapped the entire pirate ship like a balloon. Ling Bai then told them about what happened before the Shishibukai gathering. He secretly killed 3 celestial dragons who were going to the Sabayati archipelago. Terrifying. I thought the captain was crazy enough, but I didn't expect him to be crazier than I thought. Secretly killing celestial dragons. When will I be able to do something like that? Do you know how World Destroyer entered the Impel Down? It was because he attacked the celestial dragons and went against the Wulongren. Even if there was a celestial dragon in front of you, would you dare to kill it? Winepot laughed. At this time, Ling Bai reminded, don't talk nonsense. We're going to dive to the bottom of the sea. Brothers, don't be scared later. Also, we have to be careful of those sea kings. Black Moon Hunter said, the king of pirates is terrifying. Even if our ship can fit the San Juan Wolf, it's just the size of a finger in front of them. It's scary just thinking about it. The others agreed. In the deep sea passage, they could occasionally see sea kings of that level. They were the overlords of the deep sea. With a flick of its tail, an island was gone. Ling Bai said, some of the more terrifying sea kings are awakening. One of the ancient weapons, Poseidon, is about to awaken, so they have to protect their so-called king. Poseidon, Poseidon. Everyone was shocked, especially Crocodile, who had been obsessed with Pluton, one of the ancient weapons. She is awakening, but not many people know of her existence. She is on the Fishman Island, so we must take down the Fishman Island. Auntie had her eyes on the Fishman Island. Ling Bai said solemnly. He had to take down the Fishman Island. In order to eat the desserts of the Fishman Island, the auntie wanted to take the Fishman Island as her territory. Because the desserts of the Fishman Island were the most delicious desserts she had ever tasted. Thinking of those desserts, the auntie felt like her stomach acid would flow out from her mouth to the ground. The terrifying corrosive acid could even melt the ground. One could only imagine how terrifying that woman was. The Fishman Island? An awakening weapon? Everyone was shocked. Their captain seemed to know everything. The chatter continued. Soon, they entered the dark but dreamy bottom of the sea. This was the Sabayati archipelago. Under the huge mangrove roots, there were countless beautiful underwater sceneries. But at the same time, there were many sunken ships and countless skeletons. There were even people who had sunk not long ago. At this time, they were pale corpses with their eyes still open. It was scary enough. However, this was not the deep sea passage. Everyone, be careful. It's very easy to sink ships here. The evil tyrant reminded. They soon reached the sea current. It was a terrifying sea current that could swallow everything. Even the giant sea kings could not control their bodies. That big guy is here too. Ling Bai's eyes narrowed. He saw the big octopus. In the original work, when Luffy and the others entered the deep sea passage, they also encountered this guy. Many of the sunken ships here could be said to be its doing. Boom. Ling Bai did not waste any time. He released Conqueror's Haki and scared it away. Trash. Ling Bai spat. The membrane was almost broken by the captain's Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, the captain should take it easy. At this time, Ling Bai said loudly, brothers, get ready to charge into the new world. My blood is boiling. My hair is standing up from excitement. Chapter 101. New World, Marine G1 Branch. At this time, New World's first marine branch was in an extremely urgent state because it was 5 kilometers away from here, facing the first marine branch. At this time, a large number of fleets gathered in this sea area. It was discovered by a patrol battleship by chance. At this time, the entire first marine branch entered an extremely urgent state. If it was before, they would not be as nervous as they are now. However, just like the outbreak of the Summit War, a large number of elite forces here were taken away, and many of them did not return and died directly in Marineford. Now there are so many pirates and fleets of other forces in the sea 5 kilometers away. It would be strange if the marine branch was not scared. Immediately, they urgently notified the world government, hoping that they could send troops down from Marineford. New World's first marine branch is the G1 Marine Branch, located on one side of the Red Line, and the other side of the Red Line is the naval headquarters. The headquarters and the branch are connected in a line. Above them is the peak of the Red Line, Holy Land, Marineford, Celestial Dragon's City, World Government Headquarters. It was obviously not possible for the naval headquarters to send someone over. There were too many things to deal with there, and it would take a long time. The people from Marineford would come over much faster. 5 Elders Conference Room. Is it the strength of New World? They want to destroy Ling Bai's group? They have already offended a lot of people, so I am not surprised at all. It is estimated that they want to ambush Ling Bai's group. So, there is no need to send troops down, and those forces will not dare to attack the marine branch. Seconded, it depends on the situation. Yes. Let them observe the situation at all times. On the other side, the sea 5 kilometers away from New World's first marine branch. At this time, there are 32 ships here, and all of them are large ships, including 20 pirate ships and 12 Dark Force fleets. Among them, there are a total of 13 pirate groups. The strongest pirate is an ancient Zoan saber-toothed tiger ability user. His bounty is 1.13 billion berries. He is a particularly powerful pirate in the New World. He is among the great pirates and is comparable to the powerful cotters under the Pirate Emperor. There are also 3 powerful pirates with bounties of 620 million berries, 570 million berries, and 700 million berries. Bounties usually represented strength and influence, which showed how powerful they were. Of course, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There are many powerful pirates under the 4 emperors. If you want to become the pirate king, you have to conquer the new world first. There are too many strong people in this vast and turbulent sea. New World had been established for so many years, but they still had no way to deal with New World. In addition, there were 12 ships that belonged to the Dark Coalition. They were the superpowers of the underground world. They were not pirates, nor did they have bounties, but they were no worse than any pirate. They ran all kinds of terrible businesses and controlled a large number of black transactions in New World. In short, they were a group of criminals. This time, they were only the tip of the iceberg. Can we take them down like this? The total value of the heads of that ship is more than 6 billion berries. It's scary to think about it. The saber-toothed tiger ability user, Scott D, said. This time, they had gathered such a huge force that they even dared to fight against the pirate emperor. But now, the most important thing is to kill Ling Bai and his crew. There is no way, the total bounty of 6 billion berries is too shocking. It's much easier than her crusade against the pirate emperor. Scott D doesn't believe that with so many of them, they can't beat Ling Bai and his crew. Just yesterday, they had bought a lot of weapons and ammunition from the Dark Island, Augustus Island, just for today, or in the next period of time, when Ling Bai and his crew enter New World, they will kill them directly. That kind of terrible bounty, no one won't covet it. As for how strong Ling Bai is, he won't care. I heard that he killed Whitebeard in Marineford, but so what? Whitebeard was already in a seriously injured state. Scott D thought that if he killed a seriously injured Whitebeard, wouldn't he be able to do it with his hands? Moreover, they didn't watch the live broadcast of the war, so a lot of them relied on the information in the news, and now which news doesn't try to exaggerate the description of Boruto's eye? What about the money? Many people underestimated Ling Bai, because Ling Bai's age is 17 years old. 17 years old, what can he do? Has the world's top strength. Impossible. Not many people in New World believed it. At this age, no matter how talented he is, it is impossible to have such exaggerated power. It is estimated that many people are exaggerating Ling Bai. At this time, the information is not symmetrical. Moreover, the pirates of New World have other forces, and they naturally have a sense of superiority, that is, they are stronger than the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. New World's other name is, the Sea of the Strong, not the Strong, or find a place to hide. New World is not worthy of the survival of the weak. I don't know if they dare to come. We have been waiting all night, and I heard that they have left Sabayati Archipelago. Another leader with a bounty of 700 million berries said, 700 million berries, in the New World, is also a big name, a pirate with 100 million berries bounty. I guess, maybe they got wind of it. They don't dare to enter New World, they only dare to hide and enter New World. Haha, that's it. Maybe they were swallowed by the deep sea passage. That makes sense. 6 billion berries, how much do you think is in front of us? Suddenly, a leader of the dark forces spoke. It's piled up like a mountain. A mountain? Hiss. It's hard to imagine. The sails of 32 big ships fluttered in the wind, and they were anchored in this sea area. The supervisors looked around with binoculars, hoping to find Ling Bai's traces as soon as possible. According to the time when Sabayati Archipelago entered New World, Ling Bai should appear at this time. 00. At this time, on the other side, about 500 meters away from the sea, 3 coated pirate ships were moving towards the sea. It was Ling Bai and his crew. They passed by the Fishman Island before, and the journey was smooth. As for the Fishman Island, Ling Bai will take it sooner or later, but not now. He has to stabilize his position in New World first. It is said that many forces in New World want to kill him directly. However, Ling Bai also smiled and said nothing. Captain, you're about to see the sun. Law reminded. Soon, out of the sea, it's New World. Ling Bai was full of expectations. The New World was the world of men. The magnificent sea. 6 minutes later, with the explosion of the sea, 3 huge pirate ships rushed out of the sea and a lot of seawater splashed up like blooming flowers. Hey, hey. Is he here? Is it that pirate? I don't know. We have already defeated 2 pirate groups before, and it wasn't that kid. That giant. Isn't he just a fugitive called Evil Wolf? That little brother is here. Hey, hey. Little ones. Time to get to work. 1 vote for 6 billion berries. On this side, the fleets were already boiling with excitement. A group of people were eager to give it a try. New World has already started the battle for the Whitebeard pirates. They decided to deal with Ling Bai first. Chapter 102. At the moment when they rushed out of the sea, the membrane attached to the ship burst like a bubble on the spot. At this time, the 3 ships of the Ling Bai pirates were exposed to the hot sun. Yo! Is someone already coming to ambush us? Ling Bai first found the fleet 200 meters away. At this time, there were all kinds of cheers, and people were holding various weapons. Obviously, this is the posture of the opposite side to attack Ling Bai. I heard that there are a lot of people in New World who want to crusade against Captain recently. Shiryu of the Rain lit a cigar, and at the same time, she also pulled out the famous sword Thunderstorm, obviously in a fighting posture. Let's go directly. Ling Bai ordered, and those who are responsible for driving the ship also worked hard. There is no way, now it is their boss who is talking, and they are all excited. The first wave of people who follow Ling Bai may have a high status in the pirate group in the future. The premise is that they don't die halfway. The ships that rushed out of the sea also sailed, and their target is the big fleet over there. Are they going to be swallowed by a tsunami? At this moment, Ling Bai was on the bow of the big ship in the middle. He crossed his arms and looked at the fleet on the other side. Ling Bai was still thinking about whether he should summon a wave of Tsunami 150 to swallow them up directly. It is said that after he announced that he wanted all the territories of the Whitebeard pirates in Marineford that day, because of his arrogant words, he has offended many people in New World, so many people in New World want to crusade against him. However, Ling Bai wasn't surprised at all. Although he was very strong now, it didn't mean that the people from New World were afraid of him. Crocodile had never been afraid of Whitebeard, even though he wasn't Whitebeard's opponent at all. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. However, this didn't stop Crocodile from confronting Whitebeard. In the original work, Jack the Drow had just retired, and Sengoku and Fujitora had battleships. There's no need. My saber wants to drink blood. Shiryu of the Rain said, and the evil king behind her was also eager to try. With the shock fruit ability, Ling Bai can launch a tsunami, even if it is not as powerful as Whitebeard, it is still very scary. Well, let's wait and kill them directly. Ling Bai's eyes narrowed as he looked ahead. On the opposite side, there is a group of pirates and other unknown ships, so there is no need to have any concerns, just kill them. He can't bear to kill civilians, but against other pirates, he doesn't even need to blink his eyes. On the other side, the 32 fleets are very eager to try. Fire! The leader of the 1.1 billion Bailey pirates, Scotty, roared, and his brothers were already ready to fire their cannons. The 32 ships that were facing Ling Bai's 3 ships had at least 2 cannon muzzles on the bow of each ship. Once they fired their cannons, they would be able to fire hundreds of cannons at the same time, which was terrifying. Every cannon was aimed at the 3 ships of the Ling Bai pirates. Sink them. Scott D ordered. He was the most powerful person here. He was a saber-toothed tiger ability user from ancient times. He had a relatively strong physique like Zoan, and his ability was to strengthen his defense and healing abilities, as well as a terrifying strange strength. This is the common point of the ancient race. The ancient race is the enhanced type of the Zoan, and the ordinary Zoan is far from being the opponent of the ancient race. The cannonballs were fired at the same time, and after one round, the next round was densely packed. It seems that if Ling Bai's ship is not completely destroyed or even sunk, the other side will not give up. On Ling Bai's side, the small group of pirates was scared to the extreme, but Ling Bai was calm, and Shiryu of the Rain was either calm or had a cruel and bloodthirsty smile on her face. The people who came out of the Impel Down are not ordinary people this time. They are all the most vicious criminals in the world. At this time, Ling Bai clenched his right fist, and immediately a transparent shock wave covered it. Then, when the first round of cannonballs from the opposite side was about to arrive, Ling Bai threw a punch in the opposite direction. Kaka. The atmosphere was torn on the spot, and the first round of cannonballs also came to an abrupt end in the air, and before the cannonballs fell into the sea was overturned, and a huge amount of sea water swelled rapidly, and then swept towards the fleet. "Captain, take it easy, it won't be fun if you kill them all at once." Evil King reminded him, "Everyone is a vicious person, and if they don't kill a few pirates, they will be a little itchy, and the people over there will offend them first, so it's unforgivable. I know what I'm doing." Ling Bai smiled confidently. The shock wave he released just now was not very strong, but it was enough to form a huge wave to crush the enemy and hit them. If Ling Bai used the full power of the shock fruit, then all the seawater that Sun Nang could see now would be swept up by a terrifying tsunami. The shock fruit is not to be trifled with, especially in the hands of a strong person. It can exert unimaginable power. Take note, Ling Bai used the power of the shock fruit to create a large wave, not a tsunami. Whitebeard's was called a tsunami. It was terrifying. However, for the fleet on the other side, this was enough to scare them, because Ling Bai was simply controlling the seawater. That's against the rules. On the other side, Scott D also frowned. "I almost forgot, it's said that that guy got the shock fruit and inherited Whitebeard's power." At this time, he was still calm, but the others could not stay calm. Many of the aptitude users present panicked when they saw the seawater rushing towards them. Aptitude users were destined to be restrained by the seawater, and their bodies would go soft when they touched the seawater. However, this was nothing to Scott D, who was a powerful ancient species. As long as he was not soaked in the sea, there would be no problem. So what if he was washed by the sea? At this moment, a large wave rushed over. It was about 20 meters high and more than 100 meters long. It was like a bulldozer, and it was aimed at all the ships. This wave could wash over all the ships in the fleet. The cannonballs that were shot out were swallowed directly. There was not even a sound, let alone an explosion. A tsunami is coming. It's a wave. How can a wave be so terrifying? Are you kidding me? It's so scary. Is that guy a monster? Can he control the sea? Countless small fries' faces changed drastically, and they screamed in fear. However, no matter what, the large wave rushed towards the fleet. Immediately, out of the 32 ships, 2 were overturned on the spot. The other ships were also washed into the sea by the huge force. All the ships were forced to retreat, and many of their sails were broken. 10 ships had their poles broken, and it was impossible for them to continue sailing. After the wave washed over them, only the messy fleet was left. Damn it! The saber-toothed tiger Scott D furrowed his brows. His clothes were wet, and he looked like a drowned rat. For a few seconds, his body felt weak. However, this was a natural reaction of an ability user when faced with seawater. He had already calculated everything. On the ship, it was a mess. Many of the small fries were washed into the sea. Whoosh! At this moment, a red flash of light shot over. Scott D, who had just noticed it, was shocked. He dodged at lightning speed, but he was still a little too slow. His ear was grazed, and he felt a little pain on his forehead. It's coming. He clenched the big hammer with both hands. As an ancient species of Zoan, he was a typical strength-type ability user, similar to Kaido of the beasts who held a mace. His muscles were quite explosive, and he was more than 7 meters tall. He was quite a big guy. At this moment, a red light flashed, and Scott D, who was not able to react, was stimulated by the light. Speed is power. As Kizaru's catchphrase, it was now being used on Ling Bai. It felt pretty good. Ling Bai kicked the big guy's head from the air. Boom! A large crater appeared on the deck under Scott D's feet, and the entire ship shook. His head was also in excruciating pain. Ling Bai was specifically targeting the head. What a powerful force! Scott D was shocked. This power was too strong, and half of his leg had sunk in. On the other side, Shiryu of the Rain and the others were also approaching the fleet. I really envy the captain for being able to fly. He rushed over directly. The evil king said. At this moment, they were less than 30 meters away. 10 seconds later, Shiryu of the Rain and the others jumped over. Time to get to work. Leave no one alive. Since they were all forces that wanted to suppress them, who cared who they were? Just start the fight. Don't leave a single one alive. As for those small fries, after the boat stopped at 4.9, they directly rushed over with weapons in hand. In the Ling Bai pirates, if you want to stand out, you either have to be strong or make a contribution. The battle between the two sides was about to start. Scott D's forces were obviously larger than Ling Bai's, but in terms of strength, Ling Bai's side absolutely crushed them. And as the strongest person, Scott D was not Ling Bai's opponent. This battle was quite fierce. Scott D had more than 1,000 people, while Ling Bai only had 300 people. However, there were also many powerful forces on the other side. Just as Ling Bai and the others were fighting, close to the north of the sea, more than 500 meters away, a huge pirate ship was approaching. The bow of the ship was the head of an electric mammoth. It was one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the beasts. One of the 3 disasters, Jack the Drow. Is there a battle over there? Jack the Drow looked over with his binoculars. It was not easy to encounter sea pirates in the vast sea, especially when it was a battle between sea pirates. It was even more difficult. And it was a large-scale battle, so Jack the Drow was curious. Drive the ship over there. Jack the Drow ordered his subordinates. Chapter 103. So, you think you can defeat me? Ling Bai kicked his opponent's face again, using Kizaru's shining kick that could kill a supernova with one kick. Boom. With a muffled sound, Scott felt pain, and his body was not stable. He staggered back several steps before stopping, and there was a burning pain on his face. What a strong power! Scott was shocked, and he felt that the bones on his face were cracked. Ling Bai's power made him feel as if he was facing Kaido of the beasts. He is an ancient saber-toothed tiger and a powerful pirate. Naturally, he is also the recruitment target of Kaido of the beasts. Kaido of the beasts is especially interested in Zoan ability users. If he wants to join the beasts pirates, Kaido of the beasts will definitely warmly welcome him, and he will also become the 4th disaster. He will become a powerful force of the beasts pirates. In the past, he had fought with Kaido of the beasts. That monster's strength had easily defeated him. The two of them were simply not on the same level. Although that had happened a few years ago, the power of the beasts was still fresh in his memory. At this moment, fighting with Ling Bai, he has the feeling of facing Kaido of the beasts. Too strong. How is it possible? He is just a little kid. Scott immediately rushed over again. He was more than 7 meters tall, and he looked down on Ling Bai from a distance. His fist was like a meteorite. I am one of the great pirates. Scottardy roared and unleashed his strongest power in his current state. If he was defeated by a little brat, then he would really be the loser of the 2009 team. Boom. Ling Bai also punched him, but at this time, his fist still had the power of vibration, so when his fist collided with the other party's fist, the atmosphere also cracked, and the other party's fist was also bleeding. Ah! Scott didn't expect his fist to crack. Even the bones in his hand were broken. The power of shock fruit. Scott D's heart was filled with fear. Shock fruit had been deeply imprinted with Whitebeard's name. It was almost Whitebeard who made shock fruit famous from the old era to the great age of pirates. Shock fruit meant the power to destroy the world. He quickly retreated and was punched by the power of shock fruit, and his fist was almost destroyed. Damn it! Scott was frightened. At this time, he also took a deep breath, and immediately his body swelled directly. The clothes on his upper body also directly exploded, and a lot of yellow hair was also exposed. In less than 10 seconds, he changed from a person to a standing saber-toothed tiger. He looked full of power, his body swelled a lot, and his height increased from more than 7 meters to 10 meters now. The entire ship trembled for a moment. The other party's posture reminded Ling Bai of CP9 member Rob Lucci, who was in the form of a leopard, and at this moment, Scott is in the form of a saber-toothed tiger. I am an ancient saber-toothed tiger, and I have the experience area of the 3 disasters no less than the beasts pirates. He said solemnly, completely looking down at Ling Bai, majestic, and his fist was just torn, but at this moment, because of his own strong recovery power, even the broken bones were quickly healed. This is the ability of an ancient species. AI is countless times stronger than ordinary Zoan ability users. Is that so? As long as it is not Kaido, I think it is the same, and I feel that you don't have the oppressive feeling of the 3 disasters. Ling Bai laughed and expressed disdain for this monster. Don't underestimate Laozi, little devil, you want to rule New World. Trying to seize all of Whitebeard's territory? New World, there are too many powerful pirates, with just you? He looked down at Ling Bai with deep disdain. I directly clenched my fist and immediately punched down. This fist was bigger than Kaido's, and it was like a falling meteorite. What kind of power is that? Is that so? It is only a matter of time before I rule New World, but unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. When Ling Bai flew over, he immediately flew up. He directly clenched his fist and covered it with vibration waves. He punched out. It was hard to imagine the difference in strength between the two fists. At that moment, there was a muffled sound, followed by the sound of the atmosphere shattering. Then, the deck behind the monster exploded as if it had been flipped over. Ah! Saber-toothed tiger roared in pain, and his fist cracked again, and even blood burst out directly. His bones also exploded. "Captain, this is so big," Van Oka said. At this time, he was on the main ship of Ling Bai's pirates. At this moment, as a super sniper, he didn't need to get close to the enemy, but he could hit them with one shot. Ling Bai's punch directly blew up the ship he was on. Therefore, it was also the one with the biggest movement, and Shiryu of the Rain entered the other ships and started a massacre. Those pirates were not the opponents of Shiryu of the Rain and her group of the world's most ferocious criminals. In the 6th floor of Impel Down, the existence of countless criminals who survived to the end, how can they be weak? Those so-called hundreds of millions of pirates be able to resist them? However, their movements were not as big as Ling Bai's. What would happen if the captain fully unleashes the power of the shock fruit? Van Oka muttered to himself. The captain was always mysterious, a mysterious monster. Huh. At this moment, Van Oka inadvertently discovered a pirate ship approaching them. It was the mighty Haki's giant pirate ship. Especially the mammoth head at the bow of the ship was the most conspicuous, and there was a rather strong man standing on it. Beast's pirates. Jack the Drow. Van Oka was shocked. He did not expect to see Jack the Drow, one of the 3 main cotters of the Beast's pirates. On the other side, Ling Bai punched Scott D's head again, causing him to have a concussion. His eyeballs almost popped out. Ah! Scott D screamed. He felt that his head was about to explode. "You're still far from it. You're not the pirate emperor, and a big guy like you is useless in my eyes. Except for your destructive power, you're just a live target," Ling Bai said. This kind of big guy was not like the Kaido of the Beasts who could kill Luffy with one hit. To him, Scott D was just a piece of trash. The bigger the body, the worse it was, and his mobility was too poor. "Brat!" he roared, and a few of his teeth were broken. The pain made his scalp numb. "It's over, ancient race ability user. So average. You must have killed too many people, so your bounty has soared to this level? I feel that your strength is average. Except for your monstrous strength, there's nothing special about you." At this time, Ling Bai directly pulled out Felicitous Rain. A terrifying sword intent was also released from his body, and his temperament changed. This. Scott D felt uneasy, but he still threw his fist at Ling Bai. Ling Bai, on the other hand, slashed at his fist. "Your saber is useless against me. My defense." He wanted to say that his defense was very strong, but before he could finish, Ling Bai's supreme saber sliced open his fist. "Your defense is not as strong as the Kaido of the Beasts, so you're still too weak." The great swordsman's blade was unstoppable. Scott D003's ancient saber-toothed tiger physique was directly broken apart. A fist that could be torn apart by the vibration power, let alone Ling Bai's saber. "Ah! My hand!" Scott D screamed miserably. His fist had already split into 2. Slash wave. Ling Bai did not waste any time. She sent another huge crescent-shaped slash at Overgrowth. "Thousand Slice Valley!" Ling Bai yelled in a low voice and slashed out several times in a row. One slash was the slash wave. A few slashes or even more slashes were the Thousand Slice Valley. All the slashes landed on Scott D's huge body, and he was now a living target. In that instant, blood spurted out from his body. His entire body fell uncontrollably onto the dilapidated ship. Isn't that Ling Bai, the culprit of the Summit War? On the other side, Jack the Drow, who was already 100 meters away, said in shock. He did not expect to meet Ling Bai, the pirates that had recently shaken the world to its core. He is known as the culprit of the Summit War. He killed Whitebeard and Roger's son with his own hands and shocked the world. The pirate who was cut down on the ship just now, isn't he the guy that the Kaido boss invited? Jack the Drow naturally knew Scott D, an ancient saber-toothed tiger ability user, but he was a fake. His strength was not worthy of his bounty at all. He had done too many bad things, and his bounty had soared by hundreds of millions. In terms of strength, he was not as strong as Jack the Drow. I didn't expect to meet him here. The Kaido boss has been waiting for him recently. Chapter 104. Jack the Drow. After dealing with the ancient species saber-toothed tiger, Ling Bai found Jack the Drow. In addition, Shiryu of the Rain and the others had also dealt with the others, especially San Juan Wolf, who destroyed a ship with one punch. If it weren't for the others, all the ships would have been smashed by him. Jack the Drow, is the beast's pirates nearby? Or is he the only ship? Ling Bai looked at Jack the Drow. Ling Bai naturally knew this guy. In the original work, he might be stronger than Kaido of the Beasts. After all, Kaido of the Beasts was the strongest in the world. However, Jack the Drow was different. With his strength, he dared to fight the retired Sengoku and Fujitora. In the end, he was directly beaten to the bottom of the sea. It had to be said that Jack the National Disaster was really strong. Isn't that the Beast's pirates? Shiryu of the Rain looked over and also saw Jack the Drow's pirate ship more than 60 meters away. It was a ship called Mammoth. The special symbol of the Beast's pirates and Jack the Drow's Mammoth ship were extremely conspicuous. Just the flag of the Beast's pirates was enough to let any ship run rampant in the New World. This was the terror of the Pirate Emperor. That's right, the Beast's pirates. One of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the Beasts. Hawkins was surprised. Do you want to fight? Evil Tyrant smiled. Law continued, it's possible. It's normal for the Beast's pirates to cause trouble everywhere. Kaido of the Beasts was a famous monster because no one could kill him with any means. He was not an existence in the human category, but the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. It was uncertain whether the legendary dragon was an ability user or not. His subordinates were also in the same vein and were as crazy as Kaido. I think we can capture him and then threaten Kaido of the Beasts. I don't know if Kaido of the Beasts will accept this. Anyway, Captain has decided to bring the entire New World under his rule. All the pirate emperors and other forces will be provoked. At this time, the Black Moon Hunter spoke. Ling Bai's goal was to become the king of the world. Therefore, the entire New World must be taken down. Legend has it that there was a pirate who had been erased from history, Rox D. Zebek. A terrible existence who wanted to become the king of the world. He once controlled Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido of the Beasts, and Aunt Charlotte Linlin. Because he violated an unforgivable taboo, he was erased from history by the world government. Only a very small number of people had heard of the slightest bit of legends about this person. Ling Bai also mentioned that. Anyway, Ling Bai only knew a little about it. Perhaps he was the previous generation of Dark Fruit's ability user. In the original work, Blackbeard's main ship was named Zebek after he became the Pirate Emperor, which meant that he used the name Rox. I don't know, what? Sooner or later, I'm going to provoke that lunatic. Evil Tyrant also agreed. Shiryu of the Rain smoked her cigar and said, I have no objections, but Captain can consider finding a place to stay. I think Wano is a good place. It's definitely easy to defend and hard to attack. So, what you're trying to say is that we should chase the Beast's pirates away from Wano waters. Then we will take Wano? Crocodile said. That's right. Shiryu of the Rain nodded. The Beast's pirates were now in the waters of Wano. Across Wano was Ghost Island, and Wano was also the territory of the Kaido of the Beasts. At this time, Ling Bai also walked over. Tie that guy up. Ling Bai's eyes narrowed. Who's going? That guy is a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries. He can't be drowned by seawater. At this time, Ling Bai doesn't need to do anything. As a captain, he doesn't need to do everything himself. Otherwise, what's the use of having subordinates? This guy's skin is particularly thick. Wherever the man who was given the name of Drought went, it would turn into a wasteland. I'll go, I haven't cut a mammoth yet, I want to try. Shiryu of the Rain threw away the cigarette butt and stood up, meaning that she was going to catch Jack the Drow. Jack the Drow is an ancient Zoan mammoth ability user. Cut a mammoth. Shiryu, your words are particularly arrogant. Pizarro said, but Shiryu of the Rain didn't speak and directly rushed over. It's not a problem to cross the sea. He can use moonwalk, so crossing a distance of a few dozen meters is not a problem at all. When she rushed over, Shiryu of the Rain pulled out her famous sword, Thunderstorm, and a strange dark purple sword energy filled the blade, making Thunderstorm look like a demon sword. Shiryu of the Rain. Jack the Drow also frowned, he didn't expect Shiryu of the Rain to pull out her sword and rush over. It was obvious that they were going to attack him. Meanwhile, Ling Bai and the others were watching him like they were going to watch a good show. Damn it, I'm usually the one who fights first, but now someone is provoking me, Jack the Drow. Jack the Drow clenched his fist to express his dissatisfaction, because now he was being provoked. And he wasn't being picky. He was under the command of Kaido of the Beasts. Mammoth monster, I'm coming. Shiryu of the Rain shouted, and the demon sword wrapped in a dark purple aura slashed out. Jack the Drow also punched out with his right fist, but even armament haki didn't cover it. It can be seen that he is quite confident in his physical defense. Shiryu of the Rain was more than 3 meters tall, while Jack the Drow was more than 8 meters tall. Shiryu of the Rain's knife finally landed on Jack the Drow's right fist. Jack the Drow's fist wasn't injured at all, not even a scratch. Moreover, Shiryu of the Rain's knife wasn't an ordinary knife. She didn't just slash casually. Are you tickling me? Shiryu of the Rain. Lin Yozhao, Jack the Drow said disdainfully. As an ancient mammoth form ability user, whether it was his defense or recovery, they were both quite terrifying. Humph. I hope you can keep your cool, Jack the Drow. Shiryu of the Rain didn't show any surprise, as she had expected this. Jack the Drow's defense was not just for show. That guy didn't even use armament haki. How arrogant. Shiryu hasn't shown her true strength yet. However, Jack the Drow can't be underestimated. Everyone started to discuss, and Ling Bai was also surprised. He's much more reliable than that saber-toothed tiger ability user. No wonder he's one of the 3 main cadres of Kaido of the Beasts. Obviously, the saber-toothed tiger ability user's defense was not on the same level as Jack the Drow's. On the other side, Shiryu of the Rain slashed out again. The battle had just begun. Chapter 105. Shiryu of the Rain, I didn't expect someone like you to follow such a brat. You know, you're also a world-famous strong man. Impel Down's voice resounded throughout the sea, especially the entire Grand Line. Shiryu of the Rain was the former warden of Impel Down, so naturally, she was world-famous. I just want to do something big. Shiryu of the Rain's thunderstorm hit Jack the Drow's fist, and a gust of wind immediately spread out. Jack the Drow was quite confident in his physical defense. He didn't even use armament haki, at least not yet. The 3 disasters were all ancient species aptitude users. Whether it was defense or recovery, they were all extraordinarily strong. Fire Disaster Yan and Plague Disaster Quinn were even stronger than Imperial Disaster Jack. Kaido of the Beasts was even more terrifying. The only time he was injured was probably by Kojiki Oden. You're quite arrogant. You don't even use armament haki. Shiryu of the Rain sneered with a bloodthirsty feeling. Jack the Drow, who was wearing a steel mask, was expressionless. Boss Jack, that's Shiryu of the Rain. Yes, boss, this time the enemy. Jack the Drow's underlings behind him were also a little nervous. As everyone knew, Jack the Drow had always been very reckless. No matter what kind of enemy he encountered, he would rush forward. But this time, Shiryu of the Rain made everyone nervous. This guy was famous for being a murderous demon. He killed indiscriminately in Impel Down and was abandoned by the world government. Lao Zi knows what to do. Jack the Drow faintly said 970. Then, all the underlings dared not to make a sound. Jack the Drow once again threw a punch. His fist was very strong, and his skin was very thick, so his defense was quite amazing. Shiryu of the Rain stood on the ground with her legs slightly apart. Her famous sword thunderstorm was surrounded by a dark purple airflow. It was strange and dangerous. I can't let you be arrogant. Otherwise, I won't be able to raise my head in front of the group behind me. Shiryu of the Rain held her sword with both hands. She slashed forward and collided with Jack the Drow's fist. Waves of wind rippled out. The 2 of them seemed to be in a tie, and both of them were expressionless. However, Shiryu of the Rain's hands and blade were also trembling slightly. She was suppressed by Imperial Disaster Jack's powerful fist. You don't seem to be able to do it, Shiryu of the Rain. Is it because you've been in prison for too long that your body has rusted? Jack the Drow mocked. It's just the beginning, kid. Shiryu of the Rain pushed Jack the Drow's fist away. Jack the Drow was not even 30 years old, but Shiryu of the Rain was already 40 years old. After knocking Jack the Drow away, Shiryu of the Rain's eyes focused and her temperament changed. She slashed out with her purple blade. This was a crescent-shaped slash, and this slash contained terrifying power. It had once clashed with Ling Bai on the 3rd level of Impel Down. Boom. The slash landed directly on Jack the Drow's stomach. It collided with Jack the Drow's explosive abdominal muscles, and his stomach caved in. Although this slash did not directly break his physical defense and make him bleed, the force was like a shock wave that pushed Jack the Drow back more than 10 meters. He staggered a few steps before he could barely stabilize his body. It was also thanks to his heavy weight. The underlings behind him were frightened. "It hurts a little, although it didn't directly break my defense," Jack the Drow said. "That was just a warm-up." Shiryu of the Rain smiled, then took a step forward and quickly slashed out with 6 paths. At this time, Jack the Drow finally covered armament haki. "You're finally willing to use armament haki? I thought you would continue to fight me." On the other side, Jack the Drow, whose fists were covered in black armament haki, also used his fists to bombard Shiryu of the Rain's slash. Shiryu of the Rain's slash had terrifying power, and so did Jack the Drow's fists. Therefore, when Jack the Drow's fists collided with Shiryu of the Rain's fists, an amazing explosion occurred. The terrifying explosion directly blew up the deck of the mammoth under Jack the Drow's feet, and then directly shattered it. Jack the Drow had to retreat a few meters. As expected of Shiryu of the Rain, Jack the Drow's expression changed. Just now, when he used armament haki to block Shiryu's slash, Jack the Drow felt that the slash released by Shiryu of the Rain was obviously more powerful than before. Shiryu of the Rain seemed to be slowly strengthening her attacks. Jack rushed over again and smashed down with his fist. At this time, Shiryu of the Rain naturally met his opponent's attack head-on. This time, he did not use any slash. Instead, he directly used his katana to fight against his opponent's fist. Waves of shockwaves spread out, scaring Jack the Drow's underlings who were behind him. Moreover, the more the two of them fought, the more afraid the underlings became. This was because the scope and extent of the destruction on the mammoth became more and more serious. As cannon fodder, the underlings had to hide. "Boss Jack seems to be a bit weaker than Shiryu of the Rain." "What are you talking about? When Boss Jack turns into the mammoth, he will be much stronger than now. What's a mere Shiryu of the Rain? When Boss Jack is in his normal state, he is many times weaker than when he is in his mammoth form." "That's right. I almost forgot." On the other side, when Shiryu of the Rain's saber landed on Jack the Drow's fist, sparks almost flew out. As Shiryu of the Rain's strength increased, Jack the Drow's fist and arm trembled a little. However, he did not receive any damage because armament haki's hardness was far stronger than steel. In theory, the stronger a person was, the stronger the armament haki would be. For a person like Jack the Drow who specialized in close combat, the armament haki was also quite powerful. So even though he had collided with Shiryu of the Rain's famous sword many times, Jack the Drow's fist was not injured at all. However, at this moment, after Shiryu of the Rain's blade landed on Jack the Drow's fist, she perfectly turned her body sideways and arrived in front of Jack the Drow's stomach. At the same time, Shiryu of the Rain held Thunderstorm in her hand, and her expression became serious. A large amount of dark purple gas filled the air, and 3 strange auras appeared. "Ghost Cutter." Shiryu of the Rain whispered a word, and at the same time, her saber landed on Jack the Drow's stomach. Then, a red line of blood more than 60 centimeters long appeared on Jack the Drow's stomach, and then the blood line spread rapidly, and a large amount of blood spurted out. And 3 seconds later, the wound turned dark purple, and a strange gas filled the air. Jack the Drow screamed, but because of the huge power of Shiryu of the Rain's saber, his whole body was pushed back again. "Don't underestimate me," Shiryu of the Rain said. In front of her, Jack the Drow was kneeling on one knee, holding his stomach, and his face was full of pain and shock. But obviously, the wound on his stomach could not be completely covered even if he covered it with both hands. On the other side, Ling Bai and the others were watching the battle. The evil tyrant said, "Who is stronger, Shiryu or Jack the Drow?" "Of course it's Shiryu. An ability user like Jack the Drow is not suitable for this kind of place, and in the face of a master swordsman, that kind of body shape is simply a target, because he is not Kaido of the beasts. Shiryu should be on the same level as Yan Lianjin, and Jack the Drow is much weaker. Actually, I feel that an ancient species ability user has no outstanding abilities except for strong strength, strong defense, and strong self-healing ability. Phantom beasts are the best." The person who spoke was Black Moon Hunter, who was a Phantom Beasts ability user. "Today, I will try to rush up and see if I can do it. Brothers, support me." Chapter 106. The phantom beasts were indeed very powerful. For example, Sengoku's phantom beasts were in the form of the Buddha fruit. In the original work, the Red Earl found the phantom beasts in the form of the bat fruit in order to recover his strength and physical condition. The Nine-Tails fox fruit in the form of the Nine-Tails fox fruit in the form of the Kaido of the beast's ally, the Kurozumi Orokai in the form of the Yamata no Orokai. The two most special abilities of the Zoan were the ancient species and the phantom beasts. The phantom beasts should be the most powerful and rare species. Not necessarily. The evil ruler denied the Black Moon Hunter's statement. The evil ruler continued, "We don't know if the Kaido of the beasts is a meta-human. If he is, then he might be a super rare ancient species. Anyway, I can't defeat a monster of that level. He's too strong. I can't even break through the defense of my body. He's like a nightmare. Even if the San Juan wolf stomps on the Kaido of the beasts, he won't be hurt at all." That makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ling Bai smiled. The Kaido of the beasts was an existence that almost killed the fourth Gear King, Luffy, with a swing of his mace. Ling Bai was looking forward to the battle with the Kaido of the beasts. On the other side, Ling Bai and the others looked over and saw Jack the Drow standing up from the ground with a pained expression on his face. He covered the ghastly wound on his stomach with his left hand. The wound was still bleeding. Although the amount of blood was not that much, the wound was unusually painful. It was more serious than any of the injuries he had suffered before. Shiryu of the Rain's strange slash made the wound on Jack the Drow's stomach look like it was poisoned. It turned dark purple, and it was filled with a strange gas that couldn't be removed for the time being. "Your defense is only so-so, so don't be arrogant in front of me," Shiryu of the Rain sneered. Then, she launched an even more powerful slash at Jack the Drow. Jack the Drow could only cover his hands with armament haki to block the attack. However, when he moved his hands, the muscles on his upper body were also pulled, which made the wound on his stomach even more painful. If it weren't for his thick skin, his intestines might have fallen out of his body. Boom! An even bigger slash collided with Jack the Drow's hands. Because of the severe pain in his stomach and the corrosion of the strange power, Jack the Drow was not in a good condition either. When he blocked Shiryu of the Rain's attack, he could not use too much strength, so he was knocked away by Shiryu of the Rain's attack. Jack the Drow, who was barely standing on the ground to stand, roared loudly. His body. "Hey! Let me cut!" Shiryu of the Rain stopped in place and watched Jack the Drow's body continue to expand and quickly become a huge mammoth. At this moment, even the ship trembled. Jack the Drow's body expanded many times and completely became a mammoth. With such a huge body, other than causing destruction, it's useless. 2. Shiryu of the Rain was about to attack, but when she saw Ling Bai, she stopped. "Shiryu, the Flame Calamity Ash is your opponent. Jack the Drow should be quick. Catch him and trade with Kaido." Ling Bai floated in the air. She wanted Shiryu of the Rain to quickly deal with her opponent. Jack the Drow is not a real opponent of Shiryu of the Rain. He is the weakest of the three disasters. "I'm just warming up." Shiryu of the Rain laughed. "But I still have to listen to the captain." "Shiryu of the Rain, you can't defeat me." At this time, Jack the Drow also roared and rushed over. The whole ship shook, and the underlings who were hiding behind him were scared. Jack the Drow didn't care so much. Even if the ship sank, he would get back at Shiryu of the Rain. Therefore, at this time, Jack the Drow was also very angry. Ling Bai came over and asked Shiryu of the Rain to finish the battle quickly. She was obviously looking down on him. He is Jack the Drow, one of the three disasters. He is the leader of Kaido of the Beasts. How can he allow himself to be looked down on? Therefore, Jack the Drow was angry. The huge ship shook violently, and the seawater around the hull also shook violently. Jack the Drow, who was huge but looked like a simple-minded mammoth, rushed over. With such a big body, he would be very fierce in a war. For example, during the Summit War, he could sweep everything in the naval headquarters. That was simply too terrifying. But facing me. 0. Flowers. Shiryu of the Rain directly waved her sword and slashed out. A dark purple sword slash as big as Jack the Drow's body, that is, a huge sword energy was slashed out. It was aimed directly at Jack the Drow. This slash even directly distorted the air, as if the void was about to explode, and even the space around it turned dark purple. This astonishing slash slashed towards Imperial Calamity Jack. What a powerful slash! This sword energy seems to be close to the level of a great swordsman. Because of Golden Lion's strong understanding of swordsmanship, Ling Bai was able to judge other people's swordsmanship as well. She could tell at a glance that Shiryu of the Rain's attack was extraordinary. 0. It was simply too strong. It seemed that Shiryu of the Rain wanted to finish the battle quickly. She was just playing around just now. When the slash collided with Jack the Drow's mammoth body, it fell on his shoulder. In an instant, blood spurted out. Ah! It hurts. Jack the Drow screamed in pain. He stopped moving and struggled on the spot. The wound on his shoulder was made in just 10 seconds. It was a shocking cut that was more than 4 meters long, and more than half a meter deep. One could imagine Jack the Drow's pain at this moment, and it also caused Imperial Disaster Jack to instantly die. The mammoth shook even more violently because of Jack the Drow's painful struggle. Ling Bai flew over and directly punched Jack the Drow's head, covered in the powerful shockwave of the shock fruit, and the atmosphere was torn apart. Jack the Drow's head was almost squashed, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Too strong. The mammoth was smashed by the huge vibration force, and a shocking explosion occurred. 5 minutes later, the mammoth disappeared, and Jack the Drow's men were buried in the sea. As for Jack the Drow, he was naturally captured. Fortunately, Ling Bai and the others were also wearing sea stone handcuffs. Jack the Drow was captured alive. It was going to be used as a bargaining chip factory for Ling Bai and Kaido of the Beasts. Chapter 107. You've offended us, the Beasts Pirates. Jack the Drow, who was chained to Ling Bai's ship, had his face swollen from the slap. At this moment, he was glaring at Ling Bai and the others. Jack the Drow did not expect that Ling Bai and the others would dare to capture him and make a deal with his boss, the Kaido of the Beasts. In other words, they were using Jack the Drow as a bargaining chip to make a deal with the Kaido of the Beasts. This was simply too terrifying. Jack the Drow could only use the word crazy to describe Ling Bai and the others at this moment. Stop arguing. The Mystic Moon Hunter stepped on Jack the Drow's face, forcefully stuffing his mouth. Jack the Drow was about to say something, leaving a huge shoe print on his face. This is the first time I've seen someone wear a steel mask for no reason. Don't you find it troublesome to eat and drink? The Black Moon Hunter scolded. At this moment, Jack the Drow was reduced to a prisoner and had no human rights at all. Kr. Drought Hero, 970s, glared at the Black Moon Hunter. He had never seen such an ugly woman. She was even uglier than an auntie. After being kicked in the face by the other party, Jack the Tuan AI was even more furious. However, at this moment, his hands were handcuffed behind his back by Seastone. As an ability user, Jack the Drow could not break free even if he exerted great strength. Moreover, it was useless to break free. Law used his Op Fruit ability to temporarily cut off Jack the Drow's legs. Even if Jack the Drow could break free, it would be useless because he could not run at all without legs. Only Law could connect his legs. Damn it! Jack the Drow was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he could only get angrier and more painful. Half an hour later, the ships left the sea area. After another 10 minutes, the marine that was monitoring the sea area finally appeared. When they saw the broken fleet floating in the sea area, the awe-inspiring sight of a row of giant ships was nowhere to be seen. It's terrible. A Marine Rear Admiral breathed a sigh of relief with a lingering fear. He was afraid that the fleet would attack the G1 Marine branch. At that time, it would be impossible for them to resist the power of the fleet with the strength of the New World's first Marine branch. Moreover, there was a leader of more than 1 billion berries. It is conceivable how frightened the Marines were. The world government did not respond to the call, as if they had been abandoned. But now, they could breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, they need to report. The Ling Bai pirates had single-handedly destroyed the entire super fleet. Moreover, there were no traces of them. Even the seawater in this area was red. In addition to the floating broken ships, there were also many corpses. It would not be long before the Sea Kings, who had smelled the scent of blood, came here and devoured all traces of the battle. It's terrible. That monster and his pirates have also entered the New World. Beasts. Beasts. Pirates. Does that mean that Jack the Drow also appeared here? The Marine Rear Admiral was shocked. The others had also discovered Jack the Drow's ship. But at this time, the famous mammoth of the New World was smashed into pieces in this sea area. Moreover, the beast's pirate's flag and the head of a mammoth were revealed. Only then did the Marines realize that it was the beast's pirates. "We must report. I feel like something big is going to happen. It involves another pirate emperor." The Marine Rear Admiral's face changed again and again. He had to say that he was shocked at this moment. 2 minutes later, the Marine Rear Admiral called the Vice Admiral of the branch, and the Vice Admiral of the branch quickly reported to the World Government Headquarters, which is to say, directly to Kong. As for what happens next, it has nothing to do with Ling Bai. They have already entered the New World. Ling Bai's current goal is to rule the New World and establish his throne, so his achievements are quite important. It would be best if he could spread the news to the whole world and make his achievements famous throughout the New World. This way, the New World would recognize him as one of the pirate emperors. It's the most direct to start with a pirate emperor. If he defeats a pirate emperor and his pirates, the world will be shocked. The 3 ships were on the vast sea, heading towards the sea area where Wano was located. But before that, there was still a long way to go, even a few days of travel. On the other side, in the New World, 1 day ago, Whitebeard's hometown, a mysterious island. It was Whitebeard's hometown when he was a child. After Whitebeard's achievements, he had been continuously funding this place. It was the only Whitebeard's territory that other pirates didn't know about. At this time, the red-haired pirates and the rest of the Whitebeard pirates were here. Red-haired pirates transported the bodies of Whitebeard and Ace back to the New World and buried them here. On the island, in addition to the members of the red-haired pirates, there were also members of the Whitebeard pirates everywhere. That is, the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates. The bodies of Whitebeard and Ace have been buried. The Kong Yunkai was inserted upside down on Whitebeard's grave, and Whitebeard's cloak was hanging on it. Ace's grave was next to Whitebeard's grave. Marco and the others burst into tears. None of the members of the Whitebeard pirates who were present were not crying. Each one was sadder than the other. Even if there were people who could suppress their tears, their eyes were blurred. As he watched his father and Ace's bodies being buried in the ground for eternity, the joy he once felt vanished into thin air. Marco and the others couldn't contain the grief in their hearts. At the same time, they thought of Ling Bai, that BD, who killed their father and Ace with his own hands. Even after escaping from the naval headquarters, they found that the Uzumaki spider was also killed by Ling Bai. Hatred, irreconcilable hatred filled the hearts of Marco and the others, making them almost unable to contain the anger in their hearts. "Marco. Sigh. I'm sorry for your loss." Red-haired pirates didn't know what to say. Finally, when red-haired pirates left, red-haired pirates warned them, "Don't pay attention to Ling Bai during this time, otherwise, you won't get any benefits." This was red-haired pirates' advice, hoping that Marco and the others wouldn't do anything stupid. Marco didn't reply. The night after red-haired pirates left, the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates held an important meeting. The entire Whitebeard pirates were angry and said that they wanted to get rid of Ling Bai and the others. Now, the Whitebeard pirates' territory has broken out into terrible pirate chaos. Without the protection of 4.9 Whitebeard, those pirates have revealed their terrible bloodthirsty fangs. They are greedy and want to swallow all of Whitebeard's heritage. This made Marco extremely worried that the Whitebeard pirates' territory would fall. The meeting has unanimously decided to crusade against Ling Bai pirates. He had to kill them all. Take their heads. Take back the dignity of our wives and Ace. Take revenge for our father and Ace. Marco, Marco shouted pirates says. Marco's pirates says pirates. No one was against Marco. Of Whitebeard of pirates. Revenge. Revenge revenge. Avenge Dad and Ace. The sound shook the entire island, and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were now ready to attack the Ling Bai pirates. A storm is brewing. A war is inevitable. Chapter 108. On the second day after Ling Bai entered the New World, a newspaper quickly spread throughout the New World. The headline news of the newspaper was about the Whitebeard pirates declaring war on the Ling Bai pirates, and the location was Hades Island in the New World. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were already waiting for Ling Bai and the others on Hades Island. This time, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates declared war on Ling Bai. They wanted to see if Ling Bai dared to come. Marco and the others used the power of the Whitebeard pirates to spread the news of the declaration of war to the entire New World. The purpose was to inform Ling Bai that the Whitebeard pirates were going to crusade against Ling Bai and those bastards. As for the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas, Marco didn't care. He only cared about whether Ling Bai could receive the notice of the declaration of war and whether they dared to come. Marco and the others have openly declared war. It is conceivable how angry they are and how much they want to kill Ling Bai. Their most important family members, Whitebeard's father and Ace, were killed by Ling 09 Bai. Their hatred is irreconcilable, and Ling Bai must be ground to ashes. At this time, Marco and the others were on Hades Island, which was an ordinary island. In the New World, there are countless islands like this without any special features, but because of the news of the Whitebeard pirates declaring war on the Ling Bai pirates, this ordinary island soon became the most eye-catching island in the New World. After the end of the Summit War, the Ling Bai pirates and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates made the world nervous. The former became famous in the Summit War, especially when Ling Bai killed Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard with his own hands. He was also the culprit of the Summit War. He was known as a crazy pirate who played with the world government. Later on, he announced that he would turn all the territories of the Whitebeard pirates into his own territory, offending the entire New World. He was crazy to the extreme. His every move now affects the eyes of the world. Everyone is curious, will he become the new pirate emperor, or will he be killed directly not long after entering the New World? The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates also attracted the attention of the world. As the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, what will happen to them in the future? Will they take revenge? And now, Marco and the others declared war on the Ling Bai pirates. At this time, Ling Bai and the others entered the New World on the second day and were on their way to Wano. However, when Ling Bai got the latest newspaper sent by the Seagull, Ling Bai changed his mind about going to Wano. Brothers, let's go to this Hades Island. I didn't expect that. I haven't even gone to find them yet. Now, they are going to declare war on me. Ling Bai laughed loudly, and the others were eager to try it. 10 minutes later, the 3 pirate ships of the Ling Bai pirates turned around in the direction of the sea where Hades Island is located. Ling Bai stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the vast sea in front of him. Although the declaration of war on the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates was beyond Ling Bai's expectations, in the original work, Marco led the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates to fight against Blackbeard. In the end, they suffered heavy casualties. Although the original work did not describe their battle with the Blackbeard pirates, and the subsequent massacre of the Whitebeard pirates captains by Wilbur, was Marco the only one left in the end? Or only a few people? Anyway, Ling Bai and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates will eventually have a decisive battle of life and death. It's just a matter of time. I didn't even go to find them. I didn't expect that they would hit the muzzle of the gun themselves. Well, this time I will kill them directly to avoid any more trouble. The remaining people of the Whitebeard pirates can be said to be the elites who survived the Summit War. It's inevitable that something will happen to them if they are left alone. Therefore, even if Marco and the others don't find trouble with Ling Bai will find trouble with them. Between him and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, only one can live, the other must die. Hey, Captain seems to be very excited. Evil Ruler said. Flagon, it feels a little bit. The huge battleship looked silly. How can you tell that Captain is excited? Evil Ruler glanced at San Juan Wolf and smiled. With your honest IQ, you can't see it. Black Moon Hunter said, in fact, if we solve the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, we can establish our position in the New World. Whitebeard pirates, although Whitebeard is dead, he has the most elite forces. But they retain the most elite combat power. To completely get rid of them, unless the Pirate Emperor leads an army to battle, so as long as we destroy the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, it will be enough for Captain to become the new Pirate Emperor. Yes. Ling Bai also nodded. So as to avoid any more trouble, we should get rid of them, and then integrate all the territories of the Whitebeard pirates. In the original work, after Blackbeard solved Marco and the others, he quickly integrated a large number of territories of the Whitebeard pirates and became the Pirate Emperor in one fell swoop. Then this time, we will be famous in the New World. Crocodile said. Shiryu of the Rain, it should be. A group of people has long been eager to try, and Jack the Drow, who is tied up, can only be angry. Now, even Kaido of the Beasts doesn't know that he has been caught, and his men have all been solved. It is estimated that they are now swallowed by the Sea Kings. Jack the Drow, who unfortunately became a prisoner, can't help but feel sad. As time passed, Ling Bai and the others gradually approached the so-called Hades Island. Because of the guidance of the permanent pointer, they didn't have to take any detours or wrong roads. On the other side, on Hades Island, Marco and the others were already waiting here. More than a day later, many other pirates have come to Hades Island to watch the fun. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the recently risen super pirate group are about to fight. No matter who it is inevitable that they have a strong curiosity. People like to watch the fun, not to mention the current situation. The Whitebeard pirates, although Whitebeard is dead, almost all of his captains are still there. 14 powerful captains, so it is still a quite powerful pirate group. The Ling Bai pirates are a super pirate group with a total bounty of more than 6 billion berries. Ling Bai is almost called one of the 4 emperors. So, who will win between them? Many people even set up major bets for this, betting mountains of gold treasures. Some bet on the victory of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, some bet on the victory of the Ling Bai pirates, and obviously, the majority bet on the victory of the Ling Bai pirates. However, there are different opinions, who knows who will win in the end. Time passed in a flash, and soon, Ling Bai and the others appeared 2 kilometers away from Hades Island. Chapter 109. When they were about 200 meters away from Hades Island, they could see the island clearly. That island should be our destination, right? Law looked at the Hades Island in front of him. At this time, the port outside the Hades Island was anchored with pirate ships. At a glance, there were hundreds of pirate ships, and there may be more that can't be seen. New World is the place with the most pirates, because the pirates of the 4 seas and the pirates of the first half of the Grand Line eventually go to New World in the second half of the Grand Line, so it's easy to get close to a large number of pirates, and the strength of New World's survival is eliminated. Only the elites and more elites can survive. It should be, but there are so many pirates, are they here to fight? Or to watch the fun? Hawkins was puzzled. Evil King snorted, it's normal to watch the fun. I saw the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Flagon reminded. I saw it too. The others nodded. As they got closer, Ling Bai heard the noise of the pirates. The sea of pirates looked over. Obviously, they recognized that the 3 pirate ships were the Ling Bai pirate regiment. As for how they recognized the Ling Bai pirates, they didn't even have a pirate flag. Naturally, it's thanks to the huge battleship San Juan Wolf. As everyone knows, San Juan Wolf is also a member of the Ling Bai pirates. It's noisy. Ling Bai frowned. Everyone was surrounded by a group of people, and they were surrounded by at least tens of thousands of pirates, like animals in a zoo. Hey, is that the Ling Bai pirates? By the way, are they called the Ling Bai pirates? Or is it something else? The name is not the point is that they are all villains. Arrogant enough, the world has been in an uproar recently because of this kid. Indeed, they are too arrogant, but they have the strength. Even if you are jealous, there is nothing you can do. Haha, let's bet, who will win? I'll bet on that little brat, but there might be other variables. I won't bet much, so don't worry. The pirate crowd was boiling. The appearance of Ling Bai and the others made them talk. There were tens of thousands of pirates, and there might be many more pirates on the island. Therefore, the number will be larger, and even the number of 100,000 pirates is nothing compared to the entire New World. New World is the real world of One Piece. One Piece. However, at this moment, a terrifying conqueror's haki was released from Ling Bai's main ship. Immediately, a large area of the sea shook, and a terrifying storm raged in this space. However, this was the powerful aura of Conqueror's haki. The space turned dark red, and lightning wreaked havoc in Conqueror's haki's huge domain. The terrifying aura rolled towards Hades Island like an avalanche. Tens of thousands of pirates on Hades Island were all swept by Conqueror's haki, and in an instant, a large number of people fainted under this terrifying aura. Haha, people who can stand easily under such aura can be called strong, or have a little strength. King of Evil Governance laughed. In front of the sea of pirates, most of them fell directly, and many of them could barely stand. Those who stood easily were the cotters and captains of a pirate group. The people who were still conscious looked at Ling Bai in fear, trembling on the spot. Now it's quiet. Ling Bai stopped casting Conqueror's haki. It only lasted for 20 seconds, but not everything could be endured. Almost all of the minions on Ling Bai's side had been knocked out. However, this was normal. 2 years later, King Luffy used Conqueror's haki to wipe out 50,000 Fishman. Ling Bai's conqueror's haki was much stronger than his. Captain really defeated countless people without saying a word. Shiryu of the Rain sighed. The others were more or less shocked. When we fight with the Whitebeard pirates, we will kill them all. Once and for all, it will be troublesome in the future. It's annoying to have too many flies, and they are not flies. Ling Bai said coldly. And that's what King of Evil Governance was waiting for. They were the best at killing people and exterminating them. Captain is indeed captain. Black Moon Hunter and the others laughed. At this time, Ling Bai also said, let's see if we can plunder the devil fruit. We can't waste resources. That Diamond Jots and Marco's devil fruit are very good. We can't let the resources be wasted. The reward Ling Bai got last time was to plunder the devil fruit and let the devil fruit be reborn on the fruit, and Ling Bai can increase the probability of the devil fruit's rebirth as long as the range is limited. It's perfect. If we succeed in plundering their devil fruit, will we use it? Hawkins asked. Of course, if any of you want it, you can try it. Ling Bai replied. Diamond's defense is also quite terrible. Is armament haki's hardening stronger or Diamond's? Captain and Shiryu, as Kendo masters, have the most say in this question. I don't know if Diamond or armament haki's hardening is easier to cut. Everyone discussed. Shiryu of the Rain also spoke at this time. It depends on the situation. I can still cut Diamond, but armament haki's hardening depends on the user's level of practice. Armament haki's hardening is probably only at the level of a great swordsman. Well, brothers, let's get off the ship. Marco and the others can't wait. Ling Bai said. There are no other big pirates. I thought that people like Kaido would also come to watch the fun, or the troublesome Shanks, Red Hair, would be here, but it's much easier if they are not here. At this time, their ship had arrived at the port. Ling Bai and the others drove directly in, and the other pirate ships were on both sides of the port. Ling Bai jumped down, and the others naturally followed suit. Weevil brought a bag of fruit by the way. When he heard his brother say that he wanted to plunder the devil fruit, Weevil also knew what to do. Last time, he was the one who carried the fruit. At this time, Ling Bai walked at the forefront. The pirate leaders and cotters who had not fainted under Conqueror's haki's attack were all trembling. The terrifying aura just now was released by this existence. It's terrible. No one dared to stop Ling Bai. On the other hand, inside Hades Island, Marco and the others were already waiting for Ling Bai and the others. Just now, the lookout saw Ling Bai and the others sailing over and releasing the terrifying Conqueror's haki. Fortunately, he was far away and was not affected. Too strong, it's a monster. The younger brother didn't say that Ling Bai's Conqueror's haki defeated almost all the pirates on the coast. It's the power of God. At this time, Marco and the others were fully deployed, and everyone was ready for battle. There were more than 1,000 pirates. All of them were aggressive, and it seemed that all of them were winning. Chapter 110. There are only more than 1,000 people left in the Whitebeard pirates. After their souls were screened by the Summit War, the rest can be regarded as the elites of the elites. Marco and other captains stood at the forefront, one by one, ready to fight, and the brothers behind them were also fully armed. Is he here? That BD. Marco said angrily. Get ready. Flower Sword Vista said. At this time, they were in the center of the island, which is like a plain and quite wide. Hades Island is also a relatively large island. As for the plains inside the island, it was the perfect place to start a war. Marco and the others did not listen to Redhead's advice not to provoke Ling Bai and the others for the time being. However, hatred was not something that could be tolerated easily. Furthermore, Ling Bai had killed the two most important people to them. One could only imagine how terrifying the hatred was. Shanks, Red Hair, has already told Marco and the others not to be impulsive before leaving, and not to provoke Ling Bai during this time, but as soon as Shanks, Red Hair, left, Marco and the others declared war. It's not easy for New World to find Ling Bai, so they directly declared war to see if they dare to come. At this time, Shanks, Red Hair, and the others were on their way back to their territory, and they even received the so-called big news today. Shanks, Red Hair, is considering whether to help or not. And the other pirate emperors have no interest in this declaration of war, because Whitebeard is dead. In their eyes, the Whitebeard pirates are no longer on the same level as them. Regarding the news of the declaration of war between the Whitebeard pirates and Ling Bai, the most well-informed naval headquarters and the world government naturally knew about it first, but they didn't say anything. No matter which side was destroyed, they would be happy to see it. However, the 5 elders are more concerned about whether Marco and the others can destroy Ling Bai. The 5 elders don't want to see Ling Bai rise. They're here, Marco said excitedly. At this time, just in front of Marco and the others, a group of people came. It was Ling Bai, Shiryu of the Rain, San Juan Wolf, Evil King, Black Moon Hunter, Flagon, Hawkins, Law, Weevil, Crocodile, and his 2 subordinates. As for Fan Oka, he was on the hill behind Ling Bai's team. As a sniper, he only needed to stay far away. Of course, he could also follow Ling Bai's team. Compared to Marco's side, Ling Bai's side was pitifully small. Who are they looking down on? We are the Whitebeard pirates, and they only sent a few people? On Marco's side, one of his lackeys shouted. That's right. Even Naval Headquarters has gathered 100,000 Marines elite-level combat power to face our Whitebeard pirates. Even if Naval Headquarters is strong, they dare not underestimate our Whitebeard pirates. The other men were also angry. The Whitebeard pirates, as the world's first pirate regiment, gave them a deep and mysterious confidence. Even if Whitebeard is dead now, they still regard themselves as the Whitebeard pirates. This is the pride of the Whitebeard pirates. In a moment, it will be a battle of life and death. Everyone, pay attention. If anyone wants to leave now, you can leave. We won't blame you. At this time, Marco spoke, and the people behind him also said that they would never escape, but they would fight to the end. In fact, they have nearly 1,500 people, but yesterday, hundreds of people did not stay because they were afraid of Ling Bai's strength. Without Whitebeard, everything in the Whitebeard pirate regiment is dead. In the era of the Great Age of Pirates, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirate regiment will not be able to support themselves for long. Okay, everyone is a real man. Seeing their reaction, Marco was relieved. On the other side, Ling Bai and the others even came over talking and laughing. They didn't put Marco in their eyes at all. They didn't seem to regard this as a life and death battle. The way they talked and laughed made Marco and the others extremely annoyed. Captain, don't play Conqueror's Haki this time, or there will be no fun. Evil Ruler laughed. Black Moon Hunter, indeed, Conqueror's Haki is simply breaking the rules. With Conqueror's Haki at the captain level, there are not many people who can withstand it. There were probably tens of thousands of people just now, but in just 10 seconds, Conqueror's Haki directly made them fall down. It's terrible. I don't know what to say about Conqueror's Haki when it comes to eliminating small fries. If Captain uses Conqueror's Haki again, what's the point of playing? Do you think there will be 100 people standing over there? I hope Captain doesn't use Conqueror's Haki. Let us play. Flagon and the others also agreed with the words of Black Moon Hunter and Evil Ruler. I'm not going to use it either. Ling Bai replied. He is walking in the middle. The task is assigned. Marco, as the boss, let me do it. His Phoenix Rebirth ability is more troublesome, so as the boss, I will deal with him. Ling Bai looked at the captains on Marco's side and said to Shiryu of the Rain. As for the others, you do as you see fit. King of Evil, I want that diamond Yozo, I want to try to blow up that diamond man. Ling Bai, he should not be an ordinary diamond, but a very powerful diamond. After all, with the development of Devil Fruit, his ability will not stop improving, so be careful. Shiryu of the Rain stared at Flower Swords Vista and said, I heard that the Whitebeard pirates have a powerful swordsman, so Flower Swords Vista left me. Next, the others also looked at their enemies. Only the San Juan Wolf was in an awkward position. He was too big, and a single slap from him could kill a lot of people. This guy was basically used to wreak havoc. As a man with the title, Giant Battleship, he can also swim. In the sea, a human-shaped battleship with explosive destructive power can also be used as a boat. In the original work, when Blackbeard left Impel Down and there were no boats outside, they relied on San Juan Wolf. It's a bit embarrassing. San Juan Wolf scratched his head like a fool. Soon, Ling Bai and the others confronted Marco at a distance of 30 meters. Of course, Marco's side absolutely crushed Ling Bai's side, but when it comes to the level of strength and the quality of the personnel, Ling Bai's side can completely crush the other side. In the original work, the Blackbeard pirates didn't put Marco in their eyes. As a member of the Whitebeard pirates for many years, Blackbeard naturally knows what the Whitebeard pirates are like. Except for Whitebeard and a few others, they are generally weak, and they rely on monsters like Whitebeard to support the scene. Damn, are you looking down on our Whitebeard pirates? You only brought such a small number of people? Captain Izzo spoke. At this time, he was very angry, and so were the others. They felt that their Whitebeard pirates were deeply despised by the other side. Ling Bai and the others only had one person. Diamond Yozo glared at them. You will pay a heavy price for your crimes. The Whitebeard pirates can't be provoked. Another captain also spoke. You don't still think of yourself as the Whitebeard pirates, do you? Without Whitebeard, what are you? Ling Bai said disdainfully. Each of them was more confident than the other. Ling Bai expressed disdain for Marco's confidence. Whitebeard is dead, so their so-called Whitebeard pirates have long been dead. Damn it, you. The captain was speechless. I want to avenge Dad and Ace. Marco looked at Ling Bai coldly. Blue flames appeared on his body, which represented his anger. The flame of the undying bird represented rebirth. It was just like the divine bird phoenix in Ling Bai's knowledge, which was reborn from the flames. The undying bird had this ability. It could continuously regenerate and had an effect similar to Logia's elemental transformation. What a perfect and powerful devil fruit. Ling Bai laughed. He was determined to get the mythical beast immortal bird fruit. Today, all of you will die here. We couldn't do anything to you in Marineford, but now that you're here, you want to leave? Marco rebuked angrily. The others were also ready to fight. Ling Bai's side was not nervous at all. There was no way. Several of them came out from Impel Down. What kind of scene haven't they seen before? Who didn't have a lot of lives on their hands? So, how can Ling Bai be afraid of Marco? Let's start, Marco, cherish today's beautiful sunshine, or later, you won't be able to see it. After that, Ling Bai rushed out. His speed was as fast as a projection. As a captain, he took the lead. Chapter 111. It's starting. Seeing that Ling Bai had taken the lead, Shiryu of the Rain and the others also began to rush forward. There's no need to talk nonsense, for this group of Whitebeard pirates who are still full of self-confidence, it's enough to push them to the ground. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates also roared, waving their weapons one by one, they also rushed forward. The captains must be the vanguard. Boom. Ling Bai, who was the first to rush out, punched Marco in the stomach. As the captain, his opponent was naturally Marco, the heir of the Whitebeard pirates. This guy has a strong regenerative ability. In this world, Marco should be the strongest in terms of pure regenerative ability. Just like a phoenix, as long as the blue flame is not extinguished, Marco will never die. Of course, Ling Bai's regenerative ability is the strongest, but his regenerative ability is not unique in this dimension. Ling Bai's fist fell on Marco's stomach, a muffled sound, but Marco did not retreat. You're fast, but you can't hide from my eyes. Marco smiled confidently. Ling Bai's fist had used armament haki, so it landed on the opponent's stomach. Even if the opponent had a body that was almost no different from the Logia elemental transformation, when it landed on the opponent's stomach, it would still cause damage to the opponent. Your physique is good, but I didn't use much strength in my fist just now. Ling Bai looked at Marco. The distance between the two was less than 1 meter, and the flame on Marco's body was burning Ling Bai's clothes. However, this flame is only the fire of rebirth, not the flame that burns everything. At this time, Marco stepped back and did a backflip, his right leg swung up, his movement was very smooth, and with the regenerative flame on his body, it was quite gorgeous. Marco swung his leg at Ling Bai, but Ling Bai, who was already at the advanced level of observation haki, had already predicted Marco's movement. She directly grabbed Marco's leg with her right hand. Then, she spun around fiercely and flung Marco away. At the same time, she also sent a group of more than a dozen underlings flying. Marco was thrown out more than 30 meters, and there was a group of minions cushioning him, otherwise, the force would have been enough to send him flying 50 meters. The battle began. The Ling Bai pirates chose their opponents, and some of them were one against many, such as Weevil, who fought against 3 captains. As for those minions, even the aftermath of Ling Bai's battle can kill them. They don't need to participate in this kind of battle at all, they are just cannon fodder. Shiryu of the Rain vs Flower Sword Vista. I've heard of your name for a long time, but it's a pity that I haven't seen your shadow. Shiryu of the Rain's smile, but with his appearance and murderous aura, it's a devil's smile. I'm also very sorry that I didn't kill you with my blade, but I should be able to fulfill this wish today. Flower Sword Flower's smile. Shiryu of the Rain's famous sword, Thunder Rain, was pressed against the two crossed swords of Flower Sword's vista. The two looked at each other and seemed to appreciate each other. No one knew the level of their swordsmanship, but they had been famous for a long time, so no one looked down on each other. Maybe they would suffer a big loss if they didn't pay attention. You can try. Shiryu of the Rain's smile became cruel, and he pushed his sword forward and shook Flower Sword Vista. In terms of size, Shiryu of the Rain's more than 3 meters has an advantage over Flower Sword Vista. Shiryu of the Rain also slashed down, the speed was like thunder and lightning. After this sword was blocked by Flower Sword Vista, Shiryu of the Rain slashed down again. In the early battles, Shiryu of the Rain basically doesn't use big moves, especially when he smiles at a powerful opponent, he likes to take it slow. In his words, he warms up first. His movements are getting faster and faster. Shiryu of the Rain's physical strength is quite strong. After a while, he didn't show any signs of breathing, and his face was still relaxed. His famous sword, Thunder Rain, is surrounded by dark purple airflow, exuding a strange atmosphere. This sword, I don't know how much human blood has been stained, it's very heavy, like a demon sword. Or it's simply a demon sword. The so-called demon sword is a sword that has killed a lot of people, releasing an evil and terrifying atmosphere. Flower Sword Vista can't underestimate his opponent, and he is also very careful, focusing his attention on ultimate. Today, they are going to annihilate all the people of the Ling Bai pirates. Yes, they are going to kill them all. However, it won't be easy, and even if they don't pay attention, they will die. On Ling Bai's side, there is a San Juan wolf that is many times taller than us. At this time, this monster is like a child playing a glass ball, bouncing the white-beard pirates one by one. Some of the pirates were even bounced by the other side and their bodies directly exploded. The San Juan wolf looks simple, and no one knows how terrifying its power is. Van Oka, who was at the top of the mountain in the distance, was holding his sniper rifle under the shade of a tree. He shot one person in the head with a headshot. It was a headshot for the other party's underlings. Is that also a sniper? 0. Van Oka found that Captain Yizang was also holding 2 guns, and it seems that his marksmanship is not bad. Immediately, Van Oka pointed his gun at Yizang. As a super powerful sniper, he was born with a powerful sniping talent. After a precise calculation, Van Oka fired a shot. The bullet instantly penetrated the void and attacked Yizang. Even Yizang didn't know about it. Yizang is dealing with Weevil with the other 2 captains. Weevil was a complete monster. It wasn't a problem for him to fight 1 against 3. Instead, it made him feel exceptionally refreshed. However, at this moment, Yizang suddenly felt a dangerous atmosphere coming from his right side, which made his face change greatly, and he quickly dodged. Van Oka's bullet brushed past his face, causing a tingling pain on his cheek, and he immediately felt liquid rolling down his face. That was close. Who is it? Yizang's expression changed, but he also let out a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Yizang temporarily let down his guard against Weevil. Burning Sword Buddha and Spidorkiel, the captain of Squad 15 who fought against Weevil together with Yizang, hurriedly yelled out in their original voices. Yizang, be careful. Just as Yizang was about to react, he saw a broadsword coming down from above his head. There was no time to defend. Yizang was shocked. Weevil's broadsword was coming down on his head. Yizang's body reacted instinctively in a desperate situation and quickly dodged. However, Weevil's speed was not to be underestimated. Although Yizang's head dodged, his right shoulder was not able to dodge. The broadsword directly chopped off Yizang's right shoulder and right hand. Whoosh! Blood spurted out. B. Yizang screamed. He couldn't believe that his right hand was chopped off. His face turned pale, and his clothes were dyed red. I'll kill you! Captain Burning Sword Buddha of the 15th team roared. He couldn't believe that his good friend's arm was chopped off. He held a burning broadsword in his hand and rushed toward Weevil like a bull. However, when he swung his broadsword, Weevil also swung his broadsword and sent him flying like a cannonball. This is fate. Van Oka was not satisfied with his shot just now. Yizang actually dodged it. On the other side, Weevil swung his broadsword at Yizang again. This simple-minded Weevil's combat power was astonishing, and he had the strength of a monster. Although he looked simple-minded, and those who didn't know him would think that he was an honest person, in fact, he had killed countless people. Chapter 112. It's not wrong to believe in fate. Fate is a word that Wano often talks about. At this time, he fired another shot at Yi Zhang. With a bang, Yi Zhang fell to the ground. The bullet passed through the left side of Yi Zhang's head and then penetrated his entire head. Immediately, Yi Zhang died. It's not a simple flesh and blood body, and he doesn't have an excessively strong physique. Being shot in the head by a sniper like Wano is basically over. Yi Zhang is also immersed in the pain and fear of being cut off by Weevil, and he has completely lost his defense and vigilance. So, he was shot in the head. Yi Zhang. Flower Sword Vista, who was fighting fiercely with Shiryu of the Rain, shouted excitedly, just in time to see Yi Zhang fall to the ground and his head burst with blood. Boss Yi Zhang. Boss Yi Zhang is dead. Yi Zhang 993. The other captains also panicked. They couldn't imagine that their good brother died in front of them. At this time, Yi Zhang's eyes were not closed, and his expression was painful and unbelievable. Obviously, he is dead. And he died with his eyes wide open. Don't be distracted when you are fighting with someone of the same level, Flower Sword Vista. Shiryu of the Rain smiled. Ghost cut. Obviously, because of Yi Zhang's death, Flower Sword Vista was distracted, and Shiryu of the Rain took the opportunity to attack. At this time, Shiryu of the Rain had passed behind Flower Sword Vista, and the demon blade wrapped in dark purple air cut Flower Sword Vista's front body. Immediately, blood spurted out. People who have feelings are sad. Whitebeard is like this, and he died in Marineford because of that ridiculous feeling. Moreover, your entire Whitebeard pirates will be buried here because of that uninteresting feeling. Shiryu of the Rain said. She is a ruthless and cold-blooded person. What does she care about? That is, strength, killing, and interests. Damn, I was careless. Flower Sword Vista endured the pain and quickly retreated more than 5 meters. The death of his brother Yi Zhang shocked, saddened, and unacceptable him. However, following this, there would be even more unbearable and painful deaths. There was unimaginable pain in his stomach, and even bleeding, and his clothes were quickly dyed red. If this wound is not stopped as soon as possible, Flower Sword Vista will not feel good. Demon Blade. The strange dark purple airflow around the wound turned the wound purple, as if it had been poisoned. It was unimaginable pain. Shiryu of the Rain didn't cut his stomach open, or else his intestines would spill out. She only used Thunderstorm to inflict that terrible damage. At this time, Shiryu of the Rain rushed over again. His goal was to kill Flower Sword Vista. Then, among the souls of the dead under his blade, there would be a powerful swordsman. Thunderstorm was originally a famous sword, but Shiryu of the Rain, who was addicted to killing, turned it into a demon sword. A new round of battle had begun. On the other side, Yi Zhang's death had thrown the other captains into chaos, not to mention the small fries. Burning Sword Fursa and Squad 14's Spitaker were attacking Weevil in a frenzy. The death of their good brother Yi Zhang had driven them crazy. Therefore, they were currently attacking Weevil in a frenzy, as though they had lost their minds. However, Weevil's strength was not to be underestimated. He was big, but his movements were quite agile, and his strength was simply monstrous. The crazier the two captains were, the braver Weevil was, and the more he fought, the more fun he felt. The two captains' movements were already chaotic, so in fact, there were more flaws. After a fierce battle, Weevil, who didn't have any wounds on his body and didn't feel tired, suddenly chopped down with his sword, and it fell straight on the head of Burning Sword Fursa of Squad 15. The latter's head was directly split in half from his chest. Instant death. In the original work, Weevil, who had killed many captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and he had also cut off the arm of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. It could be seen how terrifying his strength was, so it was normal for him to be able to crush the captains at this time. And this guy's recovery ability was quite terrifying. Even if he was seriously injured, it didn't take long for him to recover, and he was still as lively as ever. On the other side, Squad 14's Spitaker was frightened. Another brother had died in front of him, and in an extremely tragic state. One could imagine how devastated he was. Ah! Squad 14's Spitaker roared in grief and rushed over with his shield and spine. Bang! Wano, who was a few hundred meters away, fired another shot, and it happened to hit Squad 14's Spitaker's right leg. As a speed-type ability user, his leg was instantly crippled, and he staggered a few steps. Before he could react, Weevil had chopped him away, and he was thrown more than 30 meters away. He rolled a few times on the ground before he stopped. There was a shocking cut on his stomach, and even his internal organs fell out. Blood gushed out, and the severe pain made him numb, and his body trembled. Facing a monster like Weevil, they could only say that they had chosen the wrong person. Even Zephyr's arm was cut off by him. Perhaps it was a sneak attack, but there was no doubt about Weevil's strength. Weevil's attack almost killed another captain. Anyway, his life was constantly slipping away. "Big brother, I'm going to the third one," Weevil shouted. On the other side, Ling Bai threw Marco more than 50 meters away with a flash of his leg. Hearing Weevil's voice, Ling Bai didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he released 3 shockwaves and blew more than 100 pirates away. Then, he turned into a flash and disappeared from where he was, chasing after Marco. At this moment, Marco was also being suppressed by Ling Bai. On the other side, Evil Tyrant was fighting with Diamond Yoza. Diamond Yoza was also distracted by the death of his good brother, but at the same time, he was also angry to the point where he had never been before. "It's very dangerous to be distracted when fighting with people like me." Evil King punched Diamond Yoza's head, but as a Diamond Man, his head was also Diamond 5.2, which gave Evil King a lot of interference. His opponent's defense was too high. However, this punch also sent Diamond Yoza flying. The huge diamond fell to the ground, and even the ground was smashed. It seems that to deal with a diamond, I still need to use a sword to cut him, otherwise, his defense is too arrogant. Evil King rushed out again. The battle had already reached its climax. At this moment, Ling Bai had already arrived above Marco's head. Hovering in the air, he looked down at Marco, who was releasing the flames of rebirth. Then, he smashed a fist towards Marco's head. It was the power of the shock fruit. To Marco, Ling Bai using the shock fruit was a serious insult to his father. And Ling Bai wanted to use this power to kill Marco. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Chapter 113. The fist covered in shock waves landed directly on Marco's head, and then ruthlessly smashed down. When Marco was smashed to the ground, the atmosphere also ruptured. Then, with Marco as the center, a large area of the ground shattered, and dust filled the sky. Under the power of the shock fruit, the ability of the immortal bird could not work. This was the uniqueness of the shock fruit. In the original work, even if Akainu could elementalize, she would still have to kneel down in front of the shock fruit. The immortal bird's regenerative flame was similar to Logia's elementalization, but it was not very useful now. Marco was completely crushed by the power of the shock fruit launched by Ling Bai. The ground was directly shattered. "BD!" Marco roared. Both his father and Ace died in the hands of Ling Bai. Their hatred was like fire and water. However, Marco could no longer hold back and directly vomited blood. Ling Bai's power was too violent. "Since you have the determination to challenge me, you should be prepared to be wiped out." Ling Bai laughed. Then, he kicked Marco's stomach and threw him out. Moreover, it was covered in shock waves. Marco's stomach was about to split open. The intense pain in his stomach was also overwhelming. Marco was familiar with this terrifying power and was filled with anger. That was his father's power. Marco was kicked away, and the ground was activated again because of the shock force. A thick layer of the ground was lifted up. Ling Bai stomped on the broken ground again and rushed out. Before Marco could even stand up, Ling Bai had already arrived at his side. "What do you think will happen if all the captains of your Whitebeard pirates die?" Ling Bai's tone was full of provocation. He and the Whitebeard pirates would not rest until one side was dead. Only one side could survive, and Marco and the others obviously could not defeat Ling Chu and the others. Whether it's facing Ling Bai now or the Blackbeard pirates in the original work, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are no match for them. Most of the division captains of the Whitebeard pirates are a group of second-rate pirates. In the original work, they were swept away by Weevil alone, and the only one left is Marco. This showed how weak they were. Perhaps it was just that Whitebeard was too strong. Unknowingly, his team leaders were also considered to be very strong. Of course, Marco was still very strong. In the New World, Marco, Katakuri, and Yanlianjin were ranked as powerful Katas under the 4 emperors. Impossible. Don't underestimate me. The regenerative flames on Marco's body burned fiercely again. There was no temperature, but it was very beautiful. The pain in Marco's body was also eliminated by this phoenix's nirvana flame. The fruit of the phoenix. Whoosh. Marco had taken the initiative to attack, and several captains had already died in battle. Moreover, a few more captains were also unable to take it. The Ling Bai pirates were too strong, and even the San Juan wolves were watching from a distance. Ling Bai picked up Armament Haki's fist and punched Marco's fist. Boom. There was a muffled sound, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Marco was knocked back a few more steps. Your fruit of the phoenix seems to have nothing except the ability to regenerate. That flame doesn't have the characteristics of burning everything, or did you not use its true power? Ling Bai clenched his fists and rushed over. Then, he threw another punch at Marco. Marco could only cross his arms to defend himself. Once again, he was pushed back a few meters by Ling Bai's punch. Pain radiated from his arms. His fruit's ability is indeed outstanding in its regenerative ability. It may also be that he hasn't touched the other threshold of the ability of the phoenix fruit. He is a master of taijutsu. When Ling Bai fought with him, he could feel that his taijutsu was very strong, but because the other captains were seriously injured or even died, Marco's heart and emotions were quite chaotic at this time. If it weren't for the fact that he was an enemy that must be killed, Ling Bai would have felt that it was a waste to have such a powerful person like Marco. In the original work, Marco once tied with Kizaru, kicked Aokiji, and tied with Akainu. Although it's likely that the three admirals were holding back, in any case, Marco's strength is beyond doubt. It's impossible for him to be comparable to a Marine Admiral, but it's very likely that he's worse than a Marine Admiral. He is the man who has followed Whitebeard for the longest time, and he is second only to Whitebeard in the Whitebeard pirates. However, he must die. Don't be arrogant. Marco rushed over again, clenched his hands, and like a straw hat Luffy machine gun, Ling Bai bombarded him, and at the same time, he also used the strength of his legs. This was a hand-to-hand fight, but Ling Bai had no intention of engaging in a hand-to-hand fight with him. After receiving over 20 punches and 5 kicks from his opponent, Ling Bai's right leg flashed with a red glow. It was the flash kick. Boom. This flash kick fell on Marco's stomach and fiercely threw him out. And the direction of this throw was where Diamond Yoza was. The terrifying impact fell on Diamond Yoza, and Diamond Yoza was also knocked out. Hey, Captain, are you going to attack my opponent as well? Seeing Diamond Yoza was knocked out, and Ling Bai was also flying over. It's just by the way, but Diamond is very difficult to deal with, unless your fist is very strong, or he doesn't use his ability. Ling Bai landed on the ground and walked past the evil tyrant. Just as he was about to continue attacking Marco, one of the minions rushed over with a knife. He was about to slash Ling Bai when Ling Bai unleashed a shockwave with his right palm. 4 of the minions' bodies exploded. This is because the minion's physical fitness is not good enough, and naturally, it can't withstand the violent power of the shockwave. At this time, King of Evil and Ling Bai also went over, and there is Marco and Diamond Yoza. At this time, both of them are very embarrassed. Because the strength of the opponents they are facing is above them, so it can be imagined. Get ready to end this quickly, 3 of the captains have died. Ling Bai said to King of Evil. No problem, Captain. King of Evil also had a look of arrogance. On the other side, a beautiful and evil huge red nine-tails fox is sweeping the battlefield, and it is hard to imagine that it is the transformation of the ugly and evil Black Moon Hunter. Against it, there are 7 teams of Rikyo and 6 teams of Bramank, but 6 teams of Bramank have been killed by Black Moon Hunter. This woman is the second most evil woman after Aunt Charlotte Linlin. She is as evil as a witch, and also extremely cruel. In addition to a captain, many small minion were killed by Black Moon Hunter. This kind of battle is simply one-sided. It's impossible for the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates to be the opponents of the Ling Bai pirates, so they can only send their heads to them. And all of them are killed. King of Evil's ambition of coveting the captain's position is not written here. Chapter 114. Black Moon Hunter who turned into Nine-Tails Fox can kill a large number of minions with one tail. But in reality, those small fries were scared to death because Ling Bai and the others were too strong. Even the aftermath of the battle had killed many pirates. Hawkins turned into a scarecrow and fought with Team 9 Blenheim. As one of the more powerful supernovas, Hawkins' strength was naturally not bad. However, Team 9 Blenheim was faintly suppressing him. Finally, Law joined forces with him and used the ability of Op Fruit to cut off Team 9 Blenheim's legs, and Hawkins took the opportunity to kill him. In addition, Law fought with Team 8 Murloc Namur and used the advantage of Op Fruit to easily kill the other side. Law's Op Fruit ability is simply against the rules. It's quite powerful and easily killed a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Law, you don't need to do anything next time, I'll deal with him. Hawkins was a little unconvinced. As a man, he had a strong heart and self-esteem. Being helped by Law made Hawkins a little uncomfortable. I feel that you can't deal with him, Law said and walked away. At this time, the battlefield was already full of corpses. Desert, erosion samsara. Old Sir Crocodile's palm fell on the ground, and a large amount of desertification power was released. The water on the ground was quickly drained, and the ground quickly dried up and turned into sand. Then, a large area of the ground was torn apart like Ling Bai's shock fruit, and a group of Whitebeard Pirates minions fell in. Hey! Sand crocodile, you almost let Lao Zi fall in. Juju scolded with a smile. Just now, he had almost fallen into the bottomless crack. At this time, he was holding the head of a captain in his hand. The captain also died with a look of fear on his face. Whitebeard Pirates, except for Marco, Flower Sword Vista, and Diamond Yozo, the other captains and the captains of other affiliated pirates were besieged by Weevil, Sakudera, and Law. Yes, it was just a few of them who encircled a large group of people. Then, over 1,000 of them were killed and their corpses littered the field. Of course, Crocodile and the others suffered more or less. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates were one of the top pirates in the New World. Weevil and the others also suffered different degrees of injuries, especially the Meat Shield Weevil, who was cut several times, although it was nothing to him. In the original work, Weevil alone slaughtered many strong people in the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. Now, there are so many people with similar strength to Weevil. Therefore, the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates, whether it was in the original novel or now, are just sending themselves to death. On the other side, Marco, who had been severely injured by Ling Bai's punch, was about to go crazy. He could only watch as his teammates died one by one. One could only imagine how he felt. In fact, no matter what, you are destined to fail. Ling Bai laughed and punched him to the ground again. A cloud of dust rose, and a large number of small cracks appeared on the ground. Because we are too strong, and you can't deal with us. We can say that we are much stronger than you. Ling Bai's foot was covered with the power of shock fruit, and his foot fell on Marco's chest, and Marco was full of anger. The atmosphere and the ground cracked, and the ground was directly shattered. Marco was directly shocked and spurted blood. Even though his chest was quickly covered with the defense of armament haki, the power of shock fruit could directly penetrate his body. A large cloud of dust rose, the ground cracked, and at the same time, it exploded and shattered. How can Marco be Ling Bai's opponent? Ling Bai's strength is not something that Marco can deal with, and Ling Bai is at the same level as the world's top powerhouses like Whitebeard. Therefore, Marco is doomed to lose, even if there is a fire that constantly makes his body recover. He can't withstand Ling Bai's constant pursuit and powerful attacks. Shock Fruit Power. Flash. Shockwave. With these three attacks, Marco has been beaten many times. Ah! Marco roared, and it was rare for him to be so embarrassed and angry. Just as he was about to be buried by the deep pit that Ling Bai made, he turned into a blue flaming bird and rushed out. He rushed towards Ling Bai, with the determination to fight to the death and the irreconcilable anger, and he roared as he rushed over. Do you want to die together? But it seems that you are too reckless. Ling Bai was a little surprised. He knew that Marco has been beaten to the point of a mental breakdown, and Marco can't beat him, so his reaction at this time is normal. Ling Bai clenched his fist and activated the power of shock fruit in his body, and he activated it to the maximum extent, adding it to his fist. Come on! Marco! Ling Bai threw a punch, and the ground in front of Ling Bai instantly set off a terrifying explosion. A large area of the ground shook, and the atmosphere was inevitably torn apart. In the end, the fist landed on Marco's head. The dust was flying, and the scene in front of Ling Bai became blurred. Ling Bai, who didn't release observation haki, didn't know what happened to Marco in front of him. But it is estimated that Marco is not in a good state now. The captain's movement is terrible. Ling Bai's punch just now exploded the area of more than 10 football fields, and the cracks in the ground also spread to further areas. What happened to Marco? Ling Bai doesn't know. The captain's movement is terrible, this is the power of shock fruit. Black Moon Hunter, who has changed back to his human form, said in shock. The others are almost the same. Their captain was stronger than all of them, and that was only natural. At this time, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are still standing, that is, Flower Sword Vista and Diamond Yozu. However, Diamond Yozu is in a bad state. Even if his body is covered with diamonds, he was still beaten by King of Misrule. King of Misrule was Durag's opponent in the past. Although he lost to Durag, he lost to him after a long fight. His strength is also quite terrifying. So what if Diamond Yozu's body is covered with diamonds? Hey, don't think that diamonds are hard. King of Misrule laughed. At this moment, Ling Bai ignored Marco and came over with serious unsheathed. Diamond Yozu is dizzy after being beaten by King of Misrule, and his consciousness is a bit blurry. At this time, Ling Bai came over, his body is still covered with diamonds. But Ling Bai felt his own sword intent and looked at Diamond Yozu. Then, with a flash, he turned into a shadow and passed through Diamond Yozu. The next moment, Ling Bai put away his sword, and Diamond Yozu's body immediately spurted blood and fell to the ground. The captain killed him just like that. King of Misrule was confused. Ling Bai said in a deep voice, "This kind of opponent is more suitable for swordsmen. It's just a diamond. You know, the new steel is a compulsory course for ordinary swordsmen. At the level of a grand swordsman, no matter how hard a diamond is, it is just a diamond." Chapter 115. Diamond Jots fell to the ground. Ling Bai's slash had sliced through his diamond armor. A huge slash had even sliced his body diagonally from his left shoulder to his heart. Spitting out blood was only the prelude. Death was the end. Damn it. It was the first time his diamond armor had been cut open. Diamond Jots could not believe it, but the terrible pain from the wound and the uncontrollable bleeding were tormenting his mind. He could clearly feel that his life was slipping away. Indeed, a swordsman's sword is more effective against a diamond man. The evil tyrant walked towards Diamond Jots and looked down at him with a cruel smile. He immediately swung his fist, covered in a layer of armament haki, and smashed it hard on Diamond Jots' wound. The ground shattered, and a cloud of dust flew up. Jots. Flower Sword's Vista roared. Diamond Jots' accident made him very uneasy, and he could not bear it. Ah! Flower Sword's Vista roared, and an amazing power burst out from his body. At the same time, he waved his two swords, and a terrifying airwave spread out with him as the center. He suddenly stomped his right foot, and his whole body rushed out like a spinning rocket. In the airwave formed the shape of a flower, and its color was the color of the sakura flower. It looked very beautiful. Flower Sword's Vista. Flower Sword. However, this was Flower Sword's Vista's strongest attack. More than 10 meters away, Shiryu of the Rain began to gather power when Flower Sword's Vista waved his swords. She knew that her opponent was going to fight to the death. Shiryu of the Rain stood in place, holding Thunderstorm with both hands. A large amount of dark purple airflow spread around her, which made Shiryu of the Rain look very strange, like a demon. The moment her opponent rushed over, Shiryu of the Rain also stomped her foot and rushed over. On one side was the pink aura of the sakura flower, while on the other side was the dark purple aura of evil. It seemed to be a battle between good and evil. 2 seconds later, the two forces collided violently, and with this as the center, a powerful shockwave erupted. A wave of light covered a large area, and a large amount of dust filled the shattered ground, blocking the vision of the mystic moon hunters. I wonder who won. Juju chuckled. Ajba. Crocodile said, "Isn't there an obvious answer to this question?" Shiryu of the Rain was not injured at all. On the other hand, Flower Sword's Vista has many knife wounds on his body. Law said, so Shiryu of the Rain won. A minute later, there was a crisp sound of a sword being sheathed, followed by the sound of even footsteps. It was Shijur of the Rain coming out from the smoke. Flower Sword's Vista was defeated. His opponent was clearly his opponent. Currently, among all of Ling Bai's subordinates, Shiryu of the Rain was the strongest. Even the Evil King and the others were no match for her. In the original work, although Shiryu of the Rain was the leader of Blackbeard's second division, she was the strongest of all the captains. Shiryu is indeed reliable. I thought she would ask me for help. Me too. The wine jug laughed. I don't need your help. Shiryu of the Rain coldly snorted. The Black Moon Hunter asked curiously, where's the man with the two sabers? The latter also replied coldly, I always kill those who have lost to me in the end. In other words, Flower Sword's Vista was not only defeated, but also killed by Shiryu of the Rain. However, this was normal for Shiryu of the Rain. She was just a bloodthirsty person. On the other side, only the immortal bird Marco was left of the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, he was kneeling on a ruin. As the strongest person in the remaining pirates, he watched his friends die one by one, and one by one, they died quite miserably. His heart was filled with despair, sadness, and anger. Finally, Marco let out a loud roar. His body was covered in wounds, and he seemed to have made a tragic decision. Then with a roar, his hands turned into the blue flame wings of the immortal bird and rose into the sky. Is he trying to escape? Law said with some surprise. Weevil said, like my former enemies, he seems to be running away. Ling Bai snorted and also flew up. With Marco's flying speed, how could he be Ling Bai's opponent? Ling Bai quickly followed, and a terrifying flash of light hit Marco's head fiercely. Marco's body was heavily injured, and he fell at an extremely fast speed. Ling Bai, on the other hand, rushed up at an even faster speed and released a powerful shockwave at him with her hands. Boom! Marco was like a cannonball that had hit the ground. His whole body smashed into the ground, and the low-temperature ground was blown up. You want to escape? You should have known. In the original work, Marco was still alive in the end. Obviously, he escaped after fighting with Blackbeard. Blackbeard was a cruel and selfish person, and it was impossible for him to let Marco go. Therefore, Marco escaped after being defeated. I have to accept it. Ling Bai fell to the ground. For this kind of pirate fight, he was ready to die. Today, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are so miserable. Marco also knows that the Whitebeard pirates also treat other pirates like this. Not everyone is willing to submit to the Whitebeard pirates, and where are the pirates who are not willing to submit to them? Or when they want to plunder resources, can the Whitebeard pirates still buy them with money? Then it's not plundering. Therefore, everyone is just ordinary. Captain, are you going to start? Evil Tyrant came over with a bag of fruit. They heard that Ling Bai did a plundering experiment on devil fruit in Impel Down. Several people who came out of Impel Down haven't seen it with their own eyes, so they are full of curiosity at the moment. Ling Bai has a plundering experiment on devil fruit this time. Paramecia diamond fruit, and the extremely rare Zoan fantasy beast type immortal bird fruit. These two devil fruit abilities are the most attractive to them. When Evil Tyrant said this, Black Moon Hunter, Crocodile, and others were also full of curiosity and expectation. Plundering devil fruit? That's crazy. However, who doesn't want to see it with their own eyes? And it's the immortal bird Marco of the Whitebeard pirates. This kind of excitement is unimaginable. Almost. Devil fruit may be reborn later. Diamond Yoza was finally killed by Evil Tyrant. Although he was bound to die, Evil Tyrant sped up the process of Diamond Yoza's death. As for Marco, he could only wait for his death. There were so many strong fighters here. Even if Ling Bai let him go, he would not be able to escape. He would only be able to struggle a little more. Chapter 116. 2 minutes later, Marco was dragged out of the deep pit. At this time, Marco was already on the verge of death, but with his powerful regenerative ability, it wouldn't take long for him to recover from this degree of injury. Marco and Diamond Jaws were placed together. And Diamond Jaws was already dead. I'm going to kill you. Puff. Marco said as he vomited blood. He was so angry that he directly vomited blood. One can imagine how angry he was at this moment. Just as he was about to struggle, Black Moon Hunter stepped forward and handcuffed him. And it was Seastone. This thing was hanging on Weevil's body. The small Seastone handcuffs let Weevil, a big guy like him, lean on it without any problem. However, Seastone was able to restrain the Phoenix's ability, and the fire could no longer be ignited. Now, Marco was at the mercy of others. Don't be stubborn. Speaking of which, the stubborn people I've met before are all dead. Black Moon Hunter laughed. Me too. Evil King and the others also said the same thing. Now Marco was furious. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the ground was full of corpses. They were all the corpses of the Whitebeard pirates. They were doomed to fail, and now they are about to be erased from this world. If they wanted to hide, Ling Bai and the others might not be able to find them. They could have stayed low for a few more years, but this time, They had challenged Ling Bai and the others, so the Whitebeard pirates would be completely erased from this world. This is the weak, but if you feel psychologically unbalanced, think about the pirates that you destroyed. Maybe you will be able to balance out a little. Ling Bai laughed. The new world was full of fighting and killing. If you didn't fight and kill others, you would be beaten and killed by others. This is the law of the jungle, the law of the survival of the strong. 1 minute later, Marco was killed by Shiryu of the Rain. She stabbed Akainu in the heart. Without any more fire, Marco could only helplessly feel his life slipping away. He did not struggle much, or rather, all struggle was useless and meaningless. Marco could only die in extreme pain and anger. Brothers, let's begin. Ling Bai pressed her right hand on the ground, and a red formation with a radius of 10 meters was released. This formation contained a large amount of runes that no one could understand, and the formation was in a state of rotation. It was as if it was operating. Captain, what kind of power is this? No one here knew what the captain's ability was. They only knew that the captain's ability was very strange and that he was a double fruit user. Of course, Ling Bai did not admit it. The red magic circle was almost the same color as the shockwave and flash that he usually used, so it was easy to believe that this was just the effect of Ling Bai's ability. This is a new move that I discovered. I used this ability to plunder Whitebeard's shock fruit last time. Ling Bai laughed. Alright, put that pile of fruits here. If nothing goes wrong, we'll be able to witness the rebirth of the devil fruit with our own eyes. Ling Bai stood up, and everyone looked at the flashing red magic circle. Their eyes fell on the scattered pile of fruits, which were about 10 fruits. There were apples, bananas, pears, and other kinds of fruits. Everyone was full of curiosity. Of course, Ling Bai was still very calm. With this magic circle, which was the reward for plundering the shock fruit last time, the devil fruit's rebirth was limited to a radius of 10 meters. As long as this magic circle was released, the devil fruit would be reborn in this area. In other words, the devil fruit would be restricted to this area and could only be reborn in fruits within this area. In the past, the devil fruit's rebirth would be on a random fruit. Although it was more likely that it would be on a fruit near the dead aptitude user, this probability was not very high. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen. Ling Bai had successfully plundered the shock fruit. Now that she had mastered the ability of this legendary fruit, the plundering operation this time would also be a success. Everyone was filled with anticipation. They were going to witness the rebirth of the devil fruit. To be honest, I'm a little excited. Even Winepot, who was always in a drunken state, was sober. Marco and Diamond Jaws were lying on the ground. They were already in a state where they could not be any more dead. Time ticked by. 3 minutes later, a pineapple and an apple finally received an upgrade. The upgrade was also quite fast. The pineapple and banana became wrinkled, and a lot of complicated patterns appeared on them. Their size also increased a lot, and the color also changed significantly. The pineapple became purple, and the apple changed from light yellow to dark yellow. The whole shape of the fruit became quite strange. 0. Yo. Amazing. This is the first time I've seen something like this. If this spreads out, the whole world will be shocked. The world government will think of a way to capture the captain and torture him to get the secret of plundering the devil fruit. That's right. Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, it's really shocking. After a minute, the 2 devil fruits upgraded, which meant that they were reborn. Everyone was shocked. Ling Bai laughed and said, "This should be a 100% rebirth of the devil fruit." Crocodile said, "Also, it can be controlled, which means that it can plunder anyone's ability." That's crazy. That's crazy. But I like it. 0. Everyone burst into laughter again. Ling Bai picked up the 2 devil fruits. One was the fruit of the mythical immortal bird, and the other was the diamond fruit of Paramecia. Black Moon Hunter said, "The pineapple will become the mythical immortal bird, and the apple will become the diamond fruit of Paramecia. Who is interested? But I hope that it can be used to the maximum, or it will be wasted." Ling Bai looked at everyone and said, "Good things were naturally for his own people." Of course, Ling Bai did not consider himself. If it was the dark fruit, it would be fine, as he was more interested. He had the regeneration ability, and it was high-speed regeneration. He did not care about the defense ability, and who would want to become a diamond. Among the people present, only Van Oka, the evil tyrant, and Shiryu of the Rain did not have the ability of the devil fruit. Even the San Juan Wolf was an ability user. Yes, he was an ability user. Van Oka said that he did not need the devil fruit. So, the evil tyrant and Shiryu of the Rain could each have one devil fruit. Everyone looked at the two of them. Shiryu of the Rain shook her head and said, "Neither of them is suitable for me." Ling Bai knew that the devil fruit that was suitable for Shiryu of the Rain should be the invisible devil fruit, the subordinate of Gecko Moria. In the original work, Blackbeard took his ability, and Shiryu of the Rain used it. The evil tyrant also shook his head and said with a smile, "I don't want to become a diamond man, and the immortal bird fruit is not suitable for me. Captain, let's see what the crew is like. It's not a bad idea to give it to them. I don't want to become an ability user, and it's really painful to not be able to swim in the sea." Chapter 117. After the battle with Marco and the other remnants, the field had been shattered, and there were more than 1,000 corpses. No one was left alive, they all died in battle. After Marco and Diamond Yosa were robbed of their devil fruits, Ling Bai and the others began to plunder the devil fruits from the dead captains. Ling Bai's plan was to create an army of devil fruits. In this world, the battle between the strong was like a lawnmower game. For example, Ling Bai's conqueror's haki could sweep away thousands of troops. The weak didn't even have the qualifications to stand. No matter how many ordinary minions there were, they weren't strong enough. At most, they were large in number. The weak could play a good role in some low-level battles. However, in the battle for hegemony, not only did the strong need quantity, they also couldn't ignore quality. Kaido of the Beasts was building an artificial devil fruit power army, and it was the Zoan ability user army, 807. That madman was building his own pirate group into a veritable 100 Beasts pirate group. Once successful, the strength of the Beasts pirates would be quite terrifying, enough to sweep through the new world. Auntie also had dozens of powerful children under her command, plus a group of forces that had been robbed from her previous husbands, as well as the forces that her children had married and brought along with them. The anti-pirates had also grown to an unimaginable level, and Auntie was also known as the Queen of the Tata Land Kingdom. Ling Bai's current strength wasn't enough to look at. Therefore, the devil fruits of the other captains were also plundered. In the future, Ling Bai would use it on the younger brothers with potential. Of course, it couldn't be used casually. Some people, not to mention their talent, were also lazy, so the development of devil fruits was also extremely trashy. For example, Cabri's Logia marsh fruit was definitely not inferior to any Logia devil fruit, but it was developed by Cabri into a dead state. It was really a waste. That was a powerful ability that wasn't inferior to Enel, Laoshat, and the three admirals. As for the phoenix fruit, Ling Bai planned to keep it first. Such a beautiful and gorgeous devil fruit form, it was better to find a beautiful woman to look at. He couldn't possibly get a nine-tails fox mystic moon hunter. There were a total of 5 captains with devil fruit. Other than Marco and Diamond Jots, there were 3 other captains with devil fruit abilities. However, Ling Bai didn't know what devil fruit they were. He only knew that they were Paramecia's abilities. 10 minutes later, Ling Bai and the others left the battlefield and soon returned to the harbor. At this time, the minions who were knocked unconscious by Ling Bai's conqueror's haki were gradually waking up. Initially, they wanted to watch the battle, but they were caught off guard by Ling Bai's conqueror's haki. With a flip of the conqueror's haki, Ling Bai swept through the entire army. At this time, Ling Bai and the others came to a high ground and looked down at the large group of pirates with Ling Bai standing at the front. "Captain, I think these people still have some value." At this moment, the Black Moon Hunter also spoke. "What value?" Everyone was a little curious. The Black Moon Hunter grinned and said, "Spread the news that we have completely eradicated the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and spread our reputation in the New World. In addition, it's time for us to take down the Whitebeard pirates' territory. So, use them to take over our territory." Ling Bai was surprised. He really didn't think of this. As expected of the legendary cunning woman. The evil tyrant laughed. Winepot said, "It is said that foxes are famous for their cunning, but mystic hunters really didn't inherit the beauty of foxes." Ha ha. Everyone laughed. "Do you want to die? Winepot?" This old lady could barely be considered a beauty in the past. The Black Moon Hunter was angered. "Hee, I don't want to," Winepot said drunkenly. "Well, it seems that we can make use of trash. Ling Bai also has a plan, that is, before going to Wano Kuni, he will first take down Whitebeard's territory. However, Whitebeard has a lot of territory. The islands with the flag of the Whitebeard pirates and even the large sea around the islands are very vast. So, it was not impossible to make use of this group of pirates. Ling Bai didn't believe that they would dare to resist his will. At this time, the pirates who gradually woke up or didn't faint also saw Ling Bai standing on the high ground. Seeing Ling Bai's appearance, countless pirates trembled. A conqueror's haki was enough to make them tremble, or even faint directly. One could imagine how powerful Ling Bai was. And how small they were in front of Ling Bai. Just like ants. It's that monster. That conqueror's haki just now was too scary. This monster is simply not a creature in the human category. Everyone looked up at Ling Bai and Shiryu of the rain behind him, their eyes full of fear and awe. Fellow pirates, or should I say, trash. Ling Bai spoke loudly, calling the pirates below trash, but even so, it was obvious that he despised and scolded all pirates, but at this moment, all the pirates dared not say anything. In this world, whoever has the biggest fist is everything. The weak have no right to speak. So, all the pirates were silent. I, Ling Bai, want to take down Whitebeard's territory. If you want to join me and become the pirate emperor's men in the future, join me today. Attack the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Ling Bai shouted loudly. Who wants to join me? Ling Bai's pirates. The pirates below were silent for a moment, and many people's faces were full of shock and surprise. However, at the next moment, everyone started to clamor. Their voices were so loud that it was as if the entire space was going to explode. Hey, he said he wants us to join. Join. Of course. Now is the time to hug his thigh. Lao Zi doesn't want to join that kind of kid. A real strong man will never surrender to anyone who is 2.8 points lower than him. I'm the man who will become the pirate king. How can I join others? I'm the captain of the angry pirates. I want to join. I want to join. Everyone had different opinions, and they were all different. Some wanted to join, some disdained to join, and some followed the trend, or if a captain joined, his men would naturally follow. Like the Whitebeard pirates, there are 16 division captains and dozens of affiliated pirate groups. There was nothing wrong with following a strong man who was about to rule the new world. Of course, there was nothing wrong with not surrendering. It was just a personal choice. However, in this world, the weak were destined to surrender to the strong, because everyone worshipped strength. All the pirates were thinking about it. There was no doubt that this was the time to hug his thigh. Chapter 118. Ling Bai stood on the high ground and looked down at all the pirates below. The field below was very wide. Even if there were more than 30,000 pirates standing there, it could still accommodate another 10 or 20,000 people. Of course, this depended on the size of the island, which was many times larger than many other islands. Next, Black Moon Hunter commanded the audience. Those who wanted to join stood on the left side facing Ling Bai, and those who didn't stood on the right side. Following that, the pirates also quickly took action. There were about 35,000 people present, which was also the rough estimate of the Mystic Moon Hunters. As for the pirates who chose to join Ling Bai, there were about 8,000 of them. 8,000 people didn't seem like a lot, but in fact, it was already a terrifying number. At present, no other pirate group in the New World had such a number of people except for Anti. Kaido was dedicated to building the Beast Legion, so they didn't have many people, but Anti's forces had a terrifying number of people. In addition, there were many powerful pirate alliances, with tens of thousands of people. However, alliances were also concerned about the distribution of benefits, so it was impossible to do what Whitebeard did. As for those who didn't want to join, Ling Bai didn't say anything. Whether they joined or not was a personal choice. More than 8,000 people were enough for Ling Bai for the time being. The large group of pirates who joined Ling Bai were boiling at this time. They were now thinking about how they could live a good life in the future. However, Ling Bai was just using them. In this world, there were no good pirates. Ling Bai used them to attack the territory left by Whitebeard. It was estimated that many of these people would die, but Ling Bai didn't care. When he had status and reputation, he could have as many of these people as he wanted. At this time, the group of pirates was excited, and the audience was boiling. Next, it was the temporary distribution of the Ling Bai pirates, similar to the division of the Whitebeard pirates. Ling Bai couldn't go to the same Whitebeard's territory as a group. They would act separately. The division of pirates was similar to the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates in the original work. Shiryu of the Rain, Evil King, Black Moon Hunter, Wine Pot, San Juan Wolf, Crocodile, Law, and Hawkins became the captains of a division. The order of the city division wasn't divided by strength. There were a total of 8 divisions. As for Wilbur, Ling Bai did not plan to let him be the leader of the team. The main reason was that Wilbur's IQ was severely lacking other than fighting and killing. He did not even know that the person in the photo was him when he saw the bounty on his head. If he was not good at fighting, Ling Bai would have kicked him away. It was fine to let him be her bodyguard. 3 hours later, the Ling Bai pirates were also assigned to each division. Each division has about 1,000 people. At night, this was an island under the moonlight. There were tens of thousands of pirates, and the pirates who did not join Ling Bai were all here. Ling Bai intended to use this place as a temporary territory, or rather, a headquarters. Of course, it was not as valuable as Wano Kuni. However, Ling Bai would never have thought that this place would develop into a famous pirates' holy land in the future. And the order here was set by Ling Bai. He was the god here. This island was either filled with grass or trees. There was nothing new about it. However, there were many traces of houses that had long been in ruins, and it seemed that they had been here for 20 or 30 years. At this time, Ai Bai was discussing the battle plan and the specific location of Whitebeard's territory. The plan was that each division was responsible for a part of the sea or island, and Whitebeard's territory was known to the whole New World. The New World was very big, and it would take a lot of time to reach those sea areas and islands. Well, the plan is set. Let's fight quickly, and then we will attack the Wano Kuni Sea. Ling Bai said, and everyone was discussing on the main ship at the harbor. Ling Bai had faith in their King of Misrule's strength. It wouldn't be a problem for them to conquer a few territories. Law and Hawkins may be a little worse. Although they are supernova pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, they are barely in the top tier in the New World, so Ling Bai did not assign too much responsibility to them. The next day, the pirates on the island began to work quickly. Their purpose was to build a new pirate ship. As a division ship of the Ling Bai pirates, they had to build it day and night. They had to act quickly and complete it within 10 days. There is no shortage of trees on the island. There is no shortage of wood. There is naturally no shortage of people. Moreover, the ship must be quite large, especially the San Juan Wolf's ship. It is the most terrifying because its body is too huge. In addition, the Ling Bai Pirates logo and flag were quickly made in half a day. =Q_%. During this time, the news that Ling Bai destroyed Marco and the others quickly spread throughout the New World, and it also spread to the first half of the Grand Line. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were completely wiped out, and the bodies of Marco and the others were used as fertilizer for plants. For a time, the world trembled, and even the New World pirates trembled. Although Whitebeard was dead, the strength and power of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates were also terrible, but they completely withdrew from the stage of history in such a way, which really made people sigh. On Marie Joyce, the 5 elders originally thought that Marco and the others could suppress or even destroy Ling Bai, but they did not expect this result. So, they were uneasy. But what they didn't expect was that Ling Bai also carried out a 100% devil fruit plunder experiment. If they knew about this, they would probably tremble with excitement. Of course, maybe more uneasiness. The world began to lose balance, because in just a week, a large number of pirates poured in from the Grand Line, and the goal was naturally the so-called Raftel on the island. The naval headquarters, located in the first half of the Grand Line, had no time to take care of Ling Bai. There were too many things after the war. The New World 433 was the most turbulent. At this time, Ling Bai's every move was enough to affect the nerves of the world. It is worth mentioning that 3 days after Ling Bai killed Marco and the others, the red-haired pirates came. Ling Bai also had a fierce confrontation with them, and the battle was almost on the verge of breaking out. But in the end, they didn't fight. Instead, the bodies of Marco and the others, who were supposed to be used as nutrients for plants, were taken away by the red-haired pirates. However, Red Hair only took away the bodies of all the captains. As for the other pirate minions, Red Hair didn't care about them. So, they could only be used as nutrients for plants. Time passed in a flash, and soon Ling Bai's 9 new ships were born. Main ship, Kami comes to the world, named Kami, which means that they are going against the celestial dragons. As for the other ships, Ling Bai looked at the evil tyrant and named them themselves. The next day, the amazing fleet began to set off, and their goal was Whitebeard's territory. At this time, Whitebeard's territory has fallen into the hands of other pirates. The reason is that Whitebeard is dead, and no one can suppress those pirates, and Whitebeard has too many enemies, and the people in his territory are suffering from the anger of Whitebeard's enemies. Ling Bai and the others are going to capture all of Whitebeard's territory during this time, so that they can control all of Whitebeard's territory. The world is about to tremble. Chapter 119. New World is vast, unimaginably big, so big that you can't even find an island like Raftel. Whitebeard's territory was not much compared to the entire New World, but it was the largest territory among the 4 emperors. However, after Whitebeard's death, Whitebeard's prestige was no longer there. Furthermore, Whitebeard had a lot of enemies, so Whitebeard's death happened not long after Sengoku announced the end of the war. Perhaps less than 2 hours had passed. Far away in Whitebeard's territory in New World, the flag of the Whitebeard pirates was overthrown and burned. The people on the island who didn't dare to act rashly and even hid their heads like turtles showed their greedy and fierce fangs for the first time, releasing their primitive bestial nature on the island, burning and looting. Almost every part of Whitebeard's territory was the same. Moreover, there was no such thing as the worst, only worse. New World is the world of pirates, and even the Marine doesn't have much influence. If civilians want to be safe, they can join the world government and get the protection of the world government, but the price is an astronomical amount of sky gold every year. Otherwise, the world government won't care about you. However, how can a country, a town, an island pay sky gold? They don't even have many sources of income. Therefore, the countries that join the world government are almost all rich countries, and the poor countries don't even qualify for protection. Therefore, in this world, the protection of the big pirates is very important, and only a pirate flag of the big pirates is enough to protect them. Whitebeard's territory is the island with the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing this flag, almost no pirate dares to do anything. But when Whitebeard died, his influence ended, and no pirate was afraid of the flag anymore. At this time, Blanche Island, which is one of Whitebeard's territories, is an inconspicuous island. There is only one relatively large village on the island, but it has fallen. At this time, it was still night, and there was a bonfire party on the island. More than 100 pirates were reveling at this time, sitting around the bonfire, watching a group of beautiful women dancing on the inner floor, but at this time, those beautiful women were smiling with fear between their eyebrows, and their bodies were trembling slightly. The men on the island were angry, but they didn't dare to speak, and they didn't dare to resist, and they were directly chopped off. This was most of Whitebeard's territory. The current situation was tragic, but there was nothing they could do about it. The civilians prayed for a savior to save them, or the Marine Corps to save them, but there was no savior. The Marine Corps was too busy. Too many people had died, and there were too many places for them to take care of. They simply had no time to care about these small places. At this time, a huge pirate ship came, followed by 3 much smaller pirate ships. It was the Ling Bai pirates, Crocodile of the 6th Division. This place is a bit small. But this is much simpler. Crocodile looked at the island in front of him. An island of this level can at most have a village on it, while an island like Alabasta can accommodate a country. Now, the Hades Island of the Ling Bai Pirate Regiment headquarters can accommodate a town, but the Hades Island has been renamed Amamai Island. Let's finish this quickly. Crocodile shouted. He now had 1,000 people with him, as well as the 2 men he took away from Impel Down. In addition, Crocodile also wanted to find his former members of the Baroque Commune. After all, almost all of them were aptitude users, and they were also very capable subordinates of Crocodile. However, it was impossible to find Nico Robin. After all, she had already joined Straw Hat Luffy. Under Crocodile's order, Mr. 1 and Mr. 3 on his ship took the lead and jumped down, followed by the others. The pirates patrolling the island were scared to death. When have they ever seen such a big battle? They directly paralyzed. They wanted to escape, but Mr. 1 was also very fast and rushed directly to kill them. The next step is very simple. On this island, as long as there are pirates, they will all be killed, no one will be left alive, and no one will be allowed to beg for mercy. Also, burning, killing, and looting are strictly prohibited. Looking at his brothers charging, Crocodile didn't even need to make a move. After all, those pirates are too weak, even the captain level ones were killed by Mr. 1 and Mr. 3. And the number of the other side is only more than 100 people, against his 1,000 people. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to fight 10 people, 10 against 1 is simply a sweep. An hour later, the dust settled, and the bodies of the pirates were thrown into the sea to feed the fish. And this island was put on the latest flag of the Ling Bai pirate regiment. This is the first flag, and Crocodile left 50 pirates to guard it, mainly because it is still unstable, because not many people in the New World are afraid of Ling Bai. After dealing with this island, Crocodile set off to the nearby islands. This sea area is almost all the territory of Whitebeard. Crocodile needs to go one by one, and the next territory is not as easy to deal with as the first one. After all, there are also powerful pirates. Even M.1 can't deal with them, so only Crocodile can do it. At the same time, Evil King is also sweeping Whitebeard's territory, and his methods are much more terrifying and ruthless than Crocodile's. In the Ling Bai pirates, the captain level can be said to be codders. Except for Crocodile, Evil King is a super ruthless person. So after Evil King landed on an island, on that island, a pirate with a bounty of 600 million berries was directly roasted by Evil King, and the other pirate group of nearly 1,000 people was swept away by Evil King, and then the flag of the Ling Bai pirates was put on their heads. It's a bit simple, there are powerful pirates, I want to kill a few more. Evil King smiled cruelly, holding the head of a pirate with a bounty of 600 million in his hand. At the same time, Black Moon Hunter, Shiryu of the Rain, Flagon, and others were also doing the same thing. Every team is doing the same thing. In 3 days, the original Whitebeard's territory was attacked, and the sea area occupied by other pirates was swept away, and the flag of the Ling Bai pirates was put on it. That flag means that this is the territory of the Ling Bai pirates, and each territory is guarded by some pirates. In 3 days, the entire New World was in an uproar, and for a time, countless pirates trembled. The Whitebeard's territory that was captured by Ling Bai was occupied by powerful pirates after Whitebeard's death. There were even pirates with a bounty of 1 billion, but now these people, who were arrogant and insufferably arrogant, had their heads cut off. There are countless casualties among the small pirates, and more than 50 pirates with a bounty of 500 million berries have died. The total bounty alone is tens of billions of berries. It makes people's scalp numb. Over the past 3 days, New World has been shocked and trembling. Many pirates are worried that Ling Bai, who is now unstoppable, will attack the territory that does not belong to Whitebeard. As for the other pirates, they were terrified. The news of Ling Bai being called the new Pirate Emperor also appeared. If Ling Bai's current actions can't make Ling Bai be called the Pirate Emperor, then there will be no Pirate Emperor in the new era. The news was released by Morgan Press. What kind of existence was Morgan Press? The media that monopolized the entire world's news industry and controlled the fishing boats of the entire world. One was the world government, and the other was Morgan. Morgan's boss was a birdman who would do anything for the sake of news profits. This time, he told Ling Bai that she had become the Pirate Emperor, but Ling Bai didn't know him. After the news about the birth of a new emperor came out, the whole world was shaken. The naval headquarters, the Holy Land of Marie-Joyce, the other emperors and great pirates of the New World, and various black and white forces were shocked, angry, and uneasy. It was also at this time that Ling Bai's pirate flag came into play. The flag was like a pirate emperor. Who would dare to behave atrociously in Ling Bai's territory? It's better to give it a try. Ling Bai hasn't received the newspaper about him yet. The New World called him the Pirate Emperor like a gust of wind. At this time, Ling Bai was about to reach the Fishman Island. In Whitebeard's territory, the Fishman Island is barely counted as one, because the Fishman Island has been sheltered by Whitebeard for many years. At the beginning of the Great Age of Pirates, the Fishman Island suffered the most terrible disaster in the world. A large number of fishmen and mermaids were sold and slaughtered. The entire Fishman Island was shrouded in the darkness and blood of hell. The first pirate emperor of the Great Age of Pirates, Whitebeard, personally came to the Fishman Island and planted the flag of the Whitebeard pirates here. The Fishman Island is more valuable than any other island. Ling Bai must take the dust. Chapter 120. The Fishman Island was not peaceful recently. The Fishman Island was heavily guarded by the Dragon Palace army. After the Summit War, Whitebeard's deterrence no longer worked. In the past half-month, more and more pirates invaded the island. The pirates didn't come to the Fishman Island just for tourism and other entertainment. They came to the Fishman Island for treasures or to catch mermaids and even to sell people here. In the past half-month, almost every pirate who came to the Fishman Island was eyeing the island covetously. The people of the Fishman Island didn't dare to run around and Neptune had to increase his defense. However, Neptune also knew that if this continued, the Fishman Island would definitely not be able to withstand the invasion of pirates. The Fishman Island was likely to return to the early days of the Great Age of Pirates without the protection of Whitebeard. The Fishman Island seemed to have become hell. Since then, many fishmen and mermaids were full of resentment towards humans. In front of the heroes of the Fishman Island, they were unwilling to inject human blood into their bodies. At this time, West Kemp Kingdom. In the past half-month, a lot of pirates have come. The king's army has also suffered heavy losses. A lot of people have disappeared from the Fishman Island. Maybe at this moment, they are being auctioned in the illegal area of Sabayati Archipelago or taken to New World to be sold directly. If this goes on, we really can't stand it. Those pirates are too hateful. 327. Hateful. I'm going to kill them all. Prince Sharkstar was angry to the extreme. At this moment, who can not be angry? The other two princes were the same. If this continues, the Fishman Island really can't stand it. Thinking of the early days of the Great Age of Pirates, the Fishman Island was like hell, they were afraid. The location of the Fishman Island is too special. It is located in the passage between the first half of the Grand Line and the second half of the New World. Every day, many pirate ships pass by, and the Fishman Island is an underwater paradise with countless treasures. It would be strange if countless greedy pirates were not tempted. The Fishman Island was inevitably involved in the war. Now, if they don't get shelter, the Fishman Island is likely to return to the tragedy of the early days of the Great Age of Pirates. At that time, the Fishman Island and the human world will rapidly expand. Neptune didn't want his wife Otohim's efforts to go to waste. Otohim advocated that the Fishman Island can be equal to the human world. She hoped that the human world can accept the Fishman Island and there will be no more wars between humans and the Fishman Island. Kaido Jinbei joining the Shishibukai is considered a symbol of reconciliation between the Fishman Island and the human world. The Fishman Island. We can only rely on that woman's protection. Some time ago, she announced that she would be taking over the Fishman Island. Neptune said. The woman he was talking about was Aunt Charlotte Linlin, the most terrifying woman in the world. She was a terrifying woman whose stomach acid could corrode the ground when it flowed from her mouth to the ground. Some time ago, Auntie had announced that she would take over the Fishman Island. However, after that, the Fishman Island didn't do anything. Originally, the other pirates were a little scared, but as time passed, the pirates' courage was released. They felt that maybe the Fishman Island didn't want to take care of it at all. That was because the Fishman Island was too far away from Auntie's territory. Auntie's Tata Land Kingdom was centered on Cake Island. The surrounding sea area and dozens of islands were Auntie's territory. It was too far away. She didn't want the Fishman Island anymore. Therefore, the pirates became more and more rampant. Neptune had to seek shelter from the Fishman Island. Of course, the conditions of the Fishman Island may be very harsh. Perhaps the Fishman Island was waiting for Neptune to take the initiative to seek shelter from her. Sigh. Neptune sighed. The Fishman Island was too weak. If this continues, the Fishman Island may become a hell on earth again. The king's army simply couldn't protect the Fishman Island. There were too many pirates and they were too strong. Poseidon, was born here once again. But because of this, the safety of the Fishman Island became even more important. The outside world must not be allowed to know about that power. Otherwise, Shirahoshi would be in danger. At this time, on the other side, outside the Fishman Island, a big ship came. The pirate ship was Ling Bai's main ship. At this moment, other than the group of lackeys driving the boat, there were only Ling Bai and Wilbur on the boat. Wilbur had turned into Ling Bai's bodyguard. After all, his IQ was only at this level. Otherwise, Ling Ri would have made him the captain of a division. Recently, the Fishman Island should be very chaotic. Although it was caused by me, a little sacrifice can make you really prosperous and even reach the human world. You should thank me. Moreover, even without me, there is still Blackbeard. Ling Bai muttered to himself. At this time, he saw many pirate ships outside the Fishman Island, waiting for the opportunity to move. When Ling Bai saw them, she knew what they were up to. However, after today, no pirates would dare to have any ideas about this place. 3 minutes later, Ling Bai forced his way into the Fishman Island, and the king's army guarding the entrance wanted to stop Ling Bai from breaking in, but Ling Bai directly released Conqueror's Haki and stunned more than 100 people of the king's army. There were more than 100 of them, which showed how tight their defense was. However, this was not the only place where they could invade Fishman Island. It was just that the entrance was easier to enter, so the king's army was patrolling everywhere to protect Fishman Island. Looking at the king's army on the ground, Ling Bai didn't say anything. Only the 2 generals of the king's army didn't fall, but at this time, they were looking up at Ling Bai and Weevil in shock and fear. The even more powerful haze had arrived. They were also quickly afraid, and their bodies trembled unconsciously. They didn't know what kind of power attacked their men. Almost 3 or 4 seconds later, all of them fell to the ground. What? What should we do? I don't know. It's terrible. The 2 generals trembled. Ling Bai didn't say anything, and he jumped from the ship and shot dozens of flashes at the pirates wandering outside the Fishman Island. Immediately, there was a huge explosion outside, but because it was deep in the sea, the pressure of the sea didn't make the explosion spread far. All the pirate ships were blown up. Leave no one alive. It was impossible for any of them to survive. Ling Bai didn't talk nonsense with them. The Fishman Island will be his territory, so if other pirates want to invade here, they will all die. After entering the Fishman Island, Ling Bai let his men guard the ship, and he took Weevil to officially enter the Fishman Island. He came here to tell Neptune that he will completely take over the Fishman Island. Ling Bai also wanted to get rid of Hody Jones and Vanderdecken 9, pervert. Both of them were rebels within the Fishman Island and were uncertain factors. The strength of the Fishman Island is too weak, and they can't even resist ordinary pirates. Not to mention the powerful pirates. Ling Bai said noisily. Big brother, those women look strange, they don't even have legs. The Fishman mermaids, mermaids, and mermaids and mermaids women mermaids, and mermaids, and mermaids and mermaids. That's a mermaid, not a human. How can it have legs? Idiot Weevil. Ling Bai scolded. Chapter 121. The Fishman Island, Fishman Street. Coming to the Fishman Island, Ling Bai must see the ruler of the sea, Neptune, but Ling Bai didn't go to see Neptune first. Instead, he went to the chaotic Fishman Street. To see Neptune, he still has to show some sincerity. Hody Jones is here, and maybe, if he is lucky, his ally Vanderdecken 9 is also here. Both of them are the cancer of the Fishman Island. The former planned to disintegrate the Fishman Island and instigate hatred with humans. Of course, Ling Bai felt that this was not wrong. After all, in the early days of the Great Age of Pirates, the Fishman Island's residents suffered unimaginable dark and bloody events, and those who did those atrocities were not only pirates, but also human traffickers, and even marine. From then on, many residents of the Fishman Island began to have great hatred for humans. Later, Otohime appeared and advocated for the Fishman Island to be friendly with humans. She hoped that the human world would accept the Fishman Island and also hoped that the Fishman Island would eliminate their hatred for humans. So, Hody Jones secretly killed her and provoked the hatred of the Fishman Island towards humans. If it was Ling Bai, maybe he would do the same. Otohime's idea was like repaying evil with good, but what would he use to repay good? Do you really think that if you are a good person, the bad people will become good? Too naive. There is also Vanderdecken 9, pervert, who has been thinking about Shirahoshi, but Neptune has been unable to do anything to him. Half an hour later, Ling Bai came to the Fishman Street. It was quite chaotic, and the relatively poor and backward residents also collectively hated humans. They were concentrated here for survival. I don't know if Vanderdecken 9 is here. Hody Jones is easy to find. Ling Bai was followed by Weevil. Since entering the Fishman Island, although Ling Bai has encountered several waves of Dragon Palace guards, after all, they are also guarding the Fishman Island, so Ling Bai didn't directly attack them. Instead, he used the powerful Conqueror's Haki to stun them. In addition, Ling Bai saw 10 pirates who were secretly capturing mermaids and he directly killed them. There should be a lot of pirates who come to capture mermaids recently. They entered Fishman Street. All the fishmen's eyes were attracted to Ling Bai, not because Ling Bai was good looking, but because Ling Bai was human. Especially recently, pirates and other human traffickers sneaked into the Fishman Island and even directly broke into the Fishman Island to capture mermaids and fishmen to sell outside. This made their hatred for human beings rise to the extreme. The appearance of Ling Bai and the others instantly attracted their attention. Then, they surrounded them with weapons in their hands, looking fierce. There were hundreds of them. And they seemed to have gathered in a very short period of time. Ling Bai wasn't surprised at all. In the original work, when Hody Jones fought against the Straw Hat Pirates, he mobilized 100,000 fishmen. Although Luffy directly used Conqueror's Haki to kill half of them. Human. Die. Suddenly, a sturdy fishman roared. He raised the knife in his hand and chopped down. At the same time, the other fishmen did the same. Boom. It was at this time that the powerful Conqueror's Haki erupted with Ling Bai as the center, and the majestic momentum crushed the surrounding like an avalanche. With a sound like an explosion, the surrounding fishmen were blasted away, and all the fishmen were lying on the ground, unconscious. Obviously, they couldn't bear Ling Bai's Conqueror's Haki, but it was just his ordinary use of Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki, claimed to be the power of 1 in a million people, but now it's being used by me to sweep away the small fries. This. Ling Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but this was the truth. Even if the powerful Conqueror's Haki was enough to cause damage to the surrounding things, no one used Conqueror's Haki to fight against strong people. It was only used to clear the small fries. A group of mobs want to fight against me. Even the drugged Hody Jones is not my opponent. Ling Bai stepped over the group of fishmen who had fainted on the ground, and the surrounding fishmen who wanted to rush up to her had no choice but to stop their actions. At this moment, hundreds of Fishman brothers were instantly knocked to the ground, and all of them rolled their eyes. What kind of strength was that? What happened? Are they all dead? What did that human do? Everyone was puzzled, and everyone was afraid. Their bodies also trembled naturally and unconsciously. When Ling Bai passed by them, the fishmen couldn't help but keep retreating, but they retreated to the wall. It's terrible. What kind of pirate is that? No one knows. Without the obstruction of the fishmen, Ling Bai and the others quickly arrived at a fishman bar. The strong smell of alcohol wafted out from the bar. Even though the bar was closed, it was still the stench of alcohol. Ling Bai also drank alcohol, but the alcohol here was for fishmen. Perhaps it was different from the alcohol that humans drank. 0. Flowers. At this time, Ling Bai also heard a voice. Hey, Hody Jones, let's overthrow the rule of that muddle-headed King Neptune. Then Shirahoshi will be mine. Neptune, that guy, if it wasn't for him, the Fishman Island wouldn't be like this. Our Fishman race and the mermaid race were bullied by humans. Countless of our compatriots died in the hands of humans. I will remember this hatred for a lifetime. That's natural, Neptune doesn't deserve to be a ruler. There were only 2 people talking. Ling Bai, who was standing outside, knew that it was Hody Jones and Vanderdecken 9. I didn't expect that both of you would be here. Now I don't have to spend time looking for my people. Ling Bai smiled and then turned to Weevil and said, Weevil, you stay outside and wait for me. Remember, don't run around stupidly. If you get lost, go back by yourself. Yes, big brother. Weevil said to Ling Bai with infinite admiration. The door of the Fishman bar was not big, it was only 4 meters high. For Weevil, who was 7 meters tall and quite big, even if he squatted, he couldn't enter because he was a meatball. The door was not suitable for him. Then Ling Bai opened the door like a gentleman. Although he wanted to kick it open directly, he thought about it and decided to do it first. When Ling Bai entered the bar, only the owner and the waiters were present. Ling Bai saw Hody Jones, Vanderdecken 9, and several of their minions. There weren't many of them. However, from their conversation, Ling Bai guessed that they were planning to overthrow Neptune. Therefore, it was normal that there weren't many of them. The Fishman Street was Hody Jones' territory. The Fishman Street and the Dragon Palace Kingdom stood opposite each other. Yo. Nice to meet you too. Ling Bai smiled and walked over. His smile was quite relaxed. He didn't want to fight at all. Hody Jones was the first to raise his fist. Humans are not allowed here. Chapter 122. No humans are allowed to appear here. Hody Jones didn't expect a human to walk in like this, which made him a little angry. He felt that his brothers outside didn't do their job well, such as killing humans when they saw them. Recently, many pirates have come to the Fishman Island to hunt mermaids and fishmen, which has made Hody Jones extremely angry. Therefore, as long as he sees humans, he wants them to die. Therefore, at this time, Hody Jones threw a punch at Ling Bai. He had a cruel smile on his face. This punch wasn't very powerful. Hody Jones looked at Ling Bai's body and felt that he could definitely kill him in one hit. However, Hody Jones didn't use more strength. One must know that his fist could shatter a large number of bones in a pirate's body with a single punch. That's how powerful he is. He is Hody Jones, the captain of the new Fishman pirates, the man who inherited the will of the hero tiger. The Fishman on Hody Jones' side had a cruel smile on his face as he watched a good show. Hody Jones wanted them to see how he would deal with a human. Ling Bai's face didn't change as he easily caught Hody Jones' huge fist with his right palm. Boom. With a muffled sound, Hody Jones felt that the other side was like a mountain standing in front of him, making him unable to move. Even if he increased his strength, his arm was trembling, but the other side's arm was motionless. Do you think you are fighting with a child? Or are you looking down on me? Ling Bai laughed. Hody Jones is very weak, really weak. In the original work, he used a lot of drugs to fight Luffy 2 years later, and Luffy didn't use fourth gear to fight him. In a word, relying on drugs to temporarily gain powerful strength, but the consumption of the body is also quite terrible. This guy still wants to be the Pirate King, isn't this a fool's dream? Moreover, this guy may not have even left the Fishman Island. Ling Bai's arm didn't move at all. How is this possible? Hody Jones' face changed, and the faces of the other fishmen also changed. They couldn't believe it, the strength of Hody Jones was obvious to all. But at this moment, a human brat caught Hody Jones's fist effortlessly. How could they not be shocked? Of course, no one was more shocked than Hody Jones. He was the one who understood the power of his fists the most. But in front of me, you are like an ant. Of course, you don't know me. It was not easy for newspapers from the sea to reach the Fishman Island. Moreover, the people on Fishman Street might not necessarily read them. Damn it. Hody Jones hurriedly pulled back his fist and immediately punched out with even more power. Being blocked by a mere human brat made him feel very embarrassed, especially in front of his allies and subordinates. This would make him lose face. The punch looked even more ferocious. Ling Bai, on the other hand, was still as confident as ever. She easily caught her opponent's fist. You're still too weak, Hody Jones. Ling Bai laughed, and Hody Jones was shocked again. He did not expect that his fist would be caught by the opponent again. Naturally, the others were also shocked. The second time was different, and it was obvious that Hody Jones' second punch was much more powerful than the first. Impossible. Hody Jones did not want to believe it, because she had never been defeated like today. Her fists had always been her most trusted thing. Nothing is impossible. Ling Bai exerted some force and pushed Hody Jones away. Hody Jones stumbled a few steps back uncontrollably. He only managed to stop because there was a wall behind him. At this moment, Ling Bai's hands were aimed at Hody Jones, and then a red shockwave was released, which crashed into Hody Jones' stomach. The huge impact made Hody Jones' stomach cave in, and the wall behind her naturally could not bear such an impact and directly exploded. Hody Jones was blown away. All the fishmen had yet to come back to their senses. Just what had happened? As an ally of Hody Jones, Vanderdecken 9 was also confused. Thanks to the chaos on the Fishman Island, almost all the troops were used to patrol. In the past, they were used to search for Vanderdecken 9. But after so many years, Neptune still couldn't do anything to him. He didn't even touch Vanderdecken 9's clothes, let alone catch him. At this time, Vanderdecken 9 was still in shock. He did not know what kind of power Ling Bai used to blow Hody Jones out of the wall. Now Hody Jones was estimated to be more than 10 meters away. Ability user? Pirate? Vanderdecken 9 was puzzled and wanted to stand up quickly, but Ling Bai's foot fell on Vanderdecken 9's face. Then, the table exploded. Ling Bai's amazing power directly made Vanderdecken 9 smash the table and chair. KR. Ling Bai's kick landed right on Vanderdecken 9's rat face, causing his teeth and facial bones to crack. This place was immediately in a mess. Everyone was scared. They didn't understand why this human attacked him, even if it was Hody Jones who attacked him first, not Vanderdecken 9. Vanderdecken 9 was also in pain and doubt. Was this human going to beat up Hody Jones's accomplice? Vanderdecken 9 was pressed to the ground by Ling Bai's foot. Not only his face was in pain, but his whole body was in severe pain. Ling Bai's foot was terrible. Damn, I'm going to kill you. Vanderdecken 9 was angry. The pain in his body made him angry. Suddenly being hit by someone, this was not something that everyone could endure. He immediately pulled out the scimitar in his hand. He had used this scimitar to intimidate Shirahoshi and Neptune. He was a target fruit user. He could remember a person just by touching them. His ability could kill people from a few kilometers away. Of course, he couldn't kill Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi was Poseidon. Even in his dreams, he wanted Shirahoshi. For Shirahoshi, he didn't wash his hand for 8 years. Therefore, Vanderdecken 9 had to die in front of Ling Bai. This kind of BD should die as soon as possible. Neptune and the others were too useless. They couldn't do anything to this kind of trash for 8 years. When Vanderdecken 9 pulled out his sword, Ling Bai shot out a flash of light from his finger and directly fell on his hand. Ah! Vanderdecken 9 screamed. Ling Bai's foot landed on his face. At this time, his mouth was full of blood. After all, several of his teeth were broken. It seemed that Vanderdecken 9 was quite miserable at this time. Ling Bai's foot flew out again with a shockwave and fell on Vanderdecken 9's body. Boom! Vanderdecken 9 was sent flying with a strong impact. He broke the wall and his whole body was smashed outside. Ling Bai took a step forward, and Hody Jones and Vanderdecken 9 were already outside. Chapter 123. Damn it! I, Hody Jones, am not that easy to mess with. At this time, just outside, Hody Jones got up from the ground. He was hit by Ling Bai's shockwave and slammed into the wall. This made him feel pain all over his body. He had never suffered such an attack before. However, Hody Jones still didn't know that his ally Vanderdecken 9 was attacked more heavily than him. On the other side, Ling Bai rushed out from the shattered wall, which was the direction where Vanderdecken 9 was smashed. At this time, Vanderdecken 9's state was much worse than Hody Jones. He felt that his left hand that was holding the sword was about to be crippled. A bloody hole was pierced by the red flash. Vanderdecken 9's left hand was trembling. As a Murloc, he didn't have the strength and strong physical fitness of Hody Jones, so at this moment, he was smashed into the wall. There was no difference between his body, and Ling Bai's attack was obviously more serious than Hody Jones. At this time, just as Vanderdecken 9 was about to stand up, Ling Bai appeared in front of him. Ling Bai didn't waste any time. She pulled out the red version of the Heavenly Cloud Sword and slashed down at Vanderdecken 9's right hand. It was the right hand that was wearing a red glove. When Shirahoshi was 6 years old, she revealed the power of the Poseidon for the first time. Vanderdecken 9 touched Shirahoshi's body with his right hand. In this way, his target fruit ability remembered Shirahoshi and used it to constantly intimidate Shirahoshi and Neptune. Ling Bai raised her sword and slashed down. With a muffled sound, Vanderdecken 9's right hand was separated from his arm and fell to the ground. Looking at his right hand being cut off, Vanderdecken 9 was stunned. Then, an unimaginable pain hit him, followed by a scream. However, this scream did not last for more than 5 seconds. Ling Bai's sword slashed across his neck. Ling Bai's movements were as smooth as flowing water. Vanderdecken 9's head flew into the air. His face was still filled with pain and confusion. Naturally, he died with his eyes wide open. As a result, his life came to an abrupt end. Vanderdecken 9, he. This scene happened to be seen by Hody Jones, who had just arrived. The flying head made him understand that Vanderdecken 9 was dead. He was easily killed by this human. The head rolled to the ground, and the sound made Hody Jones unable to believe it. Weevil, come here. At this moment, Ling Bai shouted. Weevil wasn't far from him. Hody Jones was just a small fry. Even 2 years later, he wouldn't be a match for Ling Bai, let alone now. Ling Bai didn't even know if the strengthening potion was produced yet. When Vabel heard Ling Bai's voice, he immediately rushed over. Big brother, what's the matter? Weevil came over with a blank look on his face and a large blade in his hand. Kill that Fishman. Ling Bai ordered. A small fry like Hody Jones could be dealt with by Wilbur. Yes, big brother. Weevil's eyes lit up. One had to admit that he was the most interested in fighting and killing. Weevil immediately held his blade with both hands. His entire aura changed. He was like a killing god. Hody Jones' heart trembled as he looked at the monster in front of him. He couldn't help but feel fearful. Weevil was twice as tall as Hody Jones. His body was quite huge. Before Hody Jones could speak, Weevil attacked. His speed was quite fast. Hody Jones was frightened and instinctively grabbed his trident to block the attack. On the other hand, Weevil's saber carried a monstrous force that sent Hody Jones flying more than 10 meters away. So strong. Hody Jones was thrown to the ground and rolled for another 3 meters. At this moment, he felt pain and numbness in his hand. He even felt like he was crippled. Monster. Weevil didn't just look like a monster, his strength was also from a monster. After that strike, Weevil rushed towards Hody Jones without any hesitation. Before Hody Jones could stand up, Weevil chopped down with his saber again. Ling Bai's order was to kill Hody Jones. Weevil definitely wouldn't show any mercy. Boom. Hody Jones dodged at the critical moment. Weevil's blade landed on the ground and the huge force caused the ground to explode. BD. Hody Jones stood up after rolling 3 times. He held his trident tightly and rushed towards Weevil. He then stabbed with his trident. Although Weevil was very strong, Hody Jones wasn't afraid at all. At the same time, Weevil's eyes narrowed as he slashed his saber towards Hody Jones. It was a fierce and ruthless slash. It landed on Hody Jones's body and sent him flying like a cannonball. Hody Jones was smashed into an island. There was an explosion. Weevil stepped on the ground and rushed out like a cannonball. Seeing Weevil working so hard, Ling Bai was relieved. Ling Bai was very confident in Weevil's strength. With Hody Jones's strength, it was impossible for him to be Weevil's opponent. Even if he used the drug 2 years later, he still wouldn't be Weevil's opponent. Next, there was a fierce battle. The sound of explosions continued for almost 10 minutes. It was Weevil who was torturing Hody Jones. After 10 minutes, the explosions stopped. After another minute, Weevil dragged Hody Jones's body over. Hody Jones's heart was pierced through by Weevil's sword. There was no suspense about his death. "Big brother, I'm done," Weevil said respectfully. "Very good." Ling Bai was very satisfied. The people in Fishman Street were shocked. Hody Jones's death made them shocked, angry, and scared. However, no matter what, they could only watch Ling Bai walk in front while Weevil dragged Hody Jones's body and Vanderdecken Nina's head away. Half an hour later, Ling Bai and Weevil arrived at Dragon Palace. The way Ling Bai came here was very simple. He directly broke in and released Conqueror's Haki. Not many fishmen and mermaids could resist it. Therefore, no one could stop Ling Bai from entering Dragon Palace. Neptune and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Ling Bai to come. Hody Jones and the others didn't know Ling Bai, but Neptune knew him. It could be said that Ling Bai was the main culprit for the current situation of Fishman Island. Neptune didn't welcome Ling Bai, but he had to welcome him. At the same time, he accidentally saw Weevil dragging Hody Jones's and Vanderdecken Nina's heads. Neptune was also shocked. "Your Excellency, I don't know why." Neptune was a bit scared. He wasn't afraid of being killed, but he was worried that his children and the other residents of Fishman Island would be killed. He was a kind king. He was able to put his own life aside. "Do you see these 2 fishmen? Hody Jones, the Murloc who killed your wife and caused a series of hatred. He was also an unstable factor in the Fishman Island. I've already taken care of him. Also, Vanderdecken 9, you know 250, right? I've already killed the 2 fishmen that annoyed you the most. I'll take over the Fishman Island from now on." This. Neptune was shocked as he looked at Hody Jones's body and Vanderdecken Nina's head. It was quite frightening. His 3 princes were also frightened. Hody Jones and Vanderdecken 9 were the Murlocs they wanted to deal with but couldn't do anything about. They didn't expect that both of their bodies would be so frightening. Shock, but also fear. Ling Bai came here to take over the Fishman Island. Hody Jones and Vanderdecken 9 were Ling Bai's gifts to Neptune. But, the auntie of one of the emperors has already. Neptune wanted to say that he had just contacted Auntie and hoped that Auntie would take over and protect the Fishman Island. Auntie agreed, but the condition was that the Fishman Island must prepare a lot of desserts every month. Auntie's favorite desserts were the Fishman Island's desserts. Neptune didn't even think about it before agreeing to the woman's request. He didn't think that the woman's request would be this simple. Wasn't it just desserts? As long as the Fishman Island could be protected by the emperors, was this request too much? Of course, Auntie didn't say that she wanted a lot of desserts. Asking for the help of the pirate emperor would cost a lot, just like there was no free lunch in the world. Auntie? I know. Ling Bai knew that Auntie would inevitably take over the Fishman Island. This part of the plot was still developing according to the original track. The Fishman Island, I want it. Even if Auntie already wants it, so what? Ling Bai said that he didn't care about Auntie. He wasn't afraid of that crazy woman at all. Chapter 124. Neptune couldn't do anything. Ling Bai claimed that she wasn't afraid of Auntie. Auntie was one of the 4 emperors, one of the 3 pirate emperors, the most terrifying woman in the New World. But Ling Bai killed Whitebeard in the Summit War and escaped unscathed in Marineford. I had nothing to say to Neptune, so I could only stammer. Since he had offended this existence, his Fishman Island wouldn't have an easy time. Even the Fishman Island, which was 10,000 meters under the sea, knew about it. At least, Neptune knew about it. However, in the face of Neptune's evasiveness, Ling Bai directly asked him to contact the Den Den Mushi. She knew that Neptune was up to something. Ling Bai wasn't going to buy it. At the same time, New World, Tato Country Cake Island. After Ling Bai completely destroyed the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and took over almost all of Whitebeard's territory, especially when their fleet swept through the fallen Whitebeard's territory, the news about Ling Bai becoming the 5th pirate emperor came into being. As the first in the intelligence world, the anti-pirates naturally knew the so-called major news first. At this time, in the Cake Castle, a fat auntie was lying on the sofa watching the latest news. It was the news about Ling Bai. Probably tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, this news will be transmitted to the Fishman Island. Ling Bai became the new 4 emperors, the short 3 emperors era ended, and the 4 emperors era re-entered, but it was the old era, that is to say, the era of Whitebeard is completely over. Mama. Mama. This Pice Yang is good, a bit interesting, can he be my son-in-law? Auntie laughed, and her laughter was quite scary. She was alone in this huge room. One Piece Emperor, not yet. Even though Ling Bai killed Whitebeard, but as everyone knows, he killed Whitebeard. If he fought with Whitebeard in the beginning, could he defeat Whitebeard? He would probably be beaten to powder. Whitebeard's terror was unimaginable, especially Charlotte Linlin, who was a former crew member of Whitebeard. At that time, Whitebeard was second only to Rocks. Whitebeard's strength had gradually reached its peak when he was in his 30s, which was when he was on Rock's pirate. Therefore, as powerful existences from the previous generation, both Auntie and Kaido looked down on Ling Bai's strength. They just thought that he was a young boy who carried some kind of luck, like Roger, who was lucky every day. Ma. At this time, Auntie put down the newspaper. Half an hour ago, Neptune personally called her and asked her to take over the Fishman Island. The Den Den Mushi was given to Neptune by Auntie. Auntie wanted to take over the Fishman Island a long time ago, but the Fishman Island already belonged to Whitebeard, so Auntie couldn't do anything. But now, the Fishman Island was very fairytale and dreamy, and this style was exactly the style of her Tato Land kingdom. Dream. Beautiful. Fairy tales. And the most delicious desserts in the world. Thinking about the desserts on the Fishman Island, Auntie's mouth started to water again. The Fishman Island is mine. Ma. However, at this time, the Den Den Mushi on the table in front of Auntie rang. Auntie frowned, she didn't know what Neptune was going to say. But Auntie still answered the phone. Neptune, what do you want to do? Auntie spoke, but it wasn't Neptune who spoke, it was a young voice, even younger than her son Cracker. Big Mom. No, it's better to call you Auntie Charlotte Linlin. It was Ling Bai who spoke, he smiled, and said. Ling Bai was the one who called Auntie, he knew that Neptune could definitely contact Auntie. Oh? Who are you? Auntie frowned, the voice of the other party was obviously arrogant. She was one of the pirate emperors, how could the other party use such a tone? I'm Ling Bai, you should have heard of my name, right? Ling Bai smiled. On the Fishman Island, Neptune, who was standing behind Ling Bai, couldn't help but shiver. If this goes on, the Fishman Island will definitely offend Auntie. That crazy woman, the whole New World knows how terrifying she is. She has more than 40 husbands and more than 80 children. Her power is unimaginably huge. Ling Bai? Huh? That little brat? Auntie's eyes widened. Recently, this little brat has caused a lot of trouble in the world. Let's make a long story short. I want the Fishman Island. In other words, the Fishman Island belongs to me, Ling Bai. Now, I'm at the Fishman Island. Ling Bai said solemnly. What did you say? Auntie's voice suddenly rose a lot. She actually heard someone say that the Fishman Island belongs to Ling Bai. That little brat. Do you want to die? Did the recent events make you arrogant? Auntie sneered. I feel that you've been sitting in the clouds for too long. You don't know the meaning of catching up from behind, Auntie Charlotte Linlin. Ling Bai still smiled casually. Catching up from behind. In other words, he will be above Auntie. You are a bit interesting. Mama. Auntie was a little angry at first, but now she laughed instead. Ling Bai, one of the pirate emperors, a bit interesting. Come to the cake shop and find me. I'll wait for you here. Auntie smiled. Literally, she wanted Ling Bai to come to the cake shop and see if Ling Bai dared to come. One Piece Emperor? When Ling Bai heard Auntie's words, he was a little surprised at first, but then he was relieved. It seems that after Whitebeard's territory was swept by them, he was also called the Pirate Emperor. Of course, if that wasn't enough to be called the Pirate Emperor, then there would be no Pirate Emperor in the New World. Cake Island welcomes you, one of the newest 4 emperors, Mama. Auntie laughed loudly. Katakuri and the others outside her room didn't know what their mother was doing. Why did she suddenly get angry and laugh? It's too strange. After I interview your old friend Kaido, I'll come to you again, Auntie Ina. Kaido called Auntie Linlin. In this world, the only person who can call Auntie Ina by this name is Kaido. There was definitely something fishy going on, and the relationship between them was definitely not simple. Qian Zhao Zhao, as for being an old flame, it was just something Ling Bai said casually. You. The auntie was speechless. I want the Fishman Island. Don't send anyone here. Ling Bai said in the end. The auntie didn't say anything. She had already told Ling Bai to come to Cake Island to find her. If he was a man, he should come. The old pirate emperor didn't put Ling Bai in his eyes. He even said that he wanted the Fishman Island. Let him be arrogant for a while. The auntie wasn't anxious at all. On the other side, on the Fishman Island, the call had already been hung up. Neptune looked at Ling Bai in shock. I've said what I should say. Vanderdecken 9 has been killed. What do you think? Neptune, only under my rule can the residents of the Fishman Island breathe the air of the sea naturally without worrying about being hunted by humans. Ling Bai threw Vanderdecken 9's head to Neptune. It was a greeting gift and also a deterrent. The Fishman Island, it was him. In this world, the strong had the final say. Chapter 125. In the afternoon, Ling Bai left the Fishman Island and inserted the flag of the Ling Bai pirates at the entrance of the Fishman Island, which also announced that the Fishman Island belonged to him. Now the news that he has become one of the new 4 emperors has spread all over the world. Now who dares to touch his territory? Even if the Fishman Island is located in an extremely special location like the Undersea Passage, who dares to try it? Now, which pirate group or trafficker group dares to come to the Fishman Island to make trouble or even sell mermaids? If Ling Bai can make them wish they were dead, then New World will not be able to survive. Now that Ling Bai is in the limelight, the whole New World is frightened. When his fleet comes out, countless pirates can only flee in fear. New World, once again entered the era of the 4 emperors. Naval headquarters' so-called victory in the war seems to be in addition to the elimination of Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace. The pattern of New World did not become what they wanted. The fight against the Great Age of Pirates and even the end of the Great Age of Pirates was simply nonsense. Victory does not exist. Of course, if it is only the elimination of Whitebeard and the others, it is still a victory. However, the real victory was only deceiving the civilians. This was because the civilians had very poor channels and abilities to obtain information. They could not obtain too much information at all. For example, in a place like East Blue, they might not even know what the devil fruit was, let alone the New World and the 4 emperors. However, people with discerning eyes know that naval headquarters and even the world government were actually defeated in the Summit War. The big pirate pattern of New World has hardly changed, and because of Whitebeard's last words, more pirates poured into 650 Grand Line, and the power of pirates has become quite terrible, more terrible than before. More rampant. In the Summit War, Marine suffered huge losses, and most of Marineford was blown up, and because the pirate forces were further rampant, the things that naval headquarters needed to face became more serious. After the Summit War, a series of major things happened in naval headquarters. Of course, some of them are unknown to the world. For example, Garp resigned to Kong, but the reason is unknown. A few days later, Sengoku also resigned from Kong. Unlike in the original novel, Sengoku resigned because the world government had concealed the fact that a large number of criminals had escaped from the Impel Down. The world government's actions left Sengoku exhausted and disheartened. Coupled with the rise of another terrible pirate group, the Blackbeard Pirates, this made Sengoku feel ashamed of his duty as Marine Fleet Admiral, so he proposed to resign. This time, Sengoku's resignation, except that the world government did not conceal the reason why the criminals escaped. Of course, he wanted to really enter the front new world to fight against the great age of pirates. Moreover, he was already in his 70s and had reached the age of retirement. The throne of Marine Marshal should be left to the younger generation. Kong also tried to salvage the resignation of the two legendary pirates. Naturally, he couldn't let them resign directly. Instead, he let them retire to the second line to retain the legendary Marine's influence. You know, they were all heroes of Roger's era, and their influence was unimaginable. Moreover, Garp was a hero before Roger's era, so his influence was even more terrible. After that, Sengoku promoted Aokiji as the new Marine Marshal, just like in the original work. This was because Aokiji's view of justice was very close to Sengoku's. However, the five elders chose Akainu as the new Marine Marshal. However, the five elders naturally had to consider Sengoku's opinion. They couldn't just make Akainu the Marine Marshal without any hesitation. Therefore, the war between Akainu and Aokiji on Punk Hazard Island began. This was the confrontation between the Hawks and the Doves in naval headquarters. However, there were definitely more Hawks than Doves in naval headquarters. Most of the Marine wanted to get rid of the evil pirates. Sengoku and the other Doves had been sitting in the clouds for too long. They didn't know how many people were killed every day, and how many Marine families were destroyed. What the Hawks wanted to do was to make all the pirates disappear from this world, and end the great age of pirates. The war between Aokiji and Akainu was also born. Of course, Akainu's victory was inevitable. At this time, it was still late at night, and Punk Hazard Island had not yet formed. Aokiji and Akainu were confronting each other. One side had the power of ice, and the other side had the power of magma. This was a war that the outside world didn't know about. Two Marine admirals were fighting for the position of Marine Fleet Admiral. It could be said that this was unprecedented, and it would shock the world. At the harbor, there were 3 battleships docked, and Sengoku, Garp, Kizaru, and even Zephyr came. Sigh. Sengoku glanced at Aokiji and Akainu in the distance with his binoculars. He didn't expect things to develop like this, because when he became the new Marine Fleet Admiral, it was Kong who directly recommended him, and then he became the Marine Fleet Admiral. There was no accident in the process. But this time, how did things develop like this? Zephyr, who had retired to the second line, also didn't expect that his 2 students would duel for the position of Marine Fleet Admiral. Zephyr's best students, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu, not only had terrible talent, but also had the top Logia ability. They were called monsters in the Marine. They used to be each other's best comrade in arms, but as time passed, they slowly parted ways. Sigh, Zephyr, I didn't know this would happen. Sengoku said helplessly. Sengoku, it's not your fault. Zephyr was also extremely helpless. Seeing things develop like this, he was also in pain. Kizaru, who had always been the most stable, had a serious expression on his face. He had no interest in the position of Marine Admiral. For someone who had been working for decades and became a Marine Admiral, he had already reached the peak of his life. There was no need for him to go any further. It was because he lived too much that no one would consider him as a Marine Admiral. He was as stable as an old dog. It was foreseeable that the war between Aokiji and Akainu would completely break the relationship between the two. Their political views and ideas had always been at odds with each other. Even naval headquarters knew this. On the other side, Aokiji and Akainu faced each other. After some discussion, the war was triggered. What followed was a terrifying battle that lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. The entire huge Punk Hazard Island was destroyed, and the Ice and Fire Island could not be restored to its original state. Akainu was heavily injured, but he successfully defeated Aokiji and ascended to the throne of Marine's Marshal. Aokiji was also heavily injured, but his condition was worse than Akainu's. Even his leg was broken. Akainu could have killed him, but in the end, Akainu let him go because Aokiji was once his colleague who fought side by side with him. Aokiji, on the other hand, did not want to work under Akainu, so he left Marine and went on his own. This shocked the world. Aokiji's departure was a huge loss to naval headquarters and the world government. After that, Akainu resolutely and decisively moved the naval headquarters into the New World. The original New World's first marine branch became the new naval headquarters. On the third day, under the authorization of the 5 elders, Akainu also began to boldly and decisively carry out a world conscription. This world conscription shocked the world. The 2 monsters Fujitora smiled. Green Ox replaced Aokiji and Akainu as admiral. The other marine positions, from top to bottom, the entire marine system received a significant increase in military strength. The strength of the entire marine also became unprecedentedly strong. Marine's influence was still very big. With a single call, countless civilians and experts joined. Not everyone wanted to be a pirate, even if there were countless temptations. The new world, the new naval headquarters, the new third admiral, the new marine marshal. We must kill all the pirates. Akainu stood on the pavilion of the new naval headquarters and looked indifferently at the sea in front of him, clenching his fists. He is the marine fleet admiral, he will end the great era of pirates. Especially that Ling Bai, kill him. He must be killed. On the other side, on the Vast Sea, a fleet was sailing. There were 7 large ships and 18 smaller ships. It was the Ling Bai pirates. Such a fleet was a huge force. Their destination was Wano. Jack the Drow was still in their hands. Oh. Recently, the naval headquarters has changed a lot. Ling Bai looked at the newspaper and was surprised. However, it was similar to the original work. The development of the plot didn't change much. Only the main character changed. The other storylines didn't change much. Start writing Wano. Write this part well and prepare the outline first. Chapter 126. Ling Bai's position in the New World has basically stabilized. At this time, they were on the road to Wano. Ling Bai's goal was to take over the entire Wano and even the inland sea of Wano. Of course, the Ghost Island occupied by the Beast's pirates was naturally within the scope of Ling Bai's plundering. In the New World, if you don't plunder others, others will plunder you. Of course, according to the principle of kings not meeting each other, the pirate emperors didn't disturb each other. And Ling Bai's trip was to take over the territory of the Kaido of the Beasts. Wano was a very important place in the New World, and Ling Bai was very greedy for it. At this time, on Ling Bai's main ship, Evil King and the others were all there. After calculating the voyage, we should be able to reach the cliff waterfall of Wano in half an hour. Black Moon Hunter said while holding a simple map of the New World in his hand. The inland sea of Wano was not at the same level as the sea they were sailing on now. Instead, they went through the cliff waterfall to reach the inland sea of Wano, and the Kingdom of Peace was in the inland sea. This time, we are going to fight with the Kaido of the Beasts. Everyone, pay attention, Kaido of the Beasts has a lot of ability users under his command. Of course, although they don't have as many ability users as the anti-pirates, they are almost the same. Ling Bai reminded them. He was familiar with the original work, so he naturally knew the details of the Beast's pirates. Of the 3 great disasters, although Jack the Drow was in their hands, Jack the Drow was not as strong as Flame Calamity Ember and Plague Calamity Quinn. Under the 3 great disasters, there were still the 6 sons of Soaring Sky, as well as the ability users underlings. However, Ling Bai didn't know if they had a large group of demon fruit power now. After all, in the original work, the demon fruit power army of the Beast's pirates was quite large. Haha, it's not a big problem, I'm looking forward to Captain defeating the Kaido of the Beasts. Evil King Zhen laughed. Flagon also laughed. The battle between captains is not that simple, but I'm still looking forward to it. After all, only captains can fight captains. This time, it's a battle between 2 pirate emperors, the New Era and the Old Era. By the way, will the New Era or the Old Era win? In the end, the wine pot also smelled Ling Bai's. Lore reminded, Kaido of the Beasts is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air. Is it in the human category? It's said that he's only been injured once. After being captured by Marine so many times and being executed so many times, he's still active in the sea. It's really shocking. Kaido of the Beasts had only been injured by Kojiki Oden once in his life. From this, one could see how terrifying that defensive power was. Crocodile also spoke up. Do you know what it means to be the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air? That guy isn't human at all. I don't even think he's an ability user. He's just a member of another race. When he was young, he had been in the New World for a long time. Later, he was defeated by Whitebeard, so he left the New World and became a member of Shishibukai. Dragon. And it was a very rare dragon. Divine dragon? Not that kind of dinosaur. It's a super ancient creature that has already become a legend in history. Black Moon Hunter guessed. Evil King, to be honest, I never thought that guy was a human, nor was he an ability user. You've all seen Oz, right? The guy who died in the Summit War was a creature from the Oz clan. Speaking of which, Kaido looks very similar to him. Of course, he's not from the Oz clan. Anyway, he's not a human. Everyone started discussing, and time passed unknowingly. Finally, Ling Bai said, Kaido also has a daughter, who also has horns. I don't know which woman Kaido had her with, or which woman gave birth to Kaido with Kaido's father. Hehe, it's really complicated. Kaido has a daughter. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. She's quite beautiful. Not to mention, I've seen Kaido's bounty list when he was young once. I think she's quite handsome. Black Moon Hunter laughed. Everyone also laughed. They didn't expect that a fierce man like Kaido would have a daughter. I advise you not to have any ideas about Boss Kaido's daughter. Otherwise, Boss Kaido will be angry, and you'll all die miserably. At this moment, Jack the Drow, who was imprisoned by Seastone, spoke up. His tone was filled with anger, unwillingness, and threats. Now that he was a prisoner, he could only use his tongue. When the time comes, I'll let Kaido use that existence as my mount for the time being. Ling Bai did not answer Jack the Drow. Instead, he muttered to himself. Everyone's expression changed, and then they laughed again. The captain is really crazy, he wants to take a pirate emperor as his mount, haha. Time passed quickly. It had been 3 days since Ling Bai left the Fishman Island and met up with the evil ruler. It was now the 4th day. By dusk, Ling Bai and the others were nearing their destination, which was the cliff waterfall that led to the inland sea of Wano. When they were about 500 meters away, it was as if a waterfall was pouring down from the sky into the sea, making an astonishing sound that could be heard from far away. 0, begging for fresh flowers. Ling Bai gave the order to stop the boat temporarily. Everyone was puzzled as to why the boat was stopped. At the same time, they were also puzzled as to how they were going to ascend the terrifying waterfall. Jack the Drow, on the other hand, was very pleased with himself. Let's see how you guys can get up there. Captain, how do we go up this time? We seem to have encountered a rather big problem. Indeed. This waterfall seems to be about 200 to 300 meters long. And from this angle, it's almost vertical. If a boat wants to go up, it's also hungry. Let the San Juan wolves throw us up. Scram. However, Ling Bai said, leave everything to me. In order to climb up this cliff waterfall, they needed the giant carp that lived in this area. They were specially used to tugboats. Then, Ling Bai ordered his men to go fishing. At this time, the San Juan wolf also played an important role. He stretched out his hand and caught a carp that was pulling the boat. I finally know why the captain asked us to bring so many huge ropes. I understand now. I thought we were going to use it to capture Kaido. Looking at this scene, Jack the Drow was dumbfounded. How did you know? Jack the Drow could not believe it. Don't think I don't know. Ling Bai said disdainfully. An hour later, the solar cutter was ready. However, not all the ships were going up at the same time. Instead, 3 ships went up first. Other than Ling Bai and the others, there was also a group of relatively strong underlings. There were 3 boats, each with 5 giant carps pulling the boats. With a loud boom, all the carps rushed directly to the cliff and the waterfall as if they had been tamed. They're here. What should we do? Boss Kaido. Quinn. Ember. Jack the Drow was worried. This group of crazy people actually. Do you see those turrets on the rocks near the waterfall? Just blow it up. Ling Bai said coldly as he pulled out his sirloin. He directly slashed a powerful slash wave at one of the turrets. Then, the turrets exploded without any suspense. On the other side, Shiryu of the Rain was not willing to be left behind. She also destroyed another cannon. Chapter 127. What's going on? The first thing Quinn saw when he opened his eyes was the monitoring screen, but at this time, the monitoring screen had all collapsed. The monitoring screen usually monitors the sea in front of the cliff waterfall to prevent a sudden enemy attack. But at this time, there was nothing on the monitoring screen. Obviously, the monitoring has been lost. What the hell is going on? It's impossible for the monitoring Den Mushi to collectively go on strike. Quinn boss, we have been attacked by the enemy. We just saw the 3 ships on the monitoring screen, and they were dragged by the carps. They know how to enter the inland sea of Wano. There is an unknown pirate force that wants to enter the inland sea of Wano. At this time, one of Quinn's men said in a panic. What? Enemy attack? Quinn couldn't believe it. How could 7,700 suddenly be attacked by the enemy? For so many years, they have never been attacked by the so-called enemy. Quinn boss, really? Another man also said, and Quinn frowned at this time. He quickly left the monitoring room and wanted to find out what happened. On the other side, the inland sea of Wano, above the cliff waterfall. It's already 2 minutes later. Ling Bai and Van Oka joined forces to destroy all the Den Mushi and the Den Mushi. In just 1 minute, the carps managed to reach the inland sea of Wano, thus avoiding the surveillance of Quinn and the others. At this time, although Quinn came out of the monitoring room, he didn't find anything. The 3 ships of Ling Bai have already boarded the inland sea of Wano, and there are a group of powerful men and all the powerful combat power of the Ling Bai pirates on board. Quinn didn't know what happened at all. In addition, the other ships of the Ling Bai pirates were originally more than 500 meters in front of the cliff waterfall. At this time, they have retreated to more than 1 kilometer away, waiting for Ling Bai's orders. At this time, the inland sea of Wano. The inland sea was very big, like the sea in the sky. Wano and Ghost Island were on the inland sea. At this time, one of the 4 emperors, the Ling Bai pirates, has sneaked into the inland sea of Wano, and soon, they will sneak into Wano, and all of this, Kaido of the Beasts doesn't know. Half an hour later, Ling Bai and the others arrived at a certain shore in Wano. This was the Julie district. No one knew that the 3 pirate ships were parked here. Brothers, let's get to work. Ling Bai said and jumped off the ship. Mystic Moon Hunter and the others also jumped off one after another. As for the other small fries, Ling Bai asked them to stay here first. This time, they brought another 500 people with them. They were all elites among elites. It shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with the small fries of the Beast's pirates. However, now wasn't the time to use them. Moreover, Ling Bai couldn't possibly run around with hundreds of people. After that, they entered the July district. Ling Bai and the others only found out that this was July district after asking an old farmer. This is July district. Ling Bai suddenly realized, but he was only surprised for a moment. What's the name of July? Captain. Mystic Moon Hunter was puzzled, and so were the others. They were more or less curious. Koja Kyoden, have you heard of him? He used to be the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and later, he was a crew member of the Roger Pirates. He went to Raftel and knew the truth of everything. He was the only man who injured Kaido. So that's the case, then this man is indeed a legend. I have also heard of Koja Kyoden, but although he is powerful, his fame is not very famous. Maybe it's because it's too long ago. Everyone was talking about this, and their speed was relatively fast. In the end, they used a carriage and arrived at the Flower City from July District. The Flower City is the place they want to go. This is a prosperous and extravagant area. It is the richest area in Wano, and the area where the entire power of Wano developed. It's really the Flower City, it's really prosperous. Mystic Moon Hunter said. However, at this time, their clothes and appearance were completely out of place. Many people looked over, looking at them as if they were looking at monsters. These aboriginals are really annoying. Evil Governance King laughed. Shiryu of the Rain, to be honest, I don't want to wear the clothes here, it's too ugly. Ling Bai smiled and said, don't worry, in a short time, at most 5 days, maybe less than that, this place will be our territory. In the future, I will have the final say in the entire Wano. The clothes, dress, and even the customs will be defined by me. I'm looking forward to it. Next, Ling Bai and the others acted separately. The plan is for everyone to play for a while, but the initial action is to completely eliminate Kaido of the beast's henchman Kurozumi and his forces. On the surface, the ruler of Wano is Kurozumi, and the one behind the scenes is naturally Kaido of the beasts. Kaido of the beasts and Kurozumi are allies, but Kurozumi has to listen to Kaido's orders. "Katarina, I have a mission to trouble you with." Ling Bai called out to Mystic Moon Hunter, whose real name is Katarina. "Oh? What's the matter, Captain?" The Black Moon Hunter walked over with a smile, swaying her hips as she walked. However, her ugly figure and witch-like face did not give Ling Bai the slightest impression that she had any beauty, not even an illusion. "Be serious, Katarina," Ling Bai said. Then, he told Mystic Moon Hunter about his plan, and this plan is tailor-made for Mystic Moon Hunter. In other words, Mystic Moon Hunter will turn into a beautiful woman to seduce the lecherous Kurozumi, and then kill him. Kurozumi is very strong, and he is also an illusion beast, in the form of Yamata no Orokai. How painful would it be for the Kurozumi serpent if the Mystic Moon Hunter imitated him as a beauty and killed him? Mystic Moon Hunter has the ability to turn into anyone. Ling Bai admitted that he has a bad taste in things. "Captain, you're really, haha." Mystic Moon Hunter laughed loudly, and after laughing, she turned into a beautiful woman. Moreover, her clothes and figure are very hot. Kurozumi won't be able to resist this form, right? Mystic Moon Hunter was very confident. Ling Bai poured cold water on her and said, "Kurozumi has seen all kinds of beauties, so don't be happy too early. However, when you kill him, I hope you can make him feel a little aggrieved. For example, suddenly turn into your original appearance." Just when the Kurozumi snake was mesmerized by her, the Mystic Moon Hunter would suddenly turn back. Ling Bai felt excited just thinking about that scene. At that time, would the Kurozumi snake get a heart attack from fright? "Captain, even I am looking forward to Kurozumi." Mystic Moon Hunter laughed. Then, the beautiful Mystic Moon Hunter started to move, leaving only Ling Bai and his bodyguard Weevil. Chapter 128. The Mystic Moon Hunter was already on the move. At this moment, a graceful beauty was walking on the streets of Flower Capital. It was the Mystic Moon Hunter. After transforming into a beauty, she was dressed in the style of this country. Therefore, when she appeared on the streets, she was as eye-catching as a courtesan. Her excessive beauty caused countless men to be unable to take their eyes off her, and countless women to be jealous of her. She was simply too beautiful. Just a smile from the Mystic Moon Hunter was enough to make countless men fall head over heels for her. However, if these men were to find out that this beautiful woman was an ugly and terrifying old witch, how would their mood crumble? The Mystic Moon Hunter sneered in her heart. This feeling of toying with everyone was simply too satisfying. The appearance of the Mystic Moon Hunter had shaken the entire Flower Capital in less than a morning. The Kurozumi Orokai that lived in Flower Capital also quickly learned of the Mystic Moon Hunter's appearance. The Kurozumi Orokai was famous for being lustful. He had been looking for a courtesan, Kojiki Hiri, for a long time, but he still hadn't gotten his hands on her. However, the appearance of the Mystic Moon Hunter shocked him. The Kurozumi Orokai naturally saw the Mystic Moon Hunter's true appearance. Obviously, this woman wasn't as beautiful as Kojiki, but she had a unique charm that Kojiki didn't have. It was an indescribable feeling. The Kurozumi Orokai was instantly moved. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to obtain this woman. She was simply too beautiful. Humph. He took the bait. The Mystic Moon Hunter sneered. She looked into the Kurozumi Orokai's eyes and immediately saw through his intentions. Men were all like this, especially the Kurozumi Orokai who was the ruler of this country. However, the Kurozumi Orokai was simply too old and ugly. The Mystic Moon Hunter felt that even the wine pot was better looking than him. However, the Mystic Moon Hunter would be able to kill the Kurozumi Orokai today. This man was an ally of the Kaido of the beasts. He was also a powerful meta-human that couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, he might be as strong as the Mystic Moon Hunter, or even slightly stronger. Therefore, although the Mystic Moon Hunter hated the Kurozumi Orokai, she couldn't underestimate him. However, since he was a lustful man, that's good. The Kurozumi Orokai and the Mystic Moon Hunter looked into each other's eyes. The Kurozumi Orokai was moved. It would be strange if she wasn't tempted. The Mystic Moon Hunter also looked at the Kurozumi serpent with her limpid eyes. To the Kurozumi serpent, those blinking eyes were even more beautiful than the courtesan little Yukari. The Kurozumi Orokai, the Kurozumi Orakais. But if they were to find out that this beauty before them was actually an ugly and evil Black Moon Hunter, what would happen? Lord! Not only did the Black Moon Hunter conjure up the face of a beautiful woman, she had even recreated every frown, smile, and action of a beautiful woman at the level of a vixen. To the Kurozumi Moon. Moon Hunter. The mystic Moon Hunters had successfully bewitched the Kurozumi Serpent, but the Kurozumi Serpent still didn't know anything. Hehe. Being hugged by the Kurozumi Orokai, the mystic Moon Hunter revealed a sinister smile. Kurozumi Orokai. Today, the mystic Moon Hunter can kill the Kurozumi Orokai and let Rise steal its devil fruit ability. It was that simple. That night, the Kurozumi Orokai chased away all the beauties in her mansion. In the past, she doted on them the most. But now, with the mystic Moon Hunter, everything was meaningless. Haha. Little beauty. The Kurozumi Orokai laughed. He was extremely happy. The mystic Moon Hunter forced him to drink a lot of wine and he was drunk. What could a drunk man do? At the very least, he couldn't resist the mystic Moon Hunter. This was the Kurozumi Orokai, not the Kaido of the beasts. Even if the Kaido of the beasts was drunk, who would dare to touch him? The Kaido of the beasts had the world's #1 defense. No one could do anything to him. But the Kurozumi Orokai was different. Compared to the Kaido of the beasts, he was only made of flesh. However, the Kurozumi Orokai's chi was indeed a little thick. It was a little troublesome for the mystic Moon Hunter. At this moment, the mystic Moon Hunter was coaxing the Kurozumi Orokai. At the same time, she took out the hidden sea stone handcuffs. Once the sea stone handcuffs were used, the ability user would not be able to use any abilities. The Kurozumi Orokai was an ability user. The mystic Moon Hunter was very cautious. She knew that the Kurozumi Orokai was very strong. Otherwise, it would not be able to become the Kaido's ally and control the entire Wano Kuni. For example, in the Flower City, the people were tightly controlled by the Kurozumi Orokai. As a samurai country, the people here, other than the Kurozumi Orokai's relatives and subordinates, no one else was allowed to carry weapons. This was to prevent any rebellions from happening. Furthermore, it was an illusion beast ability user. On the other side, the mystic Moon Hunter who was about to take action suddenly noticed a figure outside the room. The rooms here were all traditional rooms and were quite beautiful. The walls were either made of wood or paper. A figure appeared. The mystic Moon Hunter immediately recognized that it was Ling Bai's figure. It's time to act. The mystic Moon Hunter eliminated the Kurozumi Orokai while Ling Bai came to steal the devil fruit. This was the plan of the two of them working together. It was not easy to encounter an illusion beast ability user. At this moment, Ling Bai was outside. At this moment, the mystic Moon Hunter handcuffed Sea Stone to the Kurozumi Orokai's hands. Little beauty, what are you doing? The Kurozumi Orokai said drunkenly. Sir, let's have some fresh 273. The mystic Moon Hunter laughed. Her voice was very soft and soothing. The Kurozumi Orokai was so relaxed that he did not even realize that Sea Stone had sealed his devil fruit ability. At this moment, the mystic Moon Hunter gave a secret signal and the door was pushed open. Ling Bai walked in with a bloody Sirius in his hand. He had just killed all the Kurozumi Orokai's subordinates. Who are you? Seeing a man walk in, the Kurozumi Orokai immediately sobered up. At the same time, the mystic Moon Hunter smiled evilly and quickly changed back to her original appearance. Hehe. The mystic Moon Hunter stood up and put her hands on her waist. She laughed eerily. Ah. BD. You. Who are you? When the Kurozumi Orokai saw the little beauty suddenly turn into the ugly old witch, it was so frightened that it sobered up. Katarina, you'll scare the old lady like this. Ling Bai laughed. To be honest, if he was the Kurozumi Orokai, he would also have a heart attack. Who could imagine that a beauty who was whispering sweet nothings to each other just now would turn into an evil and ugly witch? This, who could withstand it? Chapter 129. Suddenly, a beautiful woman had turned into a mystic Moon Hunter. Any man would be frightened. Moreover, the mystic Moon Hunter was the kind of woman who would never fit any man's aesthetic standards. Ugly? Evil? Monster? B. The Kurozumi Serpent was frightened. He was sure that today was the scariest day of his life. He had never encountered such a thing before. He had never seen an ugly woman like the Mystic Moon Hunter in his life. It was not that the Mystic Moon Hunter was the ugliest woman he had ever seen, but her ugly and evil appearance was indeed terrifying. When the Kurozumi serpent thought of how he had been flirting with this woman just now, he almost vomited the wine he had drunk tonight. "Who are you? Who are you?" The Kurozumi serpent questioned the Mystic Moon Hunter and Ling Bai. At this moment, he was about to kill the Mystic Moon Hunter because this woman had really disgusted him. However, at this moment, the Kurozumi serpent realized that he could no longer use his ability. Then, he realized that his hands were shackled by the sea stone handcuffs. How was this possible? The Kurozumi serpent came to a realization. However, at this moment, he could not activate the Devil Fruit's ability. "I was careless." The Kurozumi serpent felt a little uneasy. However, when he thought about how he was the ruler of this country, it was unlikely that the Mystic Moon Hunter and the others would kill him. Therefore, the uneasiness that had just arisen in his heart quickly dissipated. At this moment, the Kurozumi serpent's mouth curled into a smile. He could not die. It was just that he had been careless this time. No one in this country dared to kill him. Because he was allies with Kaido of the Beasts, who was also the ruler of Wano. Therefore, the Kurozumi serpent was very confident. As the tyrant of this country, it was not that no one had tried to assassinate him. Therefore, now that he was caught, the Kurozumi serpent thought that there was nothing to worry about. However, the Kurozumi serpent's thoughts were destined to be wrong. "We are here to kill you." A Kurozumi that couldn't use its abilities was like a fish on the chopping block. Ling Bai slashed the Kurozumi Orikai's neck. Ling Bai didn't make the next move, and the Kurozumi Orikai's head flew into the air. Its face was still filled with shock, pain, and disbelief. The next moment, the big black snake's head fell from the air and rolled into the corner of the wall. After the head stopped rolling, the body swayed a few times and fell heavily to the ground. Blood immediately gushed out, and the life came to an abrupt end. The captain didn't even let him struggle for a bit. The Black Moon Hunter smiled. Struggle? That was impossible. This kind of scheming villain, even if he wasn't strong, was still very troublesome. Ling Bai glanced at the Mystic Moon Hunter and was about to proceed with the next step. He had his eyes on the Kurozumi Orikai's ability. Although he didn't know what the Devil Fruit's ability was like, mystic beasts were the rarest among Zoans. They were even rarer and stronger than ancient beasts. The abilities of mystic beasts were quite unique. For example, Marco's regenerative ability, Mystic Moon Hunter's mimicry and multiple life abilities, Sengoku's shockwave, Buddha, and so on. It could be seen how powerful mystic beasts were. Unlike ancient beasts, other than self-healing and defensive abilities, ancient beasts were just ordinary Zoans, while mystic beasts were all upgraded Zoans. Clearly, mystic beasts were more valuable. Now, Ling Bai had already used Mystic Beast's immortal bird form. However, he still hadn't found a suitable person to give this ability to. Let's begin. Ling Bai slammed his palm on the ground. A red magic circle was activated and surrounded the Kurozumi Orikai's corpse. The Mystic Moon Hunter took an apple from the table and placed it in the circle. Ling Bai's magic circle was 100% effective in robbing devil fruits. Therefore, if there was a dead ability user inside, they only needed to use one fruit. 1 minute later, Apple started upgrading, and 2 minutes later, the upgrade was completed. Fantasy Beast Seed, Snake Fruit, Orikai Form. Ling Bai picked up the Devil Fruit and threw it to the Black Moon Hunter. This kind of work is usually done by his subordinates, and the captain doesn't have to do it himself. Fantasy Beast Seeds are very powerful, Captain. I wonder who will use this Devil Fruit. The Black Moon Hunter smiled evilly. Ling Bai looked at her and said, "You can try." "Hee, I'll pass." The Black Moon Hunter said. Ling Bai, "Well, that's all for today." 1 minute later, Ling Bai and the Mystic Moon Hunter parted ways. Ling Bai started to wander around the Kurozumi's luxurious mansion. In the Kurozumi's treasure vault, Ling Bai easily found a huge pile of treasures. As the ruler of this country, the Kurozumi's treasures were indeed piled up like a mountain. The huge pile of gold and jewels almost blinded Ling Bai's eyes. However, Ling Bai only took a fancy to the Devil Fruit in a box. Zoan Devil Fruit. There were 2 in total. No matter what kind of Devil Fruit it was, Ling Bai put it away. As long as he gives it to his subordinates, Ling Bai's pirates will have more combat power. Compared to a group of pirates composed of ordinary people, the Legion of Ability users is obviously many times stronger. Just like how Kaido of the Beasts is trying to create a Zoan Legion of Ability users, once it succeeds, the real Beasts pirates will be born. Legion of Ability users. Although the Whitebeard pirates have a large number of people, they have a large group of mobs. A conqueror's haki is enough to sweep away thousands of troops. Those small fries can't resist conqueror's haki at all, even if it's an ordinary conqueror's haki, let alone a very advanced conqueror's haki. Ling Bai intends to keep the Kurozumi Orikai's treasure house for the time being, and he has already regarded it as his own. 2 minutes later, 1 hour later, Ling Bai left the Kurozumi Orikai's mansion. It was already late at night, and there were fewer people on the streets of Flower City. Ling Bai walked past a luxurious loft, and a green-haired woman poked her head out. She saw Ling Bai, and Ling Chu also saw her when he turned around. Ling Bai recognized her at a glance. She was Koja Kihiri, the younger sister of Momonosuke, Koja Kihiri. This person is many times better looking than many of the people here. Koja Kihiri looked at Ling Bai in the distance. Her eyes were like water and had a unique charm. Normal men would not be able to withstand such a gaze, let alone a beauty like Koja Kihiri. However, Ling Bai was not an ordinary man. He looked at Koja Kihiri like a beast looking at its prey. He was not a bootlicker, like the Kurozumi snake. Originally, the Kurozumi snake could have easily captured Koja Kihiri. However, that guy actually wanted to flirt with Koja Kihiri and cultivate those meaningless feelings. Therefore, he could not get it. He did not even know that he was being used by a scheming woman like Koja Kihiri. It has to be said that the Kurozumi Orikai was a brainless thing. And Koja Kihiri was a very scheming woman. In short, she was not a good person. Ling Bai was not the Kurozumi Orikai. Koja Kihiri was known as one of the 3 beauties of the One Piece world. Her beauty was on par with the Snake Princess Boa Hancock and Poseidon Shirahoshi. However, the way this country dressed up concealed the bright sun and extraordinary beauty of the country. Interesting. Ling Bai laughed. Although Koja Kihiri will get it, Momonosuke still has to die. It's almost his turn to write. Chapter 130. The courtesan Koja Kihiri, whose real name was Koja Kihiri, was the daughter of the legendary samurai, Koja Kyoden. As the most famous geisha in Flower City, she was the kind of singer and dancer who sold her skills but not her body. The Kurozumi serpent would never have thought that this woman was the daughter of Koja Kyoden, the legendary samurai who was plotted against and killed by him and Kaido. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to protect his retainer, Koja Kyoden wouldn't have died. After all, the monster Kaido of the Beasts was no match for Koja Kyoden back then. He was at the same level as Roger and Whitebeard, but the Kaido of the Beasts from nearly 20 years ago had not reached his current level. Koja Kihiri was an undercover agent who had teamed up with Koja Ki's retainer to overthrow the Kurozumi Orikai and Kaido of the Beasts. She carried out the undercover operation as a courtesan. It had to be said that she was very scheming and very unprofessional. For so many years, no one had been able to discover her background. She used outstanding methods to play the men of this country in the palm of her hand and constantly shook the foundation of the decadent nobles here. Koja Kihiri's eyes lit up when she saw Ling Bai. After all, Ling Bai was the most beautiful woman she had ever seen, and she was still young. However, the way Ling Bai looked at her was too presumptuous. She was like a ferocious beast staring at its prey. I wonder what you're looking at. Koja Kihiri was the first to speak. She was about 20 meters away from Ling Bai, so she could hear her voice. Koja Kihiri's voice was very good, and she was simply too beautiful for the men of Wano, even though her attire did not meet Ling Bai's aesthetic standards. When Koja Kihiri spoke, the men around Ling Bai were stunned. They immediately became excited, thinking that Koja Kihiri was talking to them. However, the women around her had looks of disgust and jealousy in their eyes, and they even expressed it through their words. Koja Kihiri was in the attic of the building she was in. When she opened the window and looked down, she could see Ling Bai from the right side of the attic. When she saw the men getting excited, Koja Kihiri's brows showed a trace of disgust, but it was only on the surface. In fact, the disgust in her heart was far more ferocious than the disgust between her brows. However, her manners allowed her to easily hide her feelings. Every day, she would either greet people with a smile, or act pitiful, or act high and mighty. When it came to scheming, Hiri was the same as Hiri. She was beautiful. Her appearance was beautiful. She had a unique temperament. She was mysterious, powerful, confident, calm, and she was also very good looking. The way she was dressed was not the style. She was the style. She was, and Hiri. She. And was. And Hiri. Of Hiri. Appearance. Good looks. Is. That was how Kojiki Hiri felt when she first saw Ling Bai. As for the other men, Kojiki Hiri felt that they were worse than pigs. At this time, Ling Bai also smiled. Then, he released Conqueror's Haki for a short time. It only took 2 seconds for Conqueror's Haki to be released. The entire space was dead silent. Everyone's eyes instantly rolled back. When Ling Bai put away Conqueror's Haki, everyone had fainted on the ground. Men and women alike. None of them could avoid it. There were hundreds of people. There were still many people at night. Ling Bai's control of Conqueror's Haki had reached a very high level. For example, although Kojiki Hiri was very close to him, she was not affected by the powerful aura. Therefore, she did not faint. But because of this, she was shocked. What kind of power is that? That man. Kojiki Hiri stared at Ling Bai in shock. Her heart was racing uncontrollably at this moment. It was the feeling of being moved. But she did not know. Women liked the strong, the strong. Moreover, Ling Bai was so good looking. However, after Ling Bai put away Conqueror's Haki, he turned around and left. There was no need to stay here. There was also no need to go up and talk about love with Kojiki Hiri. Moreover, he had no interest in talking about love. Only a fool would talk about love. A real man would go straight to the point. He did not have such thoughts. Tomorrow, he was going to fight against Kaido and the others, if nothing unexpected happened. Because Kurozumi is already dead, including his powerful ninja subordinates. Among them, there is also Kurozumi's henchman, Fitsu, who was entrusted by Mrs. Shi to raise Kurozumi Hiri. He was already killed by Ling Bai. Ling Bai doesn't care who the Kojiki family is. Late at night, the people in the flower capital have already fallen asleep. On the other side, on the ghost island opposite Wano, the beasts pirates didn't sleep. Deep in the cave of the ghost island, one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the beasts, was sitting on his usual throne. At this time, in front of him was Yan Beijin and Plague Quinn. Both of them were much more powerful than Jack the Drow. Both of them were ancient species dragon fruit users. They had more monstrous power than Jack the Drow, and Kaido of the beasts was even more powerful than him. He's not a human, but some kind of ancient creature. The strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, Kaido of the beasts. He has the world's first defense, and as for his self-healing ability, he was only injured once. God knows. At this time, Kaido of the beasts was sitting on the throne. He was more than 10 meters tall, and he was also extremely sturdy. Even when he was sitting, he was looking down at Yan Beijin and the others. At this time, Kaido of the beasts' face was filled with anger. Seeing that Kaido of the beasts was angry, even Yan Beijin and the others were a little scared, not to mention the other little brothers. At this time, they simply didn't want to stay here. Who knew if the temperamental Kaido of the beasts would pick up his mace and smash people because of anger? Those who are hit by his mace, even if they are strong, will be crippled. This is the power of a monster. Quinn, you said that an unknown pirate force invaded the Wano Sea. What happened to them now? Kaido looked down at Quinn and questioned him. This made Quinn's face sweat, and he quickly replied, "It's not clear yet, because our surveillance has been destroyed, and all our turrets have been blown up. They have invaded, this is an indisputable fact. But where are the invaders now?" Quinn didn't know, although he has sent people out to investigate. It will take some time. Kane, you and Laozi investigate this thoroughly. Otherwise, get the hell out of Ghost Island. Kaido said angrily. Yes. Boss Kaido. Quinn was under a lot of psychological pressure, and his back was sweating. At this time, Kaido was drunk, and his whole body reeked of alcohol. On the side, Yan Beijin also frowned. Obviously, their territory has been invaded, but they don't know who invaded it. The other party came prepared and is familiar with the surveillance? Defense in front of the cliff waterfall? What's going on? By the way, where is that BD Jack? There hasn't been any news of him. Was he beaten to death outside? Suddenly, Kaido asked another question. Yan replied, I haven't contacted him yet, I don't know what's going on. They have lost contact with Jack the Drow for more than half a month. Imperial disaster, Jack was killed? That's not very likely. With that guy's strength, not just anyone can kill him. Jack. Kaido growled his name. At this time, they didn't know that Ling Bai and the others were in Wano. Chapter 131. The next night. Brothers, it's time to go. At this time, the moon has already appeared in the sky, and it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Ling Bai's group has already gathered in Flower City, and they are ready to go to Devil's Island. During the day, it's time for them to relax. After eating and drinking, tonight is the time for them to act. Ling Bai's ultimate goal in coming to Wano was to incorporate Wano into his territory. Wano was a very important country in the New World. Besides the Holy Land of Marijois, no other island was more difficult to attack than Wano. Haha, I ate all the delicacies in Flower City today. Evil King laughed. Flagon, I also drank a lot of wine, and it tasted good. Black Moon Hunter, who likes women, said, the women in Flower City are too reserved, they are not as enthusiastic as the women in the outside world. Well, everyone is here, let's go to Devil's Island. After Ling Bai said that, everyone was eager to try. This is the first time they are facing a pirate emperor, and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are simply incomparable. It is said that most of the subordinates of Kaido of the Beasts are Zoan ability users, and their strength is much stronger than many other pirates. The three disasters are ancient species, except for Jack, the early disaster, the other two are the rarest dragon fruit users. Hawkins said. Dragon fruit users are all dinosaurs. The kind of creature that Kaido of the Beasts transformed into is an ancient creature. In the history of Wano, the famous dragon warrior used the famous sword autumn water to kill the dragon, and that kind of dragon is the dragon that Kaido transformed into, not a dinosaur. Therefore, in Wano, this kind of ancient creature is also called an evil creature, and it comes from a terrible legend, and countless people are afraid of it. I can't wait, Fire Disaster Ash, be my opponent. It is said that he is a dragon that can breathe fire. Shiryu of the Rain smiled ferociously and unconsciously clenched her bloodthirsty demon sword Ryu. The others were also eager to try. This is the time to attack a pirate emperor, and there is no doubt that this is a war that is enough to shake the world. The king did not meet the king. In the past, the four emperors did not interfere with each other and followed a certain principle to maintain the delicate balance between the pirate emperors in the New World, so that there has been no war between the pirate emperors in the New World for many years. But now, Ling Bai was destined to break this situation. His ultimate goal was to dominate and control the world. He didn't want to indulge in pleasure after becoming a pirate emperor. There was still a long way to go. Ling Bai also pulled out half of her Tierce Rain. She looked at the reflection of Tierce Rain under the moonlight and felt its chill. I wonder if I can break through Kaido's defense with this saber and my understanding of swordsmanship. Ling Bai stared at the half of Siyu's blade for a long time before closing it. Boss Kaido will not let you off. At this moment, Jack the Drow said irritatingly. His hands and feet were restrained by the sea stone. With the sea stone's restraint, he naturally could not use his ability. Still stubborn. The Black Moon Hunter sneered. Ling Bai also looked at Jack the Drow with disdain. You will know the result soon. There is no place for you on Ghost Island. Ling Bai dropped a sentence, then took the lead and took the first step. They were about to walk to the port and take a boat to Ghost Island. You. Jack the Drow was speechless. He had threatened Ling Bai many times. He knew that no matter how much he said, Ling Bai would not be afraid. By the way, Captain, are you confident? At this time, Van Orca asked. What confidence? I am confident in defeating Kaido of the Beasts. Ling Bai said, I can pick a piece of meat from his body and see how thick his skin is. Then there is no problem. Then, Van Orca and the others followed. That's right, the beasts, pirates, and the Sky-Soaring Six are also very strong. If one of the three disasters dies, then one of the Sky-Soaring Six will replace him. It can be seen that the six of them are also very strong. Everyone, pay attention. Don't underestimate them. Ling Bai reminded from the front. Captain, I heard that there are two beauties among the Sky-Soaring Six. Should I keep them for you? Evil Governance King suddenly laughed. Ha ha. The others laughed as well. Mystic Moon Hunter, I don't think the captain has ever touched a woman before. Seems like it. Stop arguing, woman. If you can't become an expert in this world, then you're nothing more than a pretty face. The group set foot on the road to Ghost Island. Weevil dragged Jack the Drow, who had been reduced to a prisoner, behind Weevil. Jack the Drow was dragged behind Weevil unwillingly. 0, begging for fresh flowers. Heh, this person is quite generous with his purchase. The king of evil governance chuckled as he swung the big sack in his hand. The evil ruler was carrying a large sack in his right hand. Inside the sack was the head of the Kurozumi Orokai. It has to be said that the head of the Kurozumi Orokai is very big, so it needs to be carried in a relatively large sack. Soon, they arrived at the port, and Ling Bai's 3 ships sailed here half an hour ago. A group of subordinates was already waiting for their admiral, the godlike young man. Let's go. Everyone jumped onto the main ship, and it was more troublesome for Weevil to drag Jack the Drow. 5 minutes later, the ship in the middle set off first, then the ships on both sides followed. 0.00. On the other side, half an hour later, Yan Beijin, who had just come out of the cave on Ghost Island, suddenly discovered that there were 3 pirate ships on Wanakuni's side, and they were heading towards Ghost Island. The distance between them and Ghost Island was already more than 100 meters. It can be said that they were very close. On that ship, the most conspicuous thing was a giant with a silly look. Huge battleship San Juan Wolf? Ling Bai pirates. When he saw the San Juan Wolf, he immediately thought of the Ling Bai pirates. Now, all the big shots in the world knew that the legendary criminal battleship, the San Juan Wolf, was now under the command of Ling Bai, one of the 4 emperors, and was working for the Ling Bai pirates. Not good. The Ling Bai pirates have invaded. Yan Beijin's face turned ugly. Quinn had said last night that an unknown force had invaded the Wanakuni Sea, and all the surveillance had been destroyed. No one knew what had happened, and no one knew what kind of force had invaded the Wanakuni Sea. Now, Yan Beijin realized that it was another pirate emperor who invaded the beast's pirates' territory. How could Yan Beijin think of this? At this time, seeing the appearance of Ling Bai, the subordinates behind Yan Beijin were also stunned, especially after recognizing the San Juan Wolf. They all shouted in panic. Fire! At this time, on Ling Bai's side, the evil ruler on the main ship gave an order, and the many cannons that were already prepared were ignited by the subordinates. The cannons were firing. Let's bombard Ghost Island first. Chapter 132. Boom. A total of 9 cannons were aimed at Ghost Island, and as a large number of cannonballs were fired, they all landed on Ghost Island, and an astonishing explosion began to resound throughout the island. Many of the beast's pirates' underlings were blown away, and the cannonballs created a large crater, and the ground quickly shattered. Damn it! Flame Disaster Ember was annoyed, his body directly enlarged, and quickly turned into a pterosaur, and a pterosaur with flames. Ancient Dragon Fruit, toothless pterosaur, and with flames on his body, in addition to having the enhanced recovery, self-healing, and defense of his own ability user, he could also breathe fire. Creating fires and burning everything, this was also the origin of his name of Light Calamity. Flame Disaster Ember, who had turned into a pterosaur, rushed to the front of the sky, that is, above the sea, to meet the cannonballs flying towards him. He fiercely flapped his wings, and the strong wind blew more than 10 cannonballs into the sea, but there were still dozens of 740 cannonballs that rushed to Ghost Island. Ling Bai's ship, the cannonball launcher, was improved. It could quickly fire cannonballs, and the delay time was very short, as long as the underlings threw cannonballs to the place where the cannonballs were placed. After Flame Disaster Ember fanned the cannonballs into the sea, he flapped his wings again and rushed towards Ling Bai. Flame Disaster Ember was now a huge pterosaur, rushing over the sea. His body was covered in hot flames, his eyes were cold, and his aura was terrifying. He's coming. Ling Bai didn't make a move, but Shiryu of the Rain had already rushed to the bow of the ship, and at the moment Flame Disaster Ember rushed over, she immediately drew her sword. With a loud bang, Shiryu of the Rain's sword collided with Flame Disaster Ember's claws, and the amazing impact swept up a storm. It was unknown whether it was the sea that made the ship shake or not. Or the impact of the collision of the two of them made the ship shake. Flame Disaster Ember, I'll be your opponent this time. Shiryu of the Rain laughed. Shiryu of the Rain, I didn't expect someone like you to follow that little brat. Like Magellan, Shiryu of the Rain was famous throughout the Grand Line. Even in the New World, Their names were like thunder to the ears. At this moment, the two of them were facing each other. Their eyes were only a meter away from each other. Compared to Fire Disaster Ember, Shiryu was much smaller. Her opponent was currently a gigantic pterosaur with flames on his body. Even though Shiryu was very close to him, she could still clearly feel the heat waves coming from his body. At least, it's much better than being an executioner for the world government. Shiryu of the Rain exerted strength in her hands, knocking Yandeshi back a few meters. Immediately after, she slashed out with a dark purple crescent-shaped slash. The slash landed on Yandeshi's chest, causing him to retreat another 10 meters, but it did not leave any wounds on his body. As expected of an ancient ability user, this kind of defense isn't something that Jack the Drow can compare to. Shiryu of the Rain relied on moonwalk to stay afloat on the sea. At this time, he even took out a cigar and held it in his mouth, but before he could light it, Flame Disaster Ember rushed over from the other side, and Shiryu of the Rain naturally rushed over as well. Boom! Shiryu of the Rain's katana collided with Flame Disaster Ember's claws once again, and this time, a huge wave was created, and even a round hole was temporarily formed in the sea. The flames on Flame Disaster Ember's body became more vigorous, and it was about to reach Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of the Rain lowered her head slightly, and the flames just happened to light his cigar. "Thank you." Shiryu of the Rain's lips curled up into a smile, and she spat out a mouthful of smoke, which landed right on Yan Beijin's face. "You." Flame Disaster Ember was a little annoyed, and Shiryu of the Rain quickly retreated 2 meters. At this time, her eyes narrowed, and her eyes became colder. As if she was preparing a big move, she slashed at Flame Disaster Ember with an even more powerful slash. This slash was like a 10,000-ton sledgehammer. It slammed into Yandishun's body, causing him to fly back uncontrollably at a relatively fast speed. In the end, he smashed into a mountain on Ghost Island, shattering a part of it. Did she defeat Flame Disaster Ember just like that? Hawkins asked doubtfully. She's still far from it. Flame Disaster Ember is the strongest combat power under Kaido of the Beasts, and it's not that easy to defeat him. Moreover, Shiryu of the Rain couldn't even break through his physical defense. To be honest, she's still far from defeating him. Evil King said. At this time, Ling Bai also said, he should be a pterosaur that can breathe fire, be careful of his flames. This sentence was also a reminder to Shiryu of the Rain. In Ling Bai's knowledge, it's normal for Western pterosaurs to be able to breathe fire. It's not the ordinary pterosaurs from the dinosaur era, but the pterosaurs from Western myths and legends. However, the pterosaur that Flame Disaster Ember turned into was indeed a shame to the pterosaurs. It didn't have any aura at all, but it's true that it's very powerful. It's just that it's not very aesthetically pleasing. At this time, Ling Bai's ship was bombarding Ghost Island on the opposite side while getting closer and closer to Ghost Island. At this time, on Ghost Island, many of the Beast's pirates' minions were either killed or injured by the bombardment. At the same time, Plague Quinn, Ling Kong 6, and other true fighters, givers, jokers, standby, and so on all came out. However, Kaido of the Beasts was still nowhere to be seen. Instead, a large group of people appeared. At this time, seeing Plague Quinn and the others appear, Ling Bai also ordered to stop bombarding Ghost Island. Their ship was only about 30 meters away from Ghost Island. Because it was already shallow water, they couldn't go too far. At this time, on Ghost Island, a large area of the ground was shattered by the bombardment. It was still in a dusty state, but they could vaguely see that the opposite side was full of people. "Get ready, brothers," Ling Bai shouted. "Be careful later, there are many aptitude users on the opposite side, but most of them are artificial devil fruit Zoan aptitude users. However, don't underestimate them. Especially, you little minions, if you die, we won't be responsible for burying you. If you do a good job, I'll be responsible for rewarding you." When the minions on the 3 ships heard Ling Bai's words, they were all excited. Die? They were very afraid, but it hasn't started yet. Who knows if they will die? Even if they die, will they die? The reward is the most important. As for the reward, Ling Bai's reward is the highest reward, the devil fruit reward is then followed by gold, jewels, and other material rewards. Almost everyone is eager for the devil fruit reward. Hehe, 4.3. Evil Tyrant and the others laughed. Ling Bai looked at Ghost Island. At this time, he didn't intend to get off the ship and go over. Kaido of the Beasts hasn't appeared yet. As for the Beast's pirates, it is now 2 years in the plot. He didn't know how many artificial devil fruit zoans they have. 2 years later in the original novel, most of the Beast's pirates have artificial devil fruit zoans. There are more than 500 aptitude users. Their strength is terrifying. You will die. Jack the Drow said in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. He just stared at Ghost Island, hoping that Quinn and the others would save him. Ling Bai wants to use him to trade with Kaido's boss. What trade? What is worth it? Jack the Drow's heart was blocked and his heart was in a panic. It was unlikely that Kaido would exchange something important for him. Kaido of the Beasts, a legendary creature, will not be threatened by anyone. Chapter 133. That's Ling Bai Pirates. Ling Bai, one of the 4 emperors, and his pirates. Yes. It's them. They actually invaded our Beast's pirates' territory. Do they want to start a war with us? At this time, the dust dispersed, and everyone in the Beast's pirates saw Ling Bai. In fact, the first thing they saw was the huge San Juan wolf, and then Ling Bai. The Ling Bai pirates, their pirate flag and logo were announced to the world not long ago, but for the Beast's pirates who have a strong intelligence ability, it was not too difficult to know the information of the Ling Bai pirates. At this time, almost all the members of the Beast's pirates were on the coast, and most of the members were glaring at Ling Bai. At this time, Plague Quinn suddenly realized that it was the Ling Bai pirates who had invaded the Beast's pirates' territory. No wonder, they were able to destroy all our defenses and monitoring. I was wondering which big force did it. It turned out to be you. Quinn, who was more meatball than Weevil, stood in front of the Beast's pirates and stared at the 3 ships anchored in the sea ahead. Quinn almost thought that it was the anti-pirates who did it. After all, the way to climb the cliff waterfall was confidential. Without 09's strong intelligence ability, it was difficult to know that carps were used to pull boats up the cliff waterfall, and the anti-pirates' intelligence ability is known as the world's first. Even the world government's intelligence ability is better than theirs. Quinn did not expect that it was the Ling Bai pirates who invaded the Wanakuni Sea. At this moment, standing behind Kane was the Ling Kong 6. The Ling Kong 6 were the 6 strongest members of the Beast's pirates. However, this time, the Ling Kong 6 was different from the Ling Kong 6 that Ling Bai was familiar with in the original work. This time, there was no Marine's undercover Drake. Other than the other 5, there was also a man with a bull's horn. The Ling Kong 6, as the strongest 6 in the real fight, their strength and status were second only to the 3 disasters and the others. Moreover, the 6 of them were all ancient dragon fruit ability users, which meant that the 6 of them were dinosaur ability users. Their strength was quite strong. The 6 sons of Ling Kong were all ancient species, and behind them was a group of small fries. However, unlike the small fries of other pirate groups, a considerable number of them were ability users. Although they were artificial devil fruit zoan ability users, they were much stronger than other small fries of the same level. Kaido of the Beasts had a special liking for zoan ability users. Like an auntie who only believed in blood relations, Whitebeard was enthusiastic about accepting a son. All 3 of them had some kind of spiritual fetish. Behind Ling Kong 6 were the other members of the Beast's pirates. At this moment, they were all staring at Ling Bai and the others. Some were angry, some were eager to try, some were interested, and some were worried. The Ling Bai pirates were not an ordinary force, but a powerful existence that replaced Whitebeard and became one of the pirate emperors in one fell swoop. Now, Ling Bai was the youngest pirate emperor. It was said that he was only 17 years old, and he was even regarded as the most promising man in the world to become the pirate king, and he was about to become the strongest man in the world. Therefore, they were invaded. Some people were angry because they were the Beast's pirates. This was the territory of the Beast's pirates. You are the pirate emperor, and you think you can behave atrociously here? Those who were eager to try felt that it was a rare opportunity to fight against another pirate emperor. They could even destroy another pirate emperor in one fell swoop. Their Beast's pirates were the pirate emperor force that had been famous for nearly 20 years. And their Ling Bai pirates, had they only been famous for a month? Obviously not. Ling Bai pirates, what do you mean by invading our Beast's pirates' territory? Do you want to start a war? At this time, Kane spoke. His voice was very loud, and his tone was full of questions that could be heard by Ling Bai, who was dozens of meters away. The other party is another pirate emperor, and not long ago, their Beast's pirates had a fight with Shanks, red hair. Even their beasts pirates were repelled and they haven't recovered yet. Now facing another pirate emperor, Quinn has to be cautious. Isn't it obvious? Hundreds of shots have been fired. The one who spoke was the evil king, and his voice was the loudest here. You. Kane frowned on the spot, the other party was here to provoke them. At this time, a gust of wind came from behind Kane, and it was Yan Beijin. He was cut twice by Shiryu, but there was no injury on his body, and his condition didn't change at all. Scum. I thought you were dead. Kane yelled angrily. Trash Kane, how can I die? Yan Beijin didn't show any weakness and directly retorted back. Their daily bickering has become the norm for the two of them. Where is Kaido, boss? At this time, Ash spoke. He just came out for a walk for an hour and just arrived at the coast when he found Ling Bai and the others, and then the bombardment happened. Ash only knew that before he came out, Kaido was drinking. Bai Xiao is a complete drunkard, and he is either drinking or getting drunk every day. Drunk, he just fell to the ground and didn't get up. Kane said helplessly, how can he get drunk at this time, and it's difficult to wake up from a drunken state. I can only deal with Shiryu of the Rain, and you can only deal with one of the Emperor's subordinates at most. Among them, there are several legendary criminals in Impel Down. They are not easy to deal with. Puwenji can deal with them. Ash stared at Ling Bai and analyzed. Puwenji is Ling Kong's 6. Kane also said, but, we can deal with the others, but that monster Ling Bai, either the two of us work together to deal with him, or Kaido boss himself, but obviously, the two of us can't work together to deal with him, unless his men don't do anything. Obviously, that's impossible. Sasaki of Ling Kong's 6 said angrily and disdainfully, we can only fight one-on-one, and that group of crazy people wants to overthrow us as soon as they get the position? What a joke. They didn't even think about how powerful we beasts pirates are. That brat is too arrogant, this time we must destroy his arrogance. At this time, the beautiful giant Black Maria of Ling Kong's 6 pointed at Ling Bai and shouted, isn't that Jack, that BD? He seems to have been caught. Huh. BD Jack, he was really caught. I almost thought that he was causing trouble outside and was beaten to death. How good would it be if he was dead, then I can successfully replace him. Ling Kong's 6 suddenly started arguing, they were actually regretting that Jack the Drow was not dead. Jack, you trash. At this time, Yan Beijin also noticed Jack the Drow behind Ling Bai and the others. This guy had probably been caught for a while, and his mental state did not look good. Kane, Ember, and the others had never expected that their little brother had actually been captured by Ling Bai and the others. Some of Ling Kong's 6 wanted to be promoted, and they even dared to scold Kaido. Beasts pirates are like that, just read the original work and you will know. If it's wrong, please understand. Chapter 134. Jack the Drow was the youngest and the weakest of the 3 disasters. He was usually scolded by Kane and Ember. Of course, Ling Kong 6, especially the 4 men, had always wanted to replace him. The throne of the 3 disasters was second only to Kaido of the Beasts. When people in New World talked about Beasts pirates, they either talked about Kaido of the Beasts or the 3 disasters. How could Ling Kong 6 have a chance to talk about them? This was a problem of fame and status. That BD Jack, how did he fall into the hands of the Ling Bai pirates? No wonder we couldn't contact him during this time. Boss Jack was actually caught. I can't imagine that Boss Jack was actually caught. Everyone in the Beasts pirates talked about it. They were surprised, shocked, worried, and couldn't believe it. Ling Bai, what do you want to do? The one who spoke was none other than Ember. Currently, he and Kane had the most authority to speak here. However, his voice was more intimidating than Kane's. For example, Kane's voice could make children laugh, but Ember's voice could make children cry. Do you want to use Jack, that waste to threaten us? What do you mean? We are treating the Beasts pirates as ordinary pirates. Ember shouted loudly. There was no anger in his tone, but it was full of deterrence. Ling Bai and the others on the opposite side did not listen to Ember's words. On the other hand, Jack the Drow broke out in cold sweat. If this continued, he felt that he would be abandoned by the Beasts pirates. No member of the Beasts pirates was not cold-blooded and ruthless, including Jack the Drow. He was also cold-blooded to the extreme. He casually slaughtered a village or even a town on an island, even children were not spared. It was impossible for Jack the Drow to pity the weak. The other members, Ling Kong 6, Ember, and Kane were also the same. There was no cold-blooded, only more cold-blooded. Therefore, it was impossible to use Jack the Drow to threaten the beasts and pirates. He would only be like a useless chess piece and would be abandoned without any suspense. The beasts' pirates were not the Whitebeard pirates. For a quarter, Jack the Drow was dead, and one of the members of the Ling Kong 6 would replace him. Interesting. Kaido isn't here yet? Were you drunk or did you go out to have S***X? Ling Bai laughed, but Ember couldn't hear him. At this moment, Ling Bai waved his hand. Weevil naturally understood what Ling Bai meant. He used the iron chain to pull Jack the Drow to the bow of the ship. At this moment, Drought Disaster was pitiful. He looked very pathetic. He had been captured by Ling Bai for more than half a month, and he had only eaten 2 meals during this time. Moreover, both meals added together were far less than what he had eaten in 1 meal in the past. Jack. Trash. What a piece of trash. Since he was caught, he might as well die. It must be that Trash Jack who revealed the way to ascend the Wanakuni Sea to them. Otherwise, how could they know the way to rush up the cliff and waterfall? At this time, Jack the Drow was also instantly suspected. When Jack heard the discussion over there, he wanted to cry but had no tears. He didn't even know how Ling Bai knew the method of using a giant carp to pull the ship. Now that he was suspected by his own companions, Jack the Drow couldn't even speak of his suffering. It was simply too uncomfortable. Jack the Drow is an important companion of yours. I wonder if he's worth a lot. Jack the Drow was the most stubborn of the beasts' pirates. He had made great contributions to Kaido's hegemony. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had outstanding military exploits. Of course, his military exploits were not for stirring up trouble. They were just destruction everywhere. Wherever Jack the Drow went, that place would be like a major drought. Not a single blade of grass grew. What do you mean? Ember frowned. It was obvious that Ling Bai wanted to use Jack the Drow to exchange with the beasts' pirates. Jack the Drow's value? Ember could say without hesitation that he was very valuable. As one of the 3 disasters, he was one of the 3 strongest people in the beasts' pirates other than Kaido. If they lost Jack, the strength of the beasts' pirates would also be greatly reduced. Of course, Jack the Drow's value is great. To be honest, even if the people behind him suspected that Jack the Drow had revealed the method to climb the cliff waterfall to Ling Bai, Ember wouldn't believe it. Because Jack is quite loyal and respects Kaido, Quinn, and Ember the Flame Disaster. Jack has incomparable admiration and awe for the 3 of them. How could he betray the beasts' pirates? As the spokesperson of Ling Bai, King of Evil, spoke at this time, what we mean is to use your brother, Jack the Drow, to exchange for something. It's that simple. Exchange for what? Ember and Quinn all frowned, and the 6 sons of Ling Bai also quarreled. We can't compromise with other pirates just because of a piece of trash. For this matter, Boss Kaido will personally come forward. Kaido is drunk again. Kaido is like a dead pig now. Exchange for what? Something important? Hey. Don't compromise. We are known as the Beasts Pirates. Shut up. As the discussion grew louder and louder, Ember let out a loud roar that was filled with deterrence. As a man who was second only to Kaido of the beasts in terms of status and strength, Ling Chinzi and the others quieted down upon hearing his words. Ember the Flame Disaster is a famous pervert who enjoys abusing people. He has a special secret room to abuse others. There are few members of the Beasts Pirates who are not afraid of Ember the Flame Disaster. What are your conditions? Yan Beijin shouted. After saying that, he gave Ling Kong 6 and the others behind him a look. His meaning was to get their boss Kaido to come out. Everyone knew that Ling Bai was a deranged lunatic. She was even crazier than Kaido. Crazier than anyone else. Everyone was curious, including Jack the Drow. Ling Bai and the others all knew what they were going to exchange. It depends on whether the beasts pirates are willing or not. We want a poneglyph. King of Evil said loudly. Poneglyph is one of the 4 coordinates that lead to the final destination of the Grand Line, Raftel. In fact, there are dozens of poneglyph, and there are only 4 poneglyph as coordinates, and Kaido of the Beasts and Anti of the Beasts have 1 each. Only by collecting all 4 poneglyph, plus a person who can decipher the poneglyph, can they know the location of Raftel and reach the mysterious and legendary island. When King of Evil's words came out, all the members of the Beasts Pirates were shocked. Chapter 135. Impossible. Yan Beijin rejected the words of evil ruler on the spot. What did the poneglyph mean? It was one of the 4 most important coordinates leading to the final land of Raftel. There were 4 known poneglyph in the world today. Only the beasts pirates and the anti-pirates had 1 each, and the other 2 were still missing. The importance of the poneglyph was self-evident. Why did the Kaido of the beasts spare no effort to develop the Beast Legion? Wasn't it to win the hegemony in the future? Then they would reach Raftel and become the Pirate King, and even the Kaido of the beasts would become as powerful as the mysterious existence that he only accidentally mentioned once. The King of the World. In the distant era, there was a mysterious island, not Raftel, but a mysterious and legendary island, where the existence known as the natural enemy of God lived, and that mysterious existence was born on this island. You guys are too greedy. You actually want to possess that kind of priceless treasure. Even a jack is not as important as a poneglyph. Kane also spoke. Indeed, 10 Jack the Drow were not as important as a poneglyph. Without a poneglyph, they couldn't reach Raftel unless they had interpreted all the poneglyph, but obviously, they didn't have the ability to interpret the poneglyph. Anyway, you don't have anyone who can interpret the ancient text of the poneglyph. How about giving it to me? At this time, Ling Bai's body turned into a red flash, and in the next second, he condensed into a human form 10 meters away from Yan Beijin. At this moment, Ling Bai was floating in the air above the sea. Looking down from above, he was looking down at Ember and the others. Who can interpret this poneglyph? On the other hand, the evil ruler and the others were also puzzled. It was said that no one in this world could decipher the scribbles. That was because the O'Hara historical researchers had studied history that they should not have studied or were not qualified to touch. Therefore, they were completely erased by the world government with a buster call. After O'Hara was destroyed, who could interpret the ancient text? I don't know. Everyone waved their hands. Law reminded them, the Straw Hat Pirates have a crew member named Nico Robin, who is said to be a survivor of O'Hara. Maybe he can interpret the text. Straw Hat Pirates, what is that? Shiryu of the Rain raised her eyebrows. Hawkins reminded him, it's Garp's grandson's pirate group. The captain said that the Straw Hat was Shanks's Straw Hat, and Shanks's Straw Hat was Roger's Straw Hat. You can't start with this. The Black Moon Hunters were shocked. On the other side, Ling Bai looked down at them. Being looked down at by a pirate emperor made them feel pressured. Ling Bai was very young and his skin was rather perfect. It was very difficult for people to believe that such a person possessed great power. However, this was clearly not the time to judge a person by his appearance. I want the poneglyph. Moreover, I want every inch of this sea, including every inch of land. Ling Bai said coldly. His voice was domineering and imposing. He even unconsciously unleashed Conqueror's Haki. Although it only lasted for 2 seconds, when Conqueror's Haki appeared behind Flame Calamity Ember and the others, more than 10 of his underlings fainted on the ground, unable to withstand the force. Damn it! Ember was shocked and angry. Don't go too far, young Emperor. Quinn was also filled with dread. Sasaki said angrily, this is not the place for you to behave atrociously. Then this is the only way. At this time, Ling Bai suddenly clenched his fist, and a white vibration wave appeared. Ember and the others' faces changed drastically. It's shock fruit. Everyone, be careful. That monster's power has been inherited by this monster. That kind of power that can dominate everything. Dodge. Everyone quickly retreated. On the other side, Ling Bai had already punched the air in front of him. His fist stopped in the air, and the atmosphere was torn apart. Countless cracks denser than a spider web appeared. A large area of the coast on Ghost Island was also blown to pieces. Many underlings who did not manage to escape in time were blown away. The explosion was earth-shattering, and there were wails. The strong ones were naturally fine, but the underlings were in trouble. They could not avoid the destruction of the vibration wave and were inevitably affected by it. Whitebeard's nightmare power. Now it has been inherited by this monster. Flame Calamity Ember, who was flying in the air, stared at Ling Bai angrily and fearfully. Everyone, prepare for war. Flame Calamity Ember roared, and the flames on his body burned. Roar. Kill them. Kill them all. The beast's pirates are not to be trifled with. Let them know who the nightmare is. The members of the beast's pirates roared. Some of them directly expanded and turned into some kind of animal. Some of them stretched their bodies, their clothes were torn, and their explosive muscles were exposed. They also held some kind of weapon in their hands. I hope you can bear the anger of the beasts. Cain clenched his iron arms. He was in the form of an ancient draconic fruit Brachiosaurus, and he had not transformed yet. Brothers, let's go ashore. We're going to fight. We're not responsible for burying you if you die, we're only responsible for rewards. The evil governance king roared and picked up a cannon. San Juan Wolf, put down the wooden planks for Laozi. Laozi doesn't want to get his pants wet with seawater. Hearing the evil ruler's words, the San Juan Wolf immediately grabbed a large wooden plank for landing and put it down, together with the ship and the coast. Charge for Laozi. Brats. If you want to eat and drink, charge for Laozi until the end. The evil ruler roared and took the lead to rush down. Encouraged by his roar, the Ling Bai pirates' blood was boiling, and they seemed to be more and more aggressive. That BD is quite good. Winepot laughed. Shiryu of the Rain clenched Thunderstorm and said, at that time, he was a king and ruled a country. He probably said a lot of things to incite and encourage others. The Black Moon Hunter laughed and said, but he was later overthrown by Durag. Okay, let's start. Shiryu of the Rain rushed down, and her target was Yan Quan Jin. The Black Moon Hunter laughed and said, I'll deal with that female giant. It's the first time I've seen such a tall beauty, she's about the same height as an auntie. You guys pick your opponents, don't fish in troubled waters. Moreover, these guys were no ordinary people. In a few years, they might really become the 100 Beast Army. At that time, they will really sweep the new world. Kaido, that madman, is really arrogant. Let's fight. Ling Bai rose higher in the air. As the captain, he hasn't made a move yet. Now it's a battle between the officers and the pirates. As the captain, his opponent is naturally Kaido of the Beasts. Below, the Ling Bai pirates and the Beasts pirates collided. Although the two sides are not big armies, after all, it's not a battle between tens of thousands of people. However, this is a battle between the elite forces of the two pirate emperors. It's not an ordinary battle. Shiryu of the Rain vs Yan Quan Jin. King of Misrule vs Quinn the Plague. Black Moon Hunter vs Black Maria. Crocodile of Sasaki. Chapter 136. On the coast of Ghost Island, a fierce battle was breaking out. As Ling Bai had expected, Fire Calamity Ember, who was fighting against Shiryu of the Rain, was able to spit out scorching flames. A single great eruption was enough to burn a dozen of Ling Bai's underlings to death. With a large number of flames, it was not an exaggeration to say that the great eruption was a flying fire dragon. It's just that he didn't look like a fire dragon, but his huge body was daunting. I don't know what it's like to be a dragon. Although you're a dinosaur, it makes me feel a little regretful. Shiryu of the Rain said regretfully. She immediately swung her sword forward, and with a slash, a group of beasts pirates were cut in half at the waist. It was like a tooth for a tooth. The great eruption burned the Ling Bai pirates' subordinates to death, and Shiryu was naturally not to be outdone and killed the other party's subordinates. The great eruption suddenly flapped its huge wings, and a gust of wind swept up in an instant, and the group of subordinates was easily swept away. Immediately, the great eruption swooped down from the sky, like a rocket launcher, and hit Shiryu. Just in time. Suddenly, Shiryu of the Rain emitted a dark purple chi wave. This chi wave vibrated in all directions, shattering the ground around her. Shiryu's aura became even more terrifying, as if she was a devil that had crawled out of hell. In the blink of an eye, Shiryu adjusted Ryu's grip on her katana and rushed forward. The great eruption swooped down on the great eruption's head, and Shiryu rushed over with her sword. Boom! The great eruption's forehead directly collided with Shiryu's thunderstorm, and a terrible shockwave spread out, crushing the ground in all directions, and set off a terrible explosion in an instant, and the surrounding subordinates were directly shaken more than 20 meters away. To be honest, I haven't met an opponent of your level for a long time, great eruption. Shiryu laughed, and the wind made her clothes flutter violently. Don't die so easily. The great eruption said coldly, and his forehead directly hit Shiryu's blade, and even armament haki didn't cover it. In terms of physical defense, the great eruption's body was much higher than Jack the Drow. This was the basis of his confidence. You too. You're still warming up. On the other side, the evil ruler and Plague Quinn were also in a fierce battle. In the past, the evil ruler had fought against Durag for a long time. Even though he was defeated in the end, there was no doubt about his strength. As for Quinn the Pestilence, he was in his Brachiosaurus form, an ancient draconic fruit. His defense and strength were incredibly high. Even Weevil would have to kneel before him. Quinn the Pestilence didn't transform into his Brachiosaurus form. Instead, he drew two swords from his waist and slashed at the Prince of Misrule. His attacks weren't organized at all, like a hooligan punching a tortoise, but they were fast, accurate, and ruthless. The Evil King felt his scalp go numb. He was angry and amused at the same time. However, he had no choice but to face Plague Kane's attack. The Evil King was not easy to deal with. The war has been fully launched, and the situation was quite fierce. Not to mention that there were people dying every minute. After all, it wasn't the Summit War where there were more than 100,000 soldiers. At this time, both pirate regiments had elite and more elite combat power. The number of people on both sides added up to less than 3,000 people. However, there was blood splashing on the ground every minute. The screams almost didn't stop. The cotters of the Ling Bai pirates had found their opponents, and Weevil was still fighting 1 against 2. His opponents were the 2 members of the Ling Bai pirates, but they weren't Rico. However, the battle had just started, so no one side had the upper hand. It was a tie. At the same time, in a cave in the depths of Ghost Island, Kaido of the Beasts drank too much wine. Even if there was a huge movement outside, he didn't realize what was going on. He was drunk and was still in a confused state at this time. He was even dreaming. At this time, he collapsed on the ground, making a shocking sound. Next to him were broken bottles and wine on the ground. God knows how much wine he drank. How many bottles had he broken? The female member of the Soaring Sky 6, Wu Erdi, rushed in. Just now, Yan Beijin had given her a look, meaning that one of them should go in and inform Boss Kaido. It stinks, UBD Kaido. Ultai cursed loudly. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol, and it permeated the cave, making the original smell of alcohol even more irritating, or rather, even more unpleasant. Ultai couldn't take it anymore, so she cursed loudly. Anyway, Kaido couldn't hear him right now. Kaido was a drunkard who couldn't even recognize himself when he was drunk. 0, begging for fresh flowers. Boss Kaido, something happened. However, she had no choice but to yell as loudly as she could into Kaido's ear. She even wished she could use a microphone to wake Kaido up. Now that something big had happened outside, Ultai knew that a war had started. If Kaido didn't make a move, the Beast's pirates would suffer a big loss. However, it wasn't easy for Ultai to wake Kaido up. Therefore, Ultai could only continue to yell a few more times. Finally, Kaido's snoring finally stopped, and a strong smell came out of his mouth, with the smell of fermented alcohol and Kaido's breath. Wordy almost fainted on the spot. Kaido, UBD? Ultai yelled again, but among the 4 Emperor's pirates, only the Beast's pirates could yell at their boss. 00. Ultai, what happened? Kaido, who opened his eyes, looked at the top of the cave, and it took nearly 10 seconds for him to recover. Laozi, my head hurts. Kaido rubbed his forehead. Something big happened. When Kaido came back to his senses, Ultai told him everything that had happened outside, and he made sure to keep it short. To sum it up, the Ling Bai pirates had invaded the Beast's pirates' territory. Huh. Kaido's eyes widened, and he suddenly sat up from the ground. At this time, he heard the sound of fierce fighting and explosions outside. Ling Bai? That kid? Kaido was furious, and immediately a terrible momentum was released from him. The huge cave couldn't withstand the impact of this force, and it directly exploded like a tofu dregs project. Kaido, don't use Conqueror's Haki. I can't stand it. Erdi was almost sent flying by Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. At this moment, its body rapidly expanded and changed shape. In the sky, the originally calm night sky turned white in an instant. White lightning tore the sky apart, and soon after, black clouds rapidly gathered. Then, thunder and lightning flashed, and the earth-shattering sound of thunder resounded through the night sky. Is he here? Ling Bai, who was waiting for Kaido in the air, knew that such a huge battle suddenly appeared in the sky, which means that Kaido is about to appear. Chapter 137. No one would have thought that the originally calm night sky would suddenly change after a bolt of lightning. After the first bolt of lightning tore through the sky, a second bolt of lightning followed, then a third bolt of lightning. The clouds quickly gathered, and a large number of bolts of lightning appeared. The sound of thunder was deafening. Rumble! Large clouds seemed to have shrouded the entire Ghost Island. The originally gloomy Ghost Island became even more eerie at this moment. What happened? Oh my god, what's wrong with today? I just saw the moon and stars. Me too. Why did it suddenly become like this? Is it going to rain? At this time, in Wano, because it was not yet 10 o'clock at night, at this moment, only some of the elderly and children in Wano were asleep. The rest of the people were still very alert. In addition, from time to time, there was the sound of explosions coming from the Ghost Island. Although it was not very loud, it was still very frightening. As everyone knew, there was a group of terrifying beings on the Ghost Island, especially the monster known as the 100 Beasts. He could turn into the most evil and terrifying creature in the history of Wano. It was like a nightmare that dominated everything in Wano. What happened on the Ghost Island? The people in Wano did not know, but the members of the Beasts pirates who were stationed in the Wano mining area guessed that there might be a big battle on the Ghost Island. That master is coming out, right? Which BD dared to provoke that lord? It's too scary. This is the power of the 100 Beasts. The Beasts pirates on Wano side were more aware of the sudden change in the sky. That was the appearance of their boss, Kaido. Perhaps in this world, only Kaido of the Beasts could make an appearance like that. When he appeared in the sky, it did not matter if it was day or night, whether it was sunny or cloudy, it would be like this. Clouds gathered, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. That was because the Kaido of the Beasts was a creature from the legends. It was a terrifying creature from ancient times. Not only the natives of Wano were afraid, even the people who had followed Kaido for many years were afraid. At this time, when the lightning tore through the night sky and the thunder clouds rolled, somewhere in the 9-mile area, a person wearing a mask and a sleeveless kimono with horns similar to Kaido's head and handcuffed hands looked up at the night sky in the distance. Yamato. Kaido's daughter. She was holding a mace and she looked very rude. Coupled with the fact that she was a man, most people would not know that Yamato was a woman. What is that man doing? Yamato frowned. She was very unhappy that she had a father, because she worshipped Kyojin, and her father was obviously a complete BD. Back then, Kaido and the Kurozumi serpent worked together to kill Yamato's idol, Kyojin, so Yamato hated Kaido to the bone. As a father, Kaido also had a lot of headaches. On the other side of the Ghost Island, the Ling Bai pirates and the Beasts pirates, who were in the midst of the melee, were naturally the most direct ones who could feel and see the changes in the sky. It has to be said that many of them were in a state of panic at this time, and some of them were even trembling. The other strong people were also shocked or surprised to varying degrees. That person is coming. Yanbaijin's eyes narrowed as he knew that Kaido of the Beasts was about to appear. Worthy of a legendary creature. Shiryu of the Rain knocked blazing disaster ember away with a single slash. She looked up at the sky and saw that the dark night sky was occasionally illuminated by white flashes of lightning. The shocking thunder was also deafening. Weak people would probably be scared to the point of not being able to walk. Hehe, a creature from the legends. Interesting, I'm looking forward to it. Don't be arrogant. Our boss Kaido is coming out, don't even think about leaving. You're dead. Kaido is not as good as our Ling Bai admiral. The Ling Bai pirates and the Beasts pirates also inevitably argued, of course, they were also fighting. In midair, Ling Bai looked up at the place where the Ghost Island exploded. Not surprisingly, Kaido of the Cypress was about to come out from this place. At this moment, a giant dragon flew out, and it was the same as the giant dragon in Ling Bai's knowledge. It was a pure oriental dragon, not a dinosaur-like creature with wings. Rumble. At this time, the thunder in the sky became more intense, and the sound of thunder became louder. Kaido flew out of the cave, and a part of the island directly exploded. The moment he flew out, many people were scared. This is a legendary super ancient creature. Even if Yanbaijin and Quinn turned into dinosaurs, the visual impact of Kaido's change is far greater, and it is far from Kaido's Demon G.O.D-like deterrence. At this time, Kaido, who turned into a blue dragon, was entrenched in the sky, overlooking the Ghost Island below. Then his eyes swept to Jack the Drow, who was chained on the main ship of the Ling Bai pirates, and next to Jack the Drow, the head of the Kurozumi Orokai. Now the Kurozumi Orokai is still in a state of discontent, and its eyes are still staring at the sky. When Kaido looked down, it happened to be looking at the Kurozumi Orokai, and it seems that the two pairs of eyes are looking at each other. Jack, or Akai? Kaido angrily roared. It wasn't very loud, but it scared the countless small fries below. Even officers like Yan Beijin were a little scared, let alone the others. Kaido-sama. It's terrible. Just by looking at Kaido, I've lost the courage to continue resisting. It's just the beginning, our admiral is also very strong. Being huge doesn't mean being invincible. At this moment, countless people were trembling. On Wano-kuni's side, people who could see Kaido were also afraid. There is no doubt that Kaido at this moment is the kind of legendary creature that everyone in Wano-kuni hates and even fears to the extreme. Many of the people who had been shopping at night in high spirits were now quite shocked. What is that 2.0 monster doing? It's terrible, I'm really afraid that he will spit fire and burn the flower capital. Who can defeat him? Drive this monster away. On the Ghost Island, the scuffle continued, and the morale of the beast pirates suddenly rose a lot. After all, their boss came out, and in such a form, how can they not be excited? Looking at the Ling Bai pirates, many of them were frightened, and some of them were even slashed before they could react. At this moment, Kaido is too scary. In the night sky, Kaido's eyes finally focused on Ling Bai, who was quite small for him at this time. He bowed his head and stared at Ling Bai with his huge eyes. His head, which was bigger than a truck, was less than 10 meters away from Ling Bai. Is it you? Replace that old BD white beard? Kaido opened his mouth, and his tone was full of deterrence. Chapter 138. Kaido was looking down at Ling Bai. Compared to Kaido's huge body, Ling Bai was as small as an ant. Kaido called Ling Bai a little devil. Indeed, for an old pirate like Kaido who was over 60 years old, Ling Bai was a little devil. Of course, this was also Kaido's disdain and contempt for Ling Bai. It's me. You despise me like this, I'm afraid it's not good. Ling Bai looked up and laughed. At this time, Kaido lowered his head and was only 1 meter away from Ling Bai. Kaido's breath formed a gust of wind. Although it wasn't big, Ling Bai's clothes fluttered. Ling Bai also smelled the strong smell of alcohol on Kaido's body. This guy, he was still in a drunken state. You want to use Jack to exchange for Poneglyph with Laozi? And you want to kill that waste Orakai? In Kaido's eyes, Kurozumi Orakai was a piece of trash. Of course, Kurozumi Orakai was also Kaido's pawn. When Kurozumi Orakai became useless, Kaido would naturally get rid of it. As a phantom beast, Orakai form was indeed a very strong ability, but it was used on a piece of trash like Orakai. However, Orakai was killed, and his head was still on Ling Bai's ship. This made Kaido quite angry. Ling Bai actually killed Orakai and wanted to use Jack as a bargaining chip to exchange for Poneglyph with Kaido of the beasts. Yes. Ling Bai was still relaxed. He believed in his strength, and even if he wasn't strong enough, Kaido wouldn't be able to kill him. Because his physique can guarantee that he won't die in this world, just like Kaido can't be beaten by others, but his physique can also protect him from being killed. Kaido was confident in his physique, and Ling Bai was naturally quite confident. Ling Bai wasn't afraid of Kaido at all, and now his strength is enough to deal with him. Do you want to die? Little devil. Kaido threatened. You can't kill me anyway. Ling Bai laughed arrogantly. The members of the beast's pirates below felt their scalps go numb. Naturally, they could hear the conversation between Ling Bai and Kaido. Ling Bai's arrogance made them tremble in fear. Not everyone could be so calm in front of Kaido. Moreover, Kaido had transformed into its legendary form. You think you can be so arrogant in Laozi just because you replaced that old fart? Kaido's brows furrowed. It was clearly angry. At this time, Kaido suddenly retracted its head. When its head was about 20 meters away from Ling Bai, it suddenly dove down. Its speed and strength were probably comparable to a meteorite. You've come at the right time, let me wake you up. Kaido was definitely still drunk. The smell of alcohol from him made Ling Bai uncomfortable. He was a drunkard among drunkards. Moreover, it wasn't easy to sober him up. In the original work, it was Luffy who sobered him up. At this moment, Ling Bai clenched his right fist, and a white shockwave covered his fist. Then, he viciously punched Kaido's head. Boom. The fist landed accurately on Kaido's head, and Kaido dove down at the same time. The impact of the fist and his head colliding was terrifying to an unimaginable level. The atmosphere was shattered, and a huge shockwave landed on the ground more than 30 meters away. Many of the minions were directly crushed to the ground. Many of the fragile stones on the ground were also crushed into dust. Only the strong cadres of the two pirate regiments would be able to deal with this kind of shockwave. What a powerful impact. It's worthy of being a pirate emperor level attack. That monster. He has such power at such a young age? It's really beyond imagination. It's not like the power of a human. Everyone was shocked. In the sky, Kaido was directly hit by Ling Bai's fist. Little devil, the power of your fist is good. Ling Bai didn't know whether Kaido's words were praise or disdain, but he continued to rush up. Shock fruit sobers a drunkard like you, I don't know how you feel. Ling Bai clenched his fist and another punch fell on Kaido's forehead. The atmosphere cracked, and then a wave swept away. But Ling Bai didn't care so much. His punch made Kaido's head retreat 2 or 3 meters. Every punch of Ling Bai's was filled with the greatest amount of strength. After punching Kaido, Ling Bai continued to attack, and it seemed that he didn't want to stop. After more than 10 punches in a row, each punch was covered with the power of shock fruit, and each punch fell on Kaido's head. The sound of the fist hitting Kaido's head spread dozens of meters away, and they heard it. Kaido-sama! Why don't you fight back? Kaido-sama, if you fight back, it will be terrible. I'm a little worried that the young pirate emperor will die today. The monster named Kaido is not so easy to deal with. The cadres of the beast's pirates talked. Hey! Do you know who your opponent is? How can you be distracted in this kind of battle? It won't be good if I kick your head like a ball. Evil Tyrant laughed loudly. Don't think that Kaido is invincible, he's just a little tanky. Black Moon Hunter also laughed and continued to attack Black Maria. However, even after being punched so many times by Ling Bai, Kaido 030 didn't fight back. At the beginning, Kaido used his head to hit Ling Bai, and then he was beaten up by Ling Bai's shock fruit. And Ling Bai seemed to be getting more and more addicted to it. Kaido was a meat shield, the world's #1 meat shield. Even Ling Bai's fists couldn't hurt him, and even if Kaido's head was beaten flat, there was no sound of bones breaking. However, Kaido's eyes at this time had changed from a slack state to a bright state. Obviously, he was sobered up by Ling Bai. Brat. Kaido shook his head, feeling dizzy after being punched by Ling Bai so many times. It really hurts, Laozi's head. It's almost like falling from a height of 10,000 meters. Kaido murmured to himself. If you can become my mount, what do you think? A creature like you, in my hometown, is a legendary species. I don't know if it really exists or if it really exists. Ling Bai finished speaking. At this time, he pointed his palms at Kaido's big forehead. A red aura wrapped around his arm. Boom. A huge shockwave was released on the spot, and Kaido's head and half of his body were directly hit 40 to 50 meters away. Chapter 139. Boom. An explosion was heard. It was the sound of Kaido of the beast's huge body smashing into the ground of Ghost Island. Kaido's body was too big, and its weight was unimaginable. When its body landed on Ghost Island, the buildings on Ghost Island were directly smashed like tofu, and the buildings that weren't directly hit were also affected. A large number of buildings were destroyed. Cargo was hit by Ling Bai's shockwave and was dizzy. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Boss Kaido! Boss Kaido! Lord Kaido! This. The beast's pirates were scared out of their wits. Their boss was on the ground just like that? Where was the majestic giant dragon just now? Kaido's subordinates could not believe it. They had to admit that their boss was very useful in this kind of situation. He directly affected the morale of his subordinates. That was why when Kaido fell to the ground, his underlings were nervous. If Kaido was defeated, then what was the point of their resistance? Trash. You're still far from defeating the monster known as 100 Beasts. The beautiful giant woman, Black Maria, one of the High Sky Six Sons, shouted loudly. She was very angry when she saw her little brothers suddenly become depressed. How could the great Kaido of the Beasts be defeated so easily? Do you think he's trash? Don't be distracted, little beauty. The Black Moon Hunter smiled evilly. BD. You pervert old witch. Black Maria cursed at the Mystic Moon Hunter. The Mystic Moon Hunter in front of her was definitely a psychopath. It was her first time encountering such an opponent. Most importantly, she was a woman. If she was a man, it would be easier to deal with her. In the sky, Ling Bai was also looking down at Kaido. At this time, Kaido was lying on the ground. However, he was still far from defeating this monster. Ling Bai's attack just now did not even break through his armor. It was only to sober him up. However, Ling Bai's treatment of Kaido was already good enough due to shock fruit's power. This guy fell to the ground from a height of 10,000 meters and smashed a huge hole in the island. However, he was not injured at all. His body was just a little sore. If it was other strong people, they would have become meat paste. They would not be able to do what Kaido did. At this time, just as Ling Bai expected, when the dust dispersed, Kaido's body quickly shrank. It was just like when Kaido was sobered up by the fourth gear Luffy and turned back into his human form in the original work. The giant dragon body was shrinking rapidly. Only Kaido, who was lying on the ground, finally grabbed his giant mace with one hand. Then, Kaido suddenly opened his majestic eyes. If an ordinary person saw his eyes, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Kaido sat up from the ground, rubbed his numb head, and then stood up from the ground. Whitebeard. That old man can't kill me. Kaido is still very disdainful of Ling Bai. As the most iron-headed pirate emperor, he has challenged all the strong people in the New World. Naturally, Whitebeard also challenged him, but Whitebeard can't kill him because he is too tanky. Some time ago, he went to intercept the Whitebeard pirates. As a result, he was intercepted by Shanks, Red Hair, and Shanks, Red Hair, couldn't do anything to Kaido of the beasts. The strongest creature in the sea, land, and air is not just for show. However, he will never challenge Auntie. No matter how iron-headed he is, he won't. On the other side, Ling Bai came down from the air. Now, it's just the beginning. That was just a warm-up. Ling Bai smiled and clenched his fists. System, pull out my panel and take a look. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Ling Bai's mind, and then a virtual screen appeared in front of Ling Bai. Abilities: Kendo Great Swordsman, Taijutsu, Conqueror's Haki Advanced, Shock Fruit, Shockwave Dark Red, Sparkling Fruit Upgraded, Red, Dark Power, more advanced than Dark Fruit, Undead Manipulation, Undead Summoning. Later, Ling Bai took back the system panel. He didn't have many abilities, and the last three were the rewards for participating in the Summit War. At this time, Ling Bai also clenched his fists. Originally, he planned to cover Armament Haki with his fists and punch him directly. However, Ling Bai noticed that Kaido was holding a mace in his hand. There was a faint purple aura flowing around the mace, and white electric arcs appeared around it. Do you want to use Thunder 8 trigrams? Ling Bai had a deep memory of Kaido's move. Originally, he thought that the fourth gear Luffy in the original work was already very strong. After all, he had defeated Doflamingo and then Katakuri. Although there was a lot of cheating involved, being able to defeat Katakuri meant that Luffy in the original work was already at the level of an Emperor's Vice Captain. An Emperor's Vice Captain should not be too far away from the Pirate Emperor's level. However, in the end, Kaido used Thunder 8 trigrams and directly defeated him. An Emperor's Vice Captain could not even withstand a single Thunder 8 trigrams, and he barely survived because of the protagonist's aura. If Doflamingo came, wouldn't he be directly defeated? It was no wonder that Kaido never put Shishibukai in his eyes. They were not on the same level at all. At this time, Kaido was ready to use Thunder 8 trigrams. In the original work, his daughter Yamato could also use this Thunder 8 trigrams. Of course, it was not as strong as Kaido's. After all, even Urdi of the Riko could suppress Yamato's Thunder 8 trigrams. It should be a skill of their race. But this move is really terrifying. Ling Bai raised his spirit and pulled out Shijir at the same time. He held Shijir with both hands. Thunder 8 trigrams was not so easy to deal with. It might just be an ordinary big move of Kaido, and not an ultimate big move. After all, as a pirate emperor, how could he not have many trump cards? Kid, I hope you don't get killed. Lao Zi is not bought by Whitebeard. Kaido was still disdainful of Ling Bai. The whole world knew that Ling Bai killed Whitebeard when he was seriously injured. If Whitebeard was not injured, why don't you try? So, Kaido looked down on Ling Bai. However, it was not so easy to get the recognition of the strong people of the old era. At this time, the two were about 10 meters away from each other, but with Kaido's height and the length of his mace, he could directly hit Ling Bai's body. At this moment, the rumbling thunder clouds in the sky quickly turned into a terrifying Uzumaki. White lightning flashed within it, and the sound of thunder shook the heavens and the earth. On the other side, Kaido's mace was also wrapped with a large amount of purple and white electricity. Ling Bai was curious. He didn't know if Kaido's big move borrowed the so-called power of heaven and earth or the power of nature. After all, this guy was a legendary dragon. Chapter 140. At this time, the big Uzumaki appeared in the sky. White lightning flashed in it, and the sound of thunder shook the earth. To be able to remain unfazed in such a situation was enough to be called a strong person. Even Kaido's underlings who had been with him for a long time were frightened. Wano Kuni's people looked over and were almost scared out of their wits. This power, it was no exaggeration to say that it was the power of a god. Only a god could control such a terrifying power, right? What's that man doing now? Who's fighting with him? Yamato saw from afar that his father, Kaido, who had turned into a dragon, was being beaten up by someone. Although the distance was very far, the content he saw was like ants fighting. Kimura Yamato could see that Kaido was being beaten up. Although this was already a normal occurrence, Kaido's usual whereabouts were quite strange. Even Flame Disaster Ember and the others didn't know where he went. In any case, if Kaido wasn't looking for trouble, he would use all sorts of methods to commit suicide. Thunder 8 trigrams. Yamato also saw what the change in the sky meant. It was one of her father's big moves, Thunder 8 trigrams. Although she could also use Thunder 8 trigrams, it was far from Kaido's terrifying 173 degrees. As for the ordinary people of Wano Kuni, when they saw the change in the sky on Ghost Island, they were so scared that they thought it was the end of the world. At this time, the sky dragon was too terrifying. The huge Uzumaki was like a black hole that seemed to be able to swallow everything. It also seemed like it was going to release some kind of terrifying creature. Only 30 seconds had passed. Little brat, I hope you don't dodge. As you wish. At this time, Kaido took the first step towards Ling Bai. Then, the ground under his feet immediately shattered. It was obvious how terrifying the power of his step was. At the same time, Kaido also swung its mace, and a large amount of electromagnetic sounds rang out. The big Uzumaki in the sky also struck down an astonishing amount of lightning. The lightning was bigger than a house, and it tore through the sky and even landed on the ground. The entire space instantly turned white. Thunder. 8 trigrams. At this moment, Kaido roared. As the last word left his mouth, he swung his meteorite-like mace at Ling Bai. 10 seconds ago, when Kaido took his first step, Ling Bai's body was surging with sword will. A large amount of red light appeared on his body. Ling Bai closed his eyes and felt the powerful sword will in the rain. Splitting Void Dragon Soul. When Kaido's mace came crashing down, Ling Bai held his sword with both hands and slashed out. The red gas flowed around Felicitous Rain Blade, causing the blade to release a mysterious and powerful aura. Although Ling Bai's swordsmanship was based on Golden Lion's swordsmanship, Ling Bai also had his own understanding of swordsmanship. He didn't just copy Golden Lion's moves. After all, he had his own understanding of swordsmanship. With a slash of the saber, a hollow red dragon roared and charged forward. This dragon's roar was equally earth-shattering. 1 second later, Thunder's 8 trigrams and Ling Bai's dragon slash collided violently. The degree of collision was like a meteorite hitting a planet. It was as if everything was going to be destroyed into dust. The ground, with the collision of the two super terrifying forces as the center, exploded on the spot. The sound of the explosion was so loud that it could deafen people on the spot. The shockwave produced by the collision swept out in all directions in an instant, and then a huge area of about 50 meters in radius was quickly shattered. 50 meters in radius. The small fries in this area were instantly blown away. Some even died on the spot. This degree of impact, even if it was just the aftermath of the power, was not something the small fries could withstand. This kind of power, in this world, was already the power of the gods. The two big shots who stood at the top of the world were now in a great battle. However, the dust had already filled the air. It was 30 to 40 meters high. The naked eye could not see the situation inside. Boss Kaido. It's terrifying. I've never seen Thunder's 8 trigrams being so powerful. Kaido-sama's Thunder's 8 trigrams is already terrifying, plus the big move of the young emperor, the collision of two forces of the same level, how can it not be terrifying? This is simply a fight between gods, and we are all mortals. I want to know, who has the upper hand? The Beast's pirates were shocked. Of course, even the Ling Bai pirates were shocked. This time, it was different from the Summit War. Although Ling Bai also fought with those big shots, he wasn't the only one fighting at that time. His vision was also diverted by a lot. This is a real war between emperors. This is the war between the old era and the new world. A pirate emperor who has been famous for 20 years, is also a famous pirate of the previous era in the new world. The other is the new pirate emperor. He is young, but he does have unimaginable power and the ambition to dominate everything. In this world, there are many strong people on the same level as Fire Disaster Jin and Shiryu of the Rain, but there are only a few who can reach the level of the Pirate Emperor. Even Fire Disaster Jin is afraid of Kaido's terrifying power, because although he is strong, Kaido can also use Thunder's 8 trigrams to suppress him. Even if he can't kill him, he can smash him into meat paste by using Thunder's 8 trigrams several times. Compared with Kaido's defense, Fire Disaster Jin and other Dragon Fruit ability users are nothing. It's terrifying. The evil ruler, who was fighting Quinn the Plague, also backed away a little. The collision between the Thunder 8s and Ling Bai's slash was too terrifying. The ground where he and Quinn were fighting just happened to be the place where the shockwave swept across. So he had to retreat. 2 monsters. Shiryu of the Rain was also shocked, but she didn't show it on her face. However, the performance of the others was not much better. At this time, there were many corpses on the ground. In a battle between 2 pirate regiments of this level, the low-end combat power of the minions will die first, and then the more powerful the combat power, the more likely it will be that they will die. Therefore, this kind of battle is a survival elimination. At this time, the 2 forces were temporarily stopped by the impact of Ling Bai and Kaido, and everyone was curiously staring in the direction of the thick mold. And Kaido and Ling Bai are inside. How are the 2 of them? Such a terrifying collision of power. What is their situation? Chapter 141. On the other side, in the thick cloud of dust. At this time, Ling Bai was kneeling on one knee, holding Tierce Rain with both hands. The terrifying impact almost made him fly out, so he used Tierce Rain to stabilize his body. Of course, he was fine. If something happened, it would be Kaido. One had to know that Ling Bai had used a slash, while Kaido had used his mace to smash at him. He was the one who had felt the impact of the collision the most. On the other side, Kaido was also kneeling on one knee, but now he stood up again. Boy, not bad, you have some skills. Kaido was also unscathed. With his flesh armor, the power just now was not enough to break through, not even a little bit of his skin. In addition, he also knew that Ling Bai was also fine. At this time, Kaido stepped out, and a burst of momentum was released from his body, quickly sweeping everything and dispersing all the dust. Then, Kaido dashed forward in the direction where Ling Bai was. It was impossible for a battle of this level to be decided in a short period of time. Come on! He stood up from the ground and swung his katana at Ling Bai. On the other side, Kaido swung his mace at Ling Bai again, but this time, he didn't use thunderous 8s. Boom! Tierce Rain and Kaido's mace collided, and the ground sank a little. What a strong power! Ling Bai could clearly feel that his right hand was a little numb. And Kaido also felt that his hand was numb. Both of them were at the same level of power, so when their weapons collided, the reaction force was the same. Compared to Kaido's giant mace, Ling Bai's Tierce Rain was like a toothpick. Moreover, Kaido was more than 10 meters tall, facing Ling Bai, he was like a mountain. Come on! Kaido roared as he pulled out his spiked mace and smashed it down again. Ling Bai, of course, met the attack head-on. Boom! The destructive power was also terrifying. It was hard to imagine that Kaido was fighting with another monster. Although Kaido had the advantage in size, Ling Bai looked more terrifying. An amazing battle was about to start. On the other side, Yan Baijin's battle began again. This battle is destined to not end in a short time, it may take until dawn or even longer. However, the elimination of combat power must start from the weakest, and then the number of people will continue to decrease. At this time, it was still night, more than 10 o'clock. The battle on Ghost Island was still going on, and the shockwaves from the battle had already alerted Wanakuni's side. The sounds of weapons colliding, roars, explosions, and many other noises were all transmitted to Wanakuni's side, especially the Flower Capital's side, which could hear them most clearly. The rich people and nobles of the City of Flowers were all trembling. When the immortals fought, the mortals would suffer. That was for sure. The monsters on Ghost Island were fighting with someone else. Time, under the torment of many people, passed extremely slowly. 2 hours had passed. Then, it was more than 12 o'clock in the evening. The battle was still going on, and it seemed that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The explosion on Ghost Island was getting louder and louder. Although the Uzumaki in the sky was gone, it turned back into thick clouds, and countless thunder and lightning tore down. At this time, the scene seemed to be the end of the world. Oh my god, who is that monster Kaido of the beasts fighting with? It's terrible. I can't sleep tonight, it's too terrible. I'm afraid the battle will affect Wano-kuni's side. Let that monster be killed, I don't want to be under his rule anymore, and Kurozumi, that BD, better die. At this time, no one knows that Kurozumi has actually been beheaded. On the other side, after 2 hours of fighting, the number of Ling Bai pirates and Beasts pirates decreased a lot. Almost half of the people of both pirate groups were missing. At this time, the battle was at its climax. Although the cotters of the two pirate groups didn't die, they suffered different degrees of injuries, but they weren't seriously injured. On the side of Ling Bai and Kaido, the battle was the most intense. The two of them had already moved from everyone's field of vision to the other side of the skull on Ghost Island, disappearing from everyone's field of vision. However, the destruction caused by the battle was still intense. Kaido's furry cloak was gone, and he had no idea where it had gone. As for Ling Bai, his shirt was torn, and he tore off his short sleeves. 0. Flowers. Two muscular men, one was holding a mace and the other was holding a tachi and slashing. Of course, Ling Bai's muscles were perfect, they couldn't be seen with his clothes on, but Kaido's muscles were absolutely explosive to the extreme, plus his mace. At this time, Kaido's hair was flying, he looked like a demon god. That terrible posture, the average person would be scared to pee at a glance. At this time, Kaido was quite terrifying, every step he took, the ground was crushed, it was hard to imagine how great the strength of his legs was. This guy is definitely a master of taijutsu. Ling Bai was hit by Kaido's mace and directly retreated more than 10 meters, but Kaido's attack was not a big deal to his current physique. His physique, Bloss's physique, was not at the peak state when he first got it, but it was constantly growing. During the Summit War, after fighting with Akainu, Garp, and Whitebeard in Marineford, his physique had also evolved greatly. In other words, at the beginning, he only had super recovery and self-healing power, which was high-speed regeneration, but later, after some training, his defense continued to improve. This was the strength of Bloss's physique that he had obtained. Whether it was self-healing ability, recovery ability, defensive ability, or even endurance, they would all become stronger as they continued to train. At this time, Ling Bai's physique was also very strong, and if his defense continued to improve, the world's first defense would no longer be Kaido's. This guy's physique. After 2 hours of fighting, Kaido could no longer underestimate Ling Bai. It had to be said that Ling Bai was very strong, and Kaido had to acknowledge him. Kaido of the Beasts was a person who cherished talent. Even if it was his enemy, as long as they were willing to serve him, he would be willing to let bygones be bygones. Become Lao Zi's subordinate, little brat. Kaido stretched out his huge palm and looked down at Ling Bai, inviting him, but also hoping that he would submit. Dream on. Ling Bai directly stabbed Tsu into the ground, then clenched his fists, bent his body slightly, and in the next second, shot out like a spring that had been charging for a long time. Chapter 142. Seeing Ling Bai shooting towards him like a cannonball, Kaido swung his mace out of habit. The huge mace, coupled with the huge force behind it, created a strong gust of wind. Because his opponent was Ling Ri, a strong opponent on the same level as him, Kaido had already used his strongest strength more than an hour ago. Facing Kaido's mace, Ling Bai had already clenched his fists. At the same time, his fists were covered with vibrating waves, which contained the power of the shock fruit. As for how strong it was, Ling Bai had no idea. When Ling Bai's fist came into contact with Kaido's mace, the terrifying power landed on Kaido's mace. The power of the vibrating waves shook Kaido's mace away. Kaido almost lost his grip on his mace. At the same time, he staggered back 5 steps before stabilizing his body. However, the ground behind him had already been turned upside down by the shockwave. As for Ling Bai, the force of the vibrating waves was also very strong. Ling Bai had already expected it, so he did not retreat and stabilized his body. In comparison, Kaido was in a much more difficult situation. This was a battle of the same level, so there was no suppression, no one had the upper hand, and no one was in a bad condition. One must know that the battle between Akainu and Aokiji took 10 days and 10 nights to decide the winner. Although it was a battle of attrition, it depended on who could last until the end. However, at this moment, Ling Bai felt that the final winner would be him. Because compared to Kaido, the one who was immune to death was him. Again. Ling Bai roared as his body once again exploded out with immense power. He took a step forwards, causing the ground to shatter as he once again rushed towards Kaido. Seeing this, Kaido, who had just stabilized himself, once again swung out with his mace. This time, Ling Bai first used the same amount of shock fruit power as before. Under the impact of the shock fruit power, Kaido's mace was once again shaken away. Both of them were also pushed back a few steps. However, Ling Bai took advantage of Kaido's unsteadiness and clasped his hands together, releasing a dark red shockwave. His target was the position where Kaido was holding the mace. This was no ordinary shockwave. Instead, it was a shockwave that was not any weaker than Ling Bai's shock fruit. Of course, in terms of the area of destruction, the shock fruit's power was naturally superior. But in terms of the concentration of power, both were the same. Boom. The huge force sent Kaido's mace flying. At this time, Kaido was distracted and did not notice the mace, so his weapon was sent flying. Go. Kaido, punch to punch. At this moment, the mace that had been sent flying landed on the ground more than 20 meters away. The originally undamaged ground was immediately smashed into a large crater, and the longest crack on the ground was nearly 10 meters long. Kaido's mace was not made of ordinary steel. Otherwise, Ling Bai would have used shock fruit's power to shatter it. Ordinary steel could not withstand that kind of power. If it had been made of steel, Ling Bai would have been able to break Kaido's mace when she first used Tierce Rain. Cutting through steel was an entry-level skill for ordinary swordsmen. So, Kaido's mace was made by sea stone. Sea stone was currently the world's hardest known material. Punch to punch. Kaido frowned and then rushed over, clenching his right fist at the same time. Silence meant agreement, and Kaido began to attack. Ling Bai also threw a punch. Because Kaido's body was much bigger than his fist was extremely big. When the punch came down, it was like a meteorite falling from the sky. It seemed that the power that accompanied it was also very strong. As a monster named 100 Beast, his true strength was unimaginable. Ling Bai's fist finally collided with Kaido's fist. Boom. The ground beneath Ling Bai's feet shattered on the spot because Kaido's strength was too terrifying. It was no exaggeration to say that it was the force of a meteorite. Your fist is too small. Kaido said disdainfully, but then, Kaido changed his tone. Lao Zi has never met a brat like you. Humph, thanks for the compliment. Ling Bai snorted coldly, then rushed up. His legs were already half buried in the ground, but now he flew out, pushed Kaido's fist away, pulled back his fist, and then punched his opponent's fist again. The same force shook Kaido's fist away. At this time, Ling Bai, who had already flown up, had his right leg turned into a red flash. Kaido, feel the light of Emperor Might. After Ling Bai finished speaking, he did a beautiful somersault and landed a kick on Kaido's old face. This kick made Kaido's face contort, but Ling Bai could clearly feel how thick Kaido's skin was. Your face is too thick, Kaido. Kaido's face was distorted by the power of Ling Bai's flash leg, and then, his head also tilted. Then, Ling Bai suddenly exerted force, and Kaido was directly thrown dozens of meters away. A series of explosions swept up, and Kaido was uncontrollably blasted away on the ground. Kaido's body left a huge scratch on the ground, and even formed a large trench. Kaido's head hit a huge rock directly, and only then did he survive. However, a part of the huge rock was also smashed. Compared to Kaido's head, even diamonds were like tofu. It hurts a little, brat, this kick is not bad. Kaido sat up from the ground and rubbed his head. Just as he was about to stand up, a red flash appeared above him. It's not over yet. It was Ling Bai. At this time, Ling Bai's leg came down from above Kaido, and this time, it was aimed at Kaido's skull. The power of this kick was extraordinary. Boom. Kaido did not even have time to react. Ling Bai's leg came down, and his head was flattened, as if his eyeballs were about to fall out. But Ling Bai knew that this was far from enough. If Kaido could be defeated so easily, then Kaido of the Beasts wouldn't be the pirate emperor Kaido of the Beasts, but the weak chicken Kaido. Kaido's defense broke the rules. In reality, he might be the weakest among the 4 emperors, but his defense should be the strongest. As for that woman, she had fought for most of her life, but she didn't have a single wound on her body. Ling Bai suspected that her defense was even stronger than Kaido's. The ground sank once again. Ling Bai's kick was enough to create a huge crater in the ground, and Kaido was naturally within it. However, a large amount of dust had already buried Kaido. What Ling Bai wanted to do was to beat Kaido into submission and make him feel fear. Kill Kaido? That was impossible. In the original work, Ling Bai's favorite character was definitely Kaido. As for making Kaido of the Beasts submit, that was also impossible. At this level, at most, they could only work together. It was absolutely impossible for them to submit. There was no such thing as almost. Every strong person had their own pride. If they didn't have this pride, or some other quality, they wouldn't be able to stand at the top of the world. He wanted to form an alliance with Kaido, but now was not the time. He just wanted to defeat him first. I liked Kaido a lot in the original work, but the current situation was that he had offended the main character of Wano Kuni, Momonosuke, and even his own daughter had publicly opposed him and supported Luffy. It seemed that Kaido was going to die, and there would probably be a place for him in Impel Down. Also, Momonosuke must die. Chapter 143. Ling Bai's kick created a huge crater in the ground. Dust filled the air and Ling Bai could not see Kaido's condition due to the thick dust. However, Ling Bai knew very well that this level of damage was nothing to Kaido. It was also at this time that Kaido's horns appeared from the dust that had yet to dissipate. Ling Bai aimed his hands at Kaido's head and sent another shockwave down. Boom! The sound of an astonishing explosion resounded through the night sky. The crater quickly expanded and dust poured out like a flood, covering a large area of the ground. Ling Bai was floating in the air, so he was not affected. Ling Bai thought that Kaido would not recover for a while. However, at this time, a huge figure suddenly jumped out of the thick dust. It was Kaido of the Beasts. You still have a long way to go. Lao Zi is Kaido of the Beasts. Kaido roared as his huge fist landed on Ling Bai's body. Ling Bai was sent flying 40 to 50 meters away by the force of the punch. Ling Bai forced himself to stop midway and landed a punch on the ground to stabilize his body. What a powerful punch! Ling Bai gritted his teeth. Although there were no wounds on his body, Kaido's punch made him feel uncomfortable internally. At the very least, his stomach was aching faintly. However, this pain would not last for long. His physique was not that weak. That kid's physique is so strong. Even Jin and the others' ancient species physiques are not at this level. When his fist landed on Ling Bai's body, Kaido could clearly feel how strong Ling Bai's physique was. Even Yan Beijin and the others in their dinosaur forms couldn't compare to Ling Bai's physique. Kaido couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at Ling Bai's muscles, to Kaido, it could be said that they were ordinary. Moreover, they were the kind with soft skin and tender flesh. However, he had such a strong physique. Monster. Even Kaido could not help but give Ling Bai this evaluation. Boom. At this moment, Kaido threw out another punch. Ling Bai had already arrived. At this moment, Ling Bai's palms were facing Kaido. A red aura gathered in his palms, and rings of light appeared. This meant that a shockwave was about to appear. That BD Sengoku's shockwave, it's just a different color. Kaido threw a punch at Ling Bai's shockwave. The power of the fist collided with the power of the shockwave, and the result was predictable. A huge explosion occurred, but this was also normal. In a battle of this level, it would not be a problem for the entire Ghost Island to be destroyed. For example, when Garp and Sengoku joined forces to suppress Golden Lion, the price was the destruction of half of Marineford. Akainu and Aokiji fought for the throne of Marine's Marshal for 10 days and 10 nights. The price they paid was that Punk Hazard had become an uninhabitable island of ice and fire. The scale of destruction caused by a top-level battle was unimaginable. The battle between Ling Bai and Kaido lasted for another hour. Both of them were battle maniacs. Both of them had super high defense and physical strength. On the other side, Yan Beijin and the others were also listening to the battle between Ling Bai and Kaido while fighting with their opponents. At this time, the battle between the two sides had already reached its climax. The survival elimination of the minions had basically ended, but only a few minions could survive. The minions of Ling Bai and Beast's pirates were either dead or injured. In the end, the ones who were still fighting were the Cotters. The battle between the Cotters, even the aftermath of the battle could injure or even kill a group of weak minions. The Beast's pirates, only Ling Kong's Roko and 3 disasters were left. Of course, Jack the Drow was still on Ling Bai's main ship. Other than that, there were only a few members who were slightly weaker than the Beast's pirates. However, the Beast's pirates also lost several members. Especially Weevil, he was simply the nemesis of a real fight. It must be known that Weevil was a true monster. His IQ was abnormal and he only knew how to fight. Moreover, even if he was injured, his monstrous physique would allow him to quickly recover. It's terrifying. On Ling Bai's side, none of the Cotters died. Although most of the minions died, Ling Bai didn't lack minions. Moreover, the remaining minions were still very excited. After all, those who can survive to the end will get considerable rewards. Damn it, you bastards. Yan Beijin tried to rush to Ling Bai's main ship to rescue Jack the Drow and add a powerful force to the Beast's pirates, but he was resisted by Shiryu of the Rain. He was injured. Yan Beijin, who has the strongest defense under Kaido of the Beasts, was also injured at this moment, because his opponent was Shiryu of the Rain. However, at this time, the wound on Yan Beijin's body was just an ordinary wound, like an ordinary person who was accidentally scratched by a knife. Therefore, Shiryu of the Rain felt that it was far from enough. Although he was also injured, and half an hour ago, there was an emergency situation where his right hand was cut off by the flame disaster's sharp wings. Fortunately, Law had just killed a real fighter and rushed over to reconnect Shiryu of the Rain. Law is a ship's doctor, he can quickly reconnect a broken arm or a broken foot. Shiryu of the Rain is a strong swordsman who can shake the sea. At this time, Shiryu of the Rain's mouth was still bleeding, but she looked like a bloodthirsty monster. She blocked Yan Beijin's attack, and Yan Beijin wanted to save Jack the Drow. If I defeat you, I should be able to enter the level of a great swordsman, or rather, I should have a deeper understanding of the great swordsman and enter that level as soon as possible. Shiryu of the Rain rushed over again. Damn it! Don't try to stop me! Yan Beijin was also furious. At this time, he was blocked by Shiryu of the Rain, who was no less powerful than him, so he couldn't get close to the opposite ship. On the other side, Jack the Drow was also looking at the amazing battle on the Ghost Island, and the helplessness and anger in his heart made it difficult for him to contain. I'm so useless, Jack the Drow blamed himself in his heart. After all, he was imprisoned here, and next to him was Fan Oka. This person looked ordinary, but the members of the Beast's pirates who wanted to rush over were all killed by him with one shot. However, Jack the Drow could not underestimate his opponent. Killed with one shot. What kind of sniping ability was that? Fan Oka also aimed at the opponent's eyes, because most of the members of the Beast's pirates were Zoan ability users, and some of them were even higher level ancient ability users, and their most prominent ability was their super strong defense. Could the bullet penetrate their skin? Fan Oka was not sure, but their eyes must be one of the most vulnerable parts of their body. Therefore, when the bullet penetrated the eyes, it would naturally enter the brain, and their lives would come to an abrupt end. Of course, the members of the Beast's pirates who rushed over were not very powerful. After all, the powerful ones were held back by Evil King and the others. If it was someone as powerful as Yan Beijin, the bullet might not even be able to penetrate their eyes. Their defense was all around. Chapter 144. On the other side, Kaido and Ling Bai were facing each other. The distance between them was about 30 meters. The intense battle had been going on for more than 3 hours. It was already the morning of the second day. However, the battle still showed no signs of ending. Kaido was still uninjured. Naturally, Ling Bai was also uninjured. However, both of them were hurt by each other's attacks. Although their defenses were not broken, it did not mean that they did not feel pain. At this time, Ling Bai and Kaido's breathing was slightly hurried. After all, this was not an ordinary battle. It was a high-intensity battle. It was a battle of life and death. Laozi, it's been a long time since I had such a good fight. Kaido's upper body was already stripped of his clothes. His dark and extremely explosive muscles were exposed. Previously, the Beast's pirates and the red-haired pirates had a fierce battle in the sea near the New World Naval Headquarters. However, that was the sea after all. Their skills could not be fully displayed. The battle could not be fully spread out. However, it was different now. A battle on land was not comparable to a battle on the sea. Every punch was on the flesh. The battle was incisive. This made Kaido, this madman, so happy that he was about to go crazy. However, this was the kind of person he was. He had provoked other strong people countless times in order to seek death. Even though he had been captured many times, Kaido had deliberately allowed himself to be captured. No one could stop him if he wanted to escape. Kaido was not injured. Strictly speaking, he was not defeated. He was just seeking death by being caught on purpose. It was completely different from the battle between him and Ling Bai. At this time, the short rest ended. Kaido was about to take the lead and rush out. However, Ling Bai shouted, "Kaido, transform into a dragon. Perhaps, I can cut open your skin." After fighting for a while, Ling Bai did not expect that he would return to the place where he stabbed Felicitous Rain into the ground. After fighting for so long, Ling Bai seemed to understand that pure physical combat would not be able to break through Kaido's super high defense. At least, with Ling Bai's current strength, it was not enough to break through Kaido's physical defense with his fists. He could only use the power of Kendo. Back then, Koji Kyoden could use a sword to leave a scar on Kaido. As a grandmaster swordsman, Ling Bai could do it too. Transform into a dragon? Are you sure? Kaido stopped. Ling Bai said that he was going to break through his defense, but Kaido knew how strong his defense was. When he was in dragon form, his defense was far stronger than when he was in human form. Even the Three Disasters' defense was the same. In fact, all Zoan ability users' defense was stronger when they were in their animal form than when they were in their human form. Kaido was not a meta-human, but his defense was the one that could crush all Zoan meta-humans. He was a super ancient creature. 20 years ago, the only reason Koji Kyoden was able to leave a knife wound on his body was because Kaido wasn't strong enough back then. Now that 20 years had passed, Kaido was no longer the Kaido of the past. He was the real Kaido of the beasts. Therefore, when Ling Bai was about to break through his defense, Kaido felt a little amused. For so many years, he had killed himself countless times without leaving any scars on his body. On the contrary, his defense was constantly improving. As his strength grew, his body grew automatically. Kaido's defense, even he himself felt that no one in this world could break through it. Do you think that you can break through Lao Zi's defense? The young pirate emperor? At this time, Kaido changed the way he addressed Ling Bai. From the beginning, he called him a kid, and now he called him the young pirate emperor. It was not known whether Kaido was praising Ling Bai or disdaining him. The age gap between the two of them was more than 40 years. One was a character from the previous era, and the other was a character from this era. Both of them were very strong. What if I can break it? Ling Bai smiled confidently. But in fact, he was not sure whether he could break it or not. Ling Bai felt that Koji Kyoden was a grandmaster swordsman just like him. Therefore, it was not strange for Koji Kyoden and Wano Kuni's famed swords to break through Kaido's defense. In fact, it seemed to be very reasonable. But now, 20 years had passed. Was Kaido still the same Kaido? One had to know that Kaido was just an intern in Rock's pirate. He had grown up later on. Moreover, Ling Bai thought that Kaido was a dragon and not a human. His lifespan was not comparable to that of a normal human. For example, the lifespan of an ordinary human was difficult to reach 100 years in the world of One Piece, but the giants could reach a few hundred years. For example, the San Juan wolf was now more than 90 years old, but he looked at most middle-aged. Kaido could continue to grow. If a dragon only had the lifespan of a human, it would be too degrading. At this time, Ling Bai also pulled out the Tierce sword behind him, and a powerful sword energy immediately surged. On the other side, Kaido also looked at Ling Bai. He wanted to rush over, but he stopped. As you wish. However, Lao Zi's defense isn't something you can break through. Kaido was quite confident in his defensive power. Ever since he became a pirate, he had only been injured by Koji Kyoden once. It was only a knife wound on his body, and no one else had broken through his defense. Whitebeard couldn't, Shanks couldn't. This was the strongest creature in the sky, Kaido of the beasts. Kaido's body shook, and the sky suddenly thunder and lightning flashed, and the dark clouds were rolling more terrifying. Under the thunder and lightning tearing the sky, Kaido turned into a blue dragon hundreds of meters long. He, who was above the sky, looked down at Ling Bai, who was the size of an ant on the ground. When Lao Zi turned into a dragon, his body's defense was more terrifying than when he was in human form. Kaido's tone was majestic, and at the same time, full of confidence. Kaido-sama! Kaido-sama! Kaido-sama became like this again. The beast's pirates couldn't help but look at Kaido's huge figure in the sky. Such an ancient creature made countless people afraid and in awe. He was like a god, floating in the sky, looking down at all the people on the ground. Let's start, Kaido. Ling Bai took a step and flew into the sky. He held Tyr's sword in both hands, and a dark power was released from his hands to Tyr's sword. The dark aura also wrapped around Tyr's sword. This was one of the rewards of Ling Bai's previous summit war, the dark power, but he didn't use it before. It was more pure than the dark fruit ability. He didn't know if adding it to Tyr's sword, combined with the power of the great swordsman, would the fusion of the two forces produce a different effect? Chapter 145. If you can break through Laozi's defense, then I can show you the poneglyph. At this time, Kaido, who was looking down at Ling Bai, spoke. His voice was quite majestic. Coupled with his dragon body, he really looked like a god. He's a dragon. Ling Bai had to admit that this Kaido possessed supreme prestige. Ling Bai thought that even if he had the power to kill such a creature, he wouldn't kill it. How can he kill a dragon? Kaido was more suitable for cooperation, rather than becoming sworn enemies. Because he and Kaido were essentially the same kind of pirates. It's better to let Momonosuke die 10,000 times. Just a glance is enough. I want that poneglyph, including Wanakuni, Ghost Island, and even the entire Wanakuni Sea. Ling Bai didn't even bother to look at the poneglyph. Ling Bai held Shijir in his hand, and Shijir's blade was wrapped by a dark force. This is a darkness that is purer than the dark fruit. Perhaps, I should call it the origin. The origin of darkness. The dark fruit is nothing in front of it. What does darkness represent? Devour, plunder, eliminate. When there is no light, darkness is eternal. Light was born from darkness, and then gave birth to everything. When Ling Bai covered Shijir's blade with this mysterious force, he could clearly feel that Shijir had become stronger, as if it could cut open the world. Of course, this was just his illusion. He didn't have the power to cut open the world, but Shijir's strength was undeniable. At this time, Ling Bai held Shijir with both hands and rushed forward. Kaido, who was about 200 meters away from Ling Bai, opened his dragon mouth wide. His magma-like breath quickly gathered in his mouth, and the surrounding air was distorted by the terrifying heat. 3 seconds later, Kaido suddenly spat at Ling Bai. This move was called Heat Breath. It was Kaido's ultimate move when he transformed into a dragon. It should be his special skill as a dragon. For example, Scorching Ashen could also spit out flames, but Kaido's flames were countless times more terrifying than Scorching Ashen's. This kind of heat breath, in the original work, could easily destroy a huge mountain. Of course, if Kaido wanted to, even a huge mountain could be easily destroyed with this heat breath. Like a huge magma pillar falling from the sky, it was actually a higher level flame. This was coming directly at Ling Bai. Kaido's meaning is, if you're a man, don't dodge. A real man won't dodge his heat breath. This kind of attack, when used against a powerhouse, could only cause the opponent to face the heat or be within the range of the heat. Otherwise, the attack would not be able to hit the opponent. Moreover, for a powerhouse like Ling Bai, dodging the attack was a piece of cake. Heat breath. Ling Bai gave a relaxed smile and had no intention of dodging. Kaido's heat breath was the upgraded version of flames. It really looked like lava, but it wasn't lava. He directly sped up and rushed forward. The terrifying heat was already crushing down. The temperature was quite terrifying. Even if a normal person got close to the heat breath, they would probably be vaporized. If they landed on the ground, all the plants and water would be vaporized. When the heat breath arrived, it was only 2 meters away from Ling Bai. In other words, the heat breath could completely drown Ling Bai in the next second. At this time, Ling Bai swung his sword at the heat breath. Boom! The tierce rain wrapped in darkness fell on Kaido's heat breath. The huge flame pillar was cut open on the spot. Flames scattered everywhere like an explosion, and Ling Bai rushed forward. Laozi's heat breath was cut open. Kaido was shocked. Kaido was quite confident in his heat breath, but at this moment, his heat breath was cut open. At the same time, Kaido increased the intensity of his heat breath in an attempt to push Ling Bai down. It was obviously impossible to kill Ling Bai with his heat breath. Even Kaido himself felt that it was impossible. That guy cut open Boss Kaido's heat breath. Plague Quinn, who had turned into a dinosaur, was also quite surprised. After all, he had followed Kaido for so many years. He was quite confident in Kaido's heat breath. The other members of the Beast's pirates were also the same. Taking advantage of Quinn's momentary absent-mindedness, the King of Evil leaped up and landed another punch on Quinn's head. Although the King of Evil was much smaller than Quinn, who had turned into a giant dinosaur, his strength didn't change at all. He was still unimaginably strong. Boom! Evil Tyrant pressed Quinn's head and smashed it on the ground, creating a big pit. Quinn immediately opened his mouth and vomited blood. Arg! Quinn spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that a few of his teeth had loosened after being pressed by the evil king. Don't get distracted, big guy. You ancients have such a cumbersome body. You're no fun at all. You might be able to crush low-level combatants, but against someone like me, you're nothing but a punching bag. Ha ha ha. Evil Tyrant laughed loudly as he said that. On the other side, Ling Bai had completely cut open Kaido's heat breath. His blade landed on Kaido's lips, and Kaido couldn't help but raise his head. This was the impact of Ling Bai's blade. Of course, it wasn't because Ling Bai had hurt Kaido. Kaido's defense wasn't that weak. You can't break Laozi's defense. You, Laozi, are no longer the Kaido of the past. Thinking of the scar on his stomach, Kaido felt a dull pain. Back then, he lost to Kojiki Oden because he wasn't strong enough. However, things were different now. In this world, no one could break through his defense. At this moment, Ling Bai had already circled to Kaido's side. Ling Bai held Felicitous Rain, and a terrifying sword intent surged from his body. In addition, there was a large amount of dark aura, which made him look even more mysterious and powerful. Dark Dragon Slash. From that moment onwards, a large amount of dark energy burned fiercely on Felicitous Rain's blade like black flames. Ling Bai's blade landed directly on Kaido's body, and then he continued to move quickly. Felicitous Rain's blade sank into Kaido's body, and a dark light was released from Kaido's back. The huge dark light tore through Kaido's body, and when Ling Bai pulled out Felicitous Rain from Kaido's body, a huge dark crescent moon slash flew out from Kaido's back, and rushed into the sky. It tore through everything. The dark night sky was originally filled with dense clouds. When the dark crescent moon slashed through the clouds, it split the clouds in half, and in the end, it even created a dark red gap in the sky. One slash split the sky. The clouds surged at an even more terrifying speed, but they couldn't cover the gap. Author, after watching the latest episode of the anime, Quinn was pressed to the ground by an ant. Awesome. Also, in the manga, Kaido's heat breath was split open by that guy from Jinwaimen, and Kaido was injured. It felt like the Scarlet Nimbus 9th hero's combat power was purposely increased, and Kaido's character setting was about to collapse. Now, it seems like Kaido's ending will be tragic. Chapter 146. In the sky, Kaido screamed in pain. A terrible pain came from his body, and a large amount of blood gushed out from his wound. Kaido struggled frantically in the air, like a fish on land. An unimaginable pain came, and Kaido was stunned, and he even felt fear. How is this possible? Laozi's defense. Laozi is in so much pain. He had courted death countless times and tried to commit suicide, but when death truly struck him, even Kaido would tremble. I did it. Ling Bai smirked. It was not easy to break through Kaido's defense. But now, he did it. Your defense isn't that strong either. Ling Bai smiled. Kaido, who was struggling, shook his body frantically in the air. At this time, his huge tail also swung towards Ling Bai. Ling Bai directly kicked Kaido's tail, and Kaido's tail was kicked away by more than 10 meters. Master Kaido. Boss Kaido. He was injured. How is this possible? Impossible. That being was actually injured. The remaining members of the Beast's pirates couldn't believe that Kaido was actually injured. His huge body was still spurting out blood. The blood in the air looked like it was raining. Even Ember and the others were shocked to see this. Kaido of the Beasts was only injured by Kojiki Oden once. 20 years had passed, and Kaido himself didn't know how much stronger he was compared to the past. But now, Kaido was injured again. And it was such a terrible wound, a wound that was more than 10 meters long. And it penetrated his body. Kaido's dragonized body was very long. This kind of wound was not something Ember and the others could imagine. At this time, all the members of the Beast's pirates were stunned. At this moment, they were not simply distracted. Here's the chance. Law's eyes focused, and his right palm was facing up. Room. Law shouted and shrouded the two Beast's pirates in the surgical space. Then, he used his famous sword ghost cry to slash out dozens of times. The two Beast's pirates were cut into dozens of pieces. The Beast's pirates' true strength, except for Ling Kong 6, was actually not that strong against Law. Of course, when facing a lot of weaklings, they were strong enough to crush them. When the two of them were stunned by Kaido's injury, Law cut them into dozens of pieces. Although they were not dead at this time, their bodies were cut into dozens of pieces. It was definitely worse than death. At the same time, Hawkins, who had turned into a scarecrow, also began a new round of sweeping. In a battle of this level, although he was injured, it was not a big problem. After all, he was not facing the soaring Sky 6 or even higher combat strength, but facing a slightly lower combat experience. At this time, the other members of the Ling Bai pirates also began to seize the opportunity to fight back. Kaido was injured, and it was such a terrible injury. Hearing Kaido's cries of pain from afar made everyone's scalp go numb. It was like a ghost crying and a god howling. Kaido was injured. This was what Shiryu of the Rain expected. After all, in their cognition, Ling Bai, as a captain, would not do things that he was not sure of. Since they wanted to rule the entire Wano Sea, then the Beast's pirates must be completely defeated. The most important thing is that Kaido of the Beasts must be defeated, or even Saint. Otherwise, ruling the Wano Sea is simply nonsense. Defeating a pirate emperor, and a pirate emperor in his peak state, not Whitebeard who was killed in Marineford before. And this time, Kaido of the Beasts was also very special, because his defense was known as the world's first. Although his strength was not invincible, in terms of defense, he was absolutely invincible. To really defeat Kaido of the Beasts, he must break through his defense. And now, as the captain, Ling Bai succeeded. What a terrible slash, what kind of power is that? Shiryu of the Rain was also a swordsman, but her attention was not on Kaido's wound. Instead, she was looking at the dark red gap in the sky. It was like a wound in the night sky. The clouds were rolling on both sides of the gap, but they could not heal. And this was done with just one slash. Shiryu of the Rain was impressed by Ling Bai's swordsmanship. Ling Bai's swordsmanship was the goal that she was chasing after, and she even wanted to surpass it. Looks like I can't fall behind. Shiryu of the Rain's face was cold, but she was also calm. The one floating in front of her was Yan Beijin. A dark purple airflow exploded around Shiryu of the Rain, and even the ground cracked. At this moment, Shiryu of the Rain was like a human-shaped bomb, and her aura had increased by several times. Here she comes again. Yan Beijin was still worried about Kaido, but he had to face a powerful opponent like Shiryu of the Rain. She seems to have become stronger. Yan Beijin frowned. In the past 3 hours of fighting, Shiryu of the Rain had broken through his defense twice. Although it was not a fatal injury, it still made Yan Beijin extremely wary of Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of the Rain was an opponent that he could not afford to underestimate. Boom. The ground cracked, and Shiryu of the Rain rushed up. Yan Beijin also opened his mouth and shouted great eruption. However, even though the flames came down like a sea of fire, they were shattered by Shiryu of the Rain's famous sword, Thunder Rain. Whoosh. Shiryu's speed was very fast, and Yan Beijin's body was huge. After transforming into a pterosaur, his body was as big as a ship, and he was like a target. Shiryu's blade finally landed on Ember's chest. Then, she ruthlessly cut open Ember's chest, leaving behind a wound that was more than 3 meters long. Yan Beijin's internal organs were cut open. 0. Flowers please. Yan Beijin's eyes widened in pain. He dared not imagine it. Both. Blood gushed out. On the other side, the evil king also landed his strongest punch on Kane's head and knocked him to the ground. Since the captain has won, as the younger brother, I have to do my best. Evil ruler laughed out loud. His clothes on the upper half of his body were torn apart, and there were many wounds on his body. He was covered in blood as he stood on the spot. There were corpses everywhere on the ground. People who didn't know would think that he had killed a lot of people, but in fact, he was covered in his own blood. Of course, Kane didn't have it easy either. On the other side, a giant nine-tails fox had sent a giant dinosaur flying. It was the Black Moon Hunter who had sent Black Maria, an ancient species ability user, flying. Black Maria was a beautiful woman, but after turning into a dinosaur, she looked quite ugly. On the other hand, the Nine-Tails Fox Black Moon Hunter was quite beautiful. The two of them were simply a stark contrast. 0. The members of the Ling Bai pirates are winning one by one, but if they can't win one-on-one, there is still a 2-on-1. When Hawkins is not enough, Weevil will cut him in half or his head will fly. The one with the most serious injuries was Weevil. However, Weevil's recovery ability was also quite terrifying. UBD. Kane got up from the ground and was about to attack Evil Ruler. However, at this moment, a huge fist came down and fell on Kane's back. It directly hit Kane for nearly 100 meters, and a terrible scar appeared on the ground. It was San Juan Wolf. At this time, Kane's body was quite huge. After all, Brachiosaurus was a giant dinosaur. Even Anti's body was not much bigger than Kane's head in Brachiosaurus state. However, Kane in Brachiosaurus state was like a child's toy compared to San Juan Wolf's body. Kane was sent flying by a punch from the San Juan Wolf. At this time, because of Kaido's accident, the members of the Beast's pirates were greatly affected. On the side of the Ling Bai pirates, victory was getting closer and closer. On the other side, Kaido, who was in pain, fell from the sky, and his body changed from dragon state back to human form. The wound caused by Ling Bai was also shocking. From the middle of Kaido's chest to Kaido's stomach, and this wound also penetrated Kaido's body, almost cutting Kaido's body open. No wonder Kaido was in so much pain. Kaido fell from the sky and smashed a big hole on the ground. Even Kaido couldn't believe that his defense was broken, and he suffered such a serious injury. Compared to the injury in the past, this injury was many times more serious. Moreover, Kaido was many times stronger than 20 years ago. Kaido, who fell to the ground, was tortured by severe pain, and even his consciousness began to blur. Chapter 147. Before he fainted, Kaido vaguely saw Ling Bai descend from the sky, land on the ground, and walk towards him. The intense pain tormented Kaido. He even felt his life force slipping away, and his consciousness slowly blurred. Even though he had always been keen on suicide, he felt a sense of fear at this moment. He wanted to commit suicide because he believed that he would not die. However, when it was time to experience death, Kaido no longer wanted to die. Seeing Kaido in this state, Ling Bai, who was walking over, felt that if he gave Kaido a stab or two, Kaido would directly die. However, Ling Bai did not give him a stab. Of course, he had no intention of doing so. A powerhouse at Kaido's level was at the forefront of this world. There were many powerhouses at the level of the three disasters in this world, but there were only a few who could develop further. The top of the world's power was not something that could be achieved through simple training. No matter how hard one worked, there was a limit to one's achievements. Heavens, 770, had already determined the limit. If those who could reach the level of the three disasters were geniuses, then those at Kaido's level were far beyond geniuses. For example, there were geniuses everywhere, but there were not many geniuses. In this world, the logic was similar. Do you want to kill Laozi? The tormented Kaido gave Ling Bai the feeling that he was at death's door. However, Ling Bai did not believe that Kaido would die. This guy's recovery was definitely not inferior to his defense. However, perhaps it would not be easy for him to recover from such a serious injury. However, he would definitely not die. I'm not interested. You have no value at all. Ling Bai said very calmly. Kaido didn't know where his anger came from, but he closed his eyes and lifted his head to lie on the ground. Dead. Ling Bai's eyes widened in shock. However, after he checked, he realized that Kaido had only fainted. When he got closer to Kaido, Ling Bai could even hear Kaido's strong heartbeat. What an exuberant life force. Such a heartbeat, it doesn't seem like a person who has suffered a fatal injury. This guy is indeed worthy of being called the strongest creature. Could it be that he fainted from anger? How serious was Kaido's injury? The heart was not cut, and the spine was almost broken. However, the rest of the bones were cut many times over. If it was anyone else, they would have died immediately. However, Kaido was different. He was the strongest creature, and his vitality was definitely the strongest among the four emperors. In the original work, Whitebeard was able to survive to the end with injuries of that degree, and he was even able to stand. This was an existence that stood at the peak of the world. He shouldn't die, right? Ling Bai frowned. He also planned to form a partnership with Kaido. Of course, Ling Bai was confident that he would be in charge. Since he wanted to rule the world, he had to get rid of the world government, the revolutionary army, and the naval headquarters. Then, he would establish a new order. For the time being, he would be called the King of the World, the Lord of the World. But to reach this step, it was obvious that Ling Bai's strength and influence were not enough, and influence was also quite important. Ling Bai's current influence was his pirate group, which was obviously not enough. In the face of the real behemoth of the world government, Ling Bai's pirate group was not enough. A superpower that could stand for 800 years, Holy Land Marijois would not lack top-level powerhouses. Are the 5 elders strong? What about the mysterious celestial dragons King Im? What about other hidden powerhouses? What is the ancient weapon Uranus and how powerful is it? In addition to Uranus, what other powerful secret weapons are there? Does Vegapunk have more terrifying technological achievements? Ling Bai was full of doubts. The world government won't be simple, and it's not something that can be overthrown by a single pirate group. And under the world government, there is a powerful naval headquarters. Ling Bai had to make new plans. Rox, who wanted to be the king of the world, failed, so Ling Bai must be fully prepared. Otherwise, he will just be the next Rox, or even worse. The Beast's pirates are a force that needs to be roped in. Moreover, Ling Bai and Kaido are both pirates with terrifying ambitions. Ling Bai is not like Whitebeard, nor is he like Shanks, red hair. But this battle, I have won. Then, Ling Bai smiled and left. At this time, his injuries have recovered. Don't look at his delicate skin, but in terms of defense, he is comparable to Kaido. Moreover, his physique will grow, not stay in the same place. On the other side, the battle continued. However, what Ling Bai can see is that the cadres of Ling Bai's pirate group are still there, but his subordinates are basically dead. There are less than 20 subordinates who are still standing. But Ling Bai doesn't care, because in the new world, he can have as many subordinates as he wants. And after this battle, the reputation of his pirate group will spread further. At that time, there will be countless pirates who want to join them. On the Beast's pirates' side, the situation is similar. This is a battle between 2 top pirate groups, so this level of casualties is normal. Generally, the pirates are constantly eliminated from the bottom and then become more and more powerful. The appearance of Ling Bai made the Beast's pirates nervous, because he is still fine, but where is their boss Kaido? The terrifying attack just now, even the crack in the sky hasn't recovered, and Kaido has already turned back into his human form and fell down. It just so happens that the skull on Ghost Island blocked Kaido's position, so they can't know the current situation of Kaido. However, the appearance of Ling Bai made them feel bad. Shiryu of the Rain, who was about to continue the attack, saw Ling Bai. They temporarily stopped. It has to be said that in terms of losses, the Beast's pirates obviously suffered more than Ling Bai. Hey! Where's the boss of Kaido? Ember said worriedly. At this time, he had already returned to his human form and was painfully covering the wound on his body. It was caused by Shiryu of the Rain. In addition, the other members were not in good condition, and many of them were already fighting. The other members were also worried. Kaido was their backbone. Any of the other members could die, but not Kaido. He fainted. How is he? Ling Bai laughed. Passed out. Ember and the others could not believe it, but Kaido had not appeared. Without a doubt, this was the best outcome. The terrifying wound they had seen just now almost made them think that Kaido had been killed by Ling Bai. If Kaido dies, then the Beast's pirates will be the next Whitebeard pirates. They will definitely be vulnerable. Fainting was 1,000 times better than dying. However, fainting was still shocking enough. But Ember and the others did not think that if Ling Bai was able to finish him off, Kaido might really die. Of course, Kaido's current state was also very bad. After all, with that kind of wound, if it was not treated in time, Kaido would not have a good time. Even if his heartbeat was still very strong, it might weaken or even stop abruptly. Sometimes life can be very strong, but it can also be very fragile. Do you still want to fight? Ling Bai pointed at Ember and the others with Tierce Rain. At this time, the Tierce Rain in Ling Bai's hand was still entwined with the power of darkness. It looked quite strange. As a swordsman, Shiryu of the Rain's attention was on Tierce Rain. Ling Bai used this Tierce Rain, which was very different from the previous ones, to cut open the world's strongest physical defense. Ling Bai meant that if they still wanted to fight, he would be willing to accompany them. Of course, without Kaido, Ember and the others were definitely not Ling Bai's opponent. Ember and the others were very embarrassed now, but if they continued to fight, their bodies would be stuffed into the gutter. The members of the Beast's Pirates stared at Ling Bai, their hearts full of fear. Chapter 148. Did they still want to fight? Obviously, no matter how reckless Ember and the others were, they would not continue to be reckless. Boss Kaido had already fainted? If that was the case, Ember and the others were no match for Ling Bai. Ember and the others should pray that Ling Bai would not attack. If they continued to fight, the Beast's Pirates would only have one member left. It was undeniable that the Beast's Pirates had also suffered heavy losses in this battle. There were not many members left who could fight seriously. Even those who could fight seriously had lost quite a number of members. Therefore, the wisest choice now was to stop fighting or even surrender. 10 minutes later, Ling Bai, Ember, and Quinn started a negotiation. Of course, it was called a negotiation, but it was actually an unequal negotiation led by Ling Bai. Since Kaido was not around, the Beast's Pirates negotiators were naturally Ember and Quinn. They were the members of the Beast's Pirates who were second only to Kaido. Kaido had fainted, and his condition had started to deteriorate. The injured Ling Kong 6 had also found Kaido. In this negotiation, the Beast's Pirates were asked to withdraw from the Wanakuni Sea. They could take all their items with them, but the poneglyph had to be left behind. Furthermore, they had to withdraw from the Wanakuni Sea by today. Ember and the others did not have a choice. They could only agree to Ling Bai's request in humiliation. Now that Kaido was not around, they did not have any power or confidence to make any demands. Because if they did not agree, Ling Bai could make them unable to leave at any time. This was a world where the strong were respected. Whoever had the biggest fist was the boss and could control everything. The negotiation only lasted for 30 minutes. This was because Ling Bai had a firm attitude. He wanted the entire Wanakuni Sea. The Beast's Pirates had to leave the Wanakuni Sea by today. The Beast's Pirates could take their items with them, but the poneglyph had to be left behind. Ling Bai's attitude was very firm. Moreover, he was very strong. Ember and the others could not do anything about it. They could only agree to everything in humiliation and anger. They also left Ghost Island in extreme anger and humiliation. All of this happened in just one day. Kaido was taken away, and Jack the Drow was released. It was already dusk of the day. The Beast's Pirates have completely withdrawn from the Wanakuni Sea. As for where they went, Ling Bai doesn't know. After all, the new world is so big, and the Beast's Pirates have more than just the Wanakuni Sea. As the Pirate Emperor, Kaido also has a lot of territories. In addition, the Beast's Pirates had lost a large number of people in this battle. However, they had retained their most elite forces, so the impact wouldn't be too great. Captain, with Kaido's injuries, he won't die, right? If I had been injured to that extent, I would have been able to go down and meet my old friends today. The King of Evil Governance said. He won't die, right? If he did, he wouldn't be the strongest creature in space. The one who spoke was a Black Moon Hunter. Law added, that legendary creature is the existence with the strongest vitality in history. Ling Bai said, I've felt his heartbeat before, and it's indeed very strong, so it's not a problem. Why didn't Captain kill them all? Actually, they've already lost, and we're fully capable of exterminating them and eliminating all future troubles. Shiryu of the Rain said calmly. Ling Bai shook her head, and then said her intention to let Kaido go, that is, to win over powerful forces in the future, and then overthrow the real boss world government of this world, and their Ling Bai pirates is obviously not enough, and it's far from enough. After Ling Bai finished speaking, everyone suddenly realized, they didn't expect Ling Bai to have such a plan. To be honest, Kaido's development of his power is probably to dominate the world. Ling Bai thinks so. You know, which pirate group did Kaido come from? Rock's pirate. And Rox is an ambitious man who wants to become the king of the world. There are always those who inherit the will of others, such as Shanks who inherited Roger's will, Luffy who inherited Roger's will, and who inherited Whitebeard's will. Kaido is also estimated to be influenced by Captain Rox. If you want Kaido to cooperate with us, it won't be that easy. And now, we have a deep grudge against them. Crocodile reminded. Ling Bai shook her head. Let's talk about it later, when the time comes. The problem will always be solved, and it's certainly impossible to overthrow the world government in a short time. For a while. No need. The evil king laughed. Indeed, if the world government is so easy to get rid of, those bastards would have already overthrown the world government. The king of evil and Dalag were enemies. The king of evil was also a cruel king back in the day. Judging from his title, it was obvious that his real name was Pizarro, but Ling Bai didn't call him by his real name. Because of tyranny, the evil king was overthrown by Dalag. Well, from today, I will rule the entire Wano. That night, the streets of Flower City were overcrowded, and Ling Bai was on the tallest building, facing everyone, and everyone was looking at Ling Bai intently. At this moment, Ling Bai began to play the role of the savior of Wano, because under the rule of Kurozumi and Kaido, the entire people of Wano were in a state of suffering, and only the people of Flower City could live a better life. Of course, the nobles were definitely the best. Wano is a feudal country, and the country has been sealed for a long time. Not only the people inside are not allowed to go out, but also the people outside are not allowed to come in. Even the news of the outside world can't reach Wano. A typical sealed country, and the only mysterious country that the world government can't touch. And from that night, Ling Bai began to become the ruler of Wano. Moreover, Ling Bai believes that his rule is definitely better than the so-called Kojiki Oden, because Ling Bai has more advanced ruling ideas. Of course, in the end, strength rules everything. Ling Bai only needs to represent the absolute majority of the civilians to support him, and as for the nobles who oppose him, Ling Bai asked Shiryu and the others to secretly kill them all. The nobles of Flower City are like the ancient nobles in his previous life. There are basically no good people, and they wear pants with Kurozumi, which is to say, they are in cahoots with Kurozumi. Since they were in cahoots with each other, it was reasonable for them to oppose Ling Bai. Of course, it's reasonable for Ling Bai to send them to meet their Amaterasu god tier and Orozumi-sama. The nobles were quickly eliminated, especially those who opposed Ling Bai. 2 days later, Wano was founded, and a series of reforms began. Chapter 149. What happened in Wano also quickly spread throughout the Grand Line. Of course, this was spread by Ling Bai, because in the closed situation of Wano, it is difficult for any news to get out, and it is also difficult to get in. There are only 2 news, but they are definitely breaking. Beast's pirates and Ling Bai pirates broke out in a war. Beast's pirates were defeated and suffered heavy losses, and then the entire Beast's pirates were forced to withdraw from the Wano Sea where they had been entrenched for 20 years. The second news is that Wano was founded, and Ling Bai became the master and ruler of Wano. Wano is known as one of the territories of Ling Bai pirates. This is Ling Bai's new territory after Whitebeard's territory. The news is naturally spread by the news giant Morgan News, which is on an equal footing with world government news. The 2 news monopolize the world's fishing boats, and the news content spread by Morgan News is naturally quite credible. For a time, the world shook. Cake Island. The auntie who was eating delicious dessert almost choked when she saw the news, and her face showed ultimate shock. I underestimated you. Even Kaido was defeated. The auntie muttered to herself. Although the content of the news was terrible, there was no specific description. For example, the news said that Beast's pirates were defeated and suffered heavy losses, but it didn't say how they were defeated, what they lost, and the situation of Kaido was not mentioned. However, the auntie was still quite shocked. She understood Kaido and knew how strong he was. Although that madman Kaido was often caught, it was only because he deliberately let himself be caught. Every time he escaped, it would not be that easy to defeat Kaido. At the very least, one would have to break through his defense to defeat him. However, this time, what's the situation? At the same time, the auntie also felt that she underestimated Ling Bai. Mom, will that man come to Cake Island? Even Kaido's territory has the idea of teaching classes, maybe Cake Island is also in his coveted range. Katakuri said. At this time, he was a little worried. After all, if another pirate emperor invades Cake Island, even if Cake Island can remain undefeated, it will pay a huge price. If he comes, I will accompany him at any time. Ma. The auntie suddenly smiled again, as if she was looking forward to Ling Bai's arrival. New World, Red Hair Pirates. Something's happened, Shanks. Beckman passed the newspaper to the red-haired man. After reading it, the red-haired man's expression changed. His eyes narrowed and his expression turned cold. Something big has happened. The red-haired man watched for a few minutes before spitting out a sentence. At the same time, a worried expression appeared on his face. "Shanks, how is it?" Redhead looked at the vast sea in the distance and said worriedly, "It's hard to say, but I can foresee that the world is going to be in chaos." "Indeed." Beckman said in a deep voice, "Moreover, we will definitely have a fight with that group of people in the future. I just don't know when, but it won't be too long." "That's right, a monster with astonishing ambition has appeared among the Emperor of the Ocean." On the other side was the new naval headquarters, which was far away at the starting point of the second half of the Grand Line. BD. That BD, what's his recent action? After seeing the new newspaper, Akainu's eyes were burning with anger. The newspaper in his hand was burned to ashes by Akainu's lava. Kizaru frowned and asked, "Is this a good thing or a bad thing?" The crane on the side said, "On the surface, the beast's pirates were defeated and suffered heavy losses. It's a good thing that a pirate emperor was hit hard. However, another pirate emperor defeated the beast's pirates and became famous. There will be more powerful pirate forces joining them. The power of the Ling Bai pirates will also be strengthened and their power will be further strengthened." Crane paused for a moment, then continued, "Furthermore, Ling Bai obtained Wanakuni. Wanakuni, as we all know, is a strong country of warriors, and has extraordinary national power. Furthermore, it is the birthplace of seastone manufacturing. The craftsmen of Wanakuni also possess the world's most exquisite seastone transformation techniques. So, this is a big bad thing. Things won't be that simple," he said worriedly. Fujitora in the Fleet Admiral's office smiled and said, "Wanakuni has always been a mysterious and powerful country. Now, it is controlled by a more troublesome guy. Humph. Let him continue to be arrogant for a while. After dealing with the other pirates, the naval headquarters will attack Wanakuni and kill that arrogant kid." Akainu's face was cold and decisive. He is the Marine Fleet Admiral, upholding absolute justice, and does not allow pirates or even all the evil to appear. Of course, the things he is facing now are more troublesome. Recently, pirates have become more rampant in the sea. For example, after the naval headquarters moved to the New World, Sabayadi Archipelago was completely reduced to an illegal area. Even the celestial dragons don't want to go to Sabayadi Archipelago. The pirate forces around the world are also expanding day by day. The direction of the world is unpredictable. On the other side, Wanakuni. Half a month later, Wanakuni has entered the state of founding a country. Ling Bai had fulfilled many people's dreams. At the same time, his arrival had also allowed many Wanakuni civilians to live a life that was countless times better than during the era of Orikai's rule. At the very least, they no longer had to be oppressed. Of course, the arrival of Ling Bai also touched the interests of many nobles. Originally, many nobles wanted to resist, but they were directly defeated by Ling Bai, so the voices of opposition became less and less until there was almost no opposition. Anyway, Ling Bai can't hear any opposition. In addition, Wanakuni is also developing in a town style similar to Dressrosa. After all, Ling Bai doesn't like the architectural style of Wanakuni. Of course, the Flower City can be retained. As for the other areas, it will be greatly transformed. There is no electricity, how can they eat dirt in Wanakuni? Here, Ling Bai has the final say. In addition, Wanakuni's courtesan Kojikihiri is no longer a courtesan, but a private property of Ling Bai. Her role is naturally to be responsible for Ling Bai's daily life and other aspects. Then, Ling Bai lived a life of enjoyment like a god. As for what the outside world is like, Ling Bai doesn't know. After the founding of Wanakuni, more and more people slowly entered Wanakuni, pirates, dark forces, businessmen, tourists, etc. In addition, the whole New World has a saying, that is, the territory ruled by Ling Bai is the safest, and the protection fee is the lowest. Some islands are so poor that they don't even need to pay the protection fee. Although Auntie's territory is also very safe, but you have to pay your soul to Auntie regularly. Chapter 150. After the founding of Wanakuni, there were special ships going up and down the cliff waterfall. Because the territory of Ling Bai, one of the 4 emperors, was the safest, even civilians could travel, trade, and other activities in Ling Bai's territory. And the number of people was increasing. No pirates or criminal forces dared to come here to cause trouble, because the cost of causing trouble was that they had to pay with their lives, and it was not the kind that would end with a knife, but rather, they would be tortured to death. For example, Shiryu of the Rain was very good at torturing people to death. In addition, Law was conducting surgery and human research, and he was lacking physical materials. In the context of the Great Age of Pirates, the countries in the New World that could not get the protection of the world government for various reasons would choose to seek the protection of the great pirates, especially the protection of the Four Emperors, which was the safest of all the great pirates. In addition, Ling Bai's territory was the safest among the Four Emperors. In terms of safety, for example, even in the territory of the Fishman Island, once there was a case of mermaid trafficking, even if they caught up with Sabayati Archipelago, the trafficker would be killed, and even the auction house of Sabayati Archipelago would be released. After the naval headquarters moved to the New World, Sabayati Archipelago was completely reduced to the territory of pirates and various illegal forces. Now Ling Bai had the idea of including Sabayati Archipelago in his third range, because Sabayati Archipelago was too beautiful and prosperous. If there was the Fishman Island on the bottom of the sea, then there was Sabayati Archipelago on the sea. But more troublesome was that if he wanted to rule Sabayati Archipelago, he had to bypass the naval headquarters that blocked the passage of the New World, and the Red Line that crossed 963 in the middle of the Grand Line. This was the most troublesome thing. Obviously, Ling Bai's power and influence were enough to rule a wider area, and Sabayati Archipelago made it impossible for Ling Bai to extend his claws. Another week passed. During this time, Ling Bai had been waiting for the arrival of Kaido, because he had forcibly seized the entire Wanakuni Sea. Although Kaido also had other territories, it was obvious that the Wanakuni Sea was the most important. There was a foundation that could strengthen the power of the Beast's pirates. For example, in Wanakuni, the Beast's pirates' previous factories were still there. However, after nearly a month, there was no news of Kaido. Kaido and the others seemed to have disappeared without a trace. With that madman Kaido, Ling Bai guessed that he wouldn't give up so easily. It was just that he didn't know when he would appear again. However, Kaido didn't appear. But on this day, two heavyweight forces came to Wanakuni. The one who reported to Ling Bai was Hawkins, and the two people who came to Wanakuni, one came in the morning, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, the other came at noon, the former CP9 member Rob Lucci, now a CPO member and Celestial Dragon's bodyguard. Rob Lucci, as a powerful guy, after 2 years in the original work, has a considerable combat power. It is estimated that he is not much worse than the Marine Admiral. His strength is certainly above most of the Vice Admirals, except for the traitorous Vice Admirals, such as Garp and Tsuru. It is estimated that he was stimulated by Luffy, so he trained crazily, and he himself is a genius in body technique. But now, he is not strong. The other Sabo is also a genius in body technique. Both of them were very important figures. Moreover, both of them had brought their own people with them. Ling Bai knew that the two of them came to Wanakuni with no good intentions. Revolutionary Army. And the world government is here. And they are all my enemies. This is the Flower City. Ling Bai went out alone. Originally, Koja Kihiri wanted to stick to Ling Bai, but Ling Bai got rid of her. This woman was subdued by him. Originally, she rejected Ling Bai and wanted to continue to be superior. You know, Koja Kihiri's mind is enough to be ranked in the front of all the women in the world. But she was still subdued by Ling Bai. The Flower City has changed a lot. For example, the clothing is closer to the outside world, and the hairstyles of men and women are gradually changing. At this time, on a hillside near the Flower City, Sabo and Rob Lucci met, and both of them knew what the other party was. Of course, Lucci knew a little more. Sabo is a rising superstar in the Revolutionary Army camp in the last 2 years. He is known as the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. He is a powerful figure in the mysterious Revolutionary Army, and he is actually very young. I didn't expect to meet the people of the world government here. Sabo said with a smile. It seems that he has been looking forward to meeting Rob Lucci for a long time, but there is a knife hidden in his smile. Sabo is also ready to face Rob Lucci. He knows that Rob Lucci is also very strong, because only the masters of the masters can join the CPO organization. The clothes of the CPO members are very special, and they can be recognized at a glance, but at the same time, except for Rob Lucci, everyone else is wearing a special mask. In addition, the Revolutionary Army also has Rob Lucci's information. After all, the Revolutionary Army's opponent is the world government. It is necessary to know the enemy in order to achieve greater victory. Sabo of the Revolutionary Army, we still have your bounty here. Rob Lucci snorted coldly. He was also prepared to fight, but he didn't take the initiative to attack. He was here for a more important mission. There is no need to entangle with the Revolutionary Army, although he also wants to catch the important people of the Revolutionary Army. Haha, thank you for recognizing me. Lucci, we will try to act secretly. At this time, another CPO member leaned close to Rob Lucci's ear and whispered. In this operation, there is no doubt that Rob Lucci is the leader. In this world, strength is respected, and Rob Lucci is obviously very strong. He was once the strongest member of the CP9, a typical fighting machine, absolutely obedient to orders, and deeply favored by the 5 elders. I know. Rob Lucci snorted. They came to Wano this time to get the method of plundering the devil fruit. For this reason, they must act secretly and try not to disturb the Ling Bai pirates. Later, Rob Lucci took a deep look at Sabo, then turned and left. Although he wanted to catch several people of the Revolutionary Army, it was obviously more important than what the 5 elders told him. Now that he has just joined the CP0 organization, Rob Lucci's status is not high. There are several strong people with high status above him. Rob Lucci must make great contributions to have the same status and power as them or even surpass them. Of course, his strength must be increased as soon as possible. Sabo, what should we do? The speaker is the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army Commander Collis, a senior cadre. They also came to Wano for a mission, but Sabo didn't expect to meet the CPO members outside of Flower City. The CPO organization is an organization that performs various dark tasks of the world government. It is also the most direct protector of the Celestial Dragons. Many people ridiculed them as the dogs of the Celestial Dragons. But at this time, whether it is Rob Lucci or Sabo, they don't know that they have been discovered. The ones who discovered them were Hawkins and the others in the monitoring room on Ghost Island. The only way to reach the Wano Sea was through the cliff waterfall. There were surveillance cameras near the cliff waterfall, and the surveillance cameras were even more powerful than those of the Beast's pirates. New World monopolizes the trade of all types of den mushi. Doflamingo, movie den mushi, radio den mushi, surveillance den mushi, contact den mushi, etc. Ling Bai, on the other hand, immediately ordered a large batch of goods. First of all, the surveillance was strengthened. No matter who came to Wano, they would have nowhere to hide unless they could fly and enter Wano from other places to avoid all surveillance. This was the first collaboration between Ling Bai and Doflamingo, and Doflamingo was more than happy to oblige. They would work together even further. At this time, Ling Bai has appeared in Flower City. He was bored for a while and was looking forward to a game of cat and mouse. Ling Bai played the role of the cat, and the Revolutionary Army led by CPO and Sabo played the role of the mouse. Where are they? Ling Bai had a smile on her face as she shopped. There is always a little excitement in life, a little appetizer. Ding, Momonosuke will travel through time and space to this era. You have the following choices. However, at this time, the system's voice suddenly appeared in Ling Bai's mind. Huh? System? Ling Bai was surprised. After all, the system hasn't appeared for a long time. It disappeared for more than 2 months, and the system only appears when there are new choices or rewards. But now, Momonosuke? Travel through time and space? Ling Bai's eyes narrowed. In the original work, Momonosuke was indeed teleported 20 years in the future by his mother, Mrs. Shi, using her extremely special time ability. Momonosuke was teleported 20 years after 2 years in the original work, so 2 years in the future is 18 years in this world. Mrs. Shi is a time fruit user. Then, Momonosuke must die. Also, the weather this year is abnormal, everyone pay attention to their clothes. Chapter 151. Nearly 20 years ago, Kaido and Kurozumi joined hands to persecute Kojiki Oden, and also caused the destruction of the mysterious Kojiki family. In order to protect his family and subordinates, Kojiki Oden had to submit to Kaido. The person who had the Paramecia fruit of time was Mrs. Shi, the mother of Kojiki Hiri and Momonosuke. Mrs. Shi had foreseen the future, and for the future of the Kojiki family, she chose to send Momonosuke, Jinwaimen, and several other officials to 20 years in the future. Mrs. Shi was a character who had traveled through time and space 800 years ago. She knew all the secrets and wanted to change history, but nothing could be changed. At this time, the system's mechanical and ethereal voice sounded again, and at the same time, a virtual panel appeared in front of Ling Bai. Ding, Momonosuke will travel through time and space to this era. You have the following choices. Choice 1, kill Momonosuke. Reward, Atomic Warrior Atomic Chop. Choice 2, let Momonosuke go. Recognize him as his brother-in-law. Reward, Paramecia Fruit of Time. Ling Bai didn't hesitate to choose the first choice. No matter what, Momonosuke must die. If he didn't kill him, he would be sorry to this world. Choice successful, the reward will be given after the choice is completed. Fruit of Time. Ling Bai sighed. Although Ling Bai was somewhat regretful about losing the ability of the Fruit of Time, Atomic Slash was still very powerful. As the name suggested, the strongest state of the move was to cut the opponent into atoms. This was just enough to further perfect Ling Bai's kendo. In addition, the Fruit of Time that was born in the world of One Piece, he didn't know how strong it was, but since it was born in this world, it must be bound by the rules of the world of One Piece. The ability of Fruit of Time could only be used in the future, such as time jumping, but whether it could control time, Ling Bai didn't know. MRS. She's qualifications might not be very good, and the development of Fruit of Time might only be superficial, but maybe she was a genius, and the ability of Fruit of Time had been developed by her to a very high level. The Fruit of Time could only jump to the future, but it couldn't jump to the past, so nothing could be changed. However, Bai didn't understand it. His understanding of the Fruit of Time's ability was limited to a few words in the original work. That woman's ability not only allows her to teleport herself to the future, but she can also teleport others to the future and perform a time jump in the future. Furthermore, she should be able to predict the future or possess other temporal abilities. I just don't know if she's dead yet. After that, Ling Bai didn't think too much about it and set off directly to the place where Momonosuke appeared in the original work, which was outside the abandoned castle of the Kojiki family in the past. Momonosuke was teleported inside the castle. Along the way, Ling Bai also met Shiryu of the Rain, who was eating at Flower City's food street. Ling Bai naturally called for Shiryu of the Rain without hesitation. Shiryu of the Rain was currently Ling Bai's strongest subordinate. Moreover, he didn't have many thoughts about Shiryu. Following Ling Bai gave him a very good feeling. It was countless times better than when he was in Impel Down. In addition, following Momonosuke were three powerful subordinates of Kojiki Oden, the so-called members of the Red Nimbus 9. Of course, one of them was a spy of the Kurozumi serpent. Among them, Jinwaiman was able to split open Kaido's hot breath and even injure Kaido in the original work. Ling Bai felt that it was ridiculous. How could a samurai be so hypnotized? He directly brought Shiryu of the Rain and killed them all later. Ling Bai wasn't a kind person. Even if Kojiki Hiri was now following him wholeheartedly, he wouldn't let Momonosuke off for Kojiki Hiri's sake. Recognize him as his brother-in-law? Thinking of Momonosuke's appearance in the original work, he perfectly inherited Kojiki Oden's infatuated attitude. He must kill Momonosuke with his own hands. Of course, there was also the intention of obtaining a powerful ability like Atomic Chop. Atomic Chop can be said to be a branch of Kendo. It's quite powerful. If possible, Ling Bai also wants Kendo from the Shinigami world. Has a powerful invader appeared? Shiryu of the Rain, who was following behind Ling Bai, seemed to be impatient. It's Kojiki Oden's son. He was teleported here by his wife nearly 20 years ago. By the way, that woman has the special Devil Fruit ability to manipulate time. After that, in order to prevent Shiryu from asking more questions, Ling Bai added, I heard from my woman that those people are a bit troublesome and should be eradicated. Teleported here 20 years ago? Time manipulation? Shiryu was quite shocked. At the same time, she was puzzled. This was the first time she heard of such an ability. From 20 years ago until now, no matter who it was, they would be shocked. The world is big, there are all kinds of strange things, Shiryu, you know. Ling Bai laughed. What he meant was that the Devil Fruit's ability was beyond imagination. Indeed, speaking of which, I have seen many people with special abilities. Ling Bai, isn't there a rear admiral in the naval headquarters who has the retrograde fruit? He can make people go back 12 years. Do you think such an ability can make people achieve immortality? Shiryu shook her head. I'm not sure, but legend has it that the Op fruit can make people immortal. Let Luo try it. So, the ability to manipulate time doesn't seem to be very strange. Indeed. Shiryu also nodded. Later, there will be a samurai with a sword. He's a powerful swordsman. You can deal with him. It should be a good challenge for you. Ling Bai reminded her. He was referring to Jin Wado. According to the original novel, he was very powerful, even if he looked ordinary. No problem. But I hope to challenge you in the future, Captain. I wonder how you managed to cut open the sky with that slash. Shiryu of the Rain couldn't forget Ling Bai's slash that had cut open the night sky and left a deep gash in the night sky that wouldn't heal for a long time. For a swordsman like her, it was quite a shocking sight. Anyway, Shiryu knew that he could not do it, at least not now. Ling Bai, on the other hand, had a far greater understanding of swordsmanship than he did. Ling Bai shook his head and said, "Surpass a grandmaster swordsman and you will know." Ling Bai would not say that he had relied entirely on cheating. He had combined the understanding of a grandmaster swordsman with the power of darkness to achieve such power. 0. Begging for fresh flowers. Perhaps he had already surpassed a grandmaster swordsman. Not long ago, I became a grandmaster swordsman. Indeed, compared to Captain, there is still a considerable gap. Shiryu sighed. Now, Ling Bai had become his goal in swordsmanship. Alright, let's end this quickly. Later, we will throw them into the sea to feed the fish. At this time, Ling Bai did not waste any time. His eyes turned cold and he quickened his pace. Shiryu quickly followed. Captain is still so straightforward. Shiryu smiled maliciously. On the other side, outside the Kojiki family castle, 4 figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was Momonosuke and his men. At this time, they were falling from the sky. Ah! Only then did Momonosuke discover that he was actually in the air and falling down, so he instantly screamed in horror. Master Momonosuke! Jin Wado panicked and hurriedly tried to catch Momonosuke. They fell from the sky without any problems, but as a normal person, Momonosuke was different. He would definitely be injured, or even seriously injured. 0. A few seconds later, the 4 of them successfully landed on the ground. And they landed safely. But when they reached the ground, they were stunned. Where is this? Aren't we in front of Madame Shi? What happened? Everyone was stunned because less than a minute ago, they were facing Madame Shi in the burning Kojiki family castle. But now, it was daytime. The sky was clear and boundless. Earlier, it had been late at night. It was the night when the Kojiki family was on the brink of destruction. Ah! That. At this moment, Momonosuke pointed in horror at an abandoned castle on the hillside. The castle was already covered with moss and various plants. This. I can't believe it. What happened? Wasn't that the castle of the Kojiki family? But now, at a glance, it was obvious that it was quite old. It was unknown how long it had been since someone had lived here. Jinwaimen and Tao's Hiza were trembling as a terrifying thought appeared in their minds. The few of them hurriedly rushed forward, and they even saw their tombstones. The few of them slumped to the ground in disbelief. It's Madame's ability. Jin Wado was shocked. He seemed to understand Madame Shi's actions, and also understood what Madame Shi had said to them before. She wanted them to go to the future 20 years later, and protect Momonosuke, defeat Kaido and the others, and establish a country for Wano, and revive the Koji family. Madame Shi is a mysterious person from the legends who came to this era 800 years ago. Jin Wado was shocked. The truth had happened to him, and he had no choice but to believe it. If I'm not mistaken, it's 20 years later now. The rewards he chose were as balanced as possible. Also, he did not know how the fruit of time was, but he felt that it was quite powerful. Chapter 152. Jinwaimen also told Taonosuke, Kanjira, and Lei King his thoughts. Madame Shi used a legendary ability to send them to the future. Mother, Taonosuke thought of his mother. He didn't expect that 2 minutes ago, he was still in her arms, but now, they were separated by 20 years. Such a distance made him feel despair. Moreover, he didn't even know if his mother was alive or dead. At this time, Taonosuke's heart was filled with worry. He was worried about his mother, worried about his father, and also worried about his sister. Taonosuke-sama, now is not the time to be sad. We must not disappoint your mother and Madame Shi's expectations. We must defeat Orokai and Kaido, save Wano, establish a country for Wano, and restore the Kojiki family. At this time, Jinwaimen grabbed Taunashuk's shoulders, his eyes filled with encouragement. You are the future of the Kojiki family. You are a man. 1433 N. Taunashuk held back his tears and nodded heavily. Lei King also comforted him, Madam and Odin-sama will be fine. This sentence was not only to comfort Tao's Hizo, but also to comfort himself. At that time, when they went to rescue Madame Shi and the others, the castle was already on fire and was on the verge of collapse. When they were transported to the future, they did not know about it. Furthermore, at that time, Lord Odin was also voluntarily captured by Kaido and the others. What was the end result? What happened to Odin-sama? What happened to Madame Shi? Worry, fear, and hope. Many emotions were mixed together. Kanjuro, on the other hand, had some ulterior motives. At this time, he didn't know what happened. 20 years later? Did Odin-sama succeed? Did Kojiki Odin die? At this time, Kanjuro was filled with doubts and uneasiness. Kanjuro's real identity was a spy sent by Kurozumi Orokai to Kojiki Odin's side. His real name was Kurozumi Kanjuro, and he was a member of the Kurozumi family. However, he didn't know that the Kurozumi serpent had been killed by Ling Bai, and the Kurozumi family had been exterminated. On the other side, Jinwaimen and Lei King were still comforting Momonosuke. After all, Momonosuke was still an 8-year-old child. At this time, Jinwaimen and the others were encouraging Momonosuke to be strong and become a real man. The future of the Kojiki family, and even the future of Wano-kuni, all depended on him. Taonosuke-sama, please be strong. We are willing to serve you. Jinwaimen and Lei King simultaneously knelt in front of Tao's Hizo. Their attitude was respectful, and Kanjuro also quickly knelt down. You. Momonosuke looked at the 3 retainers of the Kojiki family in front of him. They were the only ones he could rely on now and in the future. In an instant, Tao's Hizo's heart was filled with a powerful force of encouragement. Just as he was about to ask Jinwaimen and his men to stand up, a red flash grenade landed on the right side of Momonosuke and his men. With a huge explosion, the originally intact ground exploded on the spot. Momonosuke cried out in pain, and even Kanjuro and his men were instantly blown away. Of course, they would not die. Even Momonosuke would not die. Ling Bai had already prepared my strength. The flash grenade that was released just now had ordinary power. Ling Bai had come, and Ling Bai would not let them die so easily. This is the first time I have seen the captain treat a child like this. Shiryu of the Rain laughed. Although she was also a murderous person, she had never tried to kill a child directly. At most, a child would die indirectly because of her. If we don't kill him, he will be the next Garp's grandson. This was an analogy. If Luffy was the son of luck in this world, then Momonosuke was obviously also the son of luck. He had a powerful aura, but was slightly inferior to the protagonist. If that is the case, then it is necessary to kill him. Although, Garp's grandson is nothing, but his background is too troublesome. Shiryu of the Rain pulled out her thunderstorm. Her target was a man called Jinwide, a powerful kendo samurai. Shiryu was looking forward to it. In this world, the more powerful a person is, the more lonely they are, because it is not easy to find an opponent. Momonosuke and his men were thrown away. At this time, they were very embarrassed, especially Momonosuke who was directly injured. At this time, Momonosuke was an 8-year-old child. He did not have any ability, so naturally, he was easily injured. He did not die because Ling Bai controlled her strength. Although Ling Bai could directly kill him. Momonosuke-sama. Jinwaimen and Lei King, who were eager to protect their master, panicked. They hurriedly got up and rushed towards Tao's Hizo. Fortunately, Momonosuke only suffered some superficial injuries. Lei King, there is an enemy. Jinwide hugged Momonosuke and angrily said to Lei King. I know. After confirming that Momonosuke was fine, Lei King stood up and faced Ling Bai and Shiryu. The enemy seems to be very strong. Kanjuro also faced Ling Bai and the others. At the same time, he pulled out his katana. Who are you? We don't seem to have a grudge. Lei King questioned Ling Bai. At this time, Lei King and Ling Bai were more than 20 meters away. And this distance can be covered by Ling Bai in a second. In Lei King's eyes, Ling Bai and Shiryu, these 2 strangers, were obviously not good people. At least, they were not good people. And Shiryu had already pulled out her thunderstorm. That katana was emitting a terrifying aura. This aura made Lei King feel that Shiryu, who was holding a katana, was very bloodthirsty. Lei King also prepared for battle. "Who are you?" Lei King shouted again. Ling Bai and Shiryu did not speak. Shiryu was waiting for Ling Bai to make a move, and Shiryu would quickly move after Ling Bai made a move. At this time, Ling Bai suddenly disappeared. It was using the high-speed movement of light. In the next second, he appeared in front of Kanjuro and his men, and Kanjuro and his men were caught off guard. Ling Bai's right leg turned into a flash of light, and his leg swept towards the two men. His speed was very fast, and Ling Bai had the strength to crush both of them. Therefore, Lei King and his men could only block the kick, and could not dodge it. Of course, Lei King and his men did not want to dodge it. However, they didn't expect Ling Bai's kick to be so powerful. When Ling Bai's leg landed on them, Rei Zhang and Kanjuro felt as if they were being suppressed by a mountain. They were sent flying more than 40 meters away. In the end, they still landed on the top of the mountain. They barely stopped after smashing the top of the mountain. A series of explosions made Jinwaimen and Momonosuke's scalps go numb. So strong. Jinwaimen saw that Ling Bai's kick had such terrifying strength, and his face changed. He knew that a terrifying enemy was coming. Although he did not understand what was going on, he quickly pulled out his katana and stood in front of Momonosuke. No matter what, Momonosuke must be protected. However, at this moment, Ling Bai turned into a blur and appeared above Jinwaimen's head. Then, a powerful flash kick came crashing down, landing heavily on Jinwaimen's right shoulder. Then, Jinwaimen was sent flying thousands of meters away. The power of Ling Bai's kick was also very terrifying. "Shiryu, I'll leave that man to you." Ling Bai landed on the ground and released a shockwave towards Momonosuke, who was in fear. At the same time, he also ordered Shiryu to attack. Shiryu of the Rain didn't say a word. She moved quickly in the direction of the Jinwei sect. At this moment, the shockwave was released and landed on the ground where Momonosuke was. Momonosuke cried out in pain and was sent flying again. Of course, this time it was more serious than before. Chapter 153. Tao Zisha was directly blown away by Ling Bai's shockwave, but Ling Bai's shockwave didn't accurately hit Tao Zisha's body. Otherwise, this level of shockwave would have directly blown Tao Zisha into meat paste. Even a hard boulder would be crushed, not to mention an ordinary person's flesh and blood. Tao Zisha was blown away again, flying more than 10 meters in the air before falling down again. The severe pain in his body made Tao Zisha tremble. He felt that some of his bones were broken or even shattered. Why? Why was he attacked, and this was a fatal attack? Tao Zisha was smart, but he couldn't figure it out. Wasn't this 20 years later? Could it be that the Beast's pirates or Kurozumi's people had also come 20 years later to kill them? Tao Zisha was dumbfounded. But now, what Tao Zisha was thinking the most was whether he was going to die. Tao Zisha fell heavily to the ground, and rolled several times in a row. The severe pain worsened. Tao Zisha felt that he was going to die. Why? Tao Zisha endured the pain and looked at Ling Bai, who was coming over. At this time, he didn't understand, why was he targeted by this stranger in front of him? Tao Zisha-sama. You. In the distance, Jinwaimen saw Tao Zisha struggling on the ground. His heart tightened, and then he was filled with endless anger. He was about to get up and rush over to kill Ling Bai, but at this time, a black shadow attacked. Jinwaimen saw a sword light. He quickly pulled out his sword to block it. Then, there was a crisp sound of sword colliding with sword. Jinwaimen saw clearly that it was Shiryu of the Rain. You. Obviously, Shiryu of the Rain came to stop him from saving Tao Zisha. Get out of my way. Jinwaimen roared. Oh, over my dead body first. Shiryu of the Rain smiled ferociously, feeling the anger of the other party. Shiryu of the Rain was even happier. You, stop me, die. Jinwaimen was angry, but no matter what, he had to defeat this strong man in front of him. At the same time, Jinwaimen shouted at Lei Zhang and Kanjuro, who had just stood up. Lei Zhang, Kanjuro, quickly go and save Taonosuke-sama. Jinwaimen's tone was rather anxious, and Lei King and the others could feel it. At this moment, Lei King was also filled with worry. Kanjukurang, I must protect you and help you. Lei King rushed out after saying that, and Kanjuro naturally followed. I don't know if you are Kaido's subordinate or Orikai's subordinate, but I, Lei King, will not let you go. Lei King's speed was very fast, and he arrived behind Ling Bai. At this time, Ling Bai released another shockwave, but it still didn't directly fall on Momonosuke, but on the ground next to him. When the shockwave hit the ground, the flat ground exploded, and Momonosuke was blown away again. At the same time, Momonosuke screamed. Ling Bai would not tell him why he was being treated this way. No. Taonosuke-sama. Lei King shouted in panic. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Rei King immediately drew his sword and was about to stab Ling Bai to death. At the same time, Kanjuro also drew his sword and slashed at Rei King. I'll send you down to see the person you want to see. Ling Bai didn't even look at them, he just clenched his right fist, and a transparent shockwave covered his right fist. In the next second, Ling Bai punched behind him, in the direction where Lei King and Kanjukurang were. When the fist landed on the atmosphere also shattered. The sound of glass shattering could be heard. Lei King and Kanjukurang were also scared, because the atmosphere was shattered by the opponent's punch, and both of them even thought that the space was shattered by the opponent. At this moment, the ground under Lei King and Kanjukurang's feet suddenly shook violently. Just when the two of them were stunned, at the same time, the ground exploded and shattered. One of the cracks was so big that Lei King and Kanjukurang lost their balance and fell down. After Ling Bai punched, he disappeared in place, and the next moment, he rose into the air, looking down with cold eyes. At this time, more than 20 meters away from Ling Bai, Taonosuke was paralyzed there, and Taonosuke was full of injuries, his clothes were torn in many places, and his body was covered in dust. Momonosuke's state gave Ling Bai a feeling that he was dying. It had to be said that Taonosuke's state at this time was very miserable. Ling Bai even had a bad interest in continuing to torture him, and let him slowly be tortured to death. However, after thinking about it, Ling Bai dismissed this idea. In the next second, a sky full of red light appeared behind Ling Bai. Red light bullets hung behind Ling Bai, neatly arranged and densely packed. It was the red version of the Yasakani no Megatama. After all, this was a super battle developed by Kizaru, and it was enough to sweep through everything. In the original work, Kizaru used the Yasakani no Megatama to kill his master, the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, and before that, Ling Bai used the upgraded version of the Yasakani no Megatama to kill Whitebeard in Marineford. It had to be said that such a big move was very impressive. At this time, Ling Bai used the Yasakani no Megatama to bombard Taonosuke. If he could survive such a terrifying Yasakani no Megatama, then Taonosuke was not human. At this time, Ling Bai looked down at Taonosuke, and then, with a thought, the Yasakani no Megatama was released. Countless light bullets rained down. At this time, Taonosuke was lying on the ground weakly, and he saw the bright red light shining over. It was a light that was more beautiful than the sunset. So beautiful 287. Taonosuke's eyes were half closed, and he thought that the light of the Yasakani no Megatama was beautiful, but he did not know that it was a fatal light. Countless red light bullets fell like a storm where Taonosuke was. The densely packed light bullets swept across indiscriminately. The moment the light bullets touched the ground, a terrifying explosion occurred. The earth-shattering explosion could be heard by the nearby residents, and the sound traveled very far. Even the capital of flowers could vaguely hear the explosion. No. Jinwei men roared in grief, and watched from afar as Taonosuke was drowned in the terrifying explosion. His mood was clear as day. However, with Shiryu of the Rain around, no matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do. Because if he could not step over Shiryu of the Rain's corpse, he would not be able to reach Ling Bai. The explosion lasted for a minute. At this time, below Ling Bai, a large area of the ground was directly bombed into debris after a super earthquake. A large amount of dust filled the air, and the thick dust fog made it impossible for Ling Bai to see the situation below. Was Taonosuke dead? Ding. Mission completed, reward issued, Atomic Samurai Atomic Break. At this time, the system notification sounded in Ling Bai's mind. Ling Bai knew that Taonosuke was finally dead. The cover was swallowed, and it was troublesome to republish the cover. Chapter 154. Under the terrifying Yasakani no Megatama, Ling Bai didn't know how Momonosuke died. Maybe he was directly blown to ashes by the light bomb, maybe he was smashed into meat paste by a stone, maybe he was buried by a stone. But no matter what, Momonosuke died. Ling Bai put away the Yasakani no Megatama. Ling Bai could use this kind of terrifying attack many times. At the same time, Ling Bai was happy that he got the Atomic Slash. Needless to say, the Atomic Slash was powerful. In this world, the only things that were ineffective against it were elemental transformation, or the physical defense of monsters, such as Kaido and Anti's inhuman defense. But this was only in theory. Ling Bai didn't know how strong the atomic slash was. In the original work, the atomic slash was only refined by Kurito. At this time, when the dust below was about to disperse, Rei Zhang and Kanjuro climbed out of the ditch. Especially Rei Zhang, as the number 1 ninja of Wano Kuni, he couldn't feel Momonosuke's existence. In other words, Momonosuke-sama was dead. Rei Zhang's heart tightened, then he felt endless sadness and pain, followed by a large amount of tears gushing out like a flood breaking through a dam. Momonosuke-sama! Rei Zhang shouted in pain. Rei Zhang, what's wrong, Momonosuke-sama? Kanjuro didn't have much emotion on his face because he was a spy. If necessary, even if it was Momonosuke, he would personally kill him. Momonosuke-sama, I can't feel his life force. Rei Zhang choked. Kanjuro also understood that as a powerful ninja, Rei Zhang had the ability to sense other people's life force. Now that he said Momonosuke had no life force, it meant Momonosuke was dead. I want revenge. I want to kill that BD, he must be a subordinate of Kaido or Orokai. BD. Lei King roared. Koji Kyoden and Madame Shi had shown them great kindness, and Lei King would never forget it. Now that Momosuke was dead, how could he not be angry and grieved? He even lost his mind. Lei King looked up and saw Ling Bai looking at them expressionlessly in the distant sky, about 50 or 60 meters away. I'll go with you. Kanjuro did not know the identity of Ling Bai and the others. If they were related to the Kurozumi Orokai, then they were on the same side. Should he figure out their identities before fighting them? When the time comes, would it be necessary to go against Shui Lei King and the others, and announce his true identity? After all, Tao's Hiza was already dead. On the other side, Ling Bai was also looking at them. Then, her body turned into light, and in an instant, Ling Bai reached Lei King before he could react. Ling Bai's flash kick landed on Lei King's body. Flash kick. Boom. Lei King was sent flying dozens of meters away by this kick, and only stopped after rolling for more than 10 laps. Kanjuro's face changed. After Ling Bai kicked Rizu away, he pulled out Shijir and looked at Kanjuro. He wanted to test out his new ability, Atomic Break. At this moment, all the knowledge about Atomic Break was in Ling Bai's mind. Moreover, Ling Bai was very powerful, so when he released Atomic Break, it would be very powerful. However, he still needed to be familiar with it to be able to use it with ease. Kurozumi Kanjuro, a spy under Koji Kyoden. Ling Bai looked at Kanjuro and smiled. The latter's face changed immediately. Kr. Kanjuro was stunned. He did not understand how Ling Bai knew his true identity. Could it be that this young man in front of him was also a subordinate of the Kurozumi Orokai? No, he was too strong. Was he an ally? Or was he an enemy? Kanjuro was frightened and did not dare to let his guard down. After all, Ling Bai's strength was too strong. It was beyond his imagination. The Kurozumi Orokai's head has been cut off, and the Kurozumi family has been wiped out by me. So, as a member of the Kurozumi family, you can go down too. When Ling Bai spoke, he was already in front of Kanjuro. Kanjuro's face changed again, and from the initial shock, there was a hint of fear. How is this possible? Kanjuro quickly distanced himself from Ling Bai. At this moment, he finally felt a strong sense of oppression and danger. Ling Bai came over and swung his katana, but it was not the atomic slash. Kanjuro also used his katana to block the attack. Ling Bai used Shijir Rain to hack, slash, and stab again. Kanjuro was forced to block again and again, but as Ling Bai got closer and closer, his strength became stronger and stronger. As Kanjuro kept retreating, his clothes were torn and wounds appeared on his body. Obviously, he was no match for Ling Bai. Ling Bai was at the level of a grandmaster swordsman, but he was not. Their strength was not on the same level. Ling Bai could easily crush him, but Ling Bai was toying with him like a cat toying with a mouse. Ling Bai's attacks were able to slowly crush his opponent's spirit. This was a one-sided battle, and there was no way Kanjuro could win. On the other side, Kanjuro wasn't feeling well either. Not to mention the increasing injuries on his body, he was also feeling uneasy. As a spy, he didn't have the resolve to face death and didn't have the spirit and willpower of a samurai. In short, Kanjuro was afraid of death, especially when Ling Bai said that the black-haired family had been exterminated. A minute later, Ling Bai swung his sword for the last time. This strike sent Kanjuro flying 5 to 6 meters away. Kanjuro. Seeing the injured Kanjuro, Razang, who had been kicked away, rushed over. At this moment, Razang was both worried and angry. He just wanted to kill Ling Bai, and he could not wait. Clone technique. Zhao Qian's. Razang roared, and 10 identical Ryizangs appeared in front of Ling Bai. Then, the Ryizangs rushed towards Ling Bai, trying to surround him. However, Ling Bai's palms were facing them, and an extremely terrifying shockwave was released. The ground in front of Ling Bai was directly overturned several layers, and some stones were even blown more than 30 meters into the air. Naturally, the 10 Lekinos were not spared from being blown away. Humph. Do you think you are Uzumaki Naruto, pure? Ling Bai could not help but complain. Then, Ling Bai turned around and rushed towards Kanjuro. At the same time, he activated Atomic Slash. And Kanjuro trembled. Razang's abilities were Flower Shuriken, Clone Technique, Ninja Technique, Smoke Release Technique, and Hokage. There was also a mistake, there was no Kanjuro, there was only Kanjuro. How embarrassing, I remembered wrongly, I used to call Jinwei men the Jinmen guards. Chapter 155. The injured Kanjuro wanted to continue blocking Ling Bai's attacks. Ling Bai wanted to kill him, so Kanjuro had to continue blocking and find an opportunity to escape. Then, the moment he attacked, his katana was cut in half by Ling Bai's shiger. When half of his katana flew into the air, Kanjuro couldn't believe it. What Kanjuro didn't know was that not only was he weaker than Ling Bai, even his weapon was far inferior to Ling Bai's shiger. One was a normal katana, the other was one of the best katanas in the world, shiger. They weren't on the same level. Oh no. Kanjuro's expression changed once more. He had already fallen into a state of panic. Without a blade, it was fatal for someone who was far stronger than him to fight against someone far stronger than him. On the other side, Ling Bai was already waving his katana again. Ling Bai's speed was also very fast. The naked eye couldn't see Shiger's movement, but every strike landed on Kanjuro's body. On the other side, white lines appeared on Kanjuro's body. At this time, Kanjuro was also standing in the same spot, motionless. Atomic Slash. His moves were rather elegant, and at the same time, his speed was extremely fast. When Ling Bai sheathed her sword, Kanjuro, who was rooted to the ground in shock, was also reduced to a pile of minced meat. Moreover, the minced meat was quite evenly distributed. Ling Bai didn't know how many times he had waved his katana in a short minute. Kanjuro, dead. Atomic Slash, powerful. Ling Bai was enjoying the Atomic Slash. Otherwise, Kanjuro wouldn't have been turned into minced meat. Flower Shuriken. At this time, Raiking appeared. He saw his comrade Kanjuro turn into minced meat. That feeling was unimaginable. The angry Razo threw out 15 shurikens. In fact, they were weapons similar to darts, but they were quite sharp. It was a ninja's unique attack method. As the number 1 ninja in Wano Kuni, Razo's strength was quite strong. He was one of the so-called Chixia Josya. However, on the other side, Ling Bai swung a fist covered in the power of the shock fruit and smashed it towards the shurikens. The force was not great, and it was just enough to knock all the shurikens to the ground, but it did not cause an earthquake. This was Ling Bai's control over her power. On the other side, Lei King was shocked again. There was nothing he could do. His opponent was too strong. The ability of the young man in front of him was too strange. He had lived for more than half of his life, but he had never met a young man who could use a blade, release shockwaves, flash, and even shatter the atmosphere or space. Is this person in the same group as Kaido and Kurozumi? Lei King's heart was filled with anger and helplessness. He rushed forward like an arrow. Ling Bai also came over. Ah! UBD, I'll kill you! Lei King roared and rushed over. The old man seemed to have used all his strength. The 2 katanas in his hands stabbed straight at Ling Bai. In addition, Ling Bai also clearly saw that the old man's katana was covered with armament haki. In Wano Kuni, armament haki is called emission, which can be released externally, but it is not a high-level armament haki. For example, the Amazon Lily Island can also attach armament haki to bows and arrows. But there is no doubt that weapons covered with armament haki will become harder and more aggressive. At this time, the 2 katanas in Lei King's hands stabbed at Ling Bai with a fierce momentum. After all, Lei King is one of the Crimson Nimbus 9 heroes and a powerful subordinate of Koji Kyoden. His strength is also quite strong, but the problem is that the person he is facing is Ling Bai. Even if it was Koji Kyoden, Lei King was not his opponent. Moreover, Lei King is a character who crossed over 20 years ago, so the essence of his strength has not changed. And Ling Bai can defeat Kaido. On Ling Bai's side, he clenched his left fist and covered it with the power of the shock fruit and punched out. It was right in front of Lei King's two katanas. Kaka. The atmosphere shattered, and Lei King's two katanas were forced to stop 10 centimeters away from Ling Bai's fist. Then, the ground under Lei King's feet shook and cracked. Lei King lost his balance and almost fell into the ditch. Lei King quickly reacted and quickly jumped into the air. As a ninja, he has the ability to fly. Although he can't fly for a long time, he can still float in the air for a while. However, Ling Bai took advantage of the victory and flew into the air. Too troublesome. Although he was angry, Lei King had to calm down. Ling Bai rushed up. Ninjutsu, smoke release technique. At this time, Lei King roared and released a ninjutsu, then a large cloud of fog exploded, and Lei King disappeared. Smoke bomb. Ling Bai frowned, it seems that he needs to get rid of this old guy quickly. At this time, Ling Bai also released observation haki and quickly caught Lei King's trace. At this time, Lei King was behind Ling Bai. Sneak attack? Ling Bai sneered and quickly turned around. At the same time, Shijir also fell out. With a crisp sound, it collided with Rei King's Tachi that was sneak attacking. Lei King's face changed, he didn't expect to be discovered. As a ninja, he has completely hidden his breath. Ordinary observation haki can't find him. Could it be that his observation haki was very advanced? Like Odin-sama's observation haki? But, it's impossible. Odin-sama's observation haki is the same as the legendary Roger, it's the observation haki that listens to everything. After blocking Rei King's sneak attack, Ling Bai quickly used Felicitous Rain. Atomic Chop, launched. Lei King's strength is not very good, at least he is far from Ling Bai's opponent. ATT. That was the sound of Shijir's katana. Shijir was so fast that it made the wind sound. It was as fast as lightning. But this is Atomic Chop. Under the suppression of Ling Bai's powerful kendo, Lei King could barely dodge the Atomic Chop at first, but after 30 seconds, he couldn't hold on anymore. After being hit by the first slash, it was the second slash, the third slash. In the end, Lei King couldn't escape, he followed in Gan's footsteps. But he was even worse off than Kanjira. He was not even a piece of meat anymore. His body had been crushed into sand. Lei King, dead. Let's call it a day. Ling Bai put away Shijir and dealt with 2 opponents. Next, there is Jinwei sect left, but Ling Bai believes that Shiryu of the Rain is not completely without problems. After checking, Koji Kyoden also has the observation haki that listens to everything. Chapter 156. On the other side, Shiryu of the Rain and Jinwei men were still fighting fiercely. At this time, Shiryu of the Rain had the upper hand, because Jinwei men's state of mind had already been seriously affected. First, Madame Shi's Momonosuke, who had been entrusted to them, had met with misfortune and even died. Then, their good friend Kanjira and Reizo had been brutally killed by Ling Bai. Not even their bodies were left behind. Jinwei men had seen everything from afar. He had seen everything clearly, but at the same time, it made him angry and sad. In the end, Ultimate was helpless, because he was entangled by Shiryu of the Rain. 3 people who were very important to him died, this made Jinwei men's state of mind completely chaotic. At this time, his state of mind was so bad that it was not an exaggeration to say that he was about to collapse. And in this kind of battle, especially when facing a strong opponent, not being able to concentrate was already a big taboo. If you were to be distracted, it would be fatal. But Shiryu of the Rain was calm, she was also seizing the opportunity, she knew Jinwei men's state of mind. Fighting with me, if you can be like this, then there is no doubt that I will kill you. Shiryu laughed cruelly. After he finished speaking, he mocked, the weak can't even protect the people who are very important to them. How sad is that? Feelings are also the most troublesome thing. Of course, to be able to die under the sword of a pirate emperor, it is enough for your master and compatriots to brag about for a while. After death, a person's words would have a soul. Go to hell. BD. Shiryu's sarcastic words completely enraged Jinwei men. Jinwei men swung his saber fiercely. This was a reckless and unruly slash. Obviously, it was a strike of anger. It could be said that Jinwaiman had lost his mind. Jinwaiman's sword, in Shiryu's eyes, was full of flaws. This made Shiryu very disdainful. The current Jinwaiman was no longer worthy of being Shiryu's opponent, because their minds were in a mess. In such a state, their strength would be affected, and they would not be able to unleash their full potential. Shiryu's katana struck Jinwaiman's katana, knocking his katana aside. Then, Shiryu quickly turned around and moved a meter closer to Jinwaiman. At the same time, he threw his thunderstorm at Jinwaiman. The famed saber thunderstorm had a dark purple aura and a red bloodline wrapped around its blade. It was the bloodline that had been left behind when Jinwaiman had fought with Shiryu. Shiryu was not injured, but her clothes were torn. The dark purple aura made Thunder Rain look like a demonic blade. Wrath of the Hungry Ghost. Shiryu's aura also changed, and a purple aura exploded with her as the center. Even the ground under her feet cracked and shattered as if it had exploded. Shiryu growled and released a bloodthirsty cold light before Lei Yu's monster chi became stronger. When Shiryu's katana slashed at Jinwaiman, only 5 seconds had passed since he had used his thunderstorm to knock away his opponent's katana. Shiryu's speed was too fast. In the next second, Shiryu's katana landed on Jinwaiman's chest. Then, the katana slashed down diagonally. Jinwaiman's body was only made of flesh and blood. Of course, his strength was still very strong. In the original work, not only was he able to cut through Kaido's terrifying heat, but he was also able to injure Kaido. Ling Bai thought it was ridiculous, but it was undeniable that Jinwaiman was very strong. But today, he was destined to meet his end here. Blood immediately gushed out. Jinwaiman's eyes widened. The pain that came at the right time prevented him from attacking Shiryu. Instead, he was forced to endure the pain that came from his body. Blood quickly spilled all over the ground. Shiryu dodged in time. The moment she dodged, Shiryu's katana slashed at Jinwaiman again. This time, it was aimed at his head. Shiryu's moves were swift and fierce. She wanted to deal a fatal blow to her opponent. But Jinwaiman sensed the danger of ultimate and instinctively dodged Shiryu's attack. At the same time, he struggled to keep a distance of more than 10 meters from Shiryu. But the wound on his chest was enough to make him suffer. If this wound was not treated in time, Jinwaiman's life would be in danger. Humph. You can't escape. Shiryu rushed over. Her high speed allowed her to reach her opponent in 1 or 2 seconds. She could attack in the next second. It was another intense battle. Jinwaiman, who was injured and confused, was no match for Shiryu. On the other side, Ling Bai had also come over. From the top of a mountain, he quietly watched the battle between Shiryu and Jinwaiman. Ling Bai knew that Shiryu would definitely win. 0. Flowers please. Just as Ling Bai was watching the battle, Jinwaiman's katana was sent flying by Shiryu's attack. Then, Shiryu slashed at her opponent again. This time, her opponent was sent flying. Jinwaiman, who had lost his katana, was as passive as if he had lost both of his hands. Oh no! Jinwaiman's expression changed. For a samurai, losing his katana was fatal. It's over, samurai from 20 years ago. Shiryu laughed coldly. 10 seconds later, his head was tossed into the air by Shiryu. It rolled to the ground and then down the hill. Jinwaiman was dead. His body fell to the ground. First, blood spurted out, then it flowed slowly. But his opponent was Shiryu, so his death was not undeserved. This battle lasted for about half an hour. It was not long. Shiryu put away her thunderstorm. Then, she took out a cigar and put it in the corner of her mouth. She lit it with a lighter. 5 seconds later, she puffed out a cloud of smoke. She looked so cool. At this time, Ling Bai came over. It's done. Ling Bai smiled. Not bad, he's a powerful sword king. Ling Bai said, he had 20 years less training time than you, otherwise, you wouldn't be his opponent. 20 years. Shiryu sighed and then said, 20 years is enough for a young boy to grow into the world's top existence. But it's only limited to his talent and hard work. Then, the mission is complete. You can do your own thing. Ling Bai clapped his hands and was about to leave. But Shiryu stopped Ling Bai from behind. Captain, what was that move you used just now? It was so fast that it didn't even leave a shadow. It actually cut both of them into minced meat in a very short time. Earlier, Shiryu had seen Ling Bai use Atomic Slash to kill Reizo and Kanjuro from afar. That move was really too powerful. But, what kind of move was that? Shiryu admitted that he couldn't do it, at least not now. Chapter 157. Ling Bai, who was about to return to Flower Capital, stopped. Shiryu was obviously asking about the atomic slash. Looking at Shiryu's expression, Ling Bai knew that the atomic slash had shocked her. This is a new move that I developed. Let's call it atomic slash. Ling Bai laughed as he tried to fool her. Development was all nonsense. Cheating was the real deal. However, it was true that the atomic slash could shock Shiryu. The atomic slash was indeed powerful. In fact, other powerful swordsmen in this world might be able to replicate this move. After all, as long as the speed and power of the sword were fast enough, it would be possible. Theoretically speaking, this was the case. However, it shouldn't be possible to do it like the Atomic Warrior. Ling Bai could do it like the Atomic Warrior. How to cut a human body into small pieces in an extremely short amount of time was a test of skill. For example, it was a test of one's attainment in the way of the sword. Otherwise, even a butcher could do it. Even if the Atomic Warrior was in this world, he would probably be a grandmaster swordsman. That guy could really cut his enemies into atoms. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the Atomic Warrior. Ling Bai didn't hesitate to show off to Shiryu. 1 minute later, Shiryu followed Ling Bai to a huge rock. This rock was about the size of a van that was commonly seen in Ling Bai's previous world. Ling Bai pulled out Felicitous Rain and prepared to use the atomic slash. Do you believe that I can cut this rock into powder? Ling Bai turned around and smiled at Shiryu. I'm looking forward to it. Shiryu was like a student who was being taught. Ling Bai didn't say anything else. Instead, she turned around and held Felicitous Rain with both hands. At this moment, a dark red aura appeared on the blade of Felicitous Rain. This was the fusion of Ling Bai's swordsmanship and atomic slash. When there were more abilities, it was necessary to combine some abilities that could be mastered. This way, some abilities wouldn't be useless. Of course, this was also a smart move. Ling Bai's aura changed. At the same time, Shiryu extinguished her cigarette. The moment Shiryu extinguished her cigarette, Ling Bai made her move. Atomic slash. In Shiryu's eyes, Ling Bai was swinging her sword at lightning speed. Her sword was so fast that she could no longer see the blade. However, red lines appeared in front of Ling Bai, as if they were cracks in space. Furthermore, these red lines appeared densely in a matter of 30 seconds. The saber didn't strike the rock directly. There wasn't even the slightest bit of contact. There wasn't even the slightest friction between the tip of the saber and the rock. Shiryu was shocked. In his eyes, the aura of Ling Bai as she swung her blade was not something he could match. So strong. Shiryu could not help but sigh. After 1 minute, Ling Bai finally stopped. It was also at this moment that the huge rock in front of Ling Bai shattered into pieces in a matter of 3 seconds. It was the size of a grain of sand. In less than a minute, a huge rock was turned into sand. Of course, this was not Ling Bai's ultimate move. He was just a little more serious in his casual use of the saber. Shiryu also felt that Ling Bai had not used his full strength. Of course, Ling Bai's current move was quite powerful. The moment the rock shattered into the size of a grain of sand, Shiryu's shock could not be any greater. The captain is too strong. Shiryu exclaimed in shock. Ling Bai's move just now seemed simple. It was just a quick swing of the saber. However, the essence of it was not that easy to see. The more swordsmanship a move was, the more complicated the essence of it was. An expert could simplify the complicated. Have you learned anything? Ling Bai retracted Cu and turned to ask Shiryu. I've barely scratched the surface of it. Shiryu was not afraid to admit that he now regarded Ling Bai as a mentor. After all, Ling Bai's swordsmanship was above his. After that, the two returned to the capital of flowers. Shiryu asked Ling Bai about his understanding of swordsmanship. After returning to the capital of flowers, the two parted ways. The capital of flowers was huge. In addition to the new construction projects, the area that would be developed in the future would expand by several times. Ling Bai hoped that the development of the entire Wano would be closer to Sabayati Archipelago in terms of ecological environment. In terms of urban construction, he wanted to develop the city toward Water 7. Of course, Wano traditions could be preserved. Although Ling Bai did not like it, he still took care of the natives here. Before Wano, it was an uncivilized country. It could be seen from the clothes of the men and women. Currently, Wano-kuni was developing under Ling Bai's ruling will. He returned to his luxurious residence. In fact, Ling Bai's current residence was the luxurious mansion that Kurozumi had just completed. However, he was already dead and could only pave the way for Ling Bai. This mansion was extremely luxurious. However, for a corrupt and greedy ruler like the Kurozumi, it was nothing much. His life was much better than his sugar daddy, Kaido of the beasts. Now, Ling Bai was living here. Except for a group of maids, this was where Ling Bai and Rika Hikari lived. Koja Kihiri was now Ling Bai's woman. With Ling Bai's cold-blooded personality, Koja Kihiri was just an accessory to the strong. Obviously, the beautiful ultimate Koja Kihiri was a perfect accessory. Of course, if she could fight, it would be even more perfect. As Ling Bai's simple female bodyguard, Koja Kihiri also had to protect herself. After all, there were many people in the world who were eyeing Ling Bai recently. Moreover, since the establishment of Wano-kuni, some people with ulterior motives also entered Wano-kuni. For example, the Revolutionary Army's Sabo and CPO came. Only God knows what they were doing here. Although Ling Bai did not take them seriously at all, after all, they were just bigger flies. However, flies could be very annoying sometimes. Therefore, Ling Bai felt that Koja Kihiri, as one of his women, needed to have a certain level of strength. As soon as Ling Bai came back, Koja Kihiri came up to her excitedly. "Master, you're finally back. I missed you." Koja Kihiri's face was bright red, and her tone was shy and excited. She looked like a wife who was welcoming her husband who had not returned home for decades. Seeing Koja Kihiri's attitude, Ling Bai could not help but feel a trace of guilt in his heart. Almost 2 hours ago, he killed Momonosuke. Momonosuke, whose real name was Momonosuke, was Koja Kihiri's brother. Koja Kihiri's current attitude inevitably made Ling Bai feel a trace of guilt. Chapter 158. Sama. Koja Kihiri rushed over and threw herself into Ling Bai's arms. Today, Koja Kihiri saw Ling Bai as the man who entrusted her life to him. Ling Bai was young, handsome, and heroic. More importantly, his strength was unimaginable. He killed the Kurozumi snake and repelled the Kaido of the beasts. There was no doubt that as a woman, Koja Kihiri was completely conquered by Ling Bai. Of course, no woman could resist the charm of this boy. That was what Koja Kihiri thought. Looking at Koja Kihiri's expression, Ling Bai had to admit that he had just killed her biological brother whom she had not seen in 20 years. Ling Bai could not help but feel guilty. After all, his relationship with this woman was very special to him. At this time, Koja Kihiri was not wearing the traditional Wano-kuni kimono. Instead, she was wearing the new clothes that she bought from the beautiful women's clothing store in Flower City. She was wearing a secretary's outfit. When Ling Bai saw Koja Kihiri's outfit, he remembered Khalifa from the CP9. That female secretary had a mature aura. At this time, Koja Kihiri's aura was just a little bit worse than Khalifa's aura, but it was undeniable that Koja Kihiri's beauty was above Khalifa's. However, it was true that Koja Kihiri had more of a seductive aura. "Sama, where did you go just now? I heard an explosion from far away, but I don't know what happened." Koja Kihiri had a trace of doubt on her face. "I don't know, maybe someone was fighting over there." Ling Bai shook his head. He knew that the so-called explosion was caused by him. Of course, Koja Kihiri didn't know that the explosion just now took away her brother. Koja Kihiri would never have thought that the boy in front of her, who she hugged tightly and usually tried to please, killed her brother 09 not long ago. Haiwa thought it was Sama over there. Koja Kihiri smiled. With such a smile and such beauty, even women would not be able to resist. If she were to face men, it would be enough to make countless normal men fall head over heels for her. Ling Bai, on the other hand, was sincere. After all, behind every goddess, there was. "Hehe, sir, I've mastered a mission today." Then, Koja Kihiri mentioned that she wanted to share her happiness with Ling Bai. Emission was Wano-kuni's name for armament haki. It was an armament haki that could be released externally. For example, it could be fired like a bullet. This was the strength of emission. It was the result of Wano-kuni's unique research on armament haki, but it could not be considered an advanced armament haki. It was undeniable that the armament haki was powerful enough. Even Logia had to be wary of the user of emission. After all, it could be shot out like a bullet. Then keep up the good work. Ling Bai smiled gently. Her smile instantly made Koja Kihiri's heart beat faster as if she had received a critical hit. Of course, this critical hit was good. Yes. Haiwa will keep up the good work. Koja Kihiri was greatly encouraged. Her heart beat faster and her body trembled slightly with excitement. Ling Bai's smile was very useful. That was the smile of a top scumbag. For a person like Koja Kihiri who was a noob in relationships, she might faint from excitement if he said anything more. At night, when the two were having dinner, Ling Bai took out the mythical immortal bird fruit and pushed it in front of Koja Kihiri. Eat it. Ling Bai pointed at the devil fruit and said to Koja Kihiri. The reason for giving Koja Kihiri the devil fruit was very simple. First, Koja Kihiri was loyal to him. She would be willing to die even if Ling Bai asked her to. Secondly, Koja Kihiri was very talented and very smart. Third, Ling Bai needed her to have the ability to protect herself. Although she had learned some sword and spear skills from one of the Crimson Nimbus 9 heroes who had raised her, and had some ability to protect herself, it was obvious that her strength was far from enough to follow Ling Bai. Fourth, Ling Bai did not need a useless woman. No matter how beautiful she was, if she could only be a vase, then what was the point? In this world, there were many beautiful women. If a woman who could not fight and could only hide behind a man, then she was worthless. After all, the whole world was Ling Bai's enemy now. The mythical immortal bird fruit's rebirth fire was a brilliant blue flame. It was almost the same color as Koja Kihiri's hair. It seemed to be quite suitable for Koja Kihiri. Moreover, Ling Bai wanted to use such a powerful devil fruit on his most loyal person, not just anyone who was talented. Sir, what is this? Koja Kihiri looked at the fruit in front of her suspiciously. This fruit was quite big. It was the first time she had seen it. It looked a little like a pineapple and looked very ugly. It even made her feel disgusted. After all, women were people who yearned for beautiful things. There was almost no devil fruit that was not ugly. Of course, more importantly, the taste of the devil fruit was very, very disgusting. Eat it. Nonsense. Ling Bai glared at her and said in a commanding tone. Koja Kihiri did not dare to ask any more questions when she saw her sir's expression. Can I peel it? Koja Kihiri asked pitifully, but Ling Bai did not say anything. Koja Kihiri did not dare to ask any more questions. She immediately chewed on the devil fruit. The taste was terrible. She had never eaten such a disgusting fruit before. Oh my god, what is this? Koja Kihiri almost spat out the first bite of the devil fruit. However, this was what her parents wanted her to eat. Hence, Koja Kihiri suppressed her disgust and swallowed the first mouthful of the devil fruit. Then, she swallowed the second mouthful, and the third mouthful, until she finished eating. Koja Kihiri's face turned green. Because of the nauseating taste of the ultimate, tears welled up in her eyes. However, at this moment, her body began to burn with a brilliant blue flame. This greatly frightened Koja Kihiri. Ah! Master, this is the devil fruit that allows you to live. People like the beasts and pirates are called ability users. Have you not heard of them? Of course, your ability is much better than those trashy abilities on the streets. The immortal bird was like a phoenix, or rather, a phoenix. However, it was different from the red phoenix. This was a blue phoenix. Phoenixes could be reborn, and flames could be reborn infinitely. Ability user. I've heard of it before, but I didn't expect. Koja Kihiri even forgot about the horrible taste. At this moment, the brilliant blue flame was burning her body. However, this flame did not have any temperature. Nevertheless, it was beautiful. It was Koja Kihiri's favorite color, blue. And this kind of flame made the sun even more beautiful and mysterious. The ability of the immortal bird was not as simple as regenerating fire. Perhaps Marco's development direction was wrong. After all, how could Sengoku's Buddha form produce a shockwave? However, Sengoku was a super genius. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the top of the marine. Sengoku was currently the only marine in the naval headquarters that had Conqueror's Haki. Even the Garp did not have Conqueror's Haki. It could be seen that Sengoku was also one of a million people. His development of the immortal bird had also become a legendary ability in the world. It's good that you know. Familiarize yourself with it. I'll teach you tomorrow. Master. You're so nice to Hiri. Koja Kihiri was very touched. I don't need a useless woman. Also, don't let me down. Okay. For the next 3 days, Ling Bai taught Kojiki Hiri how to use the power of the devil fruit. The results were good. It had to be said that Kojiki Hiri's talent was quite good. Her mother, Kojiki Oden, was a very powerful woman back in the day. Her mother, Kojiki Oden, was also one of the most powerful beings in the world back then. She was a man with the powerful conqueror's haki, especially the observation haki. Like Roger, she was the strongest observation haki that could listen to all things. At the same time, this guy was also a transcendent swordsman. He had the strength to tie with white beard at his peak. In short, he was very strong. Therefore, as their daughter, Kojiki Hiri's talent was naturally not bad. Therefore, it was not a bad idea to use the fantasy beast type immortal bird fruit on Kojiki Hiri. Ling Bai was looking forward to her follow-up performance. Furthermore, Tao's Hiza was clearly a piece of trash. On the 4th day, Ling Bai said goodbye to Kojiki Hiri, Shiryu and others. He plans to go out for a while, and Wanakuni has Shiryu and the others. Obviously, there will be no problem. With their current strength, if it wasn't for the top giants bringing the top forces over, they would be unshakable existences even if 913 came. As for the CP0 and the Revolutionary Army forces that have recently sneaked into Wanakuni, Ling Bai reminded them to be on guard. If there is a conflict, or if their little moves touch Ling Bai's interests, they will be severely beaten. They don't need to be caught, they can be beaten up, they can be killed, and the leader can be kept alive. Ling Bai considered that it's not the time to start a full-scale war with them. And Ling Bai and the others also need to develop another wave. So this time, Ling Bai left Wanakuni and planned to get a few powerful men to join them. As for how many minions he wants, there are a lot of them in New World. And powerful combat power is what Ling Bai really needs. The first one that Ling Bai looked at was Golden Emperor Tizalo, and the second was Sky Island Thunder God Enel. However, after Enel was beaten by Luffy, he went to his so-called Infinite Earth Moon, but whether he reached the Infinite Earth, Ling Bai didn't know. He decided to go to Sky Island to have a look. There is no doubt that Golden Emperor Tizalo and Enel are both geniuses among geniuses. The strongest among the strong. Tizalo, the special Paramecia Gold Fruit ability has been awakened. The ability of Gold Fruit is extremely similar to Logia's super ability, so it is called Special Paramecia. Enel, the owner of Logia's strongest Devil Fruit, Thunder Fruit, is also powerful enough to make people's scalp numb, but he was beaten by Luffy because of the protagonist's aura. Thunder Fruit is also the Devil Fruit that the world government pays close attention to. It is considered the strongest Logia by the 5 elders, and the 5 old men are also thinking about it. Another Devil Fruit that is being thought about is Op Fruit. Ling Bai is going to Golden City this time, he wants to pull Tizalo to his side. So, on the morning of the 4th day, after giving some instructions, Ling Bai set off. Everyone may have doubts about this, but let me explain first. In the Marine, only Sengoku has Conqueror's Haki, Garp doesn't. This is the official data. Sengoku's life card says so, Garp's life card doesn't have any information about Conqueror's Haki, and the other strong Marine people don't have it either. Also, Kojiki Oden can really listen to things. Chapter 159. After leaving Wanakuni, they headed for Tetsalo's City of Gold. Ling Bai had used a small boat to set off, but even though it was small, it still had all the essentials. This boat was small and exquisite. Ling Bai wanted to go out by himself and didn't need to take anyone with him. In addition, before leaving Golden City, King of Evil had contacted Tizalo through Den Den Mushi and asked for the coordinates of the sea where the Big Desalo was now. The Big Desalo can sail in any sea. If you don't know in advance where the Big Desalo is or where it will be, it's almost impossible to find it in the vast new world. According to the person in charge of answering the phone in Golden City, there will be a grand annual meeting in Golden City in 4 days. The person on the other side heard that a Pirate Emperor level pirate group was about to leave the Golden City. Naturally, he invited them warmly, but when they talked, it wasn't Tazero, it was just Tazero's underling. The underling on the other side was also trembling. You know, Ling Bai is the Pirate Emperor who has been in the limelight recently. But what the people in Golden City didn't know is that Ling Bai's pirates didn't go to Golden City, but Ling Bai went to Golden City. Golden Emperor Tizalo has the powerful ability to manipulate all gold and holds a lot of wealth in the world. If Roger's treasure is gold jewelry, then the value of the so-called One Piece may be far less than the value of the gold held by Desalo. The Grand Desalo was an enormous ship that sailed in the New World's waters, and on the ship was a super city. The hull is 10 kilometers long and it is led by 2 giant nautical turtles. Even the floor on the ship is made of gold, so the Big Desalo is also called Golden City. Of course, this also reflects the luxury of Golden City. There are countless wealth in that place. There are also entertainment places in the world that make people indulge in it. Golden City, luxurious life. 4 days later, the Golden City will hold the so-called annual meeting, and on the 4th day, that is, tonight, the so-called annual meeting will be held. Relying on the guidance of the Eternal Compass, Ling Bai finally saw the Big Desalo in the distance. At this time, there are many ships approaching the Big Desalo or sailing into the port of the Big Desalo with Ling Bai's ship. Pirate ships, merchant ships, luxury ships of some countries, ordinary ships, and even warships. Far away, Ling Bai can hear all kinds of noise. This reminded Ling Bai of the original work, the movie version of One Piece held by Bullet. Of course, that was the home of pirates. But at this time, Ling Bai saw more than just pirates. It can be said that pirates only accounted for a relatively large part, not all of them. The Golden City was the world's largest and most luxurious entertainment center. It was also the world's most luxurious place. Every month, countless people would come to the Golden City for sightseeing, business, and entertainment. After all, Desalo was looking at money, and he wasn't just doing business with pirates. In addition, the Grand Desalo was recognized by the world government. Because Desalo had the power to shake the world economy and threaten the world government's rule, the 5 elders were more or less afraid of him. After all, Desalo S, Gold S. Desalo. Desalo SS Desalo S Desalos. It's quite lively, it seems that I came at the right time. Ling Bai looked at the super ship anchored in front of him and sighed. On the other side, on a warship, a tall and hot beauty marine was looking at the nearby pirate ships with binoculars. There are too many pirates. We can't take care of them all. The pirate headquarters doesn't want us to catch pirates. For now, we're just here to have fun. Momonosuke said. Indeed, she had seen too many pirates, and they were all pirates with decent strength. Marine only sent 3 warships. If they want to catch pirates, it's simply a dream. The number of pirates far exceeds the number of Marine. Moreover, Marine can't make a move at this time. Why? It's nothing more than the relationship between Golden City and the world government. If they catch pirates at this time, it will affect Desalo's business. After all, Desalo can shake the world economy. Moreover, this time, celestial dragons will also come. Making celestial dragons angry is not good. I didn't expect that the mother pirates will also come. At this time, Admiral Tokikake on the other side also spoke. Momonosuke heard Tokikaki's words and looked in the direction Tokikake was pointing. A huge pink ship came into view. Queen Mother him. Anti-pirates. Momonosuke was shocked and she even seemed to vaguely hear the weird and iconic voice of Auntie. Auntie, she's the most terrifying woman in the New World, standing at the top of the world. So, it's too surprising. It's just an annual meeting. Even Auntie came. This time, Marine can't make a move. Just come to the Golden City to have fun. Tokikake said helplessly. Momonosuke was also helpless, but she didn't have to catch pirates. Auntie should be the biggest giant in this so-called annual meeting. In the New World, who dares to fight with Auntie? They can only look for food in the Golden City. As for catching pirates, there's no need to think about it. And at this time, Momonosuke put on her binoculars again and wanted to see what other forces were participating in this meeting. Momonosuke was shocked. It was an inconspicuous boat, only twice the size of Hawkeye's coffin boat. It doesn't matter. What matters is that Momonosuke found that the person on this boat is actually Ling Bai, the BD who recently ascended the throne of the 4 emperors. From the Fire Fist Ace incident all the way to the Wanakuni incident, he had already caused a huge commotion in the world. Some time ago, the world was full of news about Ling Bai. And Ling Bai even had a tendency to be the strongest man in the world. It is undeniable that Ling Bai is already the leader of one of the most terrifying forces in the world. He is pursued by countless pirates and made countless people fear him. Damn it! That BD! Momonosuke cursed angrily. At first, she thought that Ling Bai could still be saved. Perhaps she was just a little arrogant because she had just set out to sea and was a little strong, just like Garp's grandson, Luffy. In the end, before anyone could react, Ling Bai died. A terrible person rose to the top. What's even more terrible is that his age is estimated to be 17. This also meant that he had an even more frightening future ahead of him for this world. Momonosuke, don't be impulsive, this time things are more troublesome. I didn't expect that not only Auntie came, but also another emperor. Terrible. Toki Cake reminded her. Marine was really going to wither away. Chapter 160. Therefore, Ling Bai and Auntie were the strongest pirates that came to the Golden City this time. Although Auntie did not appear directly on the Queen Mother hymn of the anti-pirates, if this legendary ship appeared, how could Auntie not be on it? Toki Cake Vice Admiral, that ship, is Auntie's woman really on it? A Marine Colonel asked Toki Cake nervously. Although Toki Cake was promoted from Marine Vice Admiral to Alternate Admiral, he still liked other Marines to call him Toki Cake Vice Admiral. In addition, Momonosuke was the same. In fact, the title of Alternate Admiral was relatively empty because in the history of Marine, there had not been an admiral who died in battle for decades. At most, it was a situation where an admiral stepped down, such as Zephyr who stepped down as Marine Admiral. Of course, the death of a Marine Admiral was also quite terrible in the history of Marine. After all, he was the highest combat power of the naval headquarters. In the era of Rocks, there were Marine Admirals who died in battle because Rocks was too strong. But now, would there be an admiral who died in battle? The era of Rocks was an era that was sealed by history, an era that was unknown to the public. Therefore, being an alternate admiral was not very reliable. It was just an additional title that made his status feel higher. The most obvious thing was that the salary was higher. Do you see that cloud? Toki Cake pointed to a fairytale white cloud floating on the ship of the anti-pirates. That is Zeus Thundercloud. The colonel and the other marines were shocked. Who was Zeus Thundercloud? It was one of Auntie's ultimate weapons. If Zeus Thundercloud was there, then Auntie was there too. Auntie was still in the ship at this time and was about to go out. Trouble. Momonosuke put down her binoculars. Unsurprisingly, there were two emperors. Of course, if there was an accident, then the other emperors would come too. As for the other forces, compared to the four emperors, they were nothing. The four emperors were the four pinnacle pirates that controlled the New World. Although they only ruled a small part of the New World, their influence was in every corner of Auntie. The warship gradually entered the port of Golden City, followed by the anti-pirates and Ling Bai. The other forces that entered the port were not worth mentioning. The arrival of the anti-pirates made countless people boil, but the other pirate emperor Ling Bai hasn't been discovered by others, because Ling Bai's ship is too inconspicuous, and it doesn't have the flag of the Ling Bai pirates. For a time, no one knows that Ling Bai is here except for Marine. At this time, the port of Big Tesoro was decorated with lanterns and decorations and decorations. This was the annual meeting of the City of Gold. It was personally organized by the Golden Emperor, Tazalo. The entire New World knew that Tazalo was extremely extravagant. The only thing he didn't lack was money. And he was definitely the richest person in this world. When the ship entered Tesoro's ship entered the huge port ship entered Tesoro's. On the walls ships monitors The port, surveillance. The surveillance monitors watch. Monitor the Tesoro the. On S. In addition to a group of monitoring personnel looking at the big screen, there was a man gently shaking a glass of red wine. His hair was slicked back, and he was wearing a neat white suit with dark green glasses. It's the so-called Golden Emperor Tesoro. At this time, looking at the port in front of the monitor, Tesoro wanted to know who came. Haha, two alternate admirals came, they can't be touched. Tesoro laughed. When the Queen Mother hymn appeared, Tesoro couldn't help but be surprised. It's Auntie. I didn't expect this monster to come. Tesoro was quite shocked because this was the first time Auntie came to Golden City, and many of her children were there. She's an extremely dangerous woman, I can't afford to offend her. Tizalo shook his head. To be able to do well in the New World, Tizalo relied heavily on his character. In other words, he knew how to conduct himself. Strength was secondary. After all, there were plenty of people in the New World who were stronger than him. Although he was also known as a monster in the New World, he was still far from being a real monster. At this time, Tesoro also saw a small boat behind the auntie's ship. On the bow of the boat, there was a handsome young man. With this look, Tesoro fell into an even greater trap. The other emperor, Ling Bai! Tesoro exclaimed. At this time, he lost his composure. The other people in the monitoring room also saw Ling Bai. Their reaction was more shocked than Tesoro. Two pirate emperors appeared. One is the strongest woman in the world from the old era, and the other is the pirate emperor of the new era. Both of them are absolute heavyweights. Tesoro couldn't stay calm. If the two of them have a conflict here, it will be troublesome. Tesoro frowned. The collision of two sea emperors is quite terrible. The Golden City is Tesoro's territory, but it's obviously impossible for him to stop the pirate emperor. In the Golden City, Tesoro is a god, but in the New World, for the existence standing at the top of the world, the so-called Golden Emperor is just a bigger ant. Although Tesoro has everything now, he hasn't completely lost himself. I didn't expect this. Tesoro's purpose in this annual meeting is very simple, it's to make money. Although he has an unimaginable amount of wealth, he is obsessed with money and can't be satisfied. Money, for Tesoro, is everything. In the Golden City, there are many slaves who are bound by money. They need to work here for 10 lifetimes to pay off their debts. Tesoro didn't expect that this annual meeting would attract unimaginable existences. Tesoro, what should we do? At this time, one of Tesoro's subordinates, the social butterfly Bakura, asked. You go and deal with it. Bakura is an excellent social butterfly, but Tesoro doesn't believe in her social skills. But after saying that, Tesoro reminded Tesoro of something. Be careful, those two monsters are not to be trifled with, the others are not worth mentioning. Understood, Tesoro. Bakura was also nervous, although facing the pirate emperor made her somewhat reluctant, but there is no other way. Facing a monster of that level, if she is not careful, she may lose her life. Chapter 161. Auntie is also here, I didn't expect it. Ling Bai's ship was behind the Queen Mother hymn of the anti-pirates. It can be said that this ship may be the most special ship in the New World. The main color is pink and various dreamy colors, similar to Auntie's Tata Land Kingdom, especially the dreamy color of Cake Island. Among the countless ships, it was the most conspicuous ship. After entering the port, some pirates fought because of the conflict. Several of them rushed to Ling Bai's ship and wanted to kill Ling Bai, but when they saw Ling Bai's face, they were scared on the spot. Before they could say Ling Bai's name, Ling Bai killed them with a few flashes. Then, Ling Bai shot another flash bomb at the ship of the dead pirate. Immediately, a pirate ship exploded, and then another pirate ship exploded. It's a good annual meeting, but you guys are so troublesome. Ling Bai snorted coldly. He didn't know how many pirates died in the two attacks, but the number shouldn't be small. Tesoro in front of the screen was also frightened. Ling Bai just came in and he attacked fiercely. Because of the explosion, everyone looked over, including Auntie and the others. That's the emperor who is on the same level as Mother, Ling Bai. On the Queen Mother hymn, Auntie's eldest son, Pyros, shouted in shock. What? It's actually him. What the hell, he's actually on the broken ship behind our ship. Almost everyone in the New World knows what Ling Bai looks like. After all, there are pictures of him on the bounty and in the newspaper. Except for places where the newspaper can't reach, very few people don't know who Ling Bai is. With the voices of Auntie's children, more and more people found Ling Bai. Then, a shocking sound swept through the audience. Momonosuke, who had just boarded the port, also looked over. Momonosuke snorted coldly and turned around, ready to enter the ordinary area of the Golden City. On the other side, Momonosuke, who had boarded the port, was naturally seen by Ling Bai. Ling Bai's lips curled into a smile. Speaking of which, Momonosuke was one of his prey. It had been a long time since they last met. Men were always thinking about what was in the pot even though they were eating from the bowl. Especially men who were getting more and more status, wealth, power, and so on. On the anti-pirate ship, when she heard that Ling Bai had come, the auntie who was eating dessert inside the ship stopped eating dessert and walked out of the ship with an evil smile on her face. The sound of her footsteps was so loud that it seemed as if the entire ship was shaking. Auntie's tonnage was even lower than that of an elephant. Mom. Mom is here. Auntie, that old hag has appeared. That's too scary. It's really an auntie. I thought only her children would come. Looking at Auntie and the new pirate emperor from a distance, I feel a sense of suffocation. It's hard to imagine that this so-called annual meeting will attract two giants. The appearance of the Anta caused another round of shock. And this was the influence of standing at the top of the world. He was sought after by countless people, envied by countless people, and feared by countless people. The Anta looked down from above and happened to see Ling Bai. Ma ma ma. Ma ma ma. The Anta let out her terrifying and strange laughter. This laughter filled the huge harbor, causing countless people's scalps to tingle. I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. Boy. The Anta laughed, her tone was full of fear. Ling Bai smiled at the auntie and didn't say anything. Then, he disappeared into light. The next moment, Momonosuke, who had already boarded the harbor and was wondering if Ling Bai would have a conflict with the auntie, suddenly felt a hand on her left shoulder, and then she was hugged to the right. A strong arm. Momonosuke didn't react to what had happened. Momonosuke, long time no see. The voice that entered her ears was a familiar and annoying voice. It was Ling Bai. His tone was a little playful. In any case, it was very annoying. And Ling Bai was now very powerful. Not to say that there was no one who wasn't afraid of him, but at least, he was fearless here. Of course, he didn't have to be afraid of Momonosuke at all. A fragrant wind came, making Ling Bai feel relaxed and happy. This was a unique body fragrance that was different from the light and light. It was a more mature woman. BD. Momonosuke was shocked and angry. Nonsense, being hugged by such a terrible evil person, Momonosuke would be lucky if she didn't directly chop off Ling Bai's hand. Of course, she didn't have the strength to chop off Ling Bai's hand. Momonosuke resisted, but Ling Bai said in a low voice, "There are thousands of Marines here, right? What if I kill them all?" His words were neither hurried nor slow, but the threat was evident in his every word. When Momonosuke heard this, she wanted to resist, but she stopped. She clenched her fists, and her face was filled with anger and disgust. She didn't doubt that Ling Bai would do this. But one thing is that every pirate who ascends to the throne of the emperor has more or less directly stained their hands with the blood of at least tens of thousands of people. Without experiencing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, they can't rule the new world. What Ling Bai did was known to the whole world. And Ling Bai is not a good person. Threatening Momonosuke, although shameless, he doesn't care. Of course, he just said it casually. He didn't expect Momonosuke to really stop resisting, although with her strength, resistance is useless. Momonosuke Vice Admiral. Other Marines also found Momonosuke's situation at this time. In their eyes, Momonosuke was caught by a pirate emperor. All the Marines were nervous and worried. "Hey, little brother, you don't have to do this." The old man Tokicake threw away the toothpick in his mouth, and now he is the most worried and nervous. The entire naval headquarters knew that he liked Momonosuke. He was a man who had confessed to Momonosuke 100 times, but was also rejected 100 times. However, Tokicake did not lose heart because of this. He could be said to be the role model of licking. "Is there a problem?" Ling Bai looked back and smiled at Tokicake. "You don't have to worry about me." Momonosuke also said and winked at the Marines, but the Rear Admiral understood the meaning of the other party's wink. That is, Ling Bai is very dangerous, she will deal with it first. Then, Ling Bai swaggered to the ordinary area of the Golden City. At this time, another beautiful woman came over. It was Tizalo's subordinate, Baka. Baka was shocked when she saw Ling Bai. At this time, Ling Bai was still hugging the famous female Marine, but as a woman, Baka was keenly aware that the female Marine's face was not good, and her mood must be very bad. "I'm being hugged by such a terrible man, I'm scared, or I'm in a bad mood." Marine and pirate, they are opposite. Baka thought. Although this emperor's appearance is a bit foul, his degree of danger is undeniable. At this time, Ling Bai also glanced at Baka and then looked away. He knew that this woman was Tizalo's subordinate. To be precise, Ling Bai was looking at Baka's clothes. Today, Baka was wearing a white cheongsam. Ling Bai was looking at cheongsam. He likes women to wear this kind of clothes because it has a unique charm. "Momonosuke, wear a cheongsam, I think this kind of clothes suits you." "Not interested." Momonosuke refused the other party's words. "Can I call you Jun from now on?" Ling Bai smiled. Jun is Momonosuke's real name. "Up to you, BD." Momonosuke glared at the other party. At this time, She was uneasy, walking with Ling Bai's arm around her shoulder. This made Momonosuke unavoidably afraid. It was like having dinner with a scary woman. Ling Bai is one of the pirate emperors. On the other hand, what made Momonosuke afraid was that if this continued, the higher UPS would very likely suspect that she was related to Ling Bai. Ling Bai and Momonosuke gradually pulled away from Marine, who was behind them. Then, Ling Bai brought Momonosuke around and disappeared from Marine's sight. The Golden City was very big. It was a super mobile city on the sea. Ling Bai and Momonosuke inadvertently came to a shopping street for women's clothing. At this time, there were people coming and going, and most of them were women. At a glance, it was obvious that some of the men were businessmen, aristocrats, and so on. There were not many people wearing ordinary clothes. "Why did you bring me here?" Momonosuke seemed to have guessed Ling Bai's intention. "Change your clothes. Otherwise, do you want me to walk around with a female marine? Get lost." Momonosuke spat out a word. Then, Ling Bai tore off the marine cloak behind her back and threw it into the garbage collection area next to her. "What are you doing?" Momonosuke was shocked. At the same time, she shouted at the same time. Her shout attracted the attention of many people nearby. "Didn't you see what I did?" Ling Bai asked her back. Without the cloak of justice, no one would know that Momonosuke was marine. And Momonosuke was wearing her own clothes at this time. The cloak was her special symbol as marine, especially the word of justice on the cloak. Then, Momonosuke was dragged by Ling Bai to a high-end women's clothing store. She couldn't even get her cloak back. Ling Bai's strength was much stronger than hers. There were many Cheongsams here. Ling Bai had his eyes on the Cheongsams. And under Ling Bai's powerful strength, Momonosuke almost didn't have the ability to resist. And slowly, Momonosuke chose to resign herself to it. She really couldn't understand how a boy who was almost an adult could have such terrifying strength. Did Kami give birth to him and then leave him in this world? He was even more terrifying than the legendary auntie. Although the auntie was on the bounty list when she was 5 years old, she didn't have Ling Bai's strength when she was Ling Bai's age. But being pulled by Ling Bai, Momonosuke had an indescribable feeling. "I'm going to abandon justice, Jun," Momonosuke said helplessly. Previously, Momonosuke had some feelings for Ling Bai. That was because Ling Bai was young, but he was actually a great swordsman. Moreover, he was the best-looking Momonosuke had ever seen. So, she had some feelings for him. Of course, it wasn't a good impression between a man and a woman. Momonosuke was already past the age of an ignorant girl. Her good impression of Ling Bai was the feeling of an elder looking after a junior. At that time, Momonosuke wanted to pull Ling Bai to be marine. In the end, she found out that Ling Bai was a complete BD. Some people were destined to be villains. Although this world was indeed very dark, children in some places, because the environment was too complicated, they were influenced by their surroundings, and the world was full of malice, so they embarked on the path of villains. Sometimes, the world was hopeless. Momonosuke shook her head. At this time, Ling Bai was nothing. The pirate emperor's deterrence was simply a boy, which gave Momonosuke a warm feeling. Momonosuke even forgot that Ling Bai had thrown away her cape. 10 minutes ago, she was still quite angry. In this commercial street, Ling Bai felt like he was shopping in his previous life. The style of the Golden City was almost like that of a first-tier city in his previous life. And this was the City of Gold. Momonosuke also knew that Ling Bai had brought her to buy clothes. A pirate emperor, bringing a female admiral to buy clothes, may shock the world if it gets out. If she returned to the naval headquarters, she would probably be scolded to death. 10 minutes later, Momonosuke came out wearing a perfect Cheongsam. "How is it?" Momonosuke asked as if she was anticipating the other party's answer. 0*. This was the first time a man took her to buy clothes. Momonosuke even forgot that Ling Bai was the pirate emperor, the one that the naval headquarters and the world government were trying to get rid of. One piece. And she was an important person in Marine. Momonosuke was wearing a dark green Cheongsam with some flower patterns on it. It perfectly displayed Momonosuke's figure, giving her a feminine and intellectual beauty. At this time, a graceful and mature woman was facing Ling Bai. "Very good," Ling Bai said with a smile. A mature woman indeed looked different from the rest. Momonosuke didn't know that she was slowly falling into the hands of Ling Bai, and Ling Bai regarded her as his prey. I'm just not used to it, it's the first time I'm wearing this kind of clothes, if it's during a battle, it's very inconvenient. Momonosuke couldn't help but complain. It's very good. Ling Bai was still smiling. Such a cute boy, why did he become a villain? What do you think? Pirate Emperor Ling Bai. At this time, Momonosuke faced Ling Bai and questioned. Didn't you see that the new world territory that I took over was the safest? The protection fee was the lowest, I didn't even charge them protection fee, and they were qualified to get the world. The protection of the government? Countries that can't pay the heavenly gold can't join the world government, or they will be kicked out of the world government. What is the heavenly gold? Do you know? The heavenly gold is the protection fee paid by the country to the world government, but this protection fee is too high, it's not something an ordinary country can afford, even a rich country. Every year, after paying the heavenly gold, they will be strapped for cash. It can also be said that the heavenly gold is a tax, but this tax is too high. After the heavenly gold reaches the holy land of Marijois, except for a small part for the marine system and the world government, most of it will be squandered by the celestial dragons. Momonosuke was speechless. 00. Ling Bai continued, moreover, even without me, there are so many pirates in the world, it doesn't matter if I'm one more, it doesn't matter if you owe me one more. If you want to blame someone, blame Roger. During this time, I also contributed a lot to the peace of the world, you see, those traffickers don't dare to come out to work. There are no more traffickers in Sabayati Archipelago, at least not for a while, even the naval headquarters knows about it. And this is the credit of Ling Bai, because the traffickers caught by Ling Bai's pirates are living a life worse than death. Momonosuke didn't speak, for a while she didn't know what to say, she could only look at Ling Bai. All the bad things can be pushed to Roger. The main culprit of the great age of pirates, Roger. Even if he died tens of billions of times, it wouldn't be enough to pay for his sins. Is there anything else you want to say? Ling Bai asked her with a smile. Not for the time being. Momonosuke shook her head, then she was taken by Ling Bai to go shopping. Shopping is definitely the romance of all women, even a woman of Momonosuke's age can't refuse. By the way, what are you doing in the Golden City? Are you attending this annual meeting? Come to have some fun. Half an hour later, Momonosuke suddenly asked Ling Bai. She was a little uneasy, she didn't know what Ling Bai was going to do. As a marine, her intuition told her that Ling Bai must have other purposes. To meet you by chance. Ling Bai laughed. I'll be damned if I believe you. Momonosuke glared at Ling Bai. Don't you use this kind of words to deceive girls. Your Excellency the Pirate Emperor, I'm not a girl anymore, drama. Ling Bai shook his head. In fact, the way he spoke to Koja Kihiri was different from the way he spoke to Momonosuke. Towards him, it was a different attitude. This is called strategy. Then, the two continued to shop. At this time, it was already night. Tizalo's annual meeting will last for a week, people can eat, drink, play, and do business at the meeting. This is not a pirate event, of course, there will be more pirates. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after Ling Bai and Momonosuke had eaten their fill, Ling Bai took Momonosuke to the most luxurious hotel in the Golden City, the Golden King Hotel. Momonosuke unknowingly fell into Ling Bai's trap. Women are emotional, sometimes, they will lose themselves. Momonosuke lost herself and temporarily forgot the justice that she should uphold as a marine. The so-called justice of marine is naturally to catch pirates and fight against evil forces. However, she stayed with the leader of a super evil force. And Ling Bai did not have any sweet words, for him, Momonosuke is just one of his prey. If a powerful female marine can be used by him, then it will be extremely embarrassing. To make Momonosuke fall in love with him like Koja Kihiri, Momonosuke became a pawn of Ling Bai in the naval headquarters. Why did Rocks fail? With the configuration of his Rocks group, it is definitely the strongest lineup in history, but the problem is, in the end, most of the crew betrayed him, and he failed. So, betrayal is very important. Momonosuke did not know that she was developing in this direction. Ling Bai's character is the same as what he said at the beginning, a villain. And Momonosuke slowly began to fall in love with him. Is it easy for women to fall in love with that kind of villain? For example, a good-looking, powerful villain like Ling Bai. When Ling Bai came out of the Golden King Hotel, it was already the afternoon of the next day. As for Momonosuke, she was still sleeping. After eating his fill, Ling Bai was ready to meet Tazalo. This was his real purpose in coming to the Golden City. He wanted Tazalo to join his force. As for the annual meeting, it was none of his business. What does he have to do with Ling Bai? Chapter 162. The next day, when night fell, the Golden King Hotel, which was also the most luxurious hotel in the world. Momonosuke had just woken up in one of the top luxury suites on the 10th floor. At this moment, her entire body was sore, and her head was dizzy. I've been tormented too much by that kid. Momonosuke rubbed her forehead, then rubbed her eyes, and forced herself out of her daze. Memories came flooding back. She came here at 10 o'clock last night, slept 3 days later, and now. Momonosuke looked at the exquisite clock on the wall and realized that it was already 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Outside the window, it was getting dark. I've really gone crazy. Momonosuke shook her head helplessly. At this moment, she looked around and realized that Ling Bai was nowhere to be seen. Ling Bai. 887. Momonosuke shouted a few times, but she did not get a response from Ling Bai. As for Ling Bai, she had already left more than 2 hours ago. He left. Momonosuke's eyes widened. For a moment, she did not know what to feel. She was angry, unhappy, and helpless. She had mixed feelings. If you dare to leave me, you don't have to be a man for the rest of your life. Momonosuke cursed. Of course, no one could hear her except for herself. At this moment, Momonosuke, who was looking for her clothes, realized that her clothes were neatly folded on the table by the side. Obviously, Ling Bai had folded them. This. Momonosuke, who was angry, suddenly felt inexplicably touched. Then, all her anger disappeared. That's very thoughtful of you, Ling Bai. Momonosuke's heart was filled with gratitude. Maybe he went out to play, but I have to keep an eye on him. She seemed to have forgotten that Ling Bai was a terrifying emperor of pirates. Momonosuke herself did not know that she was just one of Ling Bai's women. If Vice Admiral Tokicake knew that Momonosuke, whom he had chased for more than 10 years and had been sternly rejected 100 times after confessing to her 100 times, had been won over by Ling Bai with only 3 to 4 hours of conversation, shopping, and a piece of clothing as a gift, how would he feel? Tokicake probably wanted to kill Ling Bai. One had to know that Ling Bai had known Momonosuke for less than 96 hours, including the time they had met before. After that, Momonosuke, who had put on her clothes, also went out, taking her famous knife along the way. She was a swordsman. In addition, her stomach was rumbling with hunger. On the other side, night fell. Meanwhile, Ling Bai had already met with the Golden Emperor, Tazalo. Of course, this was not a meeting between the two of them alone. Instead, Tazalo was on the stage of the annual party. He had just finished his song when he saw Ling Bai in the huge hall below. At this moment, Ling Bai was looking at him with a smile, and Tazalo naturally smiled back politely. Tazalo was also a singer. Only a person who loved entertainment could build a capital of entertainment. Although Tazalo's main goal was money, he felt that money was the key to everything. In the City of Gold, many slaves had to work hard for their entire lives because of money. In this huge hall, there were other tycoons, such as Anti and the others. On the other hand, Tazalo focused on the 10 celestial dragons that had arrived. That's right, 10 celestial dragons. This was the most celestial dragons that had ever come to the City of Gold at one time. Although celestial dragons usually came, at most 3 celestial dragons would come together. This time, there were 10 of them. The celestial dragons were the reason why Tazalo's City of Gold could continue to operate and be recognized by the world government. Although the people he hated the most were celestial dragons, because he was once a slave of celestial dragons. More importantly, celestial dragons killed the woman he loved the most. Back then, Tazalo had no money and couldn't protect his true love, so he had the same distorted values as Doflamingo. However, in this world, this kind of values could be said to be the most normal. Because in this world, many places were hell on earth, and many people grew up in hell on earth. Therefore, it was nonsense to make people who lived in hell on earth have so-called kindness and love. Most people walked all the way to the dark side. Anti and the young pirate emperor won't have any conflict, right? Tazalo was also paying attention to the 2 pirate emperors. There were rules here that forbade them from fighting. If they wanted to fight, they would have to fight in the sea outside the Big Desalo. This time, there were tens of thousands of pirates and other forces. People were relatively honest, and Tizalo could completely suppress them. The city of gold has a lot of gold, and as a person who awakened the gold fruit, Tizalo can turn all the gold of the big Desalo into his own weapons, so on this giant ship, he can almost be said to be a god. As for other terrifying people besides Auntie and Ling Bai, Tizalo didn't know. Anyway, he only saw Auntie and Ling Bai, and he didn't pay attention to the others. However, Auntie and the others also came here to play. Auntie just wanted to see what desserts there were in the city of gold, but she met Ling Bai here. At this time, Ling Bai was sitting at a round table. When the people around saw that the young emperor came, they all retreated, so no one dared to sit at the surrounding dozens of round tables. If I knew this, I would have bought a mask and worn it. Ling Bai sighed. Obviously, everyone was afraid of him as the pirate emperor. Of course, there were many pirates who wanted to go up and hug his thigh, but no one dared to do so. As long as one person went up, the others would definitely flock to him. The opportunity to ride on someone's coattails was not always there. Sometimes, riding on someone's coattails would allow one to soar. Even with the reputation of the emperor, it was enough to make one's life flourish in the new world. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard, as if the ground was shaking at the same time. People looked at the direction of the sound, and they didn't expect it to be Auntie, and the direction she was walking towards was where Ling Bai was. Auntie 5.7, she's here. Everyone began to tremble. It seems that the two pirate emperors are going to confront each other. At this time, the two of them directly face to face. What will happen? Tizalo on the stage was also nervous. If the two monsters fight, then this year's party will be ruined. Will they destroy the city of gold? Tizalo didn't know. Soon, Auntie sat opposite Ling Bai, and behind her were Katakuri and the others. Now, the distance between the two of them was only 5 meters. The space suddenly became quiet. There was a suffocating sense of deathly stillness. Mama! Mama! At this time, Auntie broke the silence with her terrifying laughter. Do you want to have dinner with me? Old woman. Chapter 163. Ling Bai directly called her an old woman. Auntie is now a woman in her 60s with wrinkles all over her body. However, she has been fighting since she was 5 years old, and there are no scars on her body. It's impossible to say that she hasn't encountered powerful enemies, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to reach the top of the world. Ordinary human children have been upgraded into monsters. Auntie is really extraordinary. She awakened Conqueror's Haki at the age of 5. She's really a natural king. Auntie has another nickname, Steel Balloon. Her defense is quite terrible, on par with Kaido, or does she have a defense that surpasses Kaido's? Ling Bai looked at the woman who was even larger than an elephant sitting in front of her. Zeus the Thundercloud and Prometheus the Sun were floating on her shoulders. Behind her were her children. Of course, not all of them were present. After all, Cake Island had to be guarded by someone. Now that it was time for the 4 generals to serve dessert, only Katakuri had come. Hey, our mother is not an old woman. Charlotte Owen, who has a short temper, spoke. Ling Bai called Auntie an old woman, which made him unhappy, and many of his brothers and sisters were unhappy. Yes. Our mother is not an old woman. Other members of the Charlotte family also said. Katakuri, who was silent and calm, raised his hand to signal them to be quiet. Katakuri, who is second only to Auntie in terms of status and power, his order is still very useful, and Owen and the others immediately became quiet. The emperor who defeated Kaido, Ling Bai. Auntie smiled, she sat there, releasing a strong oppressive aura. Yes. Ling Bai also smiled. Last time in the Den Mushi, you robbed the Fishman Island from me. I thought you would come to Cake Island, I didn't expect to see you here. Auntie continued. I will go to Cake Island soon, and at that time, I may pull you down from the altar, Queen of the Tata Land Kingdom, Auntie Charlotte Linlin. Ling Bai crossed his legs, his posture was a bit arrogant. The people around them were frightened. After all, the two pirate emperors seemed to be in a state of confrontation. They didn't know what would happen next. War? Or peace? At this moment, many people were feeling uneasy. At this moment, the woman shouted towards the stage behind her, Tetsalo, serve the dishes. I want to have dinner with this man. Hearing Auntie's voice, Tezalo on the stage couldn't help but be stunned, but soon he was relieved. At least for now, the situation is still relatively good, and there is no powerful conflict between the two pirate emperors. Therefore, Tizalo immediately ordered his subordinates to serve the dishes to the table of the middle-aged woman. Of course, it was already night time, and it was time for the dishes to be served. This huge venue was located in a huge, luxurious building in the Golden City. It was not open air. Soon, dish after dish of delicacies were served. Moreover, in order to cater to the aunties' food preferences, Tetsalo had specially prepared the most delicious desserts. The entire New World knew that aunties loved desserts the most. They would even go crazy because they didn't have desserts. They would even kill their own children. One could only imagine how terrifying the aunties were. Ma. Ling Bai, it's my treat this time. The next time we meet, we might not be so nice. The auntie smiled. Ling Bai didn't say anything. She directly picked up a glass of wine, shook it a few times, and drank it. This is the most famous wine in the New World, and the price is 1 million berries per bottle. Naturally, it's not something that ordinary people can afford. Doflamingo once gave Ling Bai a box of 12 bottles to show their sincerity in cooperation some time ago. At this time, Tizalo also came and walked to the side of the table. Your Excellencies, please enjoy. Tizalo made a very gentlemanly gesture. Not everyone is qualified to make Tizalo act like this. Tazalo was an extremely arrogant man because he had endless wealth and controlled the lives of countless people. Therefore, he viewed himself as a god and controlled everything. Naturally, he was arrogant. But now, he had lowered his head slightly. At the same time, the other tables were also served. It was time to eat. However, there are two extremely dangerous giants in the New World. Even the most ferocious pirates in the New World have to be restrained at this moment. On the other side, a mature beauty in a Cheongsam also came here. The huge hall seemed to be endless. It's Momozagi. Her goal is very simple. She came to find Ling Bai. Ling Bai must be here. Momozagi looked around, and sure enough, he saw her. However, when he saw that Ling Bai was facing Auntie, he couldn't help but feel nervous. That woman. Momozagi's face changed. Auntie's fierce reputation began nearly 60 years ago. At that time, the Marine couldn't do anything to that terrifying 5-year-old monster. Momozagi quickened his pace. At the same time, the Marine also saw her. It was the first time they saw Momozagi wearing different clothes, and they were instantly infatuated. Momozagi was the dream lover of countless Marine men. Just being able to talk to her would make many Marine men happy to death. However, no one could enter Momozagi's eyes. Even Toki Cake, who was impeccable in terms of reputation, merit, and strength, couldn't win Momozagi's heart. Seeing Momozagi's dress today, Toki Cake was also stunned. Momozagi was so beautiful today. Toki Cake had known Momozagi for more than 20 years, and this was the first time he saw Momozagi change her usual clothes. However, Toki Cake found that Momozagi was hurrying towards Ling Bai. Toki Cake was also a little confused and wanted to follow. When Toki Cake saw Momozagi arrive at Ling Bai's side, then sit down, and was hugged by Ling Bai, Toki Cake couldn't help but be even more confused. Then, his heart ached. That was the feeling of having one's heart broken. Although he didn't understand what had happened, that feeling naturally appeared. On the other side, Momozagi sat next to Ling Bai, and Ling Bai put one hand on her shoulder and took her over. For Ling Bai's move, Momozagi, who was repulsed yesterday, unconsciously leaned closer to Ling Bai at this moment. Even if this guy is a pirate villain. I thought you pulled up your pants and didn't recognize me. If that's the case, I will go to Wanakuni and cut you down. Momozagi's words were also direct, unlike Hiwa's coy words. Of course not. Ling Bai said with a smile. Momozagi was the woman he had his eyes on. To him, she was of great value. If he could instigate her, even if he took his time, she would be of great use to him in the future. After all, Momozagi was a great swordsman. Ling Bai did not need too many women. He wanted beautiful women, but not vases. He wanted women who could work for him, not women who were useless. Big Mom, what do you mean now? At this moment, Momozagi also said to the auntie. She was a grandmaster swordsman. Even if she had a conflict with the middle-aged woman, even if she couldn't defeat her, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a short period of time. Momozagi was rather confident in her own strength. Is a reserve admiral also hanging out with a big pirate? It seems that the relationship between the two of you is quite suspicious. Well, the Anta mocked. Momozagi used to be in charge of marine work in part of the New World's waters. In the New World, she was also a famous marine. Because she was a woman, she left a deeper impression on people. The auntie also recognized Momozagi. So what? Momozagi argued and said a few words for her man. Is it wrong? Of course, if Naval Headquarters and the higher UPS ask, Momozagi will also say that she sacrificed herself to completely eradicate Ling Yu at the right time. The rising momentum of this pirate is quite fierce, and the support behind him is very terrible. A beauty trap is something that men can never refuse. Momozagi is still very confident in her beauty. Momozagi even thought about how to explain it on the way here. There is no doubt that Ling Bai is the person who shook Momozagi's soul and heart, but this is also the terrible thing about Ling Bai, but Momozagi doesn't know it. It is said that the eyes are the window of a person's soul, and Ling Bai's eyes are so clear. He didn't lie, right? Momozagi didn't know that she was deceived by Ling Bai, and for Ling Bai, she was also a new prey. Although even Ling Bai was a little surprised, he didn't expect Momozagi to be so easy to catch. But it also saved him a lot of trouble. Well. The auntie's laughter was still strange and unique. The dinner went on in this subtle confrontation. The two pirate emperors sat at the same table, which had never happened before. People were worried that the two worlds' top existences would fight. However, in the end, they didn't fight. Chapter 164. After more than an hour, dinner was officially over, and Ling Bai left. As for Auntie, their relationship is still stable. Even if there will be a war, it's not the time now. This is the first time they met. Ling Bai is not in a hurry to attack Auntie. However, to rule the whole new world, the other pirate emperors must be defeated. Ling Bai intends to kill Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. As for Auntie, Ling Bai thinks that there is a possibility of cooperation between them, just like the crazy Kaido, but he doesn't know where Kaido is now. After eating, Ling Bai and Auntie had a few words before leaving. Naturally, Momozagi followed suit. Auntie, that woman is called a steel balloon. Did you notice that she has no scars on her body? She's an absolute monster. Momozagi reminded. I know. Ling Bai laughed. Moreover, Ling Bai, who is familiar with the original work, may know more about it than Momozagi, who was born and raised in the pirate world. If Auntie doesn't have a strong defense, then she has a strong recovery power. However, that's it. Strong defense and recovery power doesn't mean much. For example, Garp, in the original work, he can be injured by an ordinary pirate, but Garp's strength is the best in the world. Be careful, I know you are strong, but don't be too arrogant. Momozagi reminded. Are you planning to betray Marine? I'm a big bad guy. Ling Bai leaned close to her ear and whispered, Momozagi, are you convinced by him? You. Momozagi glared at him, but when Ling Bai said that, Momozagi was a little confused. At this time, just as Ling Bai and the others were about to leave, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd, and words like celestial dragons were vaguely heard. The words, celestial dragons, piqued Ling Bai's curiosity. She looked over and saw that the crowd was forced to disperse. Among them were 10 fat, drunk dragon openers. No one dared to approach the celestial dragons. After all, nothing good would come out of provoking the celestial dragons. Even walking in front of them might be considered a sin. In this world, since 800 years ago, the celestial dragons were the sky. They were the sky, the gods of this world. Except for the pirate emperors of the new world, who might not be afraid of any celestial dragons, everyone else should stay away from them. At this time, the fat celestial dragons were heading towards Ling Bai, because Ling Bai was right in the middle of the walkway. Given the status of the celestial dragons, Tzalo would definitely not allow them to be in such a place. The celestial dragons would probably not want to be in the same position as the lowly mortals in their eyes. They would rather be received in a more luxurious place. The celestial dragons are here, let's go. She didn't want to have anything to do with the celestial dragons, otherwise, it would be troublesome, so Momozagi pulled Ling Bai, but Ling Bai didn't move. Ling Bai just whispered to Momozagi, last time, I killed 3 celestial dragons. What? Momozagi froze in place, her head exploded, and her face was full of shock. At this time, Ling Bai also let go of Momozagi's hand and walked towards the drunk celestial dragons. On the other side, several guards came up from behind the celestial dragons. They were there to protect the celestial dragons. At the same time, the celestial dragons were walking towards Ling Bai, and Ling Bai was also walking towards the celestial dragons. Will something happen? Everyone looked at Ling Bai. The middle-aged woman smiled evilly. Tizalo's expression changed. The others were curious, afraid, and expectant. He's not going to attack the celestial dragons, is he? This. Tizalo also quickly walked towards Ling Bai. He was afraid that Ling Bai would attack the celestial dragons. If that happened, Tizalo would be in trouble. Things were always unpredictable. He himself wanted to attack the celestial dragons and even kill them. But even Tizalo couldn't bear it. Because if he attacked the celestial dragons, the world government would have a reason to send the Marine Admiral to arrest him. He could manipulate gold in a large amount of wealth in the world. He was a threat to the world government's rule. Therefore, the 5 elders had been looking for a reason to get rid of Tizalo. However, before Tizalo could reach Ling Bai, Ling Bai's hand landed on the celestial dragon's hood. This is glass, right? You don't want to breathe the air of mortals. Ling Bai sneered. Then, he released his vibrating power. The scale wasn't very large, but the glass shattered on the spot. The glass shards exploded on the celestial dragon's face. The celestial dragon's face was directly disfigured. A part of the glass shards pierced his face. The stinging pain instantly woke him up. The celestial dragons screamed. Everyone was stunned. Countless people present were scared out of their wits. The crowd suddenly quieted down. Only the celestial dragon's screams could be heard. Tizalo was stunned. He unconsciously stopped in his tracks. He didn't expect Ling Bai, the pirate emperor, to really attack the celestial dragons. This had never happened before. Although the pirate emperors occupied a part of the New World's sea, they had never touched the celestial dragons. However, at this time, the middle-aged woman's eyes widened. Even she felt that it was unbelievable. Ling Bai! Momonosuke shouted. Just as she was about to stop Ling Bai from attacking, Ling Bai pushed the celestial dragons away and quickly pulled out the red version of the Heaven-Span Cloud Sword. Shua! Ling Bai's movements were as smooth as flowing water. She decapitated the celestial dragons with a single slash. The celestial dragons' heads were tossed high into the air. Before the heads fell to the ground, Ling Bai's body turned into a blur and rushed into the midst of the celestial dragon's guards. At the same time, she continued to attack with her heaven-warping cloud sword. In just 2 seconds, 6 celestial dragons' guards were cut in half at the waist. Being cut in half at the waist was a very painful way to die. This was because from the moment one was cut in half at the waist, an ordinary person could only die after dozens of seconds. And during these dozens of seconds, one would struggle in terrible pain. That kind of feeling could be imagined. Of course, that was for ordinary people. The people in the world of One Piece were not ordinary people like in Ling Bai's previous life, and the guards of celestial dragons were even more extraordinary. The pain of being cut in half would torture them for a long time. Gulp. At this time, the head of the celestial dragons just fell to the ground. And the celestial dragons naturally died with their eyes wide open. At this moment, everyone was simply stunned and shocked. In fact, no one present had seen the death of the celestial dragons with their own eyes, let alone witnessing the cruel death of the celestial dragons with their own eyes. Chapter 165. He actually killed the celestial dragons. Even the auntie was shocked. She thought that Ling Bai would simply attack the celestial dragons. She did not expect Ling Bai to not only attack the celestial dragons, but also be decapitated by the celestial dragons. This is crazy. He's just like Rocks. Killed the celestial dragons. The auntie immediately thought of Rocks. He had killed many celestial dragons in the past. When the auntie was still young, she followed Rocks. Even the auntie was shocked, not to mention her children behind her. Everyone could not stay calm. They were all paralyzed with fear as they stared at Ling Bai. Their breathing became rapid, and some of them were even trembling. Celestial dragons were dead. What did that mean? Admiral was attacking. However, it would not be easy for Admiral to come here. However, the aftermath would be very serious and unpredictable. At the same time, the reporters realized that this was definitely the most important news. The celestial dragons were dead. This was the first time in history. Of course, the last time 3 celestial dragons died, they were also killed by Ling Bai. No one knew about this, so this was the first time the celestial dragons had died. It was an unnatural death. Something big is going to happen this time. Tizalo frowned. Things had already happened, and there was no point in doing anything now. They could only blame the fat pig for being the celestial dragons. As for the celestial dragons, they could only be slowly tortured to death by the pain of being cut in half at the waist. Ling Bai put away the heavenward cloud sword. At the same time, a terrifying wave of conquerors' haki swept out in all directions like a prehistoric flood that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Ling Bai's conquerors' haki came crashing down. Not many people could avoid it. 10 seconds later, there were only 100 or 200 people left from the tens of thousands of onlookers. There were only a few marine, some of the anti-pirates, Tizalo, and a few of his men, and some strong fighters left. Let's go, Jun. Ling Bai waved at Momonosuke, who had yet to recover from her shock. Ling Bai had no choice but to pull her over. Ling Bai, what did you do? Ling Bai raised his voice. Didn't you see it all? There are some things that a woman should not ask. As my woman, what you should do is to support and assist me unconditionally. Ling Bai's tone was domineering. You won't be able to escape from me, Jun. Including this celestial dragon, I've already killed 4 celestial dragons. Of course, if there are other celestial dragons on this ship, I'll kill them too. Aren't you, afraid? Momonosuke was very uneasy. She still hadn't reacted to it. She was afraid. But even he had never had. How can she not be shocked? She even felt afraid and uneasy. Ling Bai pulled Momonosuke away in a daze. However, as they left, Ling Bai saw the Golden Emperor, Tizalo. Tizalo was his target. If he could win Tizalo over, he could go to Golden City tomorrow and go to Sky Island to find Enel. As for killing the celestial dragons. So what if the Marine Admiral or the world government came? Can they do anything to Ling Bai? Ling Bai walked towards Tizalo. At this moment, Tizalo's expression wasn't too good. After all, a celestial dragon had died. However, after Ling Bai used Conqueror's haki to kill countless people, Tizalo's fear of Ling Bai's strength had lessened. That Conqueror's haki was too powerful. You're really bold. You even killed the celestial dragons. It's my first time seeing them. Tizalo said helplessly when he saw Ling Bai coming over. The wisest thing for you to do is to push all the blame to me. Do you understand? Ling Bai laughed. That's right. Actually, it won't affect me too much. Tizalo admitted. How about joining my force, Tizalo? I have high hopes for you. Also, I have a big plan. Ling Bai smiled and walked over to Tizalo. At the same time, he let go of Momonosuke. 10 seconds later, Ling Bai and Tizalo were face to face. They were only 1 meter apart. At this distance, their conversation wouldn't be overheard by others. As a former slave of the celestial dragons, even your beloved was cruelly tortured to death by the celestial dragons. Even after so many years have passed, you still can't get over it, right, Tetsalo? Ling Bai said. You. How did you know? 0. Begging for fresh flowers. Tizalo was shocked and even felt uneasy because what Ling Bai said were all secrets hidden in the deepest part of his heart. How could Ling Bai know? How do I know? Is that important? What's important is that I want to become the only king of this world. When that happens, I'll kill all the celestial dragons in Marie-Joyce. What do you think? Kill all the celestial dragons. Tizalo couldn't believe it. He, who was usually calm, couldn't stay calm tonight. Even now, his heart was racing. Killing the celestial dragons was something he had always wanted to do. The celestial dragons were his enemies, but now, he had to pay protection fees to the celestial dragons. This way, his golden city would be recognized by the world government and he would be able to run it well. Why did he have to curry favor with the celestial dragons even though he hated them? 0. Why? At this moment, Tizalo was excited. Do you want to join me? At that time, we will kill our way to Marie-Joyce and overthrow all the rulers. I will sit on the new throne and become the only king of the world, and you will become one of the founders of a new era. At this moment, Tizalo didn't say anything. He just stared fixedly at Ling Bai. Of course, Ling Bai felt that Tizalo wouldn't agree immediately. At the very least, he needed time to consider. I'll wait for you. I'll leave the Golden City tomorrow. By then, you can give me an answer. Or, you can contact Wano-kuni. My subordinates, do you trust me? In this world, there's nothing I don't dare to do. As for someone as crazy as you, it's time for you to release your madness, right? Ling Bai laughed. Tizalo didn't know what to say. To be honest, he was a little tempted. After Ling Bai finished speaking, she pulled Momonosuke away. After returning home, Momonosuke suddenly scolded Ling Bai. In the end, she was so anxious that she was about to cry. Because he had killed the celestial dragons for nothing. However, Ling Bai was also very direct. Following that, he unleashed a barrage of attacks on Momonosuke. It wasn't until the next morning that Ling Bai finally let Momonosuke off the hook. Then, Ling Bai left. After leaving the Golden King Hotel, Ling Bai learned from the heated discussion about the death of a celestial dragon that there were a total of 10 celestial dragons that had come to the Golden City. In other words, there were more. In order to show her sincerity to the world government, Ling Bai planned to kill the other 9 as well. Chapter 166. Golden City, Celestial Dragons Reception. This place was specially used to receive the celestial dragons. Not long after the Golden City appeared, it had an important relationship with the celestial dragons. As the world's largest entertainment center, the Golden City didn't want to be disturbed by the world government and the marine, so the recognition of the celestial dragons was very important. Like Sabayati Archipelago, the Golden City is almost illegal, but it's not as evil as Sabayati Archipelago. At this time, in the luxurious celestial dragons reception, the remaining 9 celestial dragons were extremely angry. They didn't sleep since last night because one of their family members died. He was killed by a daring pirate. Moreover, he didn't even have a complete corpse. His head was separated from his body and his death was extremely tragic. This saint doesn't care if that pirate is a pirate emperor or not. This saint only needs you to bring his head to us. A middle-aged celestial dragon said angrily. In front of him was Tizalo with his hands in his pockets. The celestial dragon that was killed yesterday was his son. His son died, so you can imagine how angry he was. At this time, Tizalo had his hands in his pockets, wearing a white gentleman's hat, sunglasses, and a white suit. It has to be said that Tizalo's posture is very arrogant. Although he has to pay the protection fee to the celestial dragons, it doesn't mean that he has to bow to them. When it's time to be arrogant, he has to be arrogant. Just last night, the celestial dragons called the 5 elders and told them. Ling Bai, one of the 4 emperors, killed a celestial dragon. This had never happened before. Even the famous emperors of the previous generations had not touched the celestial dragons. But now, Ling Bai had killed the celestial dragons. Then, Marie Joys of the Holy Land flew into a rage. However, Ling Bai didn't know about this, nor did it affect him in the slightest. Sorry, I can't do it. Tizalo shook his head in refusal. The celestial dragons were asking him to hand over Ling Bai's head. They were asking for too much. To be honest, Tizalo never thought that the pirate emperors would actually be celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons dared to provoke the emperors, then the celestial dragons would only end up dead. Don't think that the emperor is afraid of the world government. Look at the white-beard pirates who dared to declare war on the naval headquarters. Look at the Straw Hat Kid who dared to declare war on the N-Ice lobby. The courage of pirates is not something that the celestial dragons can imagine. You. Tetsalo. This saint orders you to bring me the head of that pirate. The middle-aged celestial dragons was exasperated. He did not expect Tizalo to reject him. He was the supreme celestial dragons. A person who has ignited the wrath of the gods should not remain in this world. Another celestial dragon said indifferently. They are the descendants of the gods. Now that a noble celestial dragon was killed by a lowly mortal, there is no doubt that the gods are angry. Moreover, he was cruelly killed in front of a group of mortals. In short, they must get back at him. The other celestial dragons also spoke up. They all wanted Ling Bai's head. Tizalo just sneered. Let's not talk about whether he should follow the celestial dragon's wishes or not. How could he not know his own strength? Last night, Ling Bai had already sent him an invitation, which caused him to be unable to sleep the entire night. Celestial dragons, shouldn't they be killed? Did he have to bow down to the celestial dragons? Wasn't this rotten world the result of the existence of the celestial dragons, the cancer of the world, for a long time? A celestial dragon that has been rotten for hundreds of years, the decay of this world has long been incurable. At this time, the door of the reception room was pushed open. Soon after, an extremely handsome young man walked in, and then the door was closed. Tizalo just saw Ling Bai, and the celestial dragons had their backs to Ling Bai. Behind the celestial dragons was a group of guards, and this time, of course, there were several members of the CPO. The movement of the door naturally alarmed everyone. However, when the celestial dragons and their guards turned their heads, Ling Bai had already pulled out the red version of the heavenly cloud sword. When it's not a big battle, he generally won't take Shijir with him, so the heavenly cloud sword can be used as a swordsman's sword. And it's very convenient. Just as Ling Bai was standing next to Tizalo, their heads fell to the ground one after another. Then, their bodies fell to the ground. More than 20 lives came to an abrupt end. None of your guards can do it, maybe I'm too strong. The CP0 members are also strong and weak, Rob Lucci and Stussy should be special, and other members, such as the former CP9 member Keiku, are average in strength. The sudden massacre, the celestial dragons didn't even have time to react. However, it wasn't until a minute later that they reacted. The celestial dragon standing in the middle was smashed by Ling Bai's foot, and then stepped on his face. The huge trampling force directly blew the celestial dragon's whole body and finally landed on the wall, and his head was smashed when it hit the golden wall. His brain mixed with blood stuck to the wall. A celestial dragons died on the spot. I've never been afraid of you, draconic dragon. Ling Bai smiled, and the heavenly cloud sword was on the neck of the celestial dragons who just talked to Tizalo. At this time, the middle-aged celestial dragons and the other celestial dragons finally woke up, and a huge sense of crisis hit their hearts in an instant, and even made them tremble. I am. Celestial dragons. The middle-aged celestial dragons trembled, and the arrogance and anger just now was swept away, only endless fear. A celestial dragon's head, how can they not be afraid? The celestial dragons, who lived in Marineford, were absolutely spoiled. How could they withstand the threat of death at this moment? How arrogant they were before, how scared they are now. Are you gods? It is said that gods live in the heavens, and you live on the earth. Are you gods? Ling Bai sneered, and then, without waiting for the middle-aged celestial dragons to speak, the heavenly cloud sword pierced the heart of the female celestial dragons next to him. Directly, another celestial dragon's life stopped. The action was simple, and the speed was fast. Ling Bai felt a little refreshed in his heart. After all, killing celestial dragons is more exciting than killing ordinary pirates. He believes that there are few people in the world who don't want to kill draconic dragons. Chapter 167. In less than a minute, 2 celestial dragons had died in front of him. At this moment, Tizalo could no longer stay calm. However, it was not because he was shocked to see the celestial dragons being killed again. Instead, it was because he was excited. Seeing the celestial dragons die in front of him, Tizalo fell into a state of ecstasy. When he was young, his first love, Stella, was enslaved by the celestial dragons. 3 years later, she also died in the hands of the celestial dragons. This shattered Tizalo's dream. His hatred for the celestial dragons was also bone deep. However, the funny thing was that later on, when he owned the Golden City, the celestial dragons became his protective umbrella to a certain extent. At this moment, seeing the celestial dragons being killed in front of him, Tizalo was excited and excited. He even had a kind of expectation. He wanted to kill a celestial dragon with his own hands. He even wanted to kill all the celestial dragons in front of him with his own hands. Another one of their kind had died, and it was right next to them. The remaining celestial dragons were all trembling. We are, honorable, honorable. The middle-aged celestial dragon was trembling all over. He had lived for half his life and had never been this scared before. He had never seen anyone who dared to attack the celestial dragons, and even kill them, the descendants of God. His lips were trembling, and he was stuttering when he spoke. Honorable what? Ling Bai's foot landed on his glass helmet and shattered it. Then, the sole of his shoe landed on his face and stepped on his mouth. In Marineford, you can cower, but once you leave Marineford, you are nothing. Ling Bai looked at the celestial dragons as if he was looking at trash. Then, he raised his sword and slashed down. Another female celestial dragon's head was thrown into the air. When the head rolled to the ground, 3 timid celestial dragons immediately peed their pants. Ha, they peed their pants. When Ling Bai saw the water droplets leaking from the celestial dragon's trousers to the ground, Ling Bai laughed out loud. Moreover, The 3 celestial dragons did it simultaneously. The remaining 6 celestial dragons were trembling directly, and they looked at Ling Bai as if they were looking at a demon from hell. At this moment, they finally understood that the person in front of them was not afraid of their so-called descendants of God at all. And Tizalo was indifferent. No matter how stupid the celestial dragons were, at this moment, they knew that Tizalo was definitely not on their side, but on the side of the person who dared to kill the celestial dragons. At this moment, Tizalo's face was filled with madness, giving the celestial dragons a feeling that he was also eager to try. Tizalo, how do you feel? Do you want to try it? The celestial dragons, Ling of course, of the celestial dragons, of God. Ling Bai's, Ling, of dragons. Of dragons is dragons. Of you, I. There was no doubt that Tizalo was also tempted. Only you and I know about this place. If all the celestial dragons die, it will be on my head. The world government won't doubt you, right? Ling Bai also wanted to persuade the celestial dragons to do it. Deo is the most important person to him. Therefore, in his heart, the celestial dragons are the ones he wants to kill the most. If he wants Tizalo to follow him, he must attack Tizalo's heart and soul. And this is the best way to kill the celestial dragons. Of course, a better way is to bring his first love to him. Of course, this is impossible. A man's world should not be dragged down by that kind of vase. I've always wanted to kill the celestial dragons as well. Tizalo smiled and looked at the door. At this moment, the door was closed. Among the living people here, other than the celestial dragons, he and Ling Bai were the only ones left. I've lived for almost 40 years and I've never seen anyone as crazy as you. Tizalo looked up and laughed. Then, the golden liquid on his body surged and quickly formed a sharp golden sword. Tizalo held the golden sword. Under Ling Bai's gaze and the endless fear of the celestial dragons, he swung the sword. After slicing one of the celestial dragons into 2 halves from the top down, Tizalo took a deep breath and swung the sword again. Then, he threw the head of the other celestial dragon into the air. In less than 20 seconds, the lives of the 2 celestial dragons were depleted. Tizalo had killed 2 celestial dragons. In their fear, the remaining 4 celestial dragons screamed in fear, hoping that someone would save them. At the same time, the 4 celestial dragons rushed to the door in fear. However, the door made of gold was naturally under Tizalo's control. Tizalo was the god of the Golden City. His awakened ability allowed him to feel every grain of gold powder in the Golden City and control them. Therefore, no matter how hard the celestial dragons struggled, they could not open the door that was supposed to be easy to open. Therefore, their fate was the same as the other celestial dragons. No matter how they begged or threatened Ling Bai, they could not stop the 2 from slaughtering them. Of the remaining 4 celestial dragons, 3 were killed by Ling Bai, and the last one was killed by Tizalo. So, do you dare to join me? The process will be more exciting. After everything was over, Ling Bai invited Tizalo again. If one day, I can charge into the Marineford and kill the celestial dragons, it's still something to look forward to. Tizalo smiled. Ling Bai understood the meaning behind his words, and Tizalo agreed. You can count this on me. The world government can't do anything to me anyway. Ling Bai smiled. I will take care of it and let your name resound throughout the world once again. An hour later, Ling 240 Bai bought Momonosuke a few more sets of clothes and brought her lunch. He also told her that he was leaving the City of Gold to go to an important place. He also reminded her that the next time they met, Momonosuke had to wear the clothes he bought for her. Of course, Ling Bai did not tell her that he had also made the remaining celestial dragons. This was an unprecedentedly serious situation. 10 celestial dragons had gone to the Golden City, but none of them had returned. In the afternoon, the news of the 10 celestial dragons being executed by Ling Bai swept through the new world with terrifying speed, and then the first half of the Grand Line. Before leaving the Golden City, Ling Bai contacted the 5 elders to provoke them. The other party was enraged, but Ling Bai enjoyed the feeling of being unable to do anything to him despite their anger. I will surpass rocks. Do you guys know each other? This was Ling Bai's last sentence. The 5 elders instantly fell silent. It was a name that had been sealed for a long time and was lost in history. He was a character that lived in the memories of very few people. He had touched too many terrible taboos and was a name that was scarier than Roger. Chapter 168. Holy Land Marie Joyce. This was the place where the world's power gathered. Since 800 years ago, it was the highest point of power. Or it could be said that it was the place where the world's most terrifying power was hidden. 5 Elders Conference Room. When the 5 elders were talking to Ling Bai, the round table that everyone was sitting around was smashed by the old man in the black hat. 5 elders. Sard old man holding the first generation ghost blade, Sky Moon Shang Zone, Kendo Master. Square-faced old man, one of the celestial dragons, Don Quixote family's elder, ancient ability user. Curly-beard old man, Sparshif, special paramecia ability user. Goatee old man, physical technique master, Yajayu Muga Kure, physical technique master. Black hat old man, Oglas, fantasy beast ability user. These 5 people were all immortals who followed Im. They had lived from a long time ago to the present and relied on op fruit to extend their lives. Of course, the so-called immortality effect of the immortality surgery didn't exist. They could only perform the immortality surgery many times to extend their lives. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so old. For a long time, they had never left Holy Land Marijois, and Im was the same. Just now, Ling Bai talked to them. Originally, they were annoyed when a celestial dragon was killed, but Ling Bai took the initiative to contact them. After killing all the celestial dragons, they were furious, but they couldn't do anything to Ling Bai. Therefore, the round table was directly smashed by Oglas in the black hat. In the end, Ling Bai also said a name. This name shocked the 5 old men who were originally angry, and then there was a moment of silence. This name was too terrifying for them, especially when the square-faced old man was caught by rocks and was almost executed on the island of God. He was a celestial dragon. An ancient celestial dragon. His strength had reached the peak, but he, who had lived much longer than rocks, didn't have rocks' strength. The rules of the world seemed to limit the upper limit of people's strength. In this world, the strongest person in history was the mysterious Im, then it was the D-clan who opposed Im 800 years ago, and then it was rocks. Of course, if there was Poseidon, when the ancient weapon fully awakened, his strength would probably be the world's #1. It had to be said that rocks was very strong. When Ling Bai mentioned rocks, the old men fell silent. Back then, Garp and Roger worked together to defeat rocks. Then, Rocks was secretly executed on the Isle of God. In addition, Rocks had already experienced a terrifying battle before his battle with Garp. Otherwise, the 2 of them wouldn't have been able to defeat Rocks back then. Rocks, who wanted to become the king of the world, had a terrifying ambition. Of course, he also had excessive strength. Then, the 5 elders quickly met with Master Im. 10 celestial dragons died at once, and they died in Golden City. Then, nothing could be covered up. The pirates killed the celestial dragons again. In the beginning, Rocks had slaughtered 12 celestial dragons. Some time ago, 3 celestial dragons were killed by a warship that suddenly exploded. Now, 10 celestial dragons were killed by Ling Chu. With the pirates taking the lead to kill the celestial dragons, in the future, there may be more pirates to kill the celestial dragons. This was a challenge to the rule of the gods. The Holy Land, Marijois, in the most sacred building. Standing on a flight of stairs that was tens of meters long, that was the legendary throne, the Void Throne. Of course, it was also called the Empty Throne. The first 20 Wang Shuibing overthrew the brutal rule of the D-clan 800 years ago, hoping to build a peaceful and beautiful world, and let true democracy and justice be implemented in this world, so that countless people could truly enjoy the benefits of democracy. Therefore, there was the world government and the Void Throne. The meaning of the Void Throne was that no one should sit on the throne that symbolized democracy. The power of democracy belonged to the whole world. People were free from the brutal rule of the D-clan. In the future, their lives would eventually be better, and they would enjoy the endless blessings brought by the new ruler for thousands of years. However, the Dragon Slayer eventually became an evil dragon. Of the 20 kings who overthrew the tyrant rule, only one royal family returned to their hometown, Alabasta, and refused to live in the Holy Land of Marijois and had supreme privileges. The former heroes claimed to be God and the Creator, and their descendants claimed to be the descendants of God, celestial dragons, the world's aristocrats, and had the most unparalleled privileges. The Dragon Slayer would eventually become an evil dragon, and the heroes would also decay. Now, on the Void Throne, there was a woman sitting. When the Void Throne was no longer empty, It meant that all democracy had long decayed, and all equality no longer existed. A person with supreme power desired to control the whole world, and all those who obstructed her rule were extinguished as lights. This woman was the so-called Lord Yim of the Five Elders. She was a mysterious existence in the world, even more mysterious than the existence of the ancient weapon. A woman who touched the supreme power. Of course, she also had the supreme emperor might. The most terrifying existence in the world. Only the Five Elders knew that Yim was the ancient weapon Uranus. The ancient weapon Uranus was not some kind of battleship or special weapon like Pluton, but like the Poseidon, it was also an existence with life. It controlled the powerful ancient power, the power of Uranus. The Poseidon had the power to command all Poseidon creatures, and Uranus. Yim was the true god of this world. She was the true body of the ancient weapon. She had an ability that was more terrifying than any devil fruit ability. She had lived for 800 years until now, and she was also an immortal, but she did not use the immortality surgery to survive until now. Now, Yim sat on the void throne, looking coldly at the trembling Five Elders below. They were Yim's butlers, and they had always followed Lord Yim. Now, 800 years had passed, and they were already old men, and they needed the immortality surgery to prolong their lives. However, Yim, this woman, still looked like a young woman. No one would know that this woman was actually a woman from the ancient era. She might have truly stepped into the realm of immortality, and had a life that would never decay. Like Robin, she could also decipher the words of the poneglyph. Of course, her deciphering ability was far superior to Robin's. After all, those words were used daily by the people of that era, and they were now lost words. The Five Elders quickly reported the news of Ling Bai executing 10 celestial dragons to Yim. The old men were all trembling. Generally speaking, unless it was a special occasion, they would not want to meet Yim, because Yim was too terrifying. She was a woman of few words, and she had a cold personality. Although she had not fought for a long time, the Five Elders could feel the terrifying power that was hibernating. They spent the time of the meeting in fear and trepidation. What made the Five Elders puzzled was that Lord Yim did not say anything this time. The Five Elders could not understand the thoughts of the only god in this world. However, silence often meant that something even more terrifying was about to happen. But, who knew? In the depths of the sacred land of Marineford, a place called the Space of Flowers was where Yim lived. When Yim stepped into the Space of Flowers, the huge sea of flowers withered instantly. The colorful sea of flowers, which was originally full of vitality, lost all signs of life. Even Yim's favorite butterflies fell from the sky to the ground and lost all signs of life. Everything was extinguished like a lamp. Yim's maids at the back lowered their heads and trembled. Lord Yim was furious. She did not say anything, and her face did not show any signs of anger. However, less than 30 seconds after the sea of flowers was extinguished, the sea of flowers quickly regenerated, and the dead butterflies flew up again. Nothing had changed. Everything had returned to its original exuberant vitality. That was the mysterious power of the ancient era. Outside the sacred land of Marineford, 2 days later, the news of Ling Bai executing 10 celestial dragons in the Golden City spread throughout the world. From the New World to the first half of the Grand Line, and then to the Four Seas. Everyone knew that the pirate emperor named Ling Bai executed 10 celestial dragons in the Golden City. Such news was unprecedented, because no dragon had ever been killed by him. 10 celestial dragons were all beheaded by Ling Bai in the Golden City. The world was shocked. The revolutionary forces, the marine, the pirates, the dark forces, ordinary people. No one was not shocked. This was already beyond imagination. People would rather believe that Whitebeard was resurrected, but it was hard to imagine that the celestial dragons were killed, and 10 of them at that. That pirate emperor, how arrogant was he? People did not know that 3 of the celestial dragons were actually killed by Tizalo. But at this time, Tizalo had already joined Ling Bai's forces. On the 7th day after Ling Bai left the Golden City, Tizalo personally went to Wano. Of course, that was a matter for later. The world was abuzz with the news about Ling Bai. However, Ling Bai did not know about it. After another day, Ling Bai's ship entered the first half of the Grand Line, and next to it was the Calm Belt. Ling Bai happened to meet the Hydra pirates, who were plundering other pirate forces. The Hydra pirates needed to maintain their survival and development, so they had to go out and plunder other pirate forces. The Hydra pirates were a female pirate country, and they became pirates hundreds of years ago. Ling Bai boarded Shihim's ship while they were still in shock. Ling Bai, who killed 10 celestial dragons, had long been the idol of countless people. The women of the Hydra pirates looked at Ling Bai with admiration, even if they regarded men as enemies. But Ling Bai was not an enemy, and he was naturally easy to have a good impression of. But at this moment, it was different. Ling Bai killed celestial dragons, and he was very good looking. Even the women of the Hydra pirates with abnormal aesthetic standards liked Ling Bai. This pirate emperor looks very friendly and approachable, and he doesn't have any arrogance when he speaks. Moreover, Shihim allowed him to enter the Amazon Lily Island. Therefore, Ling Bai became the only man to enter the Amazon Lily Island. Of course, when the Hydra pirates returned to the Amazon Lily Island, Shihim's room was closed and the door was not allowed to be opened unless Ling Bai and the others opened it. What happened? Anyway, the women on the Amazon Lily Island would not know and would not understand. Shihim had always been afraid of Ling Bai because he knew her terrible secret. Shihim could only let him do whatever he wanted. Anyway, even if Shihim wanted to resist, it was impossible. Her strength was below Ling Bai and even her fruit ability was useless against Ling Bai. Unlike the kindness that Ling Bai showed to the women on the Amazon Lily Island, he showed the terrible side of a demon to Shihim. In front of Ling Bai, Shihim was like a slave. She trembled for several days and was forced to agree to let Ling Bai enter the Amazon Lily Island. Even if Ling Bai killed the celestial dragons, Shihim could not have any feelings of love for him. Of course, she was shocked. Ling Bai was like a demon. He had power, status, and power. Ling Bai, who had gained many things, did not even realize that he had become more cruel and cold-blooded. There was always a dark side to people's hearts. Sometimes, because of certain things, the dark side would be magnified. Shihim was once a slave of the celestial dragons, but what surprised Ling Bai was that she was actually a red ball. Sure enough, the celestial dragons, who disdained to breathe the air of mortals, would not touch those lowly lower realm women. Of course, these celestial dragons were very rare. There were very few of them because this was not the way of a god. When he returned to the Amazon Lily Island, Ling Bai stayed in the palace of the Amazon Lily Island for 3 days. On the third night, after Ling Bai finished eating, he rested on Shihim's thigh while Shihim knelt on the ground. Ling Bai, with his eyes closed, fell asleep unknowingly. The devil has finally fallen asleep. Sigh. In front of Ling Bai, all of Shirji's arrogance vanished. Her self-esteem had been shattered by Ling Bai. Her nobility and pride no longer existed. Ling Bai was finally leaving tomorrow. However, when Shirji thought of this, she suddenly felt a sense of reluctance. She did not know why. Not long after, Grandma Jia arrived. Shirji, is he asleep? Granny Cauldron wanted to discuss an important matter with Ling Bai, but it would be troublesome if Ling Bai fell asleep. After all, she didn't know if the tyrant would be angry if she was woken up. Over the past few days, Shirji had become a tool for Ling Bai to release her endless primitive desires. The old granny naturally knew. Only the others did not know. When Shirji's 2 sisters told her about what had happened on the ship, she immediately understood. Only they were kept in the dark. He's asleep. Shirji gently massaged Ling Bai's cheeks. Shirji, I have something important to say. Granny Careless said. What do you want to say? Granny Careless then said her thoughts. Recently, the new Fleet Admiral Akainu took office. This marine boss was not pleasing to the eyes of all pirates, and naturally, he was not pleasing to the eyes of the Shishibukai. Therefore, there were some rumors that he wanted to abolish the Shishibukai system and eradicate all the Shishibukai who enjoyed privileges. However, Granny Careless also had a hunch that the Shishibukai system would be abolished even without Akainu. The world government's latest battleship has been able to enter the Com Belt. Last time, Vice Admiral Mole's battleship entered the Com Belt to take Shirji to participate in the war. In the future, if the Shishibukai system is abolished, then Amazon Lily Island, as a pirate country, will also be attacked. In the past, Amazon Lily Island was protected by the Com Belt, but now it is obviously not possible. What is the nature of pirates? Amazon Lily Island is full of women, who will protect them. The only people who can fight in Amazon Lily Island are Shirji and her 2 sisters, and the others are not much stronger than ordinary male pirates. The strength of the women in Amazon Lily Island is not bad, but it is obviously impossible for a female pirate force to protect a country. In any case, Amazon Lily Island will suffer. If Ling Bai can protect Amazon Lily Island, it will naturally be best, and he can protect Amazon Lily Island for a long time. It is not easy to make a living in this world, especially for women. Whether it is a female pirate or a female marine, the power of women in this world is far weaker than that of men. Then, you want me to continue to sacrifice myself? Shirji glared at Granny Careless and said angrily, but she didn't dare to speak loudly for fear of waking up Ling Bai. Shirji, this is not a child's play, and your relationship with him has developed to this point. Presumably, he will agree to your request, right? Granny Careless was helpless. The pirate emperor is so cruel that he even cut off the heads of celestial dragons. So, how can she dare to say this to Ling Bai herself? The world's unprecedented madman, he is still alive and kicking. Who can do anything to him? I want to rest. Shirji ordered the guests to leave. In the end, Granny Careless could only leave helplessly. Shirji didn't dare to wake up Ling Bai, she didn't even dare to move her legs, and her kneeling posture remained unchanged. She clearly hated Ling Bai to the core, but she continued to stare at Ling Bai. Thinking that she won't have to see this demon tomorrow, Shirji didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The next day, when Ling Bai woke up, Shirji, who didn't sleep all night, couldn't stand up because of the pain in her legs. Didn't sleep? Ling Bai looked at Shirji. I just woke up. Shirji said coldly. By the way, I am leaving today, I don't know when we will meet again, you can go to Wanakuni to find me. Oh, I will make breakfast for you. No need, your culinary skills are too lousy. Okay. Kr. Shirji was hit hard and couldn't say anything for a while. In the future, if the naval headquarters or the world government asks you to do anything, don't worry about them. After all, you are my woman, I will protect you. Of course, you have to be strong. Okay, although you are already very strong, don't think that is enough. Ling Bai reminded her one last time. Then, Ling Bai washed up and left the Amazon Snake Island. He stayed here for a few days, eating, living, and having fun. He had to admit that the Amazon Snake Island was heaven on earth. Of course, this would also be his territory. Ling Bai didn't know that in his last words to Shirji, "You are my woman, I will protect you," made Shirji, who originally rejected him, tremble in her heart. That was the feeling of being moved. Ling Bai didn't know. After all, he never cared. Moreover, how would he know that his casual words would directly touch the deepest part of Shirji's heart? Shirji's appearance was extremely arrogant, but her heart was also extremely fragile. She just didn't show it. As for Ling Bai, his idea was that this extremely arrogant woman should be ruthlessly conquered. Ling Bai wouldn't talk about romantic relationships. After leaving the Amazon Snake Island, Ling Bai directly flew into the sky. He wanted to rely on his flying ability to land on Sky Island. He found that his flying ability was very strong. He could even fly up to 10,000 meters in the air, just like Kaido's ability to ride the clouds. Therefore, Ling Bai didn't need to go to Sky Island this time. He wanted to use the rising sea currents like Luffy and the others in the original work. This time, he had to borrow Enel first. He just didn't know if he had returned to Sky Island. In the original work, she seemed to have really reached the so-called infinite land. Enel, that kind of god with cerebral palsy, always thought that he was the strongest. The Blue Ocean people below Sky Island were all ants, even more ignorant than the celestial dragons. It was undeniable that Enel was too strong, and he was also a genius. It was just that he was invincible on Sky Island later on, so he directly became lazy. Chapter 169. One Piece's World, Outer Space. On the moon, Enel was sitting on the surface of the moon, bored. Behind him were robots walking around. After being defeated by Luffy, Enel went to the so-called Infinite Land, which was the moon. Enel also successfully landed on the moon. His golden airship could fly as long as there was electricity, and Enel was the one who could control the lightning. After landing on the moon, Enel destroyed a space pirate group. Of course, this so-called space pirate group was easily destroyed by Enel. After that, Enel discovered that there was actually a civilization on the moon. There was a huge pit on the moon, and inside it was the underground civilization of the moon that had stopped in history. It was a huge city. Enel also found countless robots and murals on the walls. He saw prehistoric humans with wings like the people of Sky Island. Enel released a huge amount of lightning and made the whole city run. The densely packed robots all called Enel God, and Enel had successfully achieved his goal of ruling over the boundless land. However, as time passed, Enel gradually felt the boredom of the days. Because the moon was full of holes and there was no life. Enel was only accompanied by countless robots. Enel felt bored. The infinite land was not as good as he thought. It was far worse than the beautiful Sky Island. However, even if he was bored, Enel did not have the idea of going back to Sky Island. At least not for now. At this time, Enel was sitting on the surface of the moon, looking at the direction of the planet. It was a huge sphere. If he did not fly out into space, he would not know that the world was round, and he would not know that he had been living in an unimaginably huge sphere. Enel was the first person to land on the moon in One Piece's world. His small step was a big step for the entire One Piece world. Of course, the One Piece world was full of fighting and killing, so they did not care about the moon. Enel also became the Moon King. When Luffy was still eager to become the so-called Pirate King, Enel had already become the Moon King. On the other side, on Sky Island, Ling Bai was destined to not be able to find Enel. That guy had left Sky Island. In the original work, Ling Bai knew that Enel had indeed arrived on the moon, but he did not know when he would arrive. There was indeed an unknown civilization on the moon. Ling Bai walked around Sky Island, which had entered a peaceful period, and left Sky Island. He could only wait to find Enel in the future. Ling Bai felt that with the power of the system, he might be able to meet Enel in the future. As for Ling Bai flying to the moon, it was impossible. Enel is just a special case, and the universe pirates that Enel encountered also relied on the power of technology. The development of technology in this world was very strange. It could be advanced to the ultimate level, such as the pacifist robots. Of course, there could also be even more advanced, or even more terrifying, such as the ancient weapon Pluton, which had existed for 800 years. That legendary battleship was also the power of technology. However, the guns in this world were still very backward. Ling Bai's way of leaving Sky Island was also very simple. He directly relaxed himself, closed his eyes, and jumped down. The speed was getting faster and faster, and the impact was also increasing. Below, it was the first half of the Grand Line. At this time, just below Ling Bai's fall, a battleship was surrounded by 4 pirate ships. The rampant pirates even dared to attack a battleship. Of course, there were many such things in the world. At this time, Marine on the battleship was nervous, and the person in charge of the battleship was the newly appointed Marine Rear Admiral Hina of the Naval Headquarters. At this time, the beautiful Hina was seen by the leader of the pirate group surrounding the battleship. The leader was a bald man. Since the Naval Headquarters moved to the New World, the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line seemed to have become a lot more arrogant. Hateful pirates, Hina is very angry. Whether it was Hina's tone or her eyes, she was full of anger towards the pirates. That marine beauty is simply too beautiful, it would be great if I could get her. The leader of the pirate group laughed loudly, and it was difficult to hide his desire for Hina in his tone. However, at this time, Ling Bai, who fell from a high altitude, hit the ship where the leader of the pirates was. Boom! The whole pirate ship exploded. The bald captain's head was smashed by a piece of the deck, and he died directly. The other pirates also suffered different degrees of casualties. The sudden explosion made everyone unable to react in time. The pirate ship was directly destroyed, and the sea was shaken by it. Ouch, it hurts a little. Ling Bai stood up from the broken ship. At this moment, Marine and the other pirates saw Ling Bai standing up. At this moment, everyone's face changed. The pirate emperor. Ling Bai. Why is he here? Whether it was Marine or the pirates, they were all shocked at this moment. What does it mean to meet the pirate emperor in the first half of the Grand Line? You know, no pirate emperor will enter the first half of the Grand Line without special circumstances. But at this moment, Ling Bai appeared. Is it the same person? Everyone swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Ling Bai, who was standing on the broken pontoon, also noticed Marine and the pirates. In addition, the mature beauty with long pink hair especially attracted his attention. This is Hina, right? Paramecia's cage fruit ability user, strength, captain? Rear Admiral? Anyway, her strength was okay, of course, for Ling Bai. The next moment, Ling Bai simply released several red flashes on the remaining pirate ships. The ships exploded, and the sea shook. The 3 pirate ships became history in less than 30 seconds, and the other pirates also became ghosts. Chapter 170. On the only battleship that was still intact, the 200 or 300 marines were terrified at the moment. The pirate emperor in front of them killed 10 celestial dragons in Golden City some time ago. He even dared to behead celestial dragons, not to mention marines. Maybe there's nothing in this world that can make him afraid? So, is he going to kill all the marines next? High tension, fear. At this moment, almost all the marines were in the same mood, even Rear Admiral Hina was not spared. They came from New World to the first half of the Grand Line. To put it bluntly, they wanted to get rid of the arrogant but weak pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. For example, the pirates that surrounded them just now, Hina's strength was enough to kill them all. But no one thought that they would encounter the most arrogant pirate emperor, celestial dragons. He even killed them. Is there anyone that he doesn't dare to kill? Moreover, pirates slaughtering marines, this kind of thing happens every day in this world. At this moment, Hina was ready to make her move. At most, she would just die. However, she could not bring herself to fear Ling Bai. On the other side, she turned back and asked one of her men to call naval headquarters. This was the first half of the Grand Line. It was quite a distance away from Sabayati Archipelago, not to mention the naval headquarters in the New World. However, Hina only wanted to inform the naval headquarters that the marine on this warship might die today. Because they encountered the most terrifying pirate emperor. The Den Mushi was quickly connected. Hina briefly told Akainu about their encounter with Ling Bai. On the other side, the boss of naval headquarters couldn't sit still. Hina, Rear Admiral, which sea area are you in now? Akainu held back his anger. He didn't expect that Ling Bai would want to kill the marines. The first half of the Grand Line. Hina said the location. On the other side, Ling Bai looked at Hina, and the next moment, Ling Bai appeared on the deck of the battleship, as if he teleported, but in fact, he moved at a high speed. Everyone, be alert. Hina was forced to hang up the Den Mushi and shouted. She just thought that she shouldn't be afraid, but when Ling Bai appeared again, Hina couldn't help but be nervous. She's the biggest. However, the marines, who were scared to the extreme, couldn't even raise their guns at this moment. The other party is the pirate emperor, they can't resist. The moment Ling Bai's right foot landed on the deck of the battleship, a surge of power erupted from him. Connor's haki swept all the marines on the battleship. In the end, Hina was the only one left standing. The rest of the marines died on the deck with their noses stuck out. Conqueror's haki was indeed very good at clearing out the cannon fodder. Ling Bai, Hina, facing Ling to mention, Hina couldn't use her ability. When Ling Bai was less than a meter away from her, she pulled her over and pressed her right hand against the back of her head. Then he forced her to kiss him. This happened so suddenly that Hina didn't expect it to happen. Her mind went blank, and she didn't have any strength to resist. Half an hour later, Ling Bai had already disappeared from the warship, leaving behind Hina, who was sitting weakly on the deck, her entire body limp. After being kissed by Ling Bai for 20 minutes and being groped by him, Hina's face was burning. Hina. I'm very angry. Looking around, the fainted marine hadn't woken up yet. A few hours later, a battleship appeared. Zephyr, who was in the first half of the Grand Line, received an emergency notice from the naval headquarters. His student Hina was attacked by Ling Bai, and it was likely that something big would happen. Zephyr, who was training marine recruit on the sea, naturally rushed over there. 0. Flowers. Hina was his student a few years ago, and Zephyr couldn't accept that his student had an accident. Fortunately, when Zephyr arrived at the destination, Marine didn't suffer any casualties. Hina only said that they were knocked out by Ling Bai's Conqueror's haki, but Hina didn't faint. After Ling Bai boarded their battleship, he didn't do anything and left. Of course, Hina would never tell anyone about what Ling Bai had done to her, which was so shameful and embarrassing. Hina was destined to never forget this for the rest of her life. The significance of her first kiss was extraordinary. However, Ling Bai had forgotten about it not long after he left the warship. 0. As for what naval headquarters would do because of his attack on Marine, Ling Bai didn't know. The next day, Ling Bai went to Sabayati Archipelago. After a big meal, Ling Bai directly entered the New World. In addition, when Ling Bai was eating, he accidentally heard that the Straw Hat Pirates had disappeared. Did they go to train? Their ship was still anchored at the port, and the tyrant bear was guarding it. The situation with the Straw Hat Pirates was similar to the original work. In the end, Dalag helped Luffy and the others. Ling Bai didn't think much of it. It didn't matter if the Straw Hat or not, Robin was what he needed. Now, there was only one poneglyph, and Ling Bai didn't know where the other 3 poneglyph were. So, Robin's importance could be imagined. In the future, he would rely on this woman to interpret the poneglyph. Now, she should be with Dalag and the others. Ling Bai also planned to destroy Dalag's nest. In the original work, Blackbeard and the others went to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army and defeated them. 2 days later, Ling Bai came to Dressrosa. He had a business deal that he needed to discuss with Doflamingo. Chapter 171. Dressrosa, Royal Palace. Ling Bai and Doflamingo were both here. Since Ling Bai ascended to the throne of the Pirate Emperor, he and Doflamingo have established cooperation, but their cooperation wasn't very deep, just ordinary business exchanges, such as the Den Den Mushi transaction. But a little troublesome is that there is hatred between Law and Doflamingo. Of course, Doflamingo doesn't care, but Law is more concerned about it. Ling Bai has already dealt with it, and Law reluctantly let go of his grudge against Doflamingo. Of course, this is not important. Doflamingo is a hero, a genius, and the most arrogant capitalist in the New World. The only person who can compare to him in this regard is Tizalo. Of course, Tizalo is inferior. When Ling Bai came to Dressrosa, Doflamingo was also surprised by 6:30, of course, he was more shocked. After all, not long ago, this legendary monster beheaded 10 celestial dragons in the Golden City. After Ling Bai left the Golden City, dozens of battleships came. On the naval headquarters side, Fleet Admiral Akino led the admirals, Sengoku, Crane, and a group of marine to the Golden City. Not only did they transport the bodies of the celestial dragons back to Marie Joyce, but they also captured a group of pirates. It's also worth mentioning that Anti's pirates swaggered away. Even if Akino wanted to catch Anti, in the end, after considering many aspects, he let Anti leave arrogantly. Without sufficient mental preparation, the naval headquarters can only endure. The so-called sufficient mental preparation is to be prepared to lose a few high-level combatants. Anti has been arrogant for 60 years, who can do anything to her? Kaido was injured, but Anti is a meat shield, she didn't even get injured. In the end, the Golden City was on guard for a long time. These were things that Ling Bai did not know. What surprised him was that there were so many big shots from Marine who had come to attend the event. Ling Bai doesn't want to fight with the naval headquarters for the time being, because the power of a pirate emperor can't compete with the entire naval headquarters. It can be said that every marine admiral can create a pirate emperor level pirate group. Ling Bai's current power is not qualified, and this is ignoring the hidden masters of the world government. You are already the craziest person in the world. Doflamingo laughed. A pirate who can kill 10 celestial dragons, isn't that crazy? It's definitely the craziest. I was wondering, the 3 celestial dragons that were killed before the Summit War, were they? Doflamingo didn't finish his words, but his meaning was obvious. I killed them, haha. Ling Bai also laughed, and Doflamingo suddenly realized what he said. As expected, in terms of craziness, you're still the craziest. You really want those so-called gods to be pulled off their divine altar. Doflamingo is a celestial dragon, but he wants to see the celestial dragons not as the so-called gods. Because when he brought his father's head to Marie Joyce, hoping that they would restore his identity as a celestial dragon, he was rejected. It won't take long. Ling Bai understood what he meant. Doflamingo, those so-called revolutionary armies are just a joke. They want to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons, but they only do small things like overthrowing small countries. That's all there is to it. It's better to just kill the celestial dragons. His tone was full of sarcasm, full of disdain for the revolutionary army led by Darag. To be honest, I'm going to find a time to destroy their headquarters. Haha, interesting, but I don't know where their headquarters are. The first half of the Grand Line, a hidden island, it's not easy to find. To be honest, I'm looking forward to it. Doflamingo and Ling Bai faced each other, and Doflamingo asked Violet to serve them wine, of course, the best wine. I want to ask about the artificial devil fruit. Ling Bai told them the purpose of his visit. For now, it can only be Zoan's artificial devil fruit. Paramecia's devil fruit is very complicated, and Guy Caesar's side has only found some directions, but he can't really create the artificial Paramecia devil fruit. Paramecia's is very complicated, unlike Zoan's simple ones. Of course, Zoan's ancient species and even the mythical species are very difficult, so it can only be Zoan's ordinary species. As for the more complicated Logia, I don't know if it can be realized in Guy Caesar's lifetime. Doflamingo didn't hesitate and directly told them about the research on the 3 types of devil fruit. Working with Ling Bai was obviously better than working with Kaido, because Ling Bai was too approachable. Doflamingo even felt that he could be brothers with Ling Bai, but this was just Doflamingo's imagination. I can understand. Ling Bai said, "How many do you have in Zoan?" "For now, only 50. We can't mass produce them, and the probability of failure is relatively high." "Okay, I'll take all of them." Ling Bai didn't hesitate. "Good quality and cheap. I promise you'll be satisfied." Doflamingo seemed to never stop laughing. After the deal was over, Doflamingo wanted to treat Ling Bai to a meal, but Ling Bai politely declined. After all, the deal was closed, and there was no need for him to stay in this place. It seemed that there was no point in bringing him along. Doflamingo would get his men to deliver the artificial devil fruit within 5 days. "When the other types of devil fruit are developed, I'll inform you immediately." Doflamingo smiled at the end. "Happy working with you." Ling Bai arrived at Dressrosa in the morning, and left in the afternoon. Ling Bai was ready to return to Wano. On the other side, Blackbeard also set off for Wano. His goal was to sneak into Wano. His ultimate goal was to kill Ling Bai. Assassination. Couldn't it be 5.0? Even if he couldn't assassinate Ling Bai, Blackbeard planned to make Ling Bai lose a piece of flesh. He was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He was a hero, but he was also a villain. But this was nothing in the world of One Piece. This was what Ling Bai didn't expect. If Blackbeard didn't appear, Ling Bai might forget him. But what made Ling Bai even more surprised was that Emu, who lived in the Holy Land of Marie-Joyce, left the Holy Land of Marie-Joyce yesterday morning. She hadn't left Marie-Joyce for decades, and this time, she left to go to Wano. As for the goal, it was already obvious. She was going to find Ling Bai. Emu was an existence that absolutely surprised and even shocked Ling Bai. Mysterious. Extremely mysterious. Ling Bai didn't even know Emu's gender. Chapter 172. The last time Em went out was during the Valley of God incident, but even then, not many people had seen her. Em was an extremely mysterious existence. The world only knew that the 5 elders were in charge of the world government, but the 5 elders were nothing more than agents of power, or rather, puppet-like existences. The person who truly controlled this world from behind the scenes was Em. Yesterday morning, Ling Bai had yet to reach Dressrosa. In the depths of the Holy Land of Marie-Joyce, after dressing up, Em left Marie-Joyce. She was very beautiful, but she looked very cold, especially her eyes, which emitted a merciless light. Just her eyes alone could be said to be the most special among women. They were deep, evil, and inviolable. She was definitely a woman who could not be forgotten after a single glance. Of course, Em was also the most terrifying woman in the world. Nobody knew that she had gone out. She did not leave Marie-Joyce for Wano by boat. Instead, she flew over. When she flew up, a large amount of air gathered under her feet, quickly converging into a huge bird. Em relied on this bird to set off for Wano. She had been to Wano many years ago. It was a mysterious country, and she remembered how to get there, so even if the new world was very big, she would not get lost. 3 days later, Em arrived at Wano. Em entered Wano from above, and the surveillance cameras at the cliff and waterfall did not notice her at all. At this moment, Em looked down from above, and all she could see was the bustling flower city. The next moment, Em appeared in the flower city. She was very beautiful, and one could not tell her exact age, but she was definitely not older than 30 years old. When she entered the flower city, she attracted countless people, both men and women. So beautiful, why is she even more beautiful than Raiwa-sama? Yeah, who is she? I've never seen her before. I feel that she's more beautiful than that pirate empress, but I can't tell why she's so beautiful. Em's face was cold, and even the boldest man could not go up to her. On the other side, Black Moon Hunter, who was hugging 2 women, naturally noticed Em, and Kuang Raihi was just 1 meter in front of her. What a beautiful woman. A beautiful woman is more sensitive than anyone else when she sees another beautiful woman. Koja Kihiri looked at Rihi and suddenly felt worried. He was afraid that this woman would be discovered by Ling Bai. Then, as the new monarch of this country, would Ling Bai accept her? And she, Koja Kihiri, would not be able to own Ling Bai alone. As a man, even her father, Koja Kyoden, had a lot of women. I feel that she's very dangerous, to be honest. The Black Moon Hunters, who had been smiling wickedly, now had a serious look on their faces. Very dangerous. Koja Kihiri turned around to look at the Mystic Moon Hunter. This was the first time she had seen such a serious expression on her face. I have a feeling. Don't talk to her, and don't get close to her. I have a feeling that this woman is very dangerous. Black Moon Hunter took a deep look at Im. As a powerful expert, Black Moon Hunter had never been afraid of anyone. She even dared to taunt and provoke antis in front of her. However, it was different now. The mysterious Im actually made her feel a sense of fear that came from the depths of her heart. What's going on? Black Moon Hunter was puzzled. She had never experienced this before. Therefore, Black Moon Hunter took Koja Kihiri and bypassed Im. Then, Black Moon Hunter informed the Evil King and the others. After the founding of Wano Kuni, the people who came in were all fish and dragons. Some time ago, members of the Revolutionary Army and CP0 came. Although they were almost completely wiped out and suffered heavy losses, it was nothing. Black Moon Hunter didn't put Sabo and the others in her eyes. There's actually a woman who can make Black Moon Hunter afraid? The Evil King and the others suddenly became interested. Soon, the King of Misrule saw Im. He was laughing and joking, but when he saw Im, he frowned. At this time, Im was sitting under a pavilion in the Flower City. She didn't say a word. Her posture was dignified. When she stretched out her hand, several butterflies were attracted and attached to her hand. Strange. The King of Evil Governance also frowned. He had never seen a woman who could make him tremble at first sight. But those ordinary people looked at her as if nothing happened. The Evil King walked over. You seem to be waiting for someone. The Evil King said with a frown. Men are more or less lustful, and the Evil King is no exception, especially in the face of beautiful women. However, even in the face of the beautiful Im, the Evil King didn't have that kind of desire, and he didn't even have the mood to appreciate beauty. Get lost. Boom. Akoko knelt down, and a huge force pressed on his body. The ground was directly pressed by his knee, and countless cracks appeared on the hard ground. At this moment, the Evil King's body was overturned, and he felt like it was going to explode. The Evil King was shocked, and even showed a look of fear. He wanted to stand up, but he found that he couldn't stand up for a while. On the other side, Im didn't even look at him, and her right palm was facing the Evil King. Boom. Akoko was then hit by an invisible force and shot toward the buildings in the Flower City. However, something strange happened. The Evil King didn't directly hit the buildings. Instead, when he was about to touch the buildings, he disappeared and reappeared behind the buildings. The next second, he hit a mountain, and the mountain was smashed into pieces. In the end, the Evil King rolled down the mountain. Puff. The Evil King vomited blood, and his face turned pale. Who is on the ground? The Evil King was trembling. He quickly took out his Den Mushi to inform Shiryu and the others, but at the same time told them not to get close to that woman. Chapter 173. When Shiryu of the Rain and the others saw the evil ruler, they saw that he looked like he was beaten up. His face was pale, and when he stood up, his body was trembling. Everyone was shocked. After all, they had known the evil ruler for so long, but they had never seen him like this. Pizarro, are you sure this is just a single attack from that woman? You should know that you can only be like this if you let the captain give you the most powerful attack. That woman can do this with just a casual attack? Evil ruler, don't joke around. In this world, there are not many people who can defeat you, and they are all famous. Other than Auntie, who else can defeat you? Everyone was talking about it, expressing their disbelief. However, the evil ruler would not joke around with them. What I said is true. When I got close to her, I was suppressed by a mysterious force. Then, Laozi's body uncontrollably knelt down. After that, she released a shockwave that sent Laozi flying to the mountain. However, the problem was that the shockwave was supposed to pass through Flower City, but it did not seem to exist in Flower City. The king of evil governance said with lingering fear. He was not in a good condition now. He would not die for sure, but he would definitely be injured. Although it was not the first time for him to be injured, it was the easiest time for him to be injured. Everyone's expression became serious. Now, everyone knew that an extraordinary woman came to Flower City. She was even more terrifying than Auntie. She was unknown, and she was very powerful. However, was she a friend or a foe? Everyone said that Wano Kuni's people were mixed with good and bad people, but this time, an extraordinary woman came to Flower City. Don't worry about her, and don't let anyone monitor her. Also, kill all the men in Flower City who are interested in beautiful women. This woman is not to be messed with. What is she doing here? She seems to be waiting for someone. She's definitely not here to look at the scenery. Is she looking for the captain? Ugh. Could it be the captain's love affair? This ultimate woman is here to look for the captain. Hey. That woman looks so young. She can't be more than 30 years old. She has an unknown and mysterious power. She's on par with the captain. The captain isn't even 18 years old yet. Do the two of them know each other? Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Although I'm more inclined to think that it's the captain's romantic debt. Haha. On the other side, Im was still sitting in the pavilion. After the evil ruler left, no one dared to approach her. If the evil ruler had directly passed through the flower capital, then many buildings would have been destroyed. However, Im directly used the power of space to bypass the flower capital. For a woman who had lived for more than 800 years, her means were beyond imagination. What surprised them was that Ling Bai actually came back in the afternoon. Ling Bai didn't even have time to eat before she was informed by them that an extraordinary woman had come to Flower City and seemed to be waiting for her. Hey, do you have some romantic debt outside? The Black Moon Hunter smiled and said, to be honest, such a strong woman is also extremely beautiful. You didn't lose out. Koji Hiri didn't say anything. She was a little worried that Ling Bai would have other women outside and Ling Bai wouldn't belong to her alone. No, I only have 3 women. 3. Koji Hiri's eyes widened. Ugh, the captain is just as we expected. That woman wouldn't be one too, right? Everyone was discussing. Ling Bai frowned and said, 3 women, 1 Japanese, and the other 2, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, and the other is the naval headquarters alternate Admiral Momonosuke. The next time you meet the 2 of them, just don't make a move. Amazing, Captain. You managed to deal with these 2 women who are so difficult to deal with? Forget about the pirate Empress. After all, they're all pirates. However, there's still the alternate admiral. The captain's way of doing things is really shocking. That hot woman Marine is actually the captain's woman. She's really a role model for our generation. Koji Hiri didn't say anything and could only stare at Ling Bai. She knew about the pirate Empress. She was known as the most beautiful woman in the world, second only to the auntie of the 4 emperors. She was the most beautiful woman in the world. No matter how beautiful Japanese Hiri was, the people outside didn't know about it. Moreover, the pirate Empress was very, very powerful. Ling Bai had already said that he didn't need a vase. If it was just for fun, he could have as many women as he wanted. In addition, Ling Bai actually had another woman who was the alternate Marine Admiral. At this moment, Koji Hiri couldn't help but feel disappointed. Other than her, Ling Bai also had other partners. This was something she didn't expect at all. Ling Bai, let's not talk about it. I'll go and see that woman first. After saying that, Ling Bai went to find Im. Of course, he didn't know that the other party was Im's. In the original work, he didn't know about Im's gender, appearance, and almost all other information. After picking up the most expensive and best fruit juice in Flower City, Ling Bai went to look for Im. Since he was going to see a woman, he might as well get something that a woman would like. This fruit juice was pretty good. Soon, Ling Bai saw Im. He had to admit that Im was really, really beautiful. She was on the same level as Hiri and she him. If Ling Bai hadn't come into contact with the most beautiful women in the world, he might not have been able to stand in front of Im. Im was very beautiful, just like Ling Bai's 2 women. As for Momonosuke, she was a little worse, but Momonosuke had the charm of a mature woman. However, in terms of temperament and femininity, Im was clearly stronger. Moreover, Im naturally exuded the aura of a superior. Although it was faintly discernible, Ling Bai could feel that Im was restraining his aura. Ling Bai was curious. Who was she? Chapter 174. When Ling Bai arrived, Aimu pointed to the seat beside him. He meant for Ling Bai to sit down. It was a stone stool, just enough for two people to sit together. Ling Bai was a little wary. Although she was a great beauty among beauties, Ling Bai had no intention of flirting with her. A woman who could almost cripple the king of misrule with a single blow was something that even Anta could not do. Ling Bai would not be able to do so either. This was the difference in strength. Moreover, this woman even gestured for him to sit down. Her intentions were clear. Aimu was obviously here for him. Hence, Ling Bai was even more cautious. Ling Bai could not figure out why this woman was here, for no matter how hard he racked his brains. She was indeed very beautiful, but Ling Bai felt a sense of amazement at first glance. This was a sense of amazement that was different from Hehime and Haiwa's. He did not have any romantic relationships outside, did he? May I know what you're here for? Ling Bai was the first to break the silence. At the same time, he passed the glass of fruit juice to Aimu. Do you want some water? But don't worry, it's not drugged. Ling Bai said. Aimu did not say anything. After hesitating for a few seconds, he took a small sip with a straw and continued to take a second sip. Ling Bai was also silent. He looked ahead. At this moment, he was very confused. Who was this woman? 557. It's quite delicious. Aimu finally spoke. Perhaps it was because he had eaten all kinds of delicacies and Marie Joys that many nobles could not eat. But even so, he would get sick of all kinds of delicacies one day. Moreover, Aimu had been eating for so long. Hence, when Aimu drank this glass of fruit juice, he felt an unprecedented sense of novelty. The glass of fruit juice was not much, but Aimu finished it. What's your name? Ling Bai also asked the other party. I'm Aimu. I know your name, Ling Bai. Aimu looked at Ling Bai and said. She also saw that when Ling Bai heard her name, Ling Bai frowned. So, you know me, right? I don't know you. I'm the famous minister that she told me about. Ling Bai finally realized why he could defeat the evil tyrant king in one hit. He was the king of the celestial dragons. However, Ling Bai did not expect that the most mysterious existence in the world was actually a beautiful, young, and extremely powerful woman. However, perhaps she was just young on the outside. Ling Bai guessed that this woman had been in this world for a long time. As expected, the celestial dragons can't be underestimated. That group of people looks like trash on the surface, but there are also geniuses among geniuses like Doflamingo and Red Hair. Red Hair should also be a celestial dragon. Ling Bai thought. At this moment, the king of the celestial dragons was sitting beside him. I heard that you want to become the king of the world. This was what Ling Bai told the 5 elders during their last call in Golden City. Then, the 5 elders also told Im about it. I'm a man of my word. What Ling Bai meant was that he wanted to become the king of the world. And Im can be said to be the king of the world. The new world was not originally a sea controlled by pirates, but it was controlled by the world government for a period of time, but later it got out of control. You're quite brave. You killed 10 celestial dragons before. Im's tone was flat. That's 13 in total. Ling Bai was not afraid to admit it. So, you plan to kill the rest of them. Im still looked at Ling Bai. Originally, I planned to kill them all. Ling Bai was also looking at Im. Their faces were only 20 centimeters apart. Ling Bai smiled and said, I have a new plan now. I will kill all the other celestial dragons, and then I will make you my plaything. I don't know if you are willing. Can you accept an 800-year-old woman? Im suddenly smiled. This was a sneer, obviously, he didn't think that Ling Bai could do anything to him. You should be an immortal person, right? Ling Bai's age was not as old as the other party's head hunter. However, Ling Bai could see that Im's skin was still the kind that could be broken by blowing. 800 years old? No. He suppressed a woman who was his sworn enemy, slaughtered her entire race, destroyed her pride, and destroyed everything she had. This kind of behavior, for Im, was a billion times more painful than directly killing her, and for Ling Bai, it was undoubtedly an ultimate enjoyment. You want me to be your woman? Im approached Ling Bai, and the distance between the two was shortened to 1 centimeter. Both of them looked at each other's eyes. Not a woman, but a lower level, for example, the slaves that are very popular among celestial dragons. Slaves. Aren't slaves popular among celestial dragons? Ling Bai was looking forward to making him his slave. Ling Bai smiled and said, "You have been sitting on the void throne for a long time, right? The feeling of being high and mighty, you have enjoyed the ultimate. Do you want to try the feeling of being my slave? I can guarantee that you will enjoy the same treatment as the slaves in Marie Joyce." Ling Bai had already said these harsh words, but Im only chuckled. "Then I am looking forward to it, little guy." However, Im's hands, hidden in his sleeves, were clenched tightly. This wasn't Marie Joyce, and she couldn't use part of her power. Therefore, it was obviously impossible to kill Ling Bai here in Wano Kuni. However, on the other hand, Ling Bai couldn't kill her either. Both of them were in an immortal state. Im couldn't kill Ling Bai, and Ling Bai, in the future, would be able to kill him. However, Ling Bai's plan was to make Im his slave. He would destroy her everything, her power, her dignity, and her pride. "You still have people watching me here, right?" At this moment, Im suddenly said. Before Ling Bai could say anything, Im pointed his right hand to his right. Immediately, the air vibrated, and a ripple appeared. Then, a big fatty fell out. Ouch, 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 ouch. The fatty rolled on the ground. From his cries, one could tell that he was in great pain. Blackbeard. Ling Bai was shocked. He didn't expect it to be Blackbeard. He had almost forgotten about Blackbeard, but he didn't expect Blackbeard to appear in front of him at this moment. "Your underling." Im frowned because Blackbeard had been watching them from afar for a long time. This made him very unhappy. "I am an enemy. You can kill him. I don't care. Otherwise, I will kill him." What ability did Im have? Ling Bai was curious. How did Blackbeard appear? He appeared out of thin air. Previously, the evil ruler had directly skipped over Flower Capital. Chapter 175. Since Blackbeard escaped last time, Ling Bai has not seen Blackbeard again, and there is no news about Blackbeard. Then, in a blink of an eye, several months have passed. Ling Bai almost forgot about Blackbeard's existence. However, Blackbeard is also very strong, although Blackbeard is nothing compared to today's Ling Bai. Blackbeard left a scar on Shanks's face in the past. Of course, such a scar was definitely not left after Shanks's reign in New World, but a few years ago. In the original work, although Blackbeard was very strong after becoming the Pirate Emperor, it was also because he had two kinds of devil fruit. To be honest, today's Blackbeard is nothing compared to Ling Bai. Blackbeard was also dumbfounded that he had been captured for no reason. He had been secretly observing Ling Bai and the others. Of course, he didn't care about Im, because in this world, the only woman who could make him rich was Auntie Blackbeard. "Blackbeard, long time no see. Ling Bai smiled and looked down at him. But Imu's eyes were deep and cold. "You. BD. Blackbeard clenched his fists. Now, he only has one hand left. His hand was cut off by Ling Bai last time. When his hand was cut off, he had to endure double the pain, and he almost fainted. After that, Blackbeard escaped smoothly. Of course, Ling Bai didn't kill him that time. Later on, Blackbeard could only watch as Ling Bai carried out a series of actions. Those actions were what he wanted to do, but they were all done by Ling Bai without missing a beat. One could imagine how angry Blackbeard was. He watched helplessly as Ling Bai seized the power of the shock fruit. He watched helplessly as Ling Bai dominated the new world. This time, Blackbeard wanted to find a way to assassinate Ling Bai. Of course, even if he couldn't assassinate Ling Bai, he wanted to make Ling Bai lose a layer of flesh. However, Blackbeard's plan was good after all. If Ima wasn't here, his plan might have been able to be carried out. However, the problem was that he was discovered by Imu, this mysterious and powerful woman. Blackbeard was about to get up. In addition, his hand had secretly reached to his waist, ready to take out his gun. In order to kill Ling Bai, he even changed his bullets to sea stone bullets. Blackbeard also spent a lot of money. However, at this time, his actions were already exposed by Ling Bai's observation haki. This was because Ling Bai had already predicted his next move. Of course, the person who also knew Blackbeard's next move was Imu. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure pressed down on Blackbeard. It was like the force of a mountain. Blackbeard was forced to lie on the ground, unable to move. Even the ground beneath him was covered in cracks. Clearly, this was caused by a shocking force. What power is this? Devil fruit's power? What devil fruit? Ling Bai looked at Aimu. Aimu didn't even move, but an invisible power was released. At this moment, the power on Blackbeard's body obviously came from Aimu. Ling Bai couldn't tell what power Aimu was using. The unknown was the scariest. The unknown power was the most dangerous. At this time, what power was Aimu using? You. Who are you? Blackbeard forced himself to raise his head and look at Aimu from the corner of his eye. The huge power made it impossible for him to get up from the ground. At this time, Blackbeard's expression had changed. His heart was filled with fear. He couldn't resist the power on his body. This meant that this woman was stronger than him. How was this possible? In this world, there were only a handful of powerful women. Blackbeard trembled. He felt that the only woman who could deal with him was only Auntie. However, at this moment, Dark Ache appointment. Blackbeard slammed his palm on the ground. At that moment, he realized that he couldn't unleash the power of the dark fruit that he usually used freely. It was as though the power was sealed in his body, just like how he used the dark water to seal the power of the devil fruit of others. Ling Bai also realized that Blackbeard couldn't unleash the power of the dark fruit. At that moment, Ling Bai's fear of Im deepened. This woman was very powerful and possessed unknown power. In the original novel, there was almost no information about Im. At that moment, Im finally extended her right hand and aimed it at Blackbeard. Since he's not your subordinate, I'll kill him first. Im snorted and prepared to unleash a mysterious power to eliminate Blackbeard. Wait a minute. I'll kill this guy myself. Ling Bai stopped Im. Blackbeard still had the dark fruit on him. Such a powerful devil fruit was definitely something that could only be found by chance. However, Ling Bai naturally couldn't snatch the devil fruit in front of Im. This was his secret and only his trusted subordinates knew about it. He definitely couldn't let Im know about it. 0. Begging for fresh flowers. Im snorted and retracted her right hand. Ling Bai unsheathed the heavenly cloud sword and severed Blackbeard's remaining limbs amidst his fear and resentment. At that moment, Blackbeard's limbs were gone. Ah! Lao Zi's hand. Lao Zi's leg. In the ultimate torture, Blackbeard cursed Ling Bai. But no matter how much he cursed at Ling Bai, what could he do? Ling Bai also called Ro and told him to take care of Blackbeard's matters. Ling asked him to deal with it and bring Blackbeard back. Then, Ling planned to deal with Blackbeard at night. The dark fruit must be obtained. In the afternoon, Ling Bai treated Im to a meal before sending her off. She even accompanied her to go shopping under Im's request. 0. Ling Bai didn't know what this 800-year-old woman meant. However, Ling Bai didn't dare to let down her guard because she was an enemy and most likely not a woman stronger than Auntie. In the afternoon, Im finally left. Captain, is she really your love interest? It seems like you have a good relationship with her. When Ling Bai returned, a mystic moon hunter who was hugging a woman came up to her with an excited look on his face. I wonder what kind of woman the captain has gotten this time. Shiryu of the Rain laughed. The others were also in high spirits. Ling Bai's woman wasn't simple. She was the pirate empress and marine admiral. Her background wasn't small at all. And that woman today was not simple at all. Mysterious and powerful. Of course, it was also extraordinarily beautiful. You're thinking too much. I'm not close to her. At this time, in Ling Bai's Hall of Consciousness, almost all the people of the Ling Bai pirates are there. Only the simple-minded Vabel is in the monitoring room of Ghost Island. After all, he is just a fighting machine. Ling Bai was going to have a meeting. This was a meeting about Im. Ling Bai felt that it was necessary to give Shiryu and the others a heads up. Chapter 176. Ling Bai ordered. This woman seemed to be angry with her. She didn't expect that Ling Bai would have another woman outside. Moreover, she was the most beautiful of the beauties. How could she accept this? At this moment, hearing Ling Bai's order, Haiwa could only walk over hesitantly. Ling Bai, on the other hand, pulled her over to her side. Don't be angry with me, okay? Otherwise, you'll suffer. Give me a massage on my arm. Ling Bai whispered in her ear. Haiwa shuddered and followed Ling Bai's instructions. She stood behind Ling Bai and gave Ling Bai a massage. Ling Bai, on the other hand, was facing the people sitting around the 43-3 oval table. That woman is not my romantic debt. She's an 800-year-old woman. She's the current king of the celestial dragons, the person in charge of the world government. Of course, she's also the strongest. What? When Ling Bai finished speaking, the people's faces showed different degrees of exaggeration. They were obviously shocked. Don't be suspicious. I won't lie unless that woman is lying. Her name is Im. She's a woman from 800 years ago. She's probably an immortal who has been immortalized by the op fruit ability user. Anyway, she's very strong, right? Ling Bai shook his head. To be honest, I was in a bad mood at that time. Although this woman is exceptionally beautiful, I didn't have any thoughts about her. Captain, what's her intention? She actually came to the Empire in person. I didn't expect there to be such a person among the celestial dragons. Is the immortalization surgery really that powerful? That woman is 800 years old and still looks like a young girl. It seems that we've underestimated the world government. This woman can easily injure Pizarro. We can infer that her strength is not simple. We still have to continue lying low. We can't touch the world government yet. Ling Bai said, let's develop a little more. We can't rush. Let's win over all the forces that we can. As for that woman, I'll deal with her. Obviously, we can't do anything to her in the short term. Captain, what's the meaning of her coming here? Everyone was curious when they heard Evil Governance King's words. Ling Bai said, I killed those celestial dragons and told the 5 elders that I wanted to become the king of the world. She's here to declare war on me. I guess she's here to threaten me. I don't know if she has any other motives. The meeting did not last long. It was just Ling Bai giving her subordinates a heads up. After all, the world government's exposure of Im was already beyond imagination. Who knew what else they had? For example, what about the legendary ancient weapon Uranus? What kind of weapon would that be? One had to know that Poseidon was already very strong. How strong were the strongest sea kings that Poseidon could command? How terrifying were the sea kings of the sea kings from before? In other words, a sea king of this level could destroy an entire island with a flick of its tail. The sea kings, hidden in the deepest part of the ocean, were unimaginable. And Poseidon can command all the sea kings. This power was unimaginable. If all the sea kings were to come out, how terrifying would that be? Therefore, the corresponding power of Uranus would definitely not be weak. Ling Bai was very afraid of the legendary and unknown Uranus. Of course, Ling Bai did not know that today, the woman who had all the power of Uranus was with her. However, this power could only be fully unleashed in the holy land of Marie Joyce. Everything is unknown. 0. Ling Bai did not know what kind of terrifying existence she would have to face. At night, Ling Bai saw Blackbeard for the last time as promised. Then, amidst Blackbeard's endless resentment, Ling Bai directly chopped off Blackbeard's head. Blackbeard, the formidable hero of a generation, was dead. Such a death was indeed very sullen for him. Ling Bai's palm landed on the ground and released a burst of power. It was used to plunder the devil fruit. Then, the fruit that Ling Bai had arranged quickly changed shape. A minute later, a new dark fruit was born. Dark fruit, what should I do with it? Ling Bai was a little troubled for a moment, but he could only keep it for the time being. He planned to use this devil fruit for himself. After all, there was no suitable place for such a powerful force. It's your misfortune to have met me, Teach. Ling Bai looked at Blackbeard's corpse and shook his head. In fact, if he did not get rid of Blackbeard as soon as possible, Blackbeard might become a big problem for Ling Bai in the future. After that, Ling Bai returned to his room. Of course, Koja Kihiri, who had just finished showering, was already waiting there. At this time, Koja Kihiri was still in a state of unhappiness. Ling Bai, she actually had a woman outside. However, she was also filled with helplessness because she could only do whatever Ling Bai said. Tonight was another beautiful night for Ling Bai. Then, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. It was already Hai Yuanli's year 1521. Chapter 177. Half a year passed by very quickly. In the past 6 months, Ling Bai didn't do much and kept a low profile in the development of his forces. Referring to the previous pirate group of Kaido of the Beasts, Ling Bai used the artificial devil fruit he bought from Doflamingo to create an artificial devil fruit power team of more than 100 people. Moreover, this team was still expanding. At present, the artificial devil fruit that Guy Usse could develop was the Zoan devil fruit. As for the paramecia, he was still working on it, at least for now. There was no need to think about the Logia. It was the most difficult type of devil fruit to create. Among the Zoan, the phantom beast was equally difficult. However, the ancient species could still be studied. Ling Bai had a plan, which was to poach Guy Sa. Guy Saa was a genius scientist in this world. Of course, he was also a med-scientist. He walked the unconventional path and specialized in the evil field of science and technology. In addition, there were two famous scientists in this world. One was Vegapunk, and the other was Vinzimoko Judge. As for the other scientists who had strong scientific abilities but were not famous, Ling Bai reckoned that there were many of them. However, Ling Bai only paid attention to the med-scientist Guy Sa. He was now working for Doflamingo. Ling Bai's plan was to develop his forces while keeping a low profile. Because of Yim's appearance, he felt a sense of crisis. He couldn't be the next Lux. Of course, with the system, Ling Bai was still very confident. However, for now, it was better to keep a low profile. Maybe that woman Yim was secretly watching everything. In the past 6 months, Ling Bai's development had been smooth. Even Marine didn't dare to make a move easily. After all, they were already the top force in the world. Unless Ling Bai took the initiative to provoke Marine, Marine couldn't do anything to them. It was still necessary to be mentally prepared. Today was another bright and sunny day. A group of uninvited guests came to Wanakuni. There were 5 people. The leader was a middle-aged man with yellow clothes and yellow hair. Behind him were 3 young men and 1 young woman. They were pink, red, blue, and green respectively. The appearance of these people could be said to be quite dazzling. After all, their dressing was too conspicuous. It was the Munzimoke family, Judge, and his 4 children. When Judge and the others had just logged onto the cliff waterfall, Ling Bai had been notified. Ling Bai, who was enjoying the warm sunshine of spring, was also surprised. She didn't expect Judge and the others to come. I don't know why they're here. One would not visit a temple without a cause. Judge was definitely not here for a vacation. This old man was very shrewd. On the other side, Judge and the others were already waiting in Ling Bai's reception hall. I don't care how arrogant you usually are, but you're facing a man who even dares to kill celestial dragons. Have a better attitude. Judge reminded his children. He knew that Reija was very obedient, but his 3 emotionless sons were more difficult to deal with. It was necessary to give him a heads up. The whole world knew that Ling Bai had killed 10 celestial dragons in the City of Gold, and all of them had been decapitated. This action made the whole world feel numb. The Emperor, on the other hand, was still alive and kicking. It seemed that killing the celestial dragons had only affected him and that his reputation had reached an unprecedented height. Speaking of which, he's a few years younger than us. Reija said with a smile. She was also wearing a hot pink outfit. As a woman, she was quite powerful. She was a strong fighting force in the Munzimoke family, and was also the goddess of many men in the North Blue. To be honest, we won't underestimate him. Even if he's young, and red hair is younger than father, red hair is undoubtedly stronger than father. Reiji said with red hair. After he finished speaking, the other 2 punk brothers nodded. As long as their brains weren't kicked by a donkey, no one would dare to underestimate Ling Bai. This time, they came here to meet Ling Bai with a purpose. And that was to take revenge on the royal family of the North Blue. The North Blue was the most powerful sea among the 4 seas. Even the Munzimoke family, who had the powerful Germa army, couldn't face the royal family of the North Blue alone. Judge was here to ask for Ling Bai's help. Of course, Judge came prepared. In a world where the strong were respected, you had to offer enough benefits as the price. If you asked for help, you had to give them enough benefits. Thinking of this, Judge couldn't help but look at Reija. Reija had inherited her mother's beauty. She was now in her 20s and was known as the most beautiful woman in the North Blue. Judge wanted to use Reiju as the price to make a deal with Ling Bai. Ling Bai was very young and full of vigor. It was impossible that he wouldn't be interested in Reija. In order to completely destroy the royal family of the North Blue, Judge had put in a lot of effort. Of course, he didn't think that such a deal was a loss. He only thought of it as marrying Reiju off. Moreover, Ling Bai was the pirate emperor. He had powerful strength and was young and handsome. It was definitely not a losing deal. Although this was against the world government's recognition, the world government didn't allow revenge on the royal family of the North Blue. Judge didn't care so much. After all, he joined the world government because the world government begged him to join. They wanted to get their hands on his research results. On the other hand, Reija didn't expect that she was about to be sold by her father for 940 RMB. I wonder when that lord will come. Judge looked at Hawkins, who was not far away. Hawkins said coldly, soon. That lord is busy. 10 minutes later, Ling Bai finally showed up. When Ling Bai entered the hall, Ji and the others who were sitting immediately stood up. It's the first time we've met. I've heard a lot about you, Your Excellency Ling Bai. Judge smiled. His attitude towards Ling Bai was quite good. Ling Bai also responded with an indifferent attitude. He didn't need to show any enthusiasm to Judge and the others. After all, he was the pirate emperor. And Judge was just the leader of a force. In the original work, in order to take revenge on the so-called royal family of the North Blue, Judge had to ask for help. Therefore, Ling Bai's level was higher than theirs. As for why Judge was here, Ling Bai didn't know. Behind Judge were his punk sons. Of course, Ling Bai paid serious attention to Reija. She was dressed in a hot outfit. Moreover, Reija had a unique sexy temperament. This was something that Hiwa, Shihim, and Momuzagi didn't have. What are you doing here? The Munji Mock family. Ling Bai sat in the main seat and looked at Judge. Chapter 178. Ling Bai displayed the attitude of a superior, but Judge didn't mind at all. It would be strange if Ling Bai's attitude was friendly. What were they doing here? Judge Vinzimok, just say it. Ling Bai looked at Judge, and then at Reija. This sexy woman was quite attractive. Reija's gaze naturally fell on Ling Bai's body, especially her face. This man, or rather, a boy. According to the date on the bounty, Ling Bai's real age was still a few months away from 18 years old. Moreover, Ling Bai was not only young, but his strength was also beyond imagination. In addition, Ling Bai was also the best boy Reija had ever seen. He had a unique and attractive temperament. However, Reija did not have the so-called love at first sight for Ling Bai. Of course, ever since Ling Bai appeared in this world, she had traded Fire Fist Ace, invaded Impel Down, released a terrifying legendary criminal, triggered the Summit War, killed Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace, and replaced Whitebeard as the new emperor. There was nothing that did not cause a sensation in the world. Especially last time, he killed 10 celestial dragons in the Golden City, which was a terrifying event that no one had ever done before. Even after half a year, he was still not hunted down by the world government. Reija was more or less afraid of Ling Bai, so when Reija felt a gaze on her, she naturally felt uneasy. Judge coughed dryly and said, I would like to ask for your help. I would like to borrow some of your power to destroy the North Blue royal family. Judge did not say any polite words. Destroy the North Blue royal family. Ling Bai frowned and suddenly had a feeling of realization. In the original work, Judge asked Auntie for help. He used Sanji's marriage to the Charlotte family, and then used the power of Auntie's pirates to destroy the North Blue royal family. I heard that the Germa regiment is quite powerful, but you can't even destroy the North Blue royal family. Ling Bai was a little surprised. Is the North Blue royal family that powerful? The royal family of North Blue is very powerful. The royal family's army is also very powerful. Judge said helplessly. However, Ling Bai knew that Judge had taken revenge on the North Blue royal family in order to get back at them. The Germa army back then wasn't as powerful as the Germa army now that they had the bloodline factor. If I'm willing to help, what can you give me? It was impossible for Ling Bai to lend a helping hand. At most, Ling Bai would consider whether or not to lend a helping hand after seeing what the other party was willing to offer. However, Ling Bai also wanted to rule the North Blue, the strongest sea region of the four seas. However, for Ling Bai, North Blue was not in the New World's territory. Even if he conquered it, it would be very difficult to control. Previously, with Ling Bai's current forces, he could only control part of the New World's waters. Large areas of the New World's waters were still not under his control. Not to mention outside of New World. However, the moment Judge asked Ling Bai for help, Ling Bai had a new idea. Perhaps he could use Judge's power to control the North Blue. However, the prerequisite was that the Munzimoke family would become his force. This way, ruling the North Blue would not be a problem. As long as Ling Bai helped them conquer the North Blue, it would be fine. Moreover, the bloodline factor that Judge controlled was very powerful. This guy was a very powerful scientist. Bloodline factor. Mass production of an army. And it wasn't an ordinary army. Judge, it's not impossible for us to help you. However, you have to give me a sufficient price first. I can even do it myself. I've been quite bored in Wano recently. A sufficient price. What price do you want, sir? Judge was still testing the waters. Ling Bai smiled and raised his right hand to point at Reija. You can give me your daughter. Then, I can make my move. Of course, if you can give me the bloodline factor, it doesn't matter whether I want your daughter or not. What was the most important thing in Judge's eyes? Children were definitely not the most important thing. The most important thing to Judge was the technology of the bloodline factor. In the original novel, Judge was a cold-blooded man. Of course, he was forced to have feelings for her later on. For example, his 3 sons, who looked like punks, were transformed into cold-blooded warriors. Only Judge could make his sons look like this. Was Reija very important to Judge? Of course she was. After all, Reija was one of the most powerful fighters in the Momonosuke family. However, if Reija was compared to the bloodline factor, the latter would definitely be more important. Bloodline factor. Judge frowned and was a little angry. He didn't expect Ling Bai to have designs on the bloodline factor. One must know that the world government was also trying to obtain the bloodline factor. The reason why the Jelma Kingdom joined the world government was to prevent the bloodline factor from falling into the hands of the world government. This was because the world government couldn't take things from their own countries. However, if they weren't part of the world government, then any crime could take away your bloodline factor. Father. Reija also didn't expect Ling Bai to have designs on her. As long as you are willing to help me, I will let my daughter marry you. Judge said. This was his plan from the beginning. As for the bloodline factor, it was his life. He definitely couldn't let anyone know about it. No, Judge. You are giving your daughter to me, not marrying her. Ling Bai laughed. He pointed his right index finger in the air in front of him. A spiderweb-like crack appeared in the atmosphere. Although the area wasn't big, it was enough to scare people. You. Judge frowned for a moment. He was a little angry. However, for the sake of a bigger plan and greater benefits, he couldn't afford to lose his child. As long as the royal family of the North Blue was destroyed, the entire North Blue would become the territory of the Momonosuke family. However, it was true that he couldn't make the decision to negotiate with the tiger. He needed a sufficient price. Father, give it to me. Reija was also anxious. She knew very well that her cold-blooded father might really sell her to Ling Bai. This was because the royal family of the North Blue was his dream to destroy. The bloodline factor was more important than his life. Sir, I can talk to my daughter. Please wait a moment. Judge stood up and gestured for Reija to go out with him. He needed to talk to Reija. For the glory of the Momonosuke family. Chapter 179. Dad, what are you going to do? From the moment she was brought out by Judge, Reija had a strong feeling in her heart that her father was really going to agree to the conditions of the Pirate Emperor. Your daughter, or bloodline factor. As Judge's daughter, Reija knew very well that in the heart of her scumbag father, his children were not as important as his bloodline factor. Reija was born in a cold-blooded family. Judge had always dreamed of taking revenge on the so-called royal family of North Blue. In order to regain face for his Jelma Kingdom, Judge had always been trying to develop a powerful force. He wanted to not only defeat the royal family of North Blue, but also further conquer the entire North Blue. This time, they came to Wano to ask Ling Bai for help. They wanted to destroy the power of the North Blue royal family in one fell swoop. Now, Ling Bai had put forward 2 conditions, and it was a choice between the two. 130 Reija, or bloodline factor. There was no doubt that Judge would choose to sacrifice Reija. Reija, for the glory of the Momonosuke family, even if you have to make a little sacrifice, it's only right. Judge looked down at Reija with stern eyes. To him, a father's order was really as important as a mountain. It was absolutely not allowed to be resisted. But, Dad. Before Reija could finish, Judge interrupted her directly. No buts, Reija. Are you going to resist my orders? Besides, at your age, it's time for you to find a good home. In this world, the Pirate Emperor's identity as a pirate aside, he is absolutely impeccable, right? Judge said solemnly, Reija, everything is up to me, for the glory of the Momonosuke family. Dad, you. Reija hesitated. Reija wanted to say something, but stopped herself. She knew very well that she couldn't refuse Judge's orders. In the end, she did not speak, and Judge did not speak anymore. Soon, the two of them returned to the reception hall. That was all Judge had done for Reija. It was very simple and he believed that Reija would be able to understand what he was doing. Your Excellency Ling Bai, my daughter has already agreed. Judge spoke very calmly. His three punk sons were also very quiet. In fact, even Reija didn't know that Judge had already brainwashed his three punk sons with red, blue, and green. Of course, the three of them had nothing to say, because the three of them were cold-blooded war weapons modified by Judge. Reija would never have thought that before the four of them came to Wano. She already had the intention of selling herself to Ling Bai. To destroy the North Blue royal family. To rule over North Blue. Sacrificing a single Reija was nothing at all. This world was the world of men, and women were vassals. Except for a very few women, to be vassals to her. However, the auntie was just an exception. Judge asked. He hoped that Ling Bai would make a move as soon as possible. In fact, he hoped that she would do it herself. As long as this person personally ruled over North Blue, who would be able to stop him? What North Blue royal family? Weren't they all annihilated in the end? 5 days later, I happened to have nothing to do recently. Ling Bai thought for a moment, and drew a picture for Judge. For the next half an hour, Ling Bai and Judge discussed how to fight, and how to control North Blue after the battle. Judge had a bad feeling about this. Ling Bai seemed to have the intention of ruling over North Blue. This was the same idea as him. Judge felt like he was riding a tiger, but since things had come to this point, there was no way for him to back down. Even Reija had been sacrificed, so Judge had to recoup his losses. Otherwise, it would be a losing business. Half an hour later, Ling Bai took Reija away. As for Judge and the others, Ling Bai let them walk around. After all, Flower City was very big. Moreover, after the transformation, Wano was no longer the poor Wano of the past. Now, the entire country was gradually entering a stage of prosperity. Ling Bai was a transmigrator, and he had a ruling philosophy that was far beyond this world. He was able to rule Wano in an orderly manner, and this ruling philosophy that transcended dimensions was implemented in all of Ling Bai's territories. In this world, the ruling of all countries had more or less the shadow of a slave society. Of course, this was also led by the celestial dragons. After all, in this world, there was democracy and equality 800 years ago, but even now, democracy and equality were nonsense. As for the so-called revolutionary army of this world, they were weak. The revolutionary army was really a force that only knew how to paint a big picture and destroy things. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were the evil force that pretended to be righteous. They only had the name of revolution, and all that talk about overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons was nonsense. Instead of overthrowing the so-called cruel rule of a small country, it was more direct to kill the celestial dragons. Otherwise, they would not be able to shake the world government's rule. Ling Bai also planned to make the revolutionary army popular, because some time ago, one of Ling Bai's territories was destroyed by the revolutionary army. At night, it was time for Reija to serve Ling Bai. To Ling Bai, Reija was a new delicacy. Chapter 180. Reija was taken away by Ling Bai. Ling Bai brought her back to his place. Can't we cultivate our feelings first? That night, when Reija faced Ling Bai, her usual sexiness and boldness were long gone. Ling Bai was a pirate who dared to kill the celestial dragons. Now, he ruled the largest sea in the New World. He was a truly terrifying existence. Reija did not dare to offend him. At this time, Reija was in her huge bedroom. Reija did not expect things to progress so quickly. She thought that they would have a meal first, cultivate their feelings, and communicate more spiritually. However, everything was not what she expected. Seeing Ling Bai take off her clothes, Reija was anxious. Obviously, Reija knew what Ling Bai was going to do next. Even if she had not experienced it, she was an adult. She knew what she needed to know. Is such a thing important? Ling Bai looked at her. The dragon raised his head, releasing a terrifying aura. Reija was frightened. Were feelings that important? For Reija, of course, they were important. After all, girls still yearned for the so-called beautiful love. But for Ling Bai, they were nothing. We can cultivate first, from the perspective of feelings. Reija knelt in front of Ling Bai, her heart uneasy. She did not dare to look at Ling Bai directly. I don't have the time, and I'm not interested. Ling Bai looked down at her, his body naturally releasing the majesty of a strong and superior person. Reija's heartbeat accelerated several times. Just when Reija was still hesitating and uneasy, Koja Kihiri, who had just finished washing up, came in. When she saw Reija, Koja Kihiri was surprised. This was an unfamiliar woman, and she was not Momonosuke or the pirate empress that Ling Bai mentioned. Who was she? Moreover, it was obvious what Ling Bai wanted to do. When Reija saw Koja Kihiri, she was also shocked. It was the first time she had seen such a beautiful woman. Raiwa, teach her. Ling Bai told Koja Kihiri. Ah. Koja Kihiri was stunned, but he immediately understood what she was going to do and how to do it. Yes, sir. Koja Kihiri was very reluctant, but this was his master's order. Koja Kihiri could not resist. Anyway, there was nothing he could do about it. Moreover, his lord treated him very well. Ling Bai had let her eat a powerful devil fruit from an illusory beast. She had also been teaching her how to use the devil fruit and how to become stronger. Although it was very awkward and shameful. It was a beautiful night. Then, it was the same for the next few days. That was indeed the case for Ling Bai. In the past, there was only one dish every day. Now, there was one more dish. To Ling Bai, it was quite good. Of course, Ling Bai also wanted Shurji to come over, but Shurji was clearly avoiding her. It seemed that as long as Ling Bai did not come to Snake Island, Shurji would deliberately avoid Ling Bai. There was also Momonosuke. Ling Bai could not contact Momonosuke. Speaking of which, Ling Bai had not seen this mature and beautiful woman for half a year. On this day, Ling Bai was alone with Reija. The current Reija was like a little lamb in front of Ling Bai. Sometimes, she would even tremble in fear. Reija knew that her father had given her to Ling Bai. Of course, this was a trade. This was because Reija alone could help the Momonosuke family conquer North Blue. How could Judge not agree? However, Reija was still very happy. After all, Ling Bai was very good to her, except for the fact that he was a little overbearing. After all, he was one of the 4 most powerful people in the New World. Raihi had also told her that in Wano, countless women were fighting to become Ling Bai's maidservants. However, the maidservants had long been monopolized by Koja Kihiri. In any case, Ling Bai was not only in Wano, but also in the entire New World. Especially in Ling Bai's territory. Reija, I want your bloodline factor. Get it for me. Ling Bai whispered into Reija's ear. Bloodline factor. Reija's expression changed. The bloodline factor was very important to the Momonosuke family. Yes. My lord. Reija looked at Ling Bai's extremely handsome side profile and sensed his powerful aura. I'll think of a way to get you the secret recipe for the bloodline factor. Reija made up her mind. As for Judge, he would never have thought that his daughter, whom he had raised for over 20 years, would side with an outsider after only 4 days with Ling Bai. Not bad, Reija. Ling Bai smiled. He was very satisfied with Reija's change. Ling Bai knew that this pink-haired girl was slowly becoming unswervingly loyal to him. Besides, Reija was also very good at fighting. Even in the New World, she was considered a strong fighter. On the 5th day, Ling Bai kept her word and prepared to set off for North Blue. On Ling Bai's side, in addition to Ling Bai personally leading North Blue, most of the pirates have also set out, and all the cotters have also set out. Moreover, Wano did not have any powerful forces guarding it. However, who would dare to touch their territory? No one dared. Judge and the 3 punks, red, blue, and green, were also shocked. They were also frightened at the same time. Was there a need for such a large force to destroy the North Blue royal family? However, Judge and the others didn't know that Ling Bai didn't care about the North Blue royal family or any other forces at all. In fact, Ling Bai had already held a meeting the night before they set off. This time, after destroying the North Blue royalty, they would wipe out the other forces in North Blue. Then, he would take over North Blue. Of course, he would first take over North Blue with the help of the Germa Kingdom. Then, he would return to Hakuto Island in the first half of the Grand Line, which was the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. This was the main reason why the Ling Bai pirates came out in full force, not just for North Blue. No matter how strong North Blue was, it was not as strong as the New World. Because in this world, Among all the forces, pirates are the most powerful, but the powerful pirates, or the slightly ambitious pirates, will not stay in the four seas. On the sixth day, the Ling Bai pirates set off with a mighty fleet. This time, Ling Bai also brought Reiju and Koja Kihiri. Both of them also needed to fight. Needless to say, Reiju, Koja Kihiri has been staying in Wano to develop the devil fruit. Without any actual combat, obviously, she can't do it. Ling Bai didn't want her to be a vase or hide behind him all the time. When the Ling Bai pirates set off, the world was also shaken. One must know that the Ling Bai pirates were already a transcendent force. Their every move could affect the nerves of the entire world. Chapter 181. When the Ling Bai pirates left Wano, the related news began to sweep the entire New World, and then swept the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas. New Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Office. What do they want to do? When he received the news that the Ling Bai pirates almost came out of their nest, he suddenly stood up from his position. Continue to report, what is it this time? Ling Bai looked solemnly at the green officer in front of him. The green-haired officer's face was sweating. The pirate Emperor Ling Bai and all the cotters have set off, and there are also 30 large ships, and looking at the direction of their movements, they are coming here. At this moment, the naval headquarters received the news, and many marines were actually afraid. At this time, the naval headquarters was blocking the New World's 287 exit. In other words, their naval headquarters had to face the entire Ling Bai pirates. How many marines would not be afraid? At this time, what kind of powerful forces did the marines have? Fleet Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, these three were the top fighting forces in the naval headquarters. The other two admirals and Vice Admiral Garp were not in the naval headquarters. So, it would be strange if the marines were not nervous. God knows, is Ling Bai going to war with the naval headquarters? After all, they were coming here, and it was such a mighty fleet. Damn it! Akainu unconsciously punched the desk, and his fist released hot lava, and the documents next to him were also burned. Mr. Fleet Admiral, documents. The green-haired officer reminded him nervously. Obviously, Akainu was angry at this time. Akainu snorted coldly. Pass down the order, all the marines in the naval headquarters must be ready. Maybe, we are going to war with that arrogant guy, the temporary peace may be over. Soon, Akainu's order was conveyed to all the marines in the naval headquarters. The marines also acted quickly, but the uneasiness naturally pervaded the hearts of almost all the marines. 2 hours later, all the marines were deployed. Dozens of warships stopped in front of the naval headquarters. The fleet appeared to be vast and mighty, but in reality, the total number of marine soldiers in the dozens of warships didn't exceed 6,000. At this moment, who would have thought that such a sudden incident would occur? The Ling Bai pirates actually came out in full force. Akainu stood on the frontmost battleship, looking at the sea ahead. If there is no accident, the Ling Bai pirates will soon appear in this direction. In addition, other important members of Marine were also urgently summoned because no one knew what would happen next. They could only pray for their own good. After a period of development, the Ling Bai pirates also became more and more powerful. As everyone knew, the Golden Emperor Tizalo had already joined Ling Bai's forces without anyone knowing. Doflamingo also had some kind of dark deal with the Ling Bai pirates. In addition, Ling Bai also seemed to have some kind of connection with Bullet. The powerful combat power of the naval headquarters was summoned, but they certainly didn't have enough time. However, Akainu didn't know that Ling Bai's big battle this time wasn't to attack the naval headquarters, but to rule the North Blue and destroy the Revolutionary Army. Of course, if Ling Bai knew the layout of the naval headquarters, he would probably laugh. The sudden move of the Ling Bai pirates also affected the nerves of the world. Cake Island was highly concerned, the red-haired pirates were also highly concerned, and the remnants of the Beast's pirates were also paying attention to it. In addition, in an unknown island, Bullet also saw the newspaper. What is this guy going to do? Bullet put down the bottle of beer. He was a little puzzled by Ling Bai's actions. Bullet had already placed Ling Bai on the same level as him. Furthermore, Bullet had the intention to have a battle with Ling Bai. In other words, it was a so-called exchange of pointers. Attack the naval headquarters. Bullet thought. On the other side, Dressrosa. This monster, after being silent for half a year, what is he going to do? Doflamingo looked at the news in shock. He regarded Ling Bai as a monster. The children of monsters in the New World can be counted on one hand, and Ling Bai is probably the most powerful monster. Amazon Lily Island. Shihim looked at the newspaper and put it down after half a minute. That man. Shihim's face was a little bad. Every time she thought of Ling Bai, her face looked bad. However, she didn't know why, but she always wanted to see Ling Bai, but on the other hand, she was very resistant. Women are really a collection of contradictions. Don't get killed. Humph. Shihim thought that Ling Bai was going to attack the naval headquarters. Of course, many forces in the world thought so. However, everyone was wrong. Half a day later, in the New World, it was already night. The naval headquarters suddenly sounded an alarm, and the Ling Bai pirates finally appeared. Everyone instantly tensed up. Just 2 kilometers away from the warship group, the Ling Bai pirates appeared. This was discovered by the warship in charge of monitoring. Go to the bottom of the sea, Akainu, aren't you too sensitive? Ling Bai wanted to laugh, but the evil king and the others were already laughing. Haha, I'm dying of laughter, do those marines think we're going to attack them? To be honest, I'm also trying not to laugh, but when Pizarro laughed, I. Haha. Don't talk nonsense, go to the bottom of the sea, and then, attack the Bay 1.4 C. At Ling Bai's command, Ling Bai's ship was the first to sink into the sea. Then, the other ships sank into the sea one after another. Reporting to the marshal, they have disappeared again. They may have gone to the bottom of the sea. The officer quickly reported to Akainu. Don't relax, they may attack the naval headquarters. Akainu still didn't dare to relax his vigilance. However, time passed in Marine's torment, and after a long time, the Ling Bai pirates didn't make any moves. For a while, Marine didn't understand what was going on. Could it be that their target is not the naval headquarters? Such a terrifying lineup, what is it for? Akainu was frightened, but he really couldn't figure it out. Chapter 182. All major forces in the world are paying attention to Ling Bai's actions, and everyone wants to know why the Ling Bai pirates are almost out. No attack on naval headquarters. Half a day later, it was reported that the Ling Bai pirates were on the east side of the Sabayati archipelago, but they did not stop there either. Until, 2 days later, the Ling Bai pirates entered North Blue. The world was shaken, and no one knew why the pirate emperor came to North Blue, but, no matter what, all major forces knew that Ling Bai would make a big move in North Blue. Otherwise, what are there several ships entering North Blue for? That BD, go to North Blue, for what? Akainu, who received the latest news at naval headquarters, was shocked and furious. Perhaps, it is to rule the entire North Blue. The source said that the shadow of the Wenzumoke family appeared on the master ship of the Ling Bai pirate group. That family is not a peaceful force. Kizaru said. Immediately summon all North Blue troops 09, and absolutely don't let them go down. Akainu ordered. If, as Kizaru said, Ling Bai wanted to touch North Blue, then there would be a big problem. But North Blue, actually let them almost all out? Akainu also couldn't figure it out, because even though North Blue was the strongest sea area among the 4 seas, it wasn't worth the pirate emperor's attack. However, at the North Blue side at this time, according to Wen's Himoke judge's prompt, the Ling Bai pirate group has arrived in front of the so-called North Blue royal family. That is the big country of North Blue, and it has a transcendent influence in North Blue. However, in front of Ling Bai, no matter how transcendent the kingdom is, it is useless. At this time, the royal family of North Blue is facing the army of a pirate emperor. The whole country, is panicked. No one is not afraid. They simply cannot understand why the pirate emperor came to North Blue and wanted to attack their country. Facing the craziest pirate emperor in the New World, few people cannot fail. However, fear is fear. The king also ordered the whole country to never surrender to Ling Bai, and the king also saw the Wenzumoke family. They are with that pirate emperor. The entire North Blue knew what kind of stuff the Wenzumoke family was, and they wouldn't be any good stuff anyway. Therefore, the king ordered to resist to the death, and absolutely must not surrender to any pirate forces. Moreover, they also believed that the Marines would definitely send troops. Of course, on the other side, the entire North Blue Marine forces were dispatched. Akainu will not allow Ling Bai to continue to be arrogant. Once North Blue is moved by Ling Bai, the consequences will be unimaginable. So, The war started, but Ling Bai and the others absolutely won overwhelmingly, pushing everything horizontally. Ling Bai couldn't figure it out. Judge took revenge on the North Blue royal family. In the original book, he needed the power of Big Mom, but now, he needs to use his power. You know, what about the strength of the North Blue country? As a big country in the first half of the Grand Line, Alabasta claims to be very powerful, but it was played by Crocodile in applause. Demon Fruit power does not have two, which shows how weak its strength is. Facing the so-called royal family of North Blue, Ling Bai also quickly captured, and even Ling Bai didn't make a move the whole time. In addition, Gui did not move civilians. The royal family, the arrogant ones were all slaughtered, and the submissives could survive and accept Ling Bai's new rule. Everything is so unexpected. When Marine came here, it was all over. Then, it was taken over by the Wenzimoke family. The Ling Bai pirates finally faced the coming Marine forces. However, a powerful conqueror's haki nearly collapsed all the Marines. Without strong advanced combat power, the Marines had no way to resist Ling Bai. Next, the other big forces in North Blue will accept the attack of the Ling Bai pirates. Of course, if they surrender, everything is easy to talk about. If they don't surrender, there is nothing to talk about. They can only go to war. Going to war, North Blue doesn't have any forces that are Ling Bai's opponent. 2 days later, all the big forces in North Blue surrendered to Ling Zhong. At this moment, the whole North Blue was trembling, and it was useless for Marine to come. Ling Bai's influence has grown from scratch in North Blue, and it has reached a rather terrifying level. Almost, North Blue is about to wake up with Ling Bai. However, it still doesn't work. The short-term influence cannot last for a long time. Ling Bai also knows that as long as he leaves North Blue, after a while, North Blue should do whatever he wants, because 860 here is not New World. Ling Bai's influence is only in New World. Grand Line there are barely some in the first half, but the influence is not great. In the Four Seas, Ling Bai's influence can be said to be non-existent. Even if North Blue can be under Ling Bai's short-term deterrence this time, it will not last long. We can only look at the strength of the Wenzimoke family. Ling Bai and Judge can still cooperate. Judge uses Ling Bai as the background, and with the transiting sun, Judge can also be unscrupulous to a certain extent. Therefore, to control North Blue, Ling Bai needs Judge, the careerist. 1 day later, the Ling Bai pirates officially left North Blue, avoided the forces coming from naval headquarters. No one knows what Ling Bai will do next. Another day passed, and the Ling Bai pirates had already appeared in the middle and back of the first half of the Grand Line. Where is the island where the Revolutionary Army headquarters is? Ling Bai frowned. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army has always been a mystery, and it was not easy to find. If it weren't for this, the world government would have already lifted the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. How could it be their turn to start a war? Sorry, Carvin is dead, and I am writing a new book. Chapter 183. The first half of the Grand Line, the island of White Soil, Baltigo. Ling Bai, who is familiar with the original book, knows the location of the Revolutionary Army. It is estimated that the world government has not found its location, otherwise the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army would have been overturned. However, in the original book, Blackbeard and the others found the island of Baltigo location, and the entire Blackbeard pirate group was dispatched, and Baltigo was successfully taken away. However, that war fundamentally did not cause any losses to the Revolutionary Army. After all, the main forces of the Revolutionary Army are the 4 commanders, the second leader Sabo and the leader Darag, and the other is Ivankov and the tyrant Xiong. Blackbeard and the others didn't touch the roots of the Revolutionary Army. This time, Ling Bai intends to wipe them all out, or it will be more difficult for many ragers. After all, this guy's strength is the top in the world. In New World, he is also the strength of the Pirate Emperor. Compared with Marine's advanced combat strength is not lost to Marine Admiral at all. In addition, Drago's ability is also quite mysterious. 1 day later, Ling Bai successfully used Doflamingo's intelligence capabilities, and roughly knew the sea area where Baltigo Island is located. However, Ling Bai and the others only narrowed down the search area a lot, but in fact, the sea area they were facing was still the same. Is big. Captain, their location is not easy to find. Hawkins said. That island is still very mysterious and not so easy to find. Swanyu Hunter said. Wait a little longer, let's spread our hands to this sea area, I don't believe that those revolutionary troops will stay on that island forever, and act like turtles. The evil king snorted coldly. He had an overnight feud with Drago. Back then, the evil king was defeated by Drago and overthrew the rule. In the end, he was captured by Marine and imprisoned in Impel Down. The evil government king still couldn't bear this tone. Therefore, this encirclement and suppression operation is the time for the evil government to vent its anger. I hope to find that island sooner, and then, I also hope that all the main forces of the Revolutionary Army are there. Ling Bai looked at the sea ahead, lost in thought. On the other side, Sabo, the second leader of the Revolutionary Army, came to Wanakuni, but he was abused by the Jug and the others, but he was not killed, but he also caused a lot of damage. Afterwards, the Revolutionary Army seemed to have revenge on Ling Bai means that some campaigns to instigate local civilian uprisings have been carried out in Ling Bai's territory. After Ling Bai found out, he was still a little annoyed. Although he wasn't afraid, there were too many flies, so he was very irritated. The common people in this world have a bad sense of what pirates are, and they have illusions and favors for the Revolutionary Army, a force that holds up some slogans such as democracy and equality. Actions to instigate an uprising. Ling Bai, remember them, this time, the island of Bardigo must be overturned, and the Revolutionary Army will be wiped out. Snort. Ling Bai snorted coldly. I don't know what the captain thinks, hee. The evil king laughed behind Ling Bai. Thinking about whether I can kill Drago directly this time, this guy is more troublesome. For the captain, it shouldn't be a big problem. The evil king smiled and said, in fact, in the heart of the evil king, he still respects Ling Bai's power very much. Now, Ling Bai, who is not yet 18 years old, possesses power beyond imagination, and this, obviously will not be the pinnacle of his strength. In the future, Ling Bai can definitely become even stronger. At this time, Ling Bai's fleet had already dispersed in this sea area, looking for traces of Baldigo Island. On the other side, it was already the second night, and it was Baldigo Island, the island where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army was located. This is a very mysterious island in the first half of the Grand Line, and it is in a very special position. Here, there is no sunlight throughout the year, and it is in a dark environment every day. It seems that the high-altitude dark clouds will not be dispelled for decades or even hundreds of years. Moreover, there are ocean currents in the periphery. When ships sail, even close here, currents will take the ship to other locations. Of course, the other thing is that Baldigo Island does not appear on any maps or permanent pointers. So, it is difficult to find the location of Baldi Palace. The Revolutionary Army has prospered for many years, and the leader, Drago, is called the world's most vicious criminal by the world government. To the world government, Drago's stinky, Wang Hao, reputation is even more famous than the pirate emperor's. Even bigger. However, even if the Revolutionary Army is causing headaches for the world government, even the world government, which has a fairly powerful intelligence capability, cannot find the location of the Revolutionary Army headquarters. At this time, the Revolutionary Army was still immersed in the joy of liberating a tyrant country, and because of this major victory, they also held a major banquet. However, the Revolutionary Army, who were in the midst of joy and celebration, never imagined that an unprecedented disaster was constantly approaching them. This is, for them, the terrible disaster of Page. No matter how safe and secret Baltigo is, he will be discovered one day. Chapter 184. At this time, almost all the forces of the Revolutionary Army were present on Baldigo Island, the building where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army was located, and all the cadres and main force were naturally present. They are holding a big banquet. My friends, let's all celebrate tonight. Celebrate that we have freed another country from a tyrant. At this time, Durag held the wine glass in his hand high, and stood up from the main seat of a round table, which was also the most important round table. He faced everyone. They all raised their glasses together. This is a day worth celebrating. They overthrew the rule of a tyrant kingdom in the first half of the Grand Line, liberated the people of that country from suffering, and allowed them to enjoy democracy, equality, justice, and other blessings. Therefore, today, the Revolutionary Army held a banquet again, and even the always serious Durag smiled rarely. Drago, I am also very happy. Cheers. Drago yelled, raised his glass high, then clinked glasses with the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, and then drank it down again. The other cotters and other members of the Revolutionary Army also drank it all in one gulp. Tonight, the Revolutionary Army was drinking and laughing. It was really fun. However, after 3 tours, people also found that Durag was slowly becoming serious again. Tonight is a happy day, but we must not forget that the Ling Bai pirates are a huge cancer in this world comparable to celestial dragons. The brutality of the Ling Bai pirates in the North Blue is nothing less than the crimes committed by the celestial dragons. The mission of the Revolutionary Army, in addition to overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons, now has an additional mission, that is, to collapse the Ling Bai pirates. At this moment, Drago looked at the people who stopped, and said solemnly and loudly, "The Ling Bai pirates, in the eyes of their Revolutionary Army, are undoubtedly a big cancer in the world, more terrifying than other pirate emperors, enough to threaten the stability of the entire world. Therefore, Durag also regards pushing Maybai's rule as a goal comparable to overthrowing the rule of celestial dragons. That's right. We must overthrow that demon's rule. Sabo, who was injured in Bada country, is still in pain at this moment. In addition, Sabo also regards Ling Bai as someone who must be killed. In his heart, he hates Ling Bai very much. Because, after Ace's death, Sabo recalled childhood events from long-term amnesia. At that time, he, Luffy and Ace were sworn brothers. However, his good brother Ace was brutally killed by Ling Bai. This plunged Sabo into a state of utter grief, from which it took him a while to recover. Sabo swears that he will kill Ling Bai with his own hands. Of course, if Ling Bai knew what Sabo was thinking, he could only laugh at him. Ling Bai didn't take Sabo seriously at all. That demon is what we must kill. If he doesn't die, then in this world, more innocent civilians will fall into disaster. Sabo's friend Koala also spoke. She knows Sabo's heart best. I will continue to work hard and call on the civilians in that demon's territory to rise up and resist. Belo Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army, put down his wine glass and said, "This is a woman dressed in hot clothes. She is a very important member of the Revolutionary Army. As Paramecia's ability to inspire fruit, she can inspire people to rise up and resist. In Ling Bai's words, in other words, this woman is one of the main forces of the Revolutionary Army who specially brainwashed civilians. Betty is an existence capable of brainwashing countless cannon fodder. Because of her devil fruit ability, the Revolutionary Army can instigate all kinds of uprisings. At this time, Betty is also quite confident. She has never been disappointed with her devil fruit ability. However, what she doesn't know is that she has been targeted by Ling Bai for a long time. Because of her devil fruit ability, Ling Bai also wants to use it to brainwash others." Immediately afterwards, other revolutionary armies also responded one after another. "Kill that BD. What naval headquarters and world government can't do, let us revolutionary army do it. That's right. Long live the Revolutionary Army. Destroy Ling Bai. Humph. It's just Ling Bai, that's all. Our Revolutionary Army is supported by people all over the world." The Revolutionary Army talked a lot, as if Ling Bai didn't show up. If Ling Bai was in front of them, it seemed that they could kill Ling Bai immediately. However, tonight, for them, what should have been a happy night was quite extraordinary and unimaginable. How could they have thought that danger was already approaching them? Just to the east of Baldigo Island, a huge fleet is attacking. It's the Ling Bai pirates. And the Revolutionary Army didn't know at all. The Ling Bai pirates, here they come. Moreover, it is to destroy their Revolutionary Army. At this time, the lineup of the Ling Bai pirates is even more terrifying than Marine's so-called Buster Call. Humph. It should be the Revolutionary Army. Ling Bai snorted coldly, and looked at the eye-catching building on the opposite island with a telescope. According to Ling Bai's memory of the original book, that building was the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. And now, they have found the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Prepare to disperse the fleet and bombard the buildings on that island. In addition, first blow up all the ships of the Revolutionary Army. Ling Bai looked indifferent. Hey. The evil government king, Shiryu of the Rain and others are already eager to try, with cruel smiles on their faces, and they have not made a move for more than half a year. The next plot should be darker, so that's it. I don't want to write about pirates anymore. I'm really tired of writing. I still have an account. I have 2 pirate books. This should be the last time I write about pirates. Want to end it quickly. Chapter 185. At this time, although the Revolutionary Army was still holding a banquet to celebrate the victory, some troops were still standing guard. However, there are only a dozen revolutionary troops, at least the number of people seen in Fanoka is only 17. Catch them off guard first. This was said by Ling Bai, and Fanaoka smiled knowingly, and immediately released the first bullet. This bullet, directly piercing through the void, landed precisely between the eyebrows of Fanaoka's target. The life of a revolutionary army also stopped, and before he fell to the ground, the soldier next to him was shot between the eyebrows in the same way and died directly, and then other century revolutionary army died in this way. Fanaoka, with 100 shots, accurately killed all the sentinel revolution houses. There are a little few people. Do you think it's too safe here, and you don't have too much vigilance? Fanaoka murmured suspiciously. In fact, Ling Bai and the others were also a little puzzled. After all, they saw from a distance that many ships of the revolutionary army were moored at the port, so the revolutionary army should be there. Is there a fraud? Hawkins was suspicious. Whatever it is, in the face of absolute power, any conspiracies are useless. Immediately afterwards, Ling Bai gave the order. When all the ships were more than 100 meters away from the port of Dolbago Island, dozens of ships were already lined up. At the same time, all the cannons were aimed at the ships in the port or the islands on the island. Architecture. Fire. Ling Bai gave an order, and countless cannonballs shot towards the target in a dense manner. The sound of the explosion was earth-shattering and terrifying. In less than 10 seconds, several large ships were destroyed, while the rest of the shells fell on the buildings on the island. The seemingly solid fortress was also bombed. Also, Ling Bai has already flown over. Suspended in the air, the red version of the 8-foot Kyanguya was released directly, and the bright red light shone on the void and the earth. Countless light bombs bombarded them, which were shells many times more terrifying than the power of cannons. The captain's ability is much more terrifying. Hunter Swanyu laughed. We're ready to land too. Shiryu of the Rain has already pulled out the demon sword thunderstorm. Under this gloomy sky, the thunderstorm exudes a bloodthirsty light, which is really like a demon sword. It's already ready. The evil king and the others also held their own weapons. Hearing the sound of the explosion and watching the terrifying scene of the explosion, they already showed the appearance of a wolf preying on them. The Ling Bai pirates are almost all villains. Of course, almost all the pirates in the world are like this. There is no such thing as a good person who can be a pirate. At this time, on Ling Bai's main ship, Koja Kihiri, who looked at the godlike Ling Bai in front of her, also became short of breath, and she was very disturbed. Because this time, Ling Bai needs her to take action, and it's the kind of murder. The reason is that Ling Bai doesn't want her to stay in Wanakuni all the time. Koja Kihiri also has good strength. At this time, Koja Kihiri is far behind Reiju in terms of being able to play. Moreover, Swanyu Hunter, a crazy woman, also trained Koja Kihiri. In the words of Swanyu Hunter, it is impossible for this world to be friendly to women. Only truly powerful women can have what they want, not by relying on men go and give, or hide behind men's backs. 0 for flowers. 0. Hunter Swanyu is definitely a demon among women in this world, and compared to Big Mom, he is only weaker in strength. Today, your lord wants you to kill, hey. Swanyu Hunter also saw Koja Kihiri's uneasy mood. I'll do my best. Koja Kihiri replied that in the past, she was very good at playing tricks, and many nobles in the capital of flowers were collapsed by her tricks, but she was still very disturbed if Koja Kihiri really wanted to kill people. It's okay, you don't need to be lenient, and you don't need to have any psychological burden to kill the enemy. 0. Reiju comforted next to Koja Kihiri. Koja Kihiri nodded. On the other side, the terrible bombing continued, and the revolutionary army who rushed out was killed before they even knew what happened. At the same time, the revolutionary soldiers who were still enjoying the banquet were all stunned. The joyous banquet came to an abrupt end. There was a terrifying explosion, and the buildings shook. Down. There is an enemy attack. The commander of the Western Army yelled uneasily. Enemy attack. Drago didn't expect it either. All the revolutionary army, go to fight. Drago yelled. The terrifying explosion made him feel uneasy for a moment. At this moment, all he could think of was that the headquarters of their revolutionary army was discovered by the world government, and the explosion of this level now, very dense, very scary. Maybe, it's Buster Call coming. Drago went out first, took the lead, and behind him were the chiefs of staff and army commanders, and behind them were a large number of members of the Revolutionary Army. Everyone has a bad complexion. This building, West is almost unable to hold on.